capturing the mortal vessel currently infiltrating the reality universe, breaching the fundamental laws of existence. Detecting high-dimensional life forms. No other dimensional beings detected. Loading mortal vessel. You are a player transcending all dimensions, wielding authority akin to that of a demigod. You possess innumerable identities: beggar, pariah, pirate, gladiator, ranger, northern dragon, executioner of the damned, cosmic vagabond, monster hunter, master of witches, grave digger of empires, harbinger of doom, world annihilator, and more. The entire reality universe serves as your playground. You are the supreme being from beyond. You are the illegitimate offspring of divinity. You are the singular player towering above all realities. Now, you must survive with your first mortal vessel amidst the turmoil of an empire's collapse. Otherwise, you shall remain in slumber within the dimensional void until the next compatible mortal vessel emerges. Not an infinite flow, but a unique experience. Other dimensional beings include immortal spirits, spatial demons, deities from other realms, transcendent beings of ascended civilizations, and planetary consciousnesses. Chapter 1. Divine Perspective. The stench of dung permeated the air. Duncan felt a throbbing in his head, as if he had been struck hard on the right side of his face, which was swollen, and a metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth. His visage and form were coated in excrement, sprawled beside a heap of dung, and before he could comprehend his situation, he heard distant, anguished screams, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being cleaved from bone. An overwhelming scent of blood assaulted his senses. Duncan staggered to his feet, and upon looking up, he beheld a corpse with unseeing Aisa, middle-aged man of Western descent, garbed as a peasant, tattered clothing draped on a lifeless body, blood oozing from his mouth, his chest a canvas of crimson, crushed beneath a dung fork. Another scream pierced the air. 30 meters away, a peasant was felled by a sword, arterial blood gushing over a meter high. A massacre. This was a veritable slaughter. 3 fully armed soldiers were mercilessly butchering a group of unarmed farmers, scattering the disheveled crowd as if they were mere crops, and with each swing of their weapons, they claimed yet another innocent life. He had traversed dimensions. Duncan realized this immediately, and in the next moment he grasped the dung fork beside him. A weapon afforded him no real sense of security. Yet in this dire situation, possessing a weapon was a stark contrast to being unarmed. He took a brief second to assess himself. His clothing was ragged, yet he appeared robust, encased in a youthful frame without serious injuries, save for the probable bruise on his right cheek. But he could fight, but he was no match for them. They were a band of routs. His mind buzzed with a torrent of information, likely the remnants of this vessel's former owner's memories. Duncan had no time to process it all. He willed his strong resolve to extract the most pertinent information for his survival. The Empire had faced another defeat. The routs were plundering villages, engaging in violent confrontations with the farmers, and had commenced a bloody slaughter in this sparsely populated hamlet. They intended to leave no witnesses, as the blame could easily be placed upon the enemy. Survive first. Duncan understood that death could find him here at any moment. The bandits moved like a comb, and the soldiers were akin to a ruthless rake. The routs had devolved into beasts. Duncan quietly began to retreat, clutching the dung fork. He did not believe he could vanquish 3 professionally trained soldiers, one of whom bore the attire reminiscent of a medieval knight, albeit without armor or helmet clad, instead in a robe-like chainmail. Where's my cheat? Where's the system? Deep blue. Level up. Thus, he prepared for a strategic withdrawal. There's another one. The knight-like figure, now blinded by bloodlust, surveyed the surroundings with bloodshot, malevolent eyes and commanded, "Hyena, go eliminate him." Not far off, a gaunt man with a sinister expression turned and advanced toward Duncan. He unsheathed a short-handled throwing axe, maneuvering around a nearby haystack, accelerating as he sought to ambush Duncan at the corner. Enter combat mode. In a daze, Duncan seemed to hear something in the next instant. His consciousness soared, and in a fleeting moment, he perceived everything around him with clarity. A desolate, sparsely inhabited village lay before him. 3 soldiers, marked conspicuously with red insignia, were highlighted on the village map. Before him appeared a projection screen, offering a panoramic view of his surroundings with an omniscient perspective. Duncan spotted a young man fleeing, clutching a dung fork, while approximately 50 meters away, a tall, gaunt rout brandished a throwing axe, flanking him from the side of a haystack. This area was cluttered with haystacks and wooden shacks, and if they were to cross paths, there would be no opportunity for engagement. A single thrown axe could leave Duncan gravely injured or worse. Duncan was not clad in armor, merely donning tattered linen garments. In the bottom right corner of the projection, two red-marked routs continued their slaughter of other villagers. One bore a star insignia, indicating greater strength, and grotesque corpses littered the ground, the scene resembling a gruesome, immersive film. Duncan's consciousness floated in the void, and the projection before him resembled a gaming interface. A gaming interface, with a subtle focus of his mind, the previously still figure of the dark-haired youth suddenly moved, taking 2 steps forward, then 1 step back, followed by a jump in place. He controlled the projection of the boy's body as if maneuvering a character in a video game. However, this time, he wielded his thoughts instead of mouse and keyboard, immersed as if he were playing a virtual game. Is this my cheat? Since this is a gaming interface, at the very least, grant me some stats. Health bar? Mana? Stamina? With a mere thought, the projection before Duncan began to shift slightly. A short health bar materialized, missing a segment, while the blue mana bar remained empty, and the stamina bar was notably long, but had also diminished slightly. He felt as though he were engaged in an action role-playing game, controlling the character that was his youthful form post-transmigration. In that moment, Duncan's consciousness transcended his body, surveying the unfolding chaos from a divine perspective. Are there any skills? I cannot possibly rely solely on basic attacks to survive this seemingly fatal encounter. A peasant-born youth stood no chance against 3 trained warriors. Let alone, the adversaries wore armor and wielded weapons far superior to the dung fork clutched tightly in Duncan's grasp. Dung fork mastery. Your humble origins and childhood labor have granted you a profound mastery of the dung fork, surpassing that of other weapons. In combat with the dung fork, your lethality, backstab potential, and attack speed are significantly enhanced. No one would pay much heed to a farmer wielding a dung fork. Combat skill stab. You have not undergone formal combat training. The only technique you have mastered is a singular stabbing motion. Combat skill roll. Your youthful scuffles have endowed you with a degree of rolling and evasion skill. However, it is not always effective, particularly against quick-witted opponents. Is that all? Observing the solitary thorn and the tumultuous battle scene, Duncan felt a surge of tension. However, his extensive experience in gaming from his past life reassured him. With merely a wooden stick, he had once claimed the championship in the arena of Gladia. Upon encountering the familiar game interface, he gradually relaxed, knowing he possessed an advantage not entirely devoid of the potential for a comeback. Moreover, this time he was not limited to mouse and keyboard controls. His mental reflexes were swifter. There was no doubt regarding the combat prowess of a seasoned player. After transitioning into the god's perspective and surmounting his inner fears and physical instincts, he found himself brimming with eagerness. I have conquered every game in the Soul series. There is no way I shall perish here. By the haystack, as his consciousness entered the god's perspective, the body he controlled transformed into an expressionless, cold warrior. The fear that had previously graced his visage evaporated, replaced by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He first leapt in place, gripping the pitchfork tightly and thrusting it into the air before rolling to the right, muddy and soiled before slipping behind the haystack. The control feels absolutely splendid. There is not the slightest hint of delay. Duncan's consciousness guided this body, calculating the attack frames and range of the pitchfork. Through the god's perspective, he observed a tall, slender warrior halt in bewilderment not far from him. Where did that brat scamper off to? The tall warrior, perplexed, slightly raised his head, revealing a scar running across his jaw. Though the village was small, it was encircled by a rudimentary fence. As a battle-hardened veteran, the slender man had intended to flank the fence and deliver a swift axe blow to Duncan's head. His expertise lay in throwing the throwing axe. Yet, the enemy halted abruptly, pausing in the gap between a wooden house and a stack of hay. The visibility in this area was poor. The tall man instinctively switched to dual weapons, but soon smirked disdainfully. After all, his opponent was merely a farmer wielding a pitchfork, incapable of posing a threat. He merely needed to exercise a modicum of caution to extract and eliminate this fleeing little mouse. Listening intently, the tall man detected footsteps close by, just behind the haystack. These stacks towered 2 to 3 meters high, neatly piled 2 meters apart, serving as vital resources for the farmers to keep warm during winter and feed their livestock. They were akin to blankets in this era, without which one might perish from the cold come winter. The tall man advanced cautiously, his senses sharp. Suddenly, without warning, Duncan, observing from the god's perspective, saw the enemy reveal himself. In that fleeting moment, the pitchfork darted forward, swift as lightning, striking true. With a piercing scream, the pitchfork's tip shattered the soldier's eye. The disheveled soldier was relatively well equipped, lacking only a helmet and shield, having presumably discarded his heavier armor, clad instead in light armor. A longer weapon is indeed a stronger weapon. Duncan's thoughts were clear. With the advantage of the god's perspective, he could catch the enemy off guard. Though the pitchfork was not an exceptional weapon, its reach was advantageous. This body belonged to a young and vigorous man, whose years of labor had forged strong muscles. A full-force strike would surely inflict damage. With the god's perspective as his ally, he could maneuver effectively, using the haystacks as natural cover. A scream pierced the air as the enemy's health bar flickered into view before vanishing in an instant. Is he dead already? This was not merely damage, it was a fatal blow. Duncan had obliterated the soldier's head in one thrust, the pitchfork's tip penetrating several centimeters deep, feeling the resistance of bone as he withdrew it. Unlike his previous gaming experiences, every action here bore real consequences. A strike to the leg would cripple, a severed hand would incapacitate, and a headshot was undeniably lethal. How could a farmer possibly slay a soldier with a single thrust? In a game, exchanges would typically ensue. Duncan extracted the pitchfork. He noted its sharpness. This headshot may have benefited from the pitchfork mastery granted by years of use. Under the control of the god's perspective, the execution of the strike was a harmonious blend of body and will, something he could never achieve unaided. He would be paralyzed by anxiety before even making a move. Yet in the god's perspective, with but a thought, the body unleashed its full strength. His control over this body surged to over 100% efficiency. This is a promising turn. The commotion had alarmed 2 other foes. The village, with its scant 30 to 40 inhabitants, had already seen most of them fall. Hearing the cries, a fierce enemy rushed to investigate. To make matters worse, a knightly figure, cold and calculating, dispatched a kneeling farmer who had surrendered. He then brandished his weapon, swiftly advancing toward Duncan. He was marked as an enemy unit with a single star. 1 against 2 was a grim prospect. The knightly figure bore superior equipment, clad in a chainmail cloak. Though he lacked a helmet, a hood adorned his head, its metal edges glinting ominously. His arms were protected by gauntlets, elbow guards, and arm plates, while his legs were shielded by knee guards, greaves, and metal-toed boots. Had he not been missing a breastplate, he would have resembled a knight in shining armor. This encounter would not be easy. Duncan controlled the character to retrieve the throwing axe from the ground. As he grasped it, a crosshair fluctuated before him, revealing the opportunity for a comeback. This is my chance. I must aim for a headshot. In that moment, Duncan summoned the spirit of his gaming days spent battling in internet cafes with his roommates, channeling all his focus into the crosshair. The ever-shifting, expanding, and contracting reticle symbolized his mastery over the throwing axe, relying solely on this unstable crosshair to aim at his adversary, having received no formal training. Just as in gaming, skillful execution could compensate for a lack of technique. Hit! Thud! With the god's perspective as his guide, Duncan felt as if he had gained a form of X-ray vision. Timing his throw perfectly as the enemy revealed himself, he anticipated the moment by half a second, launching the axe with all his might. From 8 meters away, it struck true, landing squarely on the opponent's forehead, causing the opponent's robust body to collapse, once again illustrating the fleeting nature of health bars. These foes possessed as little health as he did. Only 1 enemy remains. Duncan heard a faint gasp, emanating from the body he controlled. His own consciousness felt unaffected observing. He noted that his stamina had diminished by nearly half. Although the depletion of stamina did not translate directly to his awareness, The body he commanded still exhibited signs of fatigue. A breath that indicated that 2 full force strikes had left the body weary. At that moment, the grim-faced knight appeared, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the youth not far away. It was hard to fathom that the boy who had been rendered unconscious by a single blow during the skirmish had now awakened and dispatched his 2 companions. Had he known, he would have delivered a finishing blow then. Beside the haystack, the boy expressionlessly withdrew the throwing axe from the enemy's forehead and began to retreat. Facing a seasoned knight, he stood little chance. The enemy's only weak point was his head, and without a headshot, inflicting significant damage would prove exceedingly difficult. Clearly, his 2 companions had perished due to ambushes. Duncan controlled his body with a deliberate pace, retreating while keeping a watchful eye on the fluctuations of his stamina. In this omniscient perspective, every movement of the enemy was laid bare before him. As the adversary quickened his pace, he mirrored the motion when the enemy slowed to maneuver. Duncan shifted direction to evade. The distance between them remained approximately 20 meters, yet the sinister knight could not discern his whereabouts, feeling as though the youth was an elusive specter. Flitting around him, I see a ghost. How does he know my position? The malevolent knight, clad in armor, was not particularly swift. Within this arena of roughly 50 meters in diameter, no matter how fervently he pursued, he could not catch up to his quarry. It felt as if the enemy possessed a form of clairvoyance. The psychological defenses of the knight were crumbling gradually. From his vantage point, Duncan noted the enemy's emotional shifts. His own concentration sharpened to a razor's edge. Now was the moment to hunt. Chapter 2. The Barbarian's Route. He could not catch up. He simply could not. There was no escape. He was utterly trapped. The knight's instincts warned him that exposing his back would invite a deadly strike from the flying axe. But how did the enemy perceive his position, playing hide-and-seek within this mere 50-meter battlefield? Was he listening for sounds? The sinister knight attempted to slow down, muffling his footsteps, yet proved futile. The opponent had complete control over his every action. A specter, the enemy moved around him like a ghostly wraith, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, waiting for the moment he would tire. In truth, Duncan was equally on edge, as the battlefield space that allowed him to maneuver was limited to a few straw stacks and wooden huts. A moment's inattention could lead to his capture. Were it not for his experience in numerous horror games, where he had been pursued by ghoulish entities in confined spaces, he would not have been able to execute such precise maneuvers now, controlling his body with his mind through an omniscient perspective. If the knight seized even the slightest opportunity, the advantage of full armor against his unarmored state would be overwhelmingly decisive. Yet within this constricted battlefield, the malevolent knight remained utterly unable to close the distance. He yearned to flee. However, the instant he contemplated retreating, a chill crept down his spine, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. Words could scarcely encapsulate his feelings at that moment. But if a fellow earthling were present, they would surely exclaim that he was cheating, manipulating the field of vision. 360 degrees, no blind spots. Every move of the enemy, even the slightest breath, was under Duncan's comprehensive scrutiny. The sinister knight must now regret having discarded his ranged weapon in his flight, for had Duncan possessed a bow capable of penetrating armor, the enemy would have been transformed into a pincushion long. It seems this knight's physical prowess is merely a notch above the ordinary. This world appears to be of low magic. Although he operated from a gaming perspective, the combat felt strikingly real. Both adversaries could barely withstand a few strikes. Duncan's viewpoint was firmly fixed, the distance between them a mere 20 meters, with several straw stacks and a height of 2 or 3 meters obscuring his view of the enemy, while wooden huts flanked both sides, allowing him to maneuver freely. He could advance to attack or retreat to defend as long as he could not be caught. The knight remained powerless against him. Unarmored against armored, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Duncan relied on his youth, speed, and agility to exploit the knight's cumbersome armor. The situation reminded him of childhood games of hide-and-seek, where the rules dictated that finding the seeker required tagging them at least once to win. Some cunning players would exploit their speed to evade capture, leading to endless circles of pursuit. The enemy was attempting to retreat. Duncan recognized that the dynamics had shifted the moment the night began to withdraw. In mere minutes, he had transformed from the farmer fleeing the night to the one pursuing him. My stamina bar still has half remaining. With a pitchfork in one hand and a flying axe in the other, Duncan maintained his 20-meter distance, trailing the knight's movements. If they exited this area, he would lose his advantage. I cannot afford to drag this out. A flicker of fear crossed the knight's face. He felt as though he had encountered a specter today. He had become the prey. It was as though the enemy possessed a divine sight. Every one of his movements laid bare. The sinister knight had chased Duncan for what felt like an eternity, yet he had not even brushed against the hem of his clothing. Remarkably, the enemy did not flee far, leading him in endless circles until he began to feel dizzy. His mind was in a heightened state of alertness, fearing the enemy might suddenly appear from either side. Retreat, the very least. He needed to withdraw to an open area. He could not afford to linger here. As the sinister knight gradually backed away from the straw stacks, an instinctive chill coursed through him, prompting him to dive for cover. But it was too late. A flying axe struck him on the side of the head, though it did not land a fatal blow. The chainmail absorbed some of the impact, yet the force left him momentarily dazed and disoriented. Before he could regain his footing to retaliate, a pitchfork filled his vision. From an omniscient perspective, the enemy was struck on the back of the head, momentarily stunned. Duncan seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Not kill me. With a swift thrust, blood erupted forth, and the knight's eye burst. As Duncan withdrew the pitchfork, he inadvertently dislodged a shattered eyeball. He turned and grasped the flying axe, delivering a crushing blow to the knight's forehead. A fatal strike. The knight, with his thick blood, finally succumbed. Combat concluded. In a daze, Duncan perceived a fleeting glimmer emanating from the knight's corpse, vanishing as it melded with the body he controlled. Military weapon mastery. You have acquired the ability to proficiently utilize conventional military weapons, becoming more adept with one-handed, two-handed, polearms, crossbows, spears, flying axes, and other weaponry. Basic combat techniques. You have gained knowledge of thrusts, slashes, sweeps, and cuts. You are now familiar with most foundational techniques when wielding military weapons. Blocking and parrying. You may now attempt to block or parry enemy attacks during combat. The combat interface filled to capacity. The previously light gray thrust technique now bordered in pale blue, while the other techniques remained unchanged, still framed in light grade. This a skill explosion? Duncan realized that he had seemingly plundered the combat techniques from his foe, as if he had undergone years of military training, mastering an array of basic maneuvers with ease. Though he would not claim to be an expert, his foundational skills were undeniably solid. Such proficiency could not be achieved without years of dedicated practice. His consciousness slightly hazy as Duncan's vision returned. He found himself detached from the omniscient perspective, the scent of blood thick in the air. Although he had sensed it during the battle, it had never been so vivid, nearly inducing nausea. The grotesque sight of the corpse before him sent a shiver through his soul. Unlike the detached view of a game, he could not help but retch. A wave of hunger surged within him. Duncan scanned his surroundings until he finally overturned the knight's body, discovering a blood-soaked pouch containing small pieces of jerky, likely venison. The meat, drenched in blood, emanated a faint odor, but with no other food in sight, he washed it in a nearby well and began to chew. In his past life, he would never have considered consuming anything that had touched a corpse's blood, however. After having slain 3 men, such concern seemed trivial. The blood merely served as seasoning, and he prioritized replenishing his energy. Duncan realized that his mindset was rapidly evolving, looting the body. He dragged the corpses of 3 defeated soldiers over, inspecting them one by one and setting aside the items he found. The sinister knight was of a similar height to him, and likely of noble descent, as evidenced by the satin-like inner garments he wore. Removing them, he noted that a wash would render the bloodstains far more palatable than the tattered clothing Duncan currently donned. Clothes of the deceased were still wearable. He had traversed into another world. What superstitions could he harbor? As dusk approached, Duncan finally found the energy to digest the memories of the original owner of this body, who bore the same name as him. A fortunate coincidence. The original owner had lost both parents in his youth and was raised by relatives, engaging in petty thievery and brawls, earning a notorious reputation. By the age of 13 or 14, he had become somewhat of a laborer, managing to scrounge enough to eat. Upon reaching adulthood, he was sent to a town blacksmith through connections, though his role was merely that of an errand boy, with the old blacksmith failing to impart any real skills. The memories of the original owner were scant, yet the most vivid recollections revolved around the pale-skinned proprietress. How distasteful! As for the cause of this massacre, the original owner only recalled a phrase, "You damned peasants," which precipitated a violent conflict. The defeated soldiers killed indiscriminately, leaving the remaining villagers with no choice but to resist. Duncan surmised that the conflict arose from the soldiers pillaging the village, either for wealth or in acts of brutality against women. Having suffered defeat, they vented their frustrations by slaughtering common folk, a long-standing tradition of the old empire, notorious for its poor military discipline. As night fell, Duncan could not move far in the desolate surroundings. He gathered the bodies and found a relatively clean house, laying down some straw to sleep for the night. The village had been thoroughly stripped of resources, not a single chicken remained, and the shelters held no livestock, only remnants of manure. At dawn the following day, he piled the bodies of the unfortunate villagers near the wooden hut, gathered some firewood, and, facing the rising sun, set them ablaze. "This is all I can do," he murmured, shouldering a poor-quality hunting bow he had found at the hunter's home. Addressing the flames, "Brother, I have avenged you and buried you. You can rest in peace." Duncan had no desire to bear the burdens of the original owner. He had not shared a bed with that alluring proprietress, and from this point onward, he had no ties. The wooden hut ignited, flames reaching for the sky. After a considerable journey, he discarded unnecessary items. The armor was burdensome, and traversing the mountain paths while encumbered was torture. Ultimately, he donned a set of undergarments and a short robe adorned with leather armor, resembling a ranger's attire, and discarded all items that hindered his mobility. Now loaded with provisions and a few coins, he felt akin to a refugee fleeing disaster. "I must find a horse," he thought, for this desolate place exuded an air of desolation. He was unaware of where the defeated soldiers had retreated from, but rumors spoke of a lord's rebellion in the southern borders, aligning with the enemy. The empire, in its decline, had seen frequent revolts among the border lords. This was hardly surprising. Unfortunately, the original owner had little experience, having traveled only a short distance, and much information still required his own initiative to gather. After a half-day's trek through the mountains, Duncan finally stepped onto a main road, a thoroughfare constructed during the Empire's zenith, now a dusty, potholed path long. Neglected. Fortunately, he encountered other souls, a northern merchant caravan. There were about 20 individuals in total, accompanied by several refugees. The mounted guards, upon spotting him, knocked their arrows, and after a brief interrogation, grudgingly permitted him to follow in the caravan's wake toward the next city. Duncan instinctively walked alongside the group of refugees. A few inquiries revealed that they were all fleeing the chaos of nearby conflicts, having heard that the Empire's army had suffered yet another defeat. The merchant caravan was also retreating, unaware that a local lord had betrayed them. Presently, the situation was a tangled mess, with the defeated soldiers wreaking havoc. It appears the Empire is on its last legs. Before Duncan could mingle with the refugees for further information, a sudden, piercing shriek shattered the air, followed by the alarmed reactions of the caravan guards. The pack animals began to cluster, goods piled on the outskirts, with people rushing inward, their expressions fraught with tension, already bracing for conflict. "It's the barbarians!" A voice nearby quaked with fear. Whoosh! An arrow struck, and one of the fleeing refugees fell to the ground, letting out a harrowing wail, prompting the others to scatter. Those with a semblance of awareness hurried toward the makeshift defense formed by the merchant carts, which were insufficient to create a complete barrier. The Empire's most loyal mercenaries, the barbarians. In recent years of relentless conflict, the Empire's few victories have been secured by these mercenaries, preserving the last flickers of glory for the waning empire. However, should their forces falter and become disarrayed, it would spell utter calamity. They were known to pillage and slaughter villages with a savagery that surpassed even that of enemy armies. Prepare for battle. Duncan felt his consciousness detach from his body, and in the next moment, he found himself viewing from a divine perspective, albeit this time numerous red dots flickered on either side, while the caravan guards were represented as blue dots. To his astonishment, amidst the formation of carts, a special yellow dot marked the presence of something unusual. Which neutral skull symbol? What on earth? Though he had suspected the existence of supernatural elements in this world when he first encountered the empty mana bar, he had not anticipated encountering such phenomena so soon. The which among the crowd was indistinct. Duncan, akin to a wild stallion, outpaced the other refugees, bolting into the protective semicircle of the caravan. A barrage of arrows descended. Half of those trailing the caravan fell in an instant. A few sturdy youths struggled to keep pace. One burly man, seeing his companion lagging and fall, turned to assist him, only to be struck by a lethal arrow that pierced his throat. The man he had intended to help let out a terrified scream, shoving his companion away and desperately scrambling into the caravan's defensive perimeter, leaving only the lifeless body of the other behind. That in chaotic times, one must not be a saint. Duncan instinctively recoiled, for that robust man had likely been a respected hunter among the refugees, possessing some skill, yet he had perished so swiftly. As for the terrified youth, he lay paralyzed on the ground, unable to rise. A series of grotesque howls echoed. From the woods flanking the road, more barbarian deserters emerged, their hair and beards wild, clad in animal skins, their bodies adorned with tattoos, some smeared with ash. Their eerie cries instilling fear among the onlookers. The Empire's most loyal mercenaries once again turned their blades against the Empire's civilians. Chapter 3. Harvesting heads. When the barbarian mercenaries suffer a defeat, they resort to plundering the subjects of the Empire to restore their morale. This has long been a tradition within the Empire. These barbarian troops must first engage in slaughter and pillage to regain their fighting spirit. If the military pay fails to arrive during wartime, they will directly massacre nearby villages and towns to gather the necessary supplies. For some high-ranking officials within the Empire, the barbarian forces may even appear to offer better value, as there are occasions when military pay is entirely avoided. These adversaries boast numerical superiority but lack the resolve for a direct assault. The merchant caravan's escorts possess a modicum of combat capability, and a frontal attack would likely incur significant casualties. The mounted escort leader shouted into the distance in the northern barbarian tongue, a language the caravan was familiar with due to their extensive travels. His message was essentially a demand for half of the goods, allowing the rest to escape unscathed. The barbarian stragglers, however, refused. A fierce-looking man, draped in bear hide, stepped forward and, with a deep voice, proclaimed, "Hand over all your valuables and women, and I shall let you go." It appeared that the keen-eyed scouts of the barbarians had spotted women within the caravan, inciting a restless stir among the barbarian warriors. The expressions of the caravan members wavered. Suddenly, a sharp arrow zipped through the air, striking down the nearest barbarian straggler, shattering the tense negotiations and igniting imminent conflict. Duncan observed closely. The arrow had seemingly materialized from the crowd without any visible archer, as if it had been conjured from thin air, eliminating any hope for a peaceful resolution. The act was executed by the witch, with only a handful of women present in the caravan. The demand for valuables and women had immediately resulted in the death of a barbarian straggler. Enraged, the barbarian forces launched their assault. They were likely remnants of a disbanded 100-man unit, numbering around 30, equipped in diverse armaments, starkly different from the Empire soldiers. Most wore leather armor, while some were bare-chested, wielding two-handed axes or swords, resembling a haphazard gathering of defeated troops. Yet, these individuals moved with astonishing speed. If the knight, who had previously circled around Duncan, possessed their swiftness, he would have long since perished. Their speed was akin to a 100-meter sprint. Were the barbarians truly endowed with such physical prowess? A direct charge from them would likely cause all but a few skilled mercenaries to crumble instantly. "Give me a war bow." Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan set aside his inferior hunting bow and reached for a northern war bow from a nearby escort. The merchant escort, momentarily taken aback, had no time to react before Duncan seized the bow. "Here, take this." He tossed the inferior hunting bow aside and quickly knocked an arrow, drawing the war bow taut. His current physique, enhanced through his transition, allowed him to fully draw the bowstring. As the crosshair on the projection interface swayed, drawing upon over a decade of gaming experience, Duncan aimed and locked onto his target despite lacking proficiency in archery. With a swift release, an arrow struck down a barbarian berserker at the forefront, the health bar momentarily flashing before vanishing, indicating a slightly longer lifespan than those encountered earlier, yet still within the realm of an ordinary man. As long as the aim remained calibrated, his skills were intact. This single shot astonished those on the battlefield, and the barbarian stragglers wore expressions of fear. The victim was likely one of their leaders or a warrior of higher standing, comparable to a noble knight of the empire. It was said that these high-ranking warriors, blessed by shamans, possessed vitality far exceeding that of ordinary men, making them exceedingly difficult to kill unless mortally wounded. In the empire's past conquests against the barbarians, they had even dared to charge directly at the imperial guards. One kill, Duncan methodically knocked another arrow, mindful of his stamina, as drawing a heavy bow was quite taxing. Perhaps due to his previous precision, the swaying crosshair stabilized significantly. Based on his gaming understanding, as archery skills improved, the aiming reticle would grow increasingly steady, ultimately transforming into a pinpoint crosshair. With mastery of archery, one could unleash a flurry of arrows, but in the absence of skill, one had to rely on personal dexterity and intuition for aiming. At present, rapid fire was out of the question. With a decisive release, another swift arrow soared, claiming the life of yet another barbarian warrior clad in bear hide. The barbarians, known for their aggressive charges and lax discipline, often suffered losses among their ranks due to their reckless fervor. Nonetheless, their fighting spirit remained high, as they revered dying on the battlefield as the mark of true warriors, while dying in bed was deemed an act of cowardice. Therefore, even if an officer fell, they would continue to fight, regrouping and returning to battle far better than the morale of the imperial army. However, losing 2 officers instilled a sense of trepidation among them. The stragglers had already faced a devastating defeat, and their morale was not particularly high to begin with. 1 arrow, 1 kill. This is terrifying. A sharpshooter. The escort leader's astonished expression revealed his surprise, and he positioned 2 guards beside Duncan, seemingly concerned for his safety against the barbarian archers. In localized skirmishes, the intimidation factor of a sharpshooter was immensely significant. Gradually, Duncan regained his composure, allowing him to take the lead. He would likely be trembling too much to draw the bow smoothly. Yet in the God-SI perspective interface, the spirit of 1 against 100 surged within him. I am a sharpshooter of Coradia, the champion of the arena, the fearless knight of the battlefield, the king of ashes. Duncan slightly elevated his aim and released, capitalizing on his current rhythm to eliminate as many as he could. The arrow arced gracefully, piercing through a chest, though it did not claim an immediate life. It was unlikely the foe would survive for long. The barbarian mercenaries typically donned little heavy armor, and the stragglers had discarded even more of their protective gear. A sharpshooter was truly a formidable adversary against lightly armored units. The barbarian territories were predominantly rugged mountains and dense forests, where the threat from archers was mitigated. They were unaccustomed to wearing heavy armor in wooded combat. Duncan's skill reached an unparalleled level, and he prepared to achieve a 5-kill streak. Suddenly, an arrow came hurtling towards him. In the God-SI view, he sensed the imminent threat from an enemy archer, yet before he could react, the arrow, seemingly encountering an unseen obstacle in the air, veered off course and harmlessly landed, striking the rear of a man slumped on the ground. He instantly wailed in terror, convinced he was doomed. The escort leader swiftly delivered a sharp slap, knocking out a tooth and nearly rendering the unfortunate soul unconscious. "Shut up." A blade was pressed against his throat, immediately silencing him. In the God-SI perspective, Duncan noticed a figure cloaked in a hood approaching him. Her silhouette was undeniably feminine, and she had just made a slight motion with her arm, causing the arrow aimed at him to deviate from its path. A witch. The previously yellow neutral emblem swiftly transformed into blue, even hinting at a shift toward green. Had she turned into an ally? Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan redirected his aim towards the barbarian archer. He recalled that defeating enemies could grant him their abilities. If he took down a couple of barbarian archers, he might even unlock an archery skill point. Fire at will. His instincts surged, and with a flurry of shots, 7 arrows flew forth, claiming 5 lives. 3 instantly perished, while 2 were gravely wounded and on the verge of death, single-handedly dismantling the offensive of the barbarian stragglers. The bear-clad leader of the disbanded forces retreated, fearful of the range of his prowess. In the God-SI perspective, Duncan's ability to secure kills was simply overwhelming. Their sole opportunity lay in launching a charge during the chaos among the merchant guards. Once the defensive formation was established, breaching it would be an impossibility. I never anticipated that after over a decade of gaming, I would find myself dominating the battlefield under such circumstances. From the vantage of a divine perspective, the boy, under the control of Duncan, exhibited a cold demeanor, resembling a merciless marksman, with only a hint of a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once he entered this godlike state, his corporeal form transformed into a seemingly mechanized harbinger of death. More crucially, the barbarian chief, clad in bare hide, feared that he too might fall victim to a fatal shot. Duncan's archery skills, while not exceptionally precise, were significantly enhanced by the divine perspective, coupled with a crosshair calibration that allowed him to disregard everything else. As long as he felt the rhythm of the bowstring and aimed correctly, a lethal shot was assured. Shooting an arrow himself and playing a game involving archery were two entirely different matters. They retreated. The guards of the merchant caravan cheered. Duncan knocked an arrow, aiming at an exceptionally long trajectory. The arrow soared through the air, traversing the entire battlefield, a distance of approximately 300 meters, landing perilously close to a fleeing barbarian. Although this range held little lethality, it was undeniably intimidating, prompting the barbarian to hasten his retreat into the forest. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Even the veiled which gazed in disbelief, surprised that Duncan could nearly hit a target from such a distance. Perhaps with a stronger bow, he might have felled another enemy. Still engaged in combat mode, Duncan maintained vigilance through the divine perspective, while the rest of the caravan began to mobilize. The guards flanked him, treating him as their linchpin for protection. The witch too kept her distance, seemingly safeguarding him as well. The merchant caravan, in a state of disarray, resumed its journey. The young man, struck in the posterior by an arrow, paid no heed to the corpse of his compatriot nearby, wailing for others to take him along. Ultimately, it was the chief guard who could no longer bear the sight, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him onto the mule cart. As for the arrow embedded in his backside, it was of no concern. Upon removal, he erupted into a chorus of cries. The enemy had not yet conceded defeat. Those fleeing barbarians lingered behind the caravan, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Duncan, controlling his body with a divine perspective, followed the caravan's movement, and after a shot aimed at the woods, the lingering barbarian forces finally retreated. They realized this marksman was akin to an eagle-eyed predator. They were terrified. If only his archery were more refined, and provided a steed to maintain distance, he could annihilate them single-handedly. With a calibration of the divine perspective more stable, Duncan was confident he could reap their lives. However, he was not inclined to take such risks at present. It was unnecessary to act in life-or-death situations. Forcing the enemy to retreat sufficed, and his strength would only grow with time. Archery mastery. You have acquired the combat skills of a proficient archer, familiar with conventional hunting bows, war bows, longbows, and other ranged weaponry. Your accuracy and rate of fire have improved. Decapitating strike. Barbarian berserkers excel in decapitating assaults, their fierce strikes capable of severing foes' heads, instilling additional fear and terror. Adrenaline surge. Unique ability. This peculiar ability of the barbarian berserkers, bestowed upon them through a shamanic blessing, allows them to enter a frenzied state in battle, causing their adrenaline to surge in a unique manner. When activated, it locks their stamina bar, significantly enhancing physical attributes, but leaves them weakened and fatigued afterward. The skills dropped this time were not plentiful. It seemed not every enemy yielded skills. Yet, in Duncan's combat bar, the basic strikes cleave and slash transformed into a pale blue frame, indicating that barbarian warriors excelled in these maneuvers. If all were to be mastered, would he be able to dispatch foes with a single stroke? Unique abilities? Indeed, this world harbors considerable supernatural forces. Duncan hoped to unlock a mana bar, at the very least to employ simple magical seals like a demon hunter. A mere blade felt insufficient. Even Gandalf could cast a dazzling light spell. The witch. At this moment, Duncan finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the witch mingling within the merchant caravan. Her visage obscured, yet her figure, clad in robes that could not conceal her form, was unmistakably that of a standard sorceress, with striking azure eyes that hinted at her considerable beauty. She seemed to possess little presence in the caravan, as others instinctively overlooked her. My emblem trembles. Despite his curiosity, Duncan exercised restraint. After all, she bore the skull insignia of a neutral entity. He must not falter. The place where Duncan settled was permeated with the scent of dung, with a nearby haystack where refugees had moved some to create makeshift bedding. The young man, having removed the arrowhead, sustained only a minor injury, and with simple bandaging. He was hardly affected. At that moment, he was eagerly assisting two refugees in preparing a resting place for Duncan, bowing and nodding like a sycophant. The entire village was eerily silent, with not a single sound from livestock. An old imperial tradition. The dung remained, but the cattle had vanished. Chapter 4. Night Raid? Counterattack. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Duncan suddenly awoke from a light slumber. In an instant, he grasped his Northerner war bow, slinging two quivers over his shoulder. Within the divine perspective, his consciousness transcended into an ethereal sea of control. Duncan was still uncertain of the triggers for entering combat mode. It seemed to activate when he became the target of an enemy, switching him to the divine perspective mode. As he moved, the witch, resting against the cart, opened her eyes, her azure gaze piercing through the darkness, locking onto Duncan's movements amidst the inky night. There had been little communication between them. The witch had disguised her identity, accompanying the caravan northward. Duncan could not directly expose her, lest he invite unnecessary troubles. He pretended to be captivated by her alluring figure beneath the robe, inadvertently casting more glances in her direction, not at her face, but rather at her bosom and legs. The original owner of this body had sought shortcuts, otherwise he would not have pursued the alluring tavern keeper next door. Thus, Duncan's pretense was at least 9/10 successful. The witch evidently believed Duncan was enchanted by her figure, assuming he was unaware of her true identity. While Duncan sought her belief in his ignorance to gradually engage with her and explore the supernatural forces of this world. It is entirely natural for a man to be drawn to a beautiful woman with an alluring figure. Once he familiarized himself further, Duncan could attempt to initiate conversation. But first, he needed to resolve the impending trouble. Approaching the caravan, he stealthily made his way toward the chief guard, who, alert, immediately rose and called out, "Who goes there?" Around him, several caravan guards awakened, swiftly placing their hands upon their sword hilts. These men were seasoned veterans, classified as mercenary soldiers in the imperial ranks. The barbarians were upon them. Duncan uttered a single phrase before disappearing into the night. The time was approximately 2 in the morning. The night sky engulfed everything in darkness, rendering the surroundings nearly invisible, and many in this era suffered from night blindness. The guard chief promptly instructed the others to remain vigilant. But when he looked up for Duncan, the marksman had already vanished without a trace. What can he see in such darkness? The guard chief's expression was filled with worry and tension, not merely in terms of sight. With a mere thought, Duncan's consciousness adjusted the brightness and clarity of the projected scene, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from daylight. It was still those barbarian remnants. They appeared undeterred, stealthily advancing under the cover of night, having infiltrated the woods ahead, seemingly preparing for a nocturnal assault. Could it be that I inadvertently eliminated a significant figure during the day? Might their leader seek vengeance? Under normal circumstances, having suffered once, they would have no reason to return, although the convoy carried considerable goods. The combat prowess of this band of disheartened soldiers would suffice to plunder the nearby villages and towns with ample rewards. During the day, 2 foes clad in bear pelts confronted me. One was shot through the head, while the other fled swiftly. In a lush and verdant forest, the band of barbarian deserters split into 2 groups. One team aimed to circle southward for a night raid on the convoy, while the other intended to strike from behind in the chaos. They sought to overwhelm and eliminate that skilled archer. As night descended, his archery would undoubtedly be hindered. The barbarian chief's expression was one of ferocity, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. His comrade had been slain by Duncan in broad daylight, and he felt compelled to avenge this affront, determined to sever the head of that southern interloper to cleanse his dishonor. The barbarian mercenaries regarded plundering the Empire's lands as part of their reward, and the Empire's elite tacitly condoned it. This recent defeat had severely tarnished his reputation. Should he retreat in shame, he would struggle to maintain control over the unruly barbarian warriors beneath him. A night assault was underway. Regular troops aimed to ambush a mercenary escorting a trade caravan. A single wave would suffice to decimate them. Duncan stealthily traversed the darkness, viewing the entire battlefield from a divine perspective, marking the enemy unit adorned with a star. The effective range of a northern warbow was approximately 150 meters. Calculating the distance, Duncan drew an arrow, sought a slightly elevated hillock, and aimed at the enemy's likely path, a dirt slope beside a small irrigation ditch they would need to traverse, or else wade through a minor waterway. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. Whoosh! Having mastered his archery skills, Duncan's aim became increasingly steady, exhibiting minimal deviation. His line of sight spanned the battlefield, even allowing him to discern the peculiar red pigment smeared on the foreheads of the barbarians. Thud! A barbarian deserter fell, shot through the head. With his newfound skill, Duncan's shooting speed markedly increased, and with his aim stabilizing, he could effortlessly target the enemy's vital areas. The knight served as his greatest ally. Duncan deliberately waited for them to cross the river before releasing his arrow. He quickly knocked another, aiming at the marked unit draped in bearskin. However, just as his arrow was loosed, an enemy fortuitously intercepted it, struck in the ribs, and letting out a muffled cry of pain. By daylight, they would have certainly discerned Duncan's hiding place, but in the pitch-black night, under the cover of darkness they had chosen, they were at a disadvantage. Duncan rose calmly, moving deliberately as he shot, releasing arrow after arrow, not striving for a single fatal shot, merely seeking to strike true. In the darkness, the barbarian deserters could only hear the whistling of arrows, followed by their comrades collapsing around them. Soon, they were utterly demoralized. The legendary archer, it is that famed marksman. He has spotted us. He can see us. Even the finest forest hunters north of Alpine Mountain could not hope to achieve such accuracy in this inky blackness, and the barbarian deserters were engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Yet, Duncan found their noise bothersome. For anyone familiar with hack-and-slash games, when enemies cluster in a single location, precise aiming is unnecessary. One can simply rain arrows upon the throng, where sheer rate of fire becomes crucial, rendering everything else trivial. With a general direction established, a single archer could fell dozens of foes. The barbarian deserters were utterly bewildered by the onslaught. Duncan quickened his pace. He realized that with his current archery skills, remaining stationary to stabilize his aim was essential. Any movement resulted in erratic shots and diminished accuracy. Shooting from a fixed position should have become second nature. Moving and shooting, however, revealed significant room for improvement in his archery technique. Mounted archery would likely produce even more erratic results. Duncan had but one target: to eliminate the marked barbarian leader, that berserker clad in bearskin. Without his demise, this matter would remain unresolved. Yet, it seemed he had prepared for such an encounter, donning a piece of reinforced armor and a bearskin helmet. No matter, if one arrow could not fell him, he would simply unleash more. For many seasoned players, engaging a troop of 30 or 40 with nothing but a horse, a spear, and a bow is a routine affair, especially when one possesses a divine perspective. The barbarian leader could not escape Duncan's line of sight. One arrow, whoosh, with a sound of slicing air. The barbarian leader emitted a low grunt as an arrow struck his abdomen. Yet, it was of little concern as his health bar appeared, only diminishing by a sixth. This individual possessed nearly double Duncan's health, a first for him to encounter such resilience. As if guided by an unseen force, the barbarian leader suddenly discerned Duncan's position within the enveloping darkness, a blurred silhouette. The distance between them was approximately 100 meters. From his current location, he could reach the forest in 50, where hitting him would become exceedingly difficult. However, to pursue Duncan would require a sprint of 100 meters. Not an easy feat on the uneven countryside path. Yet, once the target was close enough, even without weapons, the barbarian leader was confident he could crush that marksman with his bare hands. Roar! From Duncan's divine perspective, the marked barbarian leader suddenly glimmered with a red light. His speed surged. Was it an adrenaline rush? A state of barbaric frenzy? The distance closed rapidly. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. His position now locked onto Duncan. In the realm of consciousness, Duncan decisively activated his adrenaline surge skill. This unique ability clearly favored close combat. However, upon activation, his character underwent a remarkable transformation. His pupils constricted, and his draw speed increased dramatically, achieving a steady aim with minimal movement. The adrenaline surge was a comprehensive enhancement, not limited to strength, agility, and speed, but also improving bodily coordination and focus. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Duncan's draw strength was formidable, raising questions about whether the bowstring would hold. Yet, his body's coordination perfectly harnessed the limits of the war bow, each arrow released with astonishing lethality. Thud, thud, thud. The barbarian leader, at that moment, resembled a raging beast, barreling toward Duncan amidst a hail of arrows, moving swiftly while evading some shots. Thud! When he finally reached Duncan, this towering giant, nearly 2 meters tall, collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his bare skin, 5 or 6 arrows embedded in his chest. Duncan drew an arrow, his expression impassive as he aimed for the enemy's head. Crack! The bowstring snapped. The northern war bow had finally broken. Without hesitation, Duncan grasped his flanged axe from his belt and delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's skull. The head exploded. The health bar vanished entirely. This foe had astonishing vitality. Target eliminated. Duncan withdrew, not pausing to inspect the corpse, but retreated towards the convoy, for reinvigorated barbarian deserters were racing towards him. A resounding victory. In this daring assault, he had dispatched the barbarian leader, slain 5 or 6 others, and wounded many more. The enemy's combat capability was effectively nullified. With the leader's demise, the remaining barbarian deserters scattered. The mercenary guards of the trade caravan dared not act recklessly, waiting until dawn broke before cautiously venturing forth to survey the battlefield. Upon returning, the mercenaries gazed at DNGKN as if he were a deity. The combat prowess of the Empire's barbarian mercenaries is renowned. A mere 100-man unit can shatter the ranks of several hundred Imperial soldiers. DNGKN alone had vanquished such numbers, albeit they were demoralized routs. Yet they were regular troops of the barbarians, an unimaginable feat for them. Indeed, the barbarian warriors are formidable. Their endurance surpasses that of the Empire's knights. DNGKN sat expressionless beside the cart, consuming his sustenance, acutely aware of the witch's gaze, occasionally feigning indifference towards him. The robust barbarian warriors endure harsh conditions. Their physiques honed far beyond that of ordinary men. Mastery of archery. Your archery skills have reached a level comparable to that of the barbarian forest hunters, significantly enhancing accuracy and firing speed, augmenting mobile shooting, and further strengthening hunting traits. Frenzy. Unique ability. A branch of adrenaline surge that greatly amplifies strength and constitution, allowing survival from non-lethal wounds during its duration, followed by a state of severe weakness and exhaustion. The additional negative state is fury. The spoils of battle are considerable. It appears that the abilities he can seize are those possessed by the barbarian warriors. What the enemy lacks, he cannot acquire. Frenzy and adrenaline surge can only be activated one at a time. Upon its cessation, he felt as though he had been drained entirely, utterly fatigued and weakened. This unique ability should not be activated lightly, as its use would reduce his combat effectiveness by at least half. When DNGKN rose, his arms trembled slightly. No wonder the barbarian berserkers on the Imperial battlefield could only fight once before becoming utterly exhausted. Other foundational combat techniques showed slight improvements, though they were hardly notable. The weapons of the barbarian warriors are primarily axes and swords, with foundational techniques corresponding to the weapons employed: slashes, chops, thrusts, cuts, blocks, and so forth. The barbarian warriors' training focuses on broad, sweeping strikes. Overly intricate foundational techniques do not align with their combat style. The foundational techniques are universally applicable. The thrust technique, when wielding swords or spears, performs similarly. I have grasped how to utilize the combat techniques. Thrust. After years of using a spear, does switching to a sword negate my ability to thrust? The same principle applies. Can I not strike with a sword just because I am using an axe? As for the beheading combat technique, it is a combination skill that applies regardless of the weapon, whether sword, spear, or axe. Anything capable of decapitation can trigger it, and its efficacy primarily hinges on the foundational skills of slashing and chopping. The caravan soon resumed its journey. However, this time, DNGKN took a seat in a cart, as his combat expenditure had been substantial. There were no traders, otherwise, would there be some imperial jest? Chapter 5. Dimensional space. DNGKN had traversed for 2 days. As a member of the Imperial Lowborn, he had yet to encounter the Empire's foes and instead had clashed with the Imperial routes. The cart jolted. In an adjacent cart, The youth who had been struck by an arrow yesterday lay groaning, his name oddly being Armgian. Lowborns in the Empire lack surnames. Possessing one indicates an ancestor of note. This fellow is a minor character, yet DNGK gleaned much useful information from him. As for RMGN's identity, he is a lowborn, a mere lackey and broker, mingling in the shadows of society, living by flattering and entertaining others, akin to a modern-day sycophant. However, such individuals are indeed well-informed. His previous town, BKN, was ravaged by rebels, and RMGN was among the few who escaped alive. He is adept at reading the room. When DNGK's gaze fell upon him, he immediately raised his head, awkwardly propped up on the cart as cargo, hands gripping the framework to avoid falling, forcing a wrinkled, sycophantic smile. His grin bore a resemblance to a younger version of Captain G, being rather unattractive and lewd. A quintessentially simian visage. Yesterday, he had been bleeding profusely from his rear, yet stubbornly crawled to steal straw from the villagers to provide DNGKN with a makeshift resting place, all while adopting the posture of a devoted lackey. Clearly, he regarded DNGKN as a lifeline to escape his dire situation. His last patron was a hunter among the refugees, who, upon showing compassion during their flight, was shot dead by a barbarian hunter. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, this fellow fled faster than a rabbit. Such individuals can be useful, yet they are untrustworthy. No one holds him in esteem here. When DNGKN inquired for information, he was taken aback and immediately assumed the role of a sycophant. The morning swiftly passed. DNGKN's state of fatigue gradually dissipated. The side effects lingered for a considerable duration, roughly around 10 hours. Must I be in a battle state to access the divine perspective? Is it unachievable otherwise? It feels quite safe now, and he pondered his unique ability. If he could access the divine perspective at will, the possibilities would be boundless. Exiting the game? Useless. System? Switch perspectives? Still ineffective. Perhaps meditation? DNGKN sat cross-legged, attempting to empty his mind, and as his consciousness fell into tranquility, he entered a void of mental stillness. In the projection before him, a young man with black hair sat quietly, his expression serene as if lost in contemplation. He succeeded. Previously, he had only entered this state during battle, and he had not taken the time to examine this void thoroughly. Now, it appeared he was adrift in the cosmos, the backdrop a serene nebula of stars. Surrounding him was emptiness, with only the projection present. He was not a corporeal entity, but rather a spirit closer to the void. In the divine perspective, all nearby beings were marked. Even the wild hare by the roadside had a small identifier. The witch was marked as neutral unit, with a skull symbol. The caravan's guards bore blue markings, with only the captain adorned by a star, designated as a mercenary soldier. Since this is a game interface, can I exit? A sudden thought struck DNGKN. With a mental command, the projection began to shift. Will you retreat? Can I truly exit? However, it seems not to be an exit from the divine perspective, but rather a different method of withdrawal from the game. A line of text gradually emerged. Retreat in practice. You will sever your link with the corporeal being, unable to re-enter the material realm through this form. The corporeal being will replicate a persona based on your current character experience, and it will no longer gain any additional ability enhancements. The dimensional space will switch to observer mode, and your consciousness will temporarily fall into slumber until energy is fully restored, at which point you will capture the next suitable corporeal being. Law of causality, practice settlement. After your escape, you opened a general store in a northern city. During your subsequent journey, you displayed no further unique traits, leading the witch T. Lees to gradually lose interest in you. A year later, amid the barbarian uprising, the northern front of the empire fell entirely, and your city was not spared. Amidst the flames of war, you lost everything you possessed. To rise again, you joined the Imperial Army. 3 months later, your unit encountered the elite cavalry of the Huns, leading to a catastrophic defeat. You narrowly escaped, but were gravely injured. Soon, the Empire abandoned you, leaving you without a single penny in compensation. Before long, you became a beggar. Without a source of income, your body grew increasingly frail, with past injuries continuously tormenting you. Ultimately, a year later, you perished in the grip of a brutal winter storm. Damn it, a beggar's fate? Crippled? Dying of illness? I fought for the Empire. I bled for the Empire. And this is the conclusion? After Duncan calmed down, he quickly realized that his situation was not a conventional traversal. The body he controlled was merely a vessel in the mortal realm. The true realm he had traversed was this peculiar dimensional space. If he were to completely withdraw, he would sever the link with this mortal vessel. As for how long he would need to slumber in observer mode, that remained uncertain. Perhaps he might never awaken, for he was still merely the soul of a mortal. This dismal conclusion was utterly unacceptable to him. He did not aspire to be a king or a conqueror. At the very least, he wished to be a lord of a domain, or at the very least, a noble merchant. A beggar? That was an impossibility. He would never stoop to being a beggar in this lifetime, even if he were to perish on the battlefield, struck down by a barrage of arrows or ravaged by blades. He could never become a beggar. A man must strive for wealth and honor upon the battlefield. He would fight until the last moment. Duncan once again assumed his first-person perspective, entering the consciousness of this mortal vessel, a 19-year-old orphan whose relatives had been slain by the Empire's routing soldiers. This escape was not the end. His legendary journey was just beginning. Duncan flexed his limbs and took up the northern war bow, aiming at a crow perched on a tree branch by the roadside. There must be corpses nearby, attracting scavengers like the crow. He had exchanged spoils from the barbarian soldiers for this northern war bow and a spare bowstring from the caravan guard. Although his external abilities granted him a god's-eye view of the game, true combat adhered to the fundamental laws of physics. Blades would dull, strings would snap, gear would wear out, and injuries could lead to permanent disability. All were bound by the fragility of life. He faced life head-on, with no alternative. The bruises on his face still throbbed. He could not afford to sustain any injuries. A single misstep could render him incapacitated. After all, this world was real. It was not merely a game. Duncan aimed at the crow for a moment before lowering the northern war bow, appearing to ponder. He would not activate the god's eye view. His archery skills were akin to those of an ordinary archer, unlikely to surpass the norm. This meant that, in first-person perspective, his melee prowess was roughly equivalent to that of an imperial foot soldier, while his archery approached that of a barbarian forest hunter. Interpreting it through the lens of the game, the barbarian forest hunter represented a slightly superior archer unit. Only through the god's eye view could he unleash extraordinary capabilities, applying his gaming skills directly to reality, achieving remarkable feats. The most pressing matter was to enhance his strength. In chaotic times, human lives held less value than that of dogs. Since he could seize the abilities of his enemies, his growth should be swift. After 3 battles, he was now akin to a seasoned veteran. Duncan's greatest concern in this world was the supernatural forces at play. Though it seemed a low-magic world overall, there was a witch marked with a skull in the caravan, and the barbarian leader he encountered could enter a berserk state, charging at him despite being pierced by arrows. Duncan had observed clearly. The opponent's lungs had been shot through, yet he still managed to charge an additional 30 meters. Apart from that mysterious witch, all others he encountered were mere, fragile mortals. The barbarian chief was slightly more challenging to kill, but still manageable. He too was a fragile mortal. The punch he had received would take at least a week to heal. In this scenario, killing was easy, but he was equally vulnerable to being killed. A commotion arose ahead in the caravan. A guard approached, riding a horse, leaning slightly forward with a respectful expression, saying, "The road ahead is blocked by a fallen tree. There are corpses nearby." Duncan leapt down from the wagon without entering a combat state, catching a whiff of the stench of decay from afar. There were over 10 corpses nearby, some already pecked beyond recognition by crows. This was likely the work of routing soldiers. The composed and experienced guard captain halted his horse. Duncan surveyed the surroundings and said in a low voice, "Clear the area and move quickly." He crouched beside a corpse, noticing gnawing marks that appeared to be left by some large animal. Yet the bite marks bore a resemblance to human teeth. These individuals had not been dead long, but the degree of decomposition was significant, suggesting something had accelerated the process. Something was amiss. The caravan managed to shift the fallen tree, and after a delay of half an hour, they resumed their journey. It was not until they had traveled over 10 miles that Duncan began to relax slightly. After crossing a mountain, the guard captain ordered a brief rest, while Duncan took 2 riders to scout the surroundings. Most of the caravan was composed of mules and horses, with only a few elite guards riding travel horses, which were somewhat more distinguished mounts. The Empire lacked horses, and ordinary people could not acquire true war horses. "What are you doing?" a gentle female voice inquired. Duncan looked up to see a pair of azure eyes and an impressive figure. The gray robe she wore failing to conceal her exquisite curves, yet the others nearby seemed oblivious, which was rather uncharacteristic for men. It was the witch. Duncan had not found an opportunity to speak with her, yet she approached him, offering a clay pot filled with clear water. "Thank you," Duncan said naturally as he accepted it. He noticed her curious gaze and set down a small piece of parchment, calmly stating, "Count the heads. 3 were killed in the village. 5 when encountering the caravan. Last night, during the barbarian raid, I killed approximately 7. In total, that makes 15. He was uncertain how many he needed to kill to truly adapt to this world. However, he would no longer hesitate to take lives. The witch fell silent for a moment, gazing at him intently. "Are you from Balan village?" the witch asked tentatively. Hearing this, Duncan narrowed his eyes slightly. The original owner of this body came from a very small village with a population of merely dozens, yet she knew of it. He nodded expressionlessly. "Yes." The witch hesitated. "What about the others in the village?" Duncan's voice was hoarse. "They are all dead. The routing soldiers slaughtered the village. I'm the only one who survived." The witch's gaze carried a hint of sympathy, and after a quiet apology, she turned to leave. In his childhood, an old hunter from the village had mentioned that beyond the mountains, deep within a dense forest, there was a treehouse inhabited by a forest fairy. She had once tended to an injured and lost hunter and guided him out of that primordial forest. If the legendary forest fairy were indeed the witch before him, then she must have lived for over 100 years. The original owner had never believed such tales. He dismissed them as mere stories told by village elders to amuse children. If she truly was the legendary forest witch, why had she chosen to leave? Surely it could not be to escape the ravages of war? Duncan was unaware of the witch's true strength, but he had heard rumors in the empire of young and beautiful girls being burned as witches. The witch hunt had a history spanning almost several decades within the empire. There were even accounts of an emperor who had allegedly been poisoned by a witch. Witches were powerful individuals with supernatural abilities, yet they were also vulnerable to death. Based on Duncan's speculation, while witches possessed some peculiar supernatural powers, they likely were not strong enough to be inhuman. Otherwise, they would not be pursued by the church. Enter combat mode. Suddenly, Duncan's consciousness faded into the void, and in the next moment he saw the boundaries of the god's eye view manifest 2 blue markers. Following closely were several scattered red markers. After fleeing for 2 days, akin finally spotted the empire's foes, who appeared somewhat reminiscent of semi-nomadic tribes. Chapter 6. The Escape. Horseback archery with light cavalry. Akin, observing from a divine perspective, beheld the gravely wounded captain of the guards, arrows protruding from his back, though fortunately, his armor had absorbed most of the damage. Another guard from the merchant caravan had been struck in the shoulder, significantly impairing his ability to ride. Their steeds, inferior to the light cavalry steppe horses, were on the verge of being overtaken by the enemy. 1 dead and 2 wounded. The pursuing light cavalry readied their composite bows, expertly in knocking arrows on horseback, unleashing a rain of projectiles. 1 arrow struck a horse's leg, causing the merchant guard to be violently thrown off. In such circumstances, a fall would likely result in his demise. Indeed, the fallen merchant guard struggled to rise, but one of the light cavalry had already raised a light lance. The lance charge, the enemy's lances crafted from hardwood, measured approximately 2 meters in length, with a slot at the tip secured by nails to prevent it from becoming lodged in a body, and equipped with wings to facilitate withdrawal. Thud! Blood splattered. The merchant guard fell lifeless, the force of the charging horse rendering his armor nearly as fragile as paper. The blue unit marked at the map's edge was instantly reduced to but 1. Such formidable combat prowess. The enemy's mounted archers continued their pursuit as the captain of the guards slumped onto his horse, seemingly unable to bear his injuries any longer. What had transpired at the Empire's borders? Why did it seem like a complete rout? Akin promptly seized the northern battle bow and mounted his horse. The original owner had no knowledge of horsemanship, and he himself had not been formally trained in the past. He chose a docile nag, suitable for an ordinary rider, but lacking in combat capability, as it could not run swiftly, being a hybrid of a nag and a mule. The other guards, quick to react, immediately followed suit upon witnessing Akin's sudden movement. After several skirmishes, the others had already regarded him as the backbone of their team. Over by the convoy, the witch also halted, her expression growing increasingly grave. Her lips moved slightly. In the next moment, a black crow perched on a nearby treetop took flight, heading directly towards the site of the battle. However, the akin remained wholly focused on the battlefield, oblivious to the witch's subtle actions. The mounted archers appeared to be the elite among the light cavalry, indicating they were not mere ordinary horsemen, but possessed commendable close combat abilities. At this moment, several hundred meters away, he could see the guard captain's silhouette, half leaning, relying on the stirrups to maintain his balance, as if he might tumble from his horse at any moment. The other merchant guards, witnessing this, spurred their horses forward to assist, leaving akin behind. He rode a small nag that could barely keep pace and dared not gallop, for without proper horsemanship, he risked falling and severely injuring himself. The distance gradually closed. The pursuing light cavalry also spotted their enemies and began to slow their horses, waiting for reinforcements. Some drew their bows and aimed, releasing a long-range shot, but it missed its target. The accuracy of mounted archery was rather lackluster, as it was difficult for a people not accustomed to riding from a young age to produce exceptional mounted archers. From the divine perspective, akin's aiming reticle trembled as though in an earthquake, and even his skills could not compensate for the instability while galloping. Thus he dismounted, knocking an arrow while remaining still to lock onto his target. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, striking the horse's head. The barbarian stragglers he had dispatched the previous day had significantly improved his archery skills. While shooting from a stationary position, his aim had become quite steady. To strike the rider, one must first strike the horse. The enemy's steed cried out in agony, and the light cavalryman was thrown off, trampled underfoot. Though he did not die immediately, he was evidently gravely injured and struggled to rise, his right leg now limping. Whoosh! akin calmly knocked another arrow, the second shot hitting the enemy's left shoulder, causing the adversary to collapse in pain, seemingly awaiting rescue from his companions. Thud! But at that moment, akin's third arrow was already in flight, and with the divine perspective aiding him, he struck the enemy's collarbone, the arrow piercing through his neck, plunging the foe into a state of near death. Could he still fight? Akin felt a slight tension, abandoning his horse. He darted into the small grove by the roadside. Given his lack of riding skills, engaging in direct combat against cavalry would almost certainly lead to his demise. He could neither outrun them nor outshoot them. Lacking any foundation in mounted archery, he did not believe he could defeat a small squad of lightly armed mounted archers. It was better to hide in the thicket and launch surprise attacks. As long as the merchant guards could hold them at bay with his current archery skills, he might be able to turn the tide. At that moment, the guards had reached the gravely injured captain. A burly guard retrieved a short crossbow from his waist, swiftly loading a bolt and aiming. However, he did not pull the trigger, as the crossbow lacked the necessary range. The other guards raised their shields. The small round shields offered limited coverage, protecting only vital areas. Their combat skills were comparable to those of the Empire's light cavalry, with the sole distinction being their ability to ride. The enemy drew back and released a volley of arrows. If assessed according to mounted combat skills, these archers would possess a riding proficiency of at least 150, a formidable adversary indeed. The akin, having entered the grove, began to seek an opportunity. The effective range of the northern battle bow was inferior to that of a longbow. He had no confidence in achieving a one-shot kill, so the first step to obtaining results was undoubtedly to target the horses. Once the enemy fell from their mounts, he would have the chance for a decisive strike. Whoosh! Amid the brief skirmish, akin finally found his opportunity. He had no energy to focus on the battle of the merchant guards. As an enemy light cavalryman entered his range, he immediately aimed at the horse. The target of a horse was significantly larger, making it easier for him to achieve a hit with his current archery skills. Amidst a chorus of neighs, the light cavalryman's steed cried out in anguish. Yet the rider did not fall. Sensing something amiss, he turned to retreat while calling for nearby companions in the steppe tongue. Akin showed no hesitation, swiftly shooting another arrow that killed the horse. With his current archery skills, he could maintain a rate of fire of approximately 1.5 seconds per shot, but his stamina was depleting rapidly, recovering slower than it was consumed. After firing 2 or 3 dozen shots, his stamina would likely be nearly exhausted. The enemy fell. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape Akin's range on foot, and galloping through the open terrain left him no room for evasion. Akin, elevated above, released 3 arrows in quick succession, directly killing his target. But soon he had to flee. The light cavalrymen engaged with the merchant guards immediately split into 2, one drawing a bow, the other wielding a lance, flanking towards the small grove by the roadside. Without the divine perspective, Akin would have been caught in a pincer movement. Taking a deep breath, Akin felt a slight tension. He retreated deeper into the thicket while drawing the flail from his belt. Hit! Thud! Aiming with the flail was far more challenging. Yet Akin managed to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, knocking him off his horse. Whoosh! The bowstring thrummed. Another enemy had already discovered Akin's position, swiftly knocking an arrow and shooting. The arrow flew through the air, aiming for Akin's back. While it was unlikely that the light armor he wore would result in immediate death, sustaining serious injury was certainly a possibility. Only those clad in heavy armor could withstand more than a dozen arrows and continue fighting. A gentle breeze rustled through, reminiscent of cicadas buzzing, as the arrow aimed at Akin and suddenly veered slightly, striking the tree trunk beside him. From a divine perspective, the mark representing the witch had already entered the grove. Without hesitation, Duncan drew his bow at a distance of 60 meters, aimed at the enemy's head, and decisively shattered the target's skull. Strange cries echoed from afar. The light cavalry engaged in combat with the merchant caravan's guards immediately retreated. By the time Duncan emerged from the grove, the enemy was gradually vacating the battlefield. Their will to fight was low. After suffering losses, they retreated promptly. Had the battle continued, it was likely that the guards would have faced total annihilation, and Duncan would have had to flee alone, relying on the dense wilderness to evade the enemy's pursuit. Yet, if the enemy dared to chase him into the forest, he would feel no fear. The witch had vanished. Meanwhile, the retreating light cavalry regrouped, communicating in a dialect reminiscent of Persian. Why retreat? We could surely overpower them. One rider complained angrily. The captain, expressionless, replied indifferently. They are merely merchant guards. What benefit is there in defeating them? Do not forget our mission. When we previously encountered 3 riders, they mistook us for imperial messengers, believing them easy prey, only to find themselves facing formidable resistance and suffering significant losses. If we were to engage further, we would likely incur even greater casualties. As they spoke, suddenly a dark crow swept through the air, startling the captain's warhorse, which began to rear and neigh wildly. Before the captain could rein it in, the horse bolted towards the riverbank. In mere moments, the frantic steed threw its rider off, dragging him several meters, leaving a trail of blood, before crushing his skull with a hoof and galloping into the river. The shocking scene left the surrounding rangers in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Outside the caravan, the witch paused, tilting her ear as she listened intently. Amidst the cawing of the crow, a seductive smile crept across her lips, and she swiftly blended back into the group. Having disengaged from combat, Duncan led a step horse out of the grove, his expression grave as he gazed at the wounded guard captain, who was struggling to treat his injuries. He spoke in a low voice, "We must hurry, otherwise we may not be able to leave." The guard captain opened his eyes with great effort, his voice hoarse. "You mean they're scouts?" Duncan asserted firmly. "In less than a day, the enemy's cavalry will likely come upon us. A small contingent of elite light cavalry has infiltrated behind enemy lines. If this is not reconnaissance, what is? It is possible that soon many Imperial stragglers will retreat here, and the enemy intends to intercept them, intending to wipe them out completely." Duncan could not ascertain the battlefield situation from the limited information available. However, based on his experiences over the past 2 days, it seemed the Imperial army had suffered a significant defeat, and perhaps several border provinces would fall. The Empire, vast in territory, was gradually disintegrating. The rebellion of the savages and their invasions had left the Imperial legions in a state of decay, the once glorious eagle standard now a mere ornament, with the last vestiges of battlefield prestige propped up by mercenaries. This empire seemed destined for ruin. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan resolutely declared, "Throw away all the cargo. Everyone must board the carts and travel through the night to escape the border and head towards the northern cities." He then lowered his gaze to the guard captain, the true decision-maker of the caravan. If he disagreed, Duncan would ride alone, perhaps asking the enigmatic witch if she wished to accompany him. However, that would expose their intentions, and the witch would undoubtedly catch on. In such dire circumstances, he could only speak plainly. If it came to it, they would part ways on the open road. Duncan had no personal ties to them. This was already the limit of his involvement. In war, the power of the individual is painfully insignificant. He did not wish to become embroiled in the chaos of conflict. The guard captain pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Throw away the cargo. Everyone must travel through the night." His decisive stance caused Duncan to regard him with newfound respect. As war loomed, sacrifices must be made. As long as they remained alive, there would always be opportunities for resurgence. To perish amidst the chaos of battle would leave them with nothing. In these times, the slaughter of cities and the annihilation of strongholds had become commonplace. With the captain's resolve, Duncan decided to continue journeying with them. However, he now rode alone, ready to retreat at any moment should circumstances demand it. Until he was sufficiently powerful, his priority was to remain hidden. He could not afford to act recklessly before facing 100 foes. Given his current rate of improvement in combat skills, 100 enemies would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Mastering supernatural powers would further enhance his capabilities. Chapter 7. The Forest Enchantress. The twilight of a bygone era as night deepened. An abrupt rustling echoed through the dense woods, followed by the appearance of a towering figure clad in a gray cloak, wearing light gray-studded leather armor, brown arm guards, and black fingerless gloves, with a belt around his waist and gray leather trousers. Beneath his hood were cold, merciless eyes. When he squinted, his pupils transformed, resembling those of a cat. Yet closer to the legendary dragoness eye, this formidable figure seemed to possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. And at his waist hung a pouch seeping dark red liquid, which appeared to be a severed head. The essence of sorcery lingered in the air. Drawing his long sword, the figure crouched to examine the corpse on the ground, his expression one of astonishment. A single strike? A flan-throwing axe? An experienced hand. He rummaged through the ranger's body and produced a bag containing food resembling barley flour. He sampled a pinch, quickly consuming half with water, before emerging from the woods and sprinting along the rural path, his agility far surpassing that of any savage berserker, instinctively avoiding obstacles along the way. As he ran, this lithe figure came to a halt near a gathering of crows, placing his hand on the sword hilt, warily scanning the surroundings before crouching as if searching for something. However, he appeared to find nothing. Unwilling to give up, he removed the pouch from his waist and produced a grotesque head covered in black, spiky hairs. He struck the head open with his sword, extracting a small lump of dark yellow substance resembling grease, before mixing and consuming it from a few vials. His eyes transforming into vertical dragon-like pupils, tracking invisible traces that led him to the riverbank. The Crow Queen, Tellis. The figure swiftly turned his gaze towards a group of crows perched in the treetops nearby, his expression grave as he murmured, "I did not expect to trace back to one of the founders of the witch-esque gathering." The ground trembled slightly, and the distant sound of galloping horses echoed, suggesting there were hundreds of riders. The formidable figure hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to retreat. Despite his remarkable personal strength, he was no match for an army. While he could easily handle 3 or 5 ordinary warriors, 10 would pose a challenge, and encountering a well-organized group of soldiers could very well lead to his demise. Confronted by hundreds of cavalry, one could be trampled into a mere puddle of flesh. The moon ascended, its hue a pale crimson, foreboding. The caravan, forsaking their cargo, hastened through the night and finally reached a resting point just before the enveloping darkness rendered further travel impossible. Duncan remained vigilant, feigning slumber, as the group rested for merely 3 hours before setting out again at the break of dawn. Among the wounded, some had succumbed to unconsciousness, their breaths faint as they lay in the cart, uncertain how much longer they could endure. At last, in the afternoon of the following day, the caravan glimpsed a small town from afar. Upon inquiry, they learned they had arrived in the northern province of Pannonia. For Duncan, it had only been 3 days of fleeing, yet for the other refugees within the caravan, it had been an arduous 5 days, prompting many to weep in relief at their survival. The guards escorted their leader into the town, urgently seeking a healer for treatment. Some wounds had merely been superficially bandaged, but now they had festered and oozed. The guard leader was gravely injured, having lost a significant amount of blood, If not treated promptly, he might soon succumb. Following the empire's conquest of the northern tribes, it had assimilated elements of their cultural traditions. The herbalists of the north were unparalleled within the empire, their medical expertise surpassing that of other regions, as their lineage traced back to the Celtic priests, the legendary Druids. Though the Celtic tribes had waned, particularly in the Gaul region where most had been thoroughly assimilated by the empire, their herbal knowledge had endured through the guise of medical practice. Presently, the term barbarian within the empire predominantly referred to the Germans. The Western Germans had long been subdued and had formed a ruling coalition of 5 major tribes, whereas the northern Germans settled in the frigid territories, frequently raiding the empire's borders. Furthermore, numerous tribal factions existed, with the empire's cultural arrogance dismissing most neighboring tribes as uncivilized. Currently, the most formidable barbarian mercenaries were the Franks. During the empire's zenith, it had mobilized 36 legions, nearly 300,000 troops, to wage wars of conquest against the surrounding barbarians, with those assimilated into the empire largely doing so during that period. Under the reign of Constantine I, a significant influx of barbarians had occurred within the empire, gradually becoming the backbone of the military, this segment of barbarians having been assimilated into the core of the army. Today, most capable legions were led by barbarian commanders. The empire's legitimacy lay with the barbarians. Over the course of centuries, widespread corruption from top to bottom had rendered the empire increasingly feeble. It had long since lost the ambition and valor that once enabled it to conquer the continent. It seemed likely that this place was a parallel universe of Earth. Upon entering the town, Duncan immediately spotted the cross of the church. Polytheism had receded into the annals of history, supplanted by the empire's state religion, Christianity. The witch hunts were initially instigated by the church, targeting not just witches but all practitioners of paganism, including the empire's former orthodox polytheism. Since the issuance of the Edict of Milan, monotheism had gained absolute dominance over the past century, with polytheism gradually fading into obscurity until the last altar had been dismantled. Many priests from the polytheistic era were condemned as sorcerers, which was the origin of the preemptive witch hunts. In essence, it was more about unifying faith, demolishing temples, and eradicating roots. It was from that time onwards that rumors of supernatural powers dwindled. The group sought refuge in a tavern. Everything here differed greatly from Duncan's memories of Earth, yet he needed to gather more information to gain a deeper understanding. Alma ran about dutifully attending to their needs, and Duncan found it difficult to watch, tossing him 2 silver coins to seek a healer for his arrow wound, which had torn open and was still oozing blood. Yet he persisted in dutifully serving like a sycophant. After Duncan entered his room to rest, he began to sort through his spoils. His possessions were limited, primarily consisting of coins. During the reign of Augustus, the empire had established a currency system of gold, silver, and bronze, with the most common being the denarius silver coin, later minting smaller denominations as subsidiary coins. The early denarii featured various designs, but later standardized to bear Augustus's likeness on the obverse and the triumphal arch on the reverse, making it the most prevalent type of silver coin. He possessed 6 gold and 56 silver coins, along with a number of bronze coins. 1 gold coin came from a sinister knight, 3 from defeated barbarian soldiers, and 2 were recovered from a ranger, though 1 bore the visage of a crowned, bearded man, the origin of which remained unknown, possibly from the Mesopotamian region. Most of the silver coins were denarii, with a few other foreign currencies found on the rangers. The clinking of coins filled the air as Duncan stowed away his meager fortune, which constituted his entire wealth. After all, an empire infantryman's annual salary was about 225 denarii. In recent years, due to incessant warfare, many soldiers had received little to no pay, and few were willing to fight for the empire. As night descended, Duncan sat cross-legged in meditation, contemplating the untapped potentials of his abilities. According to his understanding, upon his arrival in this realm, his soul had become bound to that void of dimensional space, with his corporeal form serving as the key to entering the real world. Should his corporeal form perish, he would be relegated to slumber in that void for an indeterminate duration, potentially even meeting his end there. Duncan felt that his soul remained akin to that of an ordinary person, with his corporeal form being an invaluable tool. Entering the void, he assumed a divine perspective, marking every inhabitant of the town. The most conspicuous was the witch residing in the adjacent room, her skull emblem glaringly bright, akin to a world-class entity on the move. Other units were scattered throughout the map, with several marked as one-star units and one designated as a two-star unit, labeled a retired centurion. As Duncan curiously surveyed the town's intelligence through this divine perspective, a striking three-star golden mark appeared at the edge of the map. Its figure sharply dressed in a hooded cloak and chainmail, bearing a long sword, silently vaulting over a wooden wall into the town. The demon hunter, dragon-blooded, neutral unit. This figure's 3 golden stars were extraordinarily prominent. If viewed through the lens of a bygone Total War game, this individual would undoubtedly be classified as an elite unit, capable of single-handedly confronting a squad of soldiers. As for the witch within the caravan, there was no doubt she was a hero unit, her power unfathomable, making her the most formidable supernatural entity Duncan had encountered thus far. It appeared that these supernatural units belonged to a neutral faction. Did they maintain their distance from mundane? Duncan carefully scrutinized the figure through his divine perspective and confirmed that they were armed only with a sword, lacking both a silver sword and a steel one. Their strength was formidable. The figure traversed the town with the agility of an assassin, executing a run-up leap, clutching a rooftop and performing a 180-degree turn, propelled by core strength to ascend swiftly to the roof. Such acrobatic feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The demon hunter gradually approached the tavern, but hesitated in an alleyway. Duncan zoomed in to adjust the brightness and observed the figure weighing a coin pouch before turning and slipping into a nearby shed, directly lying down amidst the straw of a livestock pen. The time was nearing dawn. Staying at the tavern was not cost-effective, and, judging by the figure's actions, Duncan surmised it was either an effort to save money or a means to surveil the surroundings. As the dinar depreciated, did the monster hunters find themselves short of funds? Duncan couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, the Empire had its peculiarities. A subtle sound emanated from next door. The witch's mark stirred. She stepped out of her room, paused in the corridor for a few seconds, then stood silently before Duncan's door before gliding silently toward the inn's exit. Should he follow her? The witch had already departed the inn, and after a moment's hesitation, Duncan trailed behind. From his omniscient perspective, he didn't need to stay too close. As long as he remained within the map's visibility, the witch would be unaware of his presence. Duncan maneuvered his character, discreetly shadowing her from a distance of about 150 meters. In the livestock shed, atop a haystack, a monster hunter bearing the golden 3-star mark stirred. Was his perception truly that acute? Duncan instantly became alert. Yet, from his divine viewpoint, the monster hunter also crouched low, stealthily following at a cautious distance of approximately 50 meters, clearly wary of being detected by Duncan. It was a game of cat and mouse. The witch moved without a sound, gliding like a specter, and had Duncan not been utilizing cheats, he would have never noticed her. The monster hunter failed to track the witch, but had picked up on Duncan's footsteps, indirectly following her trail. What was she up to? Duncan pondered momentarily. The witch ventured out of the town and into the dense forest. Had he not been using the omniscient perspective, he would have surely lost her by now. Uncertain of how far they had traveled, the moonlight cascaded down. Ahead stood a towering oak tree. Through Duncan's divine viewpoint, the witch removed her mask, revealing a face of extraordinary beauty, almost otherworldly, reminiscent of a seductive succubus from legend. Her skin, exposed on her neck and collarbone, was so pale it seemed to glisten, resembling porcelain, a rarity even among the most pampered noble women of her time. "Great priest, save me." Just then, a hazy silhouette materialized in the open glade, revealing the outline of a beautiful woman. She gradually became clearer, emerging from the reflection of the oak tree, kneeling before the witch and pleading, "Please help me." Duncan's pupils dilated. Forest dryad, Shu Jing, neutral. In Greek mythology, forest dryads, also known as tree spirits or forest goddesses, represent lower status, youthful, and beautiful nature spirits. They dwell on mountaintops, Mount Oread, near springs and rivers, Naiad, or within the trees of forests, Dryad. They symbolize the animalistic, irrational aspect of humanity. And it is said that every oak tree is home to a spirit that conveys oracles to humans through the forest dryads. Another supernatural entity. Yet she bore only a 1-star mark, suggesting her combat abilities were likely limited. The witch furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. "I am not a priest. The age of priests is long past." As a look of pity and despair crossed the face of the forest dryad, the witch softly inquired, "What peril do you face?" Upon hearing the witch's words, the forest dryad clung to a thread of hope, her voice filled with sorrow. Witch hunters. The church is witch hunters. They seek to eradicate us. A formidable witch hunter has come here. He will not spare me. Please save me. Hearing the forest dryad's plea, Duncan instinctively turned to glance at the monster hunter trailing behind. After entering the forest, he had lost track of him, lagging by 100 or 200 meters. Yet he seemed adept at tracking, gradually closing the distance. However, it appeared he had miscalculated the location, bypassing Duncan and heading straight for the witch. Chapter 8. Crossroads of Fate within the tree ring. The witch let out a soft sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness, and murmured, "I may not be a match for the witch hunters. They are well acquainted with us, aware of everything, including our weaknesses." The forest dryad lifted her head, her voice a desperate plea. "You are so powerful. Dealing with that witch hunter should not be difficult. Will you truly stand by and watch us perish?" The witch displayed a hint of reluctance, softly sighing. "Even if I were to slay that witch hunter, what then? New missionaries and more witch hunters will arrive here." With that, her beautiful yet sorrowful visage turned toward the direction of the church. Gazing at the cross shrouded in darkness, she murmured, "Our era has come to an end." The powerful witch felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of the epical transformation. It was like a mountain pressing down on all supernatural beings, stifling their breath. Upon hearing the witch's words, the forest dryad's expression reflected despair, akin to a wilting flower. She rose despondently, bowed, and prepared to withdraw, seemingly resigned to the fate of death. "Wait!" The witch suddenly called out to the forest dryad, who was about to vanish beneath the oak's shadow. The witch hesitated, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I am in pursuit of a prophetic clue. If successful, I can lead you away from here to a tranquil realm far from the mainland." The forest dryad's face was tinged with sorrow as she replied, "The gods have been forsaken. What use is prophecy?" The witch found herself momentarily speechless, for her vision of the future was one of endless flames. Countless kin wailing in anguish amidst the fire, burning crosses symbolizing their merciless judgment. Heretical. This was a tragic fate lasting nearly a millennium, known as the Dark Ages. Darkness had descended. The medieval era was imminent. She must seize the final thread of light in destiny, as it represented their dwindling hope. The witch spoke solemnly. "The prophecy foretells that the church will initiate a nearly 1,000-year-long inquisition against heretics. The dark medieval age is about to arrive. The child of destiny, who will change everything, has also come. He may influence the world's future, and one trajectory of fate has pointed us toward a path forward. On the far side of the distant sea lies a frigid land. There, we can evade the mundane, escape strife, and quietly await the enlightenment of a new era a millennium hence." The forest dryad stood momentarily stunned, her expression one of skepticism. The witch calmly asserted, "I can cast a barrier over your dwelling, perhaps allowing it to elude that witch hunter." A glimmer of joy flickered across the forest dryad's face, and just as she was about to express her gratitude, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Witch hunter!" In the darkness, at the edge of the tree ring illuminated by moonlight, a figure clad in a gray hooded cloak emerged slowly. The chain mail on his body glinted subtly, with gray armored sleeves and black gauntlets, his hand gripping the hilt of a sword at his back. His cold, emotionless eyes, with amber pupils resembling draconic slits, created an atmosphere that felt as if it had frozen. The witch's expression turned grave. The threat posed by this witch hunter was significant, while the forest dryad's face reflected terror. Over nearly a century, countless kin had perished at the hands of witch hunters. A rustle echoed through the forest. "Is there someone else?" Both the witch and the witch hunter exchanged puzzled glances. In the darkness, beneath the moonlight, a handsome, gaunt profile emerged. A tall figure stepping out from the trees, a northern war bow drawn taut, its icy arrow aimed at the witch hunter ahead. Duncan emerged impassively from the shadows, refraining from approaching the witch nearby, standing still, yet with his back turned to her, his expression cold as he regarded the witch hunter. "It is you." The witch's face lit up with surprise, her demeanor slightly calming. The three figures stood at an impasse, each bearing a serious expression. The witch hunter had initially believed he was pursuing the witch, only to discover he had followed another person for quite some time. The child of destiny? Could it be me? On the far side of the distant sea lies a frigid land. It should not be Great Britain. Iceland? Iceland seemingly began to see colonizers only in the 9th century. If it lies beyond the ocean, it must surely be Iceland. Is the prophetic magic of this world truly so formidable? The monster hunter cast a glance at the witch and then at Duncan. Entirely disregarding the forest nymph lurking in a shadowy corner, seemingly indifferent to her strength. He spoke slowly, his voice gravelly. The Raven Queen, T-Lise. The witch gazed into his slit-pupiled eyes and replied softly, Slayer of Dragons, St. George. Wait, St. George, the Dragon Slayer? Duncan's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that the monster hunter would be a figure of legend. Yet, it was not quite right. The current time was likely around 450 AD, and many legendary figures had yet to be born. If we were to look back a bit further, we might arrive in an era teeming with mythological beings, where gods and men coexisted. Perhaps if we went back another 500 years, we could even encounter a living Jesus. In the shadows, the monster hunter calmly stated, I now go by George Paul, a wandering monster hunter. The witch, Raven Queen T-Lise, appeared somewhat puzzled as she responded, I am T-Lise Hathwine, a reclusive forest witch. Duncan, at this juncture, interjected inappropriately, Duncan, a farmer from the village of Bran on the imperial border. No Sernam. This was a moment that might be etched in the annals of history, and he felt compelled to make his presence known. His interruption rendered both the hunter and the witch momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was the monster hunter who lowered his hand from the sword's hilt, fixing his gaze on the witch before him, and said with calm assurance, I no longer serve the Inquisition. Some witch hunters have distanced themselves from the tribunal. We are free hunters of the Lord, ridding humanity of the threats posed by malevolent creatures. This particular monster hunter held a high position within the church, possessing the authority to judge other archbishops in the name of faith. From a divine perspective, it seemed clear that he distinguished himself from the church's witch hunters, claiming independence from the tribunal and focusing instead on combating threats to ordinary people, likely the bizarre creatures that have lingered since the ancient mythological age, especially considering he might very well be the only dragon slayer alive today. The witch's expression expressed skepticism. The monster hunter paid her no mind, casting a glance at the trembling forest nymph beneath the tree shadows before turning to leave the woods. He sought out the Raven Queen T-Lise to clarify his stance. From this day forward, he and his followers would have no ties to the Inquisition. They would operate independently of the church, dedicated to confronting the truly menacing evil beings that threaten the common folk. The Brotherhood of Monster Hunters. Ever since the Milan Decree was issued, the church was no longer the institution he once revered. Power. The church's influence was rapidly expanding, even proposing the notion of a papal state. Duncan watched the monster hunter depart. The witch beside him made no move, and he lowered his northern bow, recognizing that the figure disappearing into the distance was indeed a true monster hunter, famed for slaying dragons in the name of the sacred, perhaps destined to become the progenitor of all monster hunters in this world. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees. The forest nymph had quietly vanished. The Raven Queen T-Lise regarded Duncan and softly inquired, Did you know all along? Duncan nodded slightly, yes. T-Lise's expression bore a hint of curiosity. When? After a moment's contemplation, Duncan replied, When I faced the barbarians' retreating soldiers, I sensed an arrow aimed at me, but it veered off course. Later, during my encounters with the skirmishers, I was certain. T-Lise's expression reflected understanding as she remarked softly, Your instincts are strong. You possess the essence of a warrior. This reminded her of tales told by the elders in her village during her youth, legends of a treehouse deep within the dense forests beyond the mountains, where a forest fairy resided, having once healed a lost and wounded hunter and guided him out of the primordial woods. The witch's eyes flickered with intrigue as she gazed at Duncan and slowly asked, Is this why you are helping me? Duncan nodded. The two began to walk toward the forest's edge, and the witch donned her mask once more, suddenly asking, How much did you hear? From a divine perspective, the target remained the blue-marked unit, and Duncan replied calmly, I heard nearly everything. The witch fell silent, and after a moment, said, Do not tell anyone else. Duncan nodded. As they exited the woods, T-Lise regarded Duncan's retreating figure. His senses were remarkably sharp, far exceeding those of an ordinary man, and his combat prowess was advancing rapidly. In the span of a single battle, he had become adept at horseback riding and archery. Such talent left even her in awe, reminiscent of the heroes of the mythic age. T-Lise appeared hesitant before finally asking, What are your plans moving forward? Duncan stood at the inn's entrance, contemplating. I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. In this world, one must first find a foothold. The witch's expression shifted, and she gently proposed. Would you consider accompanying me to Britannia? Duncan's expression suggested he was deep in thought, and he replied gravely, what purpose would there be in going to Britannia? Lise explained slowly, to visit another sorcerer. Another sorcerer? In Britannia? Duncan seemed to connect the dots and inquired. Who? Lisa's demeanor turned respectful as she responded. Merlin, one of the most powerful sorcerers alive today. Merlin? Indeed, I had arrived in an era nearing the end of myth. What of King Arthur? He appeared to belong to the time around 500 AD, after the fall of the Roman Empire, when the barbarian crisis spread to England, during which one of the branches of the Germanic people, the Saxons, launched a massive invasion, forming the primary demographic of present-day England. King Arthur was a Celt, representative of the Irish, Scottish, and Welsh people. In ancient British mythology, he repeatedly repelled the Saxon invasions with Merlin's assistance. Ultimately, however, the Saxons conquered and ruled over Britannia. At this moment, Arthur may not yet have been born, but Merlin should already be active and renowned in the realm of supernatural powers. According to legend, Merlin was a Cambion, born of a union between a dream demon and a mortal woman, inheriting supernatural powers and transcendent wisdom from his demonic lineage. Observing Duncan's apparent interest, Lise immediately added, I can offer you a handsome sum. Duncan hesitated. I'll think it over. Lise did not press the matter further. She was determined to traverse the entire continent in pursuit of the fated child of prophecy, aiming to avert the tragic fate awaiting her kind over the next millennium. For this noble aspiration, she was willing to sacrifice everything, even herself, if necessary. She needed to locate a sanctuary that could protect witches and other innocents endowed with supernatural abilities during the impending Dark Age, ensuring that their legacy would glimpse the dawn of enlightenment a millennium hence. Ultimately, witches are still flesh and blood. Though Lise was immensely powerful, traversing the continent alone remained a considerable challenge. Duncan's strength was evident. Often, a blade resolved matters more readily than sorcery. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Duncan pondered how to respond to the witch, his door was abruptly knocked upon. Outside stood the injured captain of the guard, supported by another individual. The leader of the guards is named K2s, a private armed force nurtured by the nobility of the empire, existing under the guise of a merchant convoy to safeguard their interests in trade. K2s appeared pallid, seated with the assistance of another, gazing earnestly at Duncan and inquiring, Your Excellency Duncan, what are your plans moving forward? Duncan's expression was slightly peculiar as he softly replied, I have not yet decided. Seizing the moment, K2s continued. The empire has grown increasingly tumultuous in recent years, with barbarian invasions becoming frequent and the region of Asia teetering on the brink of chaos. Internal factional strife plagues the empire, and the barbarians grow ever more formidable within the military. Have you not considered seizing the opportunity to make your mark in this era of turmoil? From the onset, Duncan discerned K2's intentions, but remained unsure of which great noble he served, whether an old aristocrat or a newly risen barbarian power. It is worth noting that even the assimilated barbarians of the empire regard other tribes as savage, with the early conquered barbarians looking down upon those accepted by Constantine the Great. The hierarchy of disdain among the barbarians is no jest. The empire's legitimacy truly lies with them. In a different life, Duncan might have acquiesced to such a proposal, yet he had not contemplated aligning himself with the empire, as he had witnessed little of its benevolence throughout his journey. The empire is crumbling. Given his capabilities, attempting to turn the tide would likely prove futile. However, the name Augustus, the emperor of the empire, undoubtedly holds significant allure. It is akin to the Eastern understanding of the allure of the One Ring, inscribed with divine mandate. It would instantly resonate with them. Duncan pondered, I shall consider my options. Accompanying Raven Queen Tyrus would undoubtedly immerse him in the supernatural realm, while choosing mercenary K2s signifies a mortal path to achievement. Much of his future energy would likely be devoted to preparing for the impending chaos, as the collapse of the empire heralds the onset of the medieval era. To pursue immortality, magic, and enchanting sorceresses, or to embrace the name Augustus. The age of mortals is dawning. The final myths are poised to fade, and supernatural power shall inevitably retreat into obscurity. Duncan bid farewell to K2's, sinking into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, a spark of clarity ignited within him, prompting him to enter meditation and prepare to observe the law of causality from a divine perspective. He had seemingly reached a pivotal juncture in his destiny, where the causal laws of dimensional space must inevitably shift. In the 9th chapter, the gods draw their curtains. Within the realm of dimensional space, he found himself amidst an expanse of void, a cosmic starry sky, where only distant, feather-like nebulae shimmered against the backdrop of endless darkness. Before him lay the projection from a divine viewpoint, revealing K2's waiting beneath the inn, while Raven Queen Tyrus quietly poured herself a cup of tea, seemingly aware of all that transpired next door, patiently awaiting Duncan's decision. The monster hunter George was purchasing inexpensive supplies in town, evidently preparing to depart shortly. With a mere thought, the projection morphed before him, presenting the question of retreat. The familiar imagery began to materialize as words gradually surfaced. Retreat, end of trials. You will sever your link with the mortal realm, unable to access the material plane through this incarnation. The mortal vessel will replicate a personality based on your current traits, unable to gain additional abilities. Dimensional space will transition to an observer mode. Your consciousness will temporarily drift into slumber until your energy is fully restored, at which point you will capture the next compatible mortal vessel. The laws of causality, trial conclusion. Branch 1, you accepted K2's invitation and joined the army of the Aeschylus family. Swiftly, your remarkable prowess garnered the family's attention, and you were adopted as a foster son, receiving the surname Aeschylus. You swiftly distinguished yourself along the Empire's borders, achieving numerous victories in the war against the Germanic tribes, aiding in quelling the Frankish rebellion, and repelling Saxon incursions. The whip of God is dismembering the entire empire. 3 months later, you found yourself besieged by barbarian rebels in Lower Germania, slaying over 10 foes before succumbing to exhaustion. In history, you left your name as a foster son of the Aeschylus family, regarded by historians as one of the most valiant adopted sons under the Roman protector Aeschylus. The last Roman Aeschylus? The empire's emperors have changed frequently. First, military backing, then assassinations by the guards, followed by barbarian ascension to the throne, with deaths by poison, suicide, or deposition. It's a continuous rotation of emperors. Were it not for the assimilated barbarians integrating into the empire, it would have collapsed long ago. The whip of God? Duncan recalled the Emperor Attila of the Huns. History textbooks mention that a significant portion of the barbarian invasions stemmed from the Huns migrating to the Eurasian continent, indirectly leading to the empire's downfall. However, this is evidently a parallel world, and it remains uncertain whether historical trajectories will deviate. Undoubtedly, this outcome is far superior to the last. At least he is no longer a beggar, having achieved the status of a lower-ranking military officer in the empire. Dying in battle is far more honorable than perishing in the streets. What branch 2? Why does the causal inference take so much longer than the previous one? Is it due to supernatural forces? After what felt like an eternity, the projection interface finally revealed the conclusion for Branch 2. Branch 2, you agreed to accompany Raven Queen Tyrus to the British Isles, where remnants of ancient dark forces persist beyond the vast expanse of the Empire. You encountered numerous legendary monsters, and with Tyrus's aid, you vanquished trolls, ghouls, half-giants, and sea monsters among other supernatural beings. Gradually, you forged your own legend in the British Isles. You befriended the legendary wizard Merlin, witnessed the birth and growth of King Arthur, and received the love of Raven Queen Tyrus, whose unparalleled joy rendered you increasingly indifferent to other women. Yet, it is nearly impossible for a witch to bear offspring. As you approached middle age, you were captivated by a lake nymph, gradually drifting away from Tyrus. In pursuit of a tranquil sanctuary foretold to protect your kin through the dark ages, Tyrus devised plans to explore the world beyond the seas, constructing a great ship in the British Isles, embarking overseas alongside her coven of witches in search of the Iceland you spoke of. In the final moments, you awakened to the realization that your true love was Tyrus, with whom you had weathered countless crises. Ultimately, you forsook everything to board that ocean vessel. Through perilous trials, you narrowly escaped the pursuit of a sea monster, discovering Iceland before it was colonized. However, this land harbored terrifying creatures from the mythic age, who had settled there to evade humanity, and you faced the greatest crisis of all, a mature dragon. To protect you, Raven Queen Tyrus fought valiantly, but met her end. In the final battle, you found that your sword and arrows could not penetrate the dragon's scales. It was then that you realized you were merely an ordinary person with a modicum of martial prowess. All along, it was Tyrus who had silently shielded you. Your legend and renown were but her bestowals, crafting your tale in the British Isles. You were nothing more than a common man. Beneath the dragon's fiery breath, you embraced your beloved's body, turning to ashes in the fierce flames. In the realm of dimensional space, Duncan suddenly found himself at a standstill, rendered speechless. He gazed at the conclusion of causal inference for Branch 2, unable to shake off the profound impact for quite some time. Just then, the projection shifted once more. The laws of causality interfere with the fundamental principles. Raven Queen Tyrus infused your soul with her final magic, transcending the confines of reality. Your earthly form has left legends in the realm of reality, becoming a pivotal figure in the tales of King Arthur. You are renowned as the second mentor of King Arthur, having instructed him in archery and horsemanship in his youth. In the legends concerning Iceland, you are regarded as the first human to confront the dragon. Your earthly form, merging with the laws of the world, has ascended to the status of a lower-tier spirit. Monster Hunter Duncan, the character leaps forth. Will you retreat into seclusion? Upon retreat, the laws of causality will merge with the laws of reality, and the first earthly form will enter the dimensional space as a lower-tier spirit. No, Duncan resolutely declined. Though this outcome is better than the previous one, it is still utterly unacceptable to him. Based on his understanding of dimensional spaces, once he severs the connection to his earthly form, it will no longer be able to enhance its power at such an astonishing rate. The second outcome of causality has evidently been orchestrated by the Raven Queen tricks. As a mere mortal of standard knightly caliber could never triumph over so many supernatural beasts, let alone possess a legendary tale of their own in the British Isles. Among all the outcomes produced by causality, only this one allowed Duncan to survive into middle age. More critically, the enemies encountered in this outcome are the most perilous. Yet he remains unscathed until they reach Iceland and confront the dragon dwelling there. A moment's contemplation reveals to Duncan that this outcome has been safeguarded by tricks. Indeed, one of the key factors in his earthly form's ascension to a lower-tier spirit is Trix infusing the last remnants of her magical power into his soul. The Raven Queen Trix has perished. Monster Hunter Duncan endures as a spirit. This is the love of a sorceress. Duncan now yearns for a cigarette, feeling a buzzing in his head, and he cannot help but sigh. We have not even held hands. How we come to speak of love is hardly a favorable conclusion. Duncan now comprehends that unless his strength reaches a certain level, severing the connection to his earthly form in these tumultuous times will likely lead to a tragic end for that form. After he disconnects from his earthly form, its abilities will no longer experience exponential growth. It will retain only its current strength, akin to that of a seasoned infantryman in close combat, archery comparable to that of a forest hunter, and horsemanship and mounted archery resembling that of a nomadic archer, all of which are quite adequate, rendering him a balanced figure in martial prowess. Such a character could serve as a minor leader in the Imperial Army, and with a slight grasp of opportunity, could achieve merit and rise in rank. However, amidst the impending collapse of the Empire, the prospect of passing away peacefully is nearly impossible. Rome has been plundered time and again, and the entire European landscape has become a tapestry of chaos, with few individuals escaping a tragic fate. Duncan's heart has already arrived at a conclusion. He pushes open the door and sees K2's being assisted in the hotel lobby, then without hesitation knocks on the adjacent door. Gazing at the veiled figure of the Raven Queen Trix, he gently states, "I shall escort you to the British Isles, but you must compensate me handsomely. The payment must increase. Even if the laws of causality dictate a shared fate that is merely a personality replicated through character experiences, the payment must increase." The Raven Queen Trix reveals a glimmer of surprise, her sapphire eyes resembling crescent moons, and she decisively responds, "Agreed." Duncan's strength is formidable, at least under the divine perspective's enhancement. The prowess he displays far exceeds his current combat skills. Even the monster hunter George regards him with a measure of trepidation. For Duncan has dispatched 19 foes in 3 days, all of whom were true soldiers of the army. On ancient battlefields, slaying a knight could already warrant promotion through military merit. With the divine perspective activated, The subtle aura of lethal intent beneath Duncan's cool and handsome visage has long since intimidated the others in his company. Downstairs in the inn, Captain K2 observes Duncan conversing with the sorceress, and his face betrays a hint of disappointment. After all, such a valiant warrior could undoubtedly achieve great feats if he were to join the army. His courage and strength alone could inspire others. Yet Duncan knows his own limitations. Without the divine perspectives enhancement, he is merely slightly stronger than a seasoned veteran. Joining the army is hardly a favorable choice. Given his character, becoming a self-established lord is far more liberating than entangling himself in the decaying bureaucratic system of the empire. Currently, it is the bird that sticks its neck out that meets its demise. Throughout the annals of ancient Chinese history, few who emerged during the twilight of a dynasty managed to endure until the end. Captain K2 has someone assist him as he departs. Casting one last, deep glance at the sorceress, the caravan's decision to include her in their journey is influenced by another reason. For the Edius family has certain connections with the priests of the old era who serve the gods. The legacy of the Raven Queen traces back hundreds of years. Serving Trivia, one of the 12 principal deities of Rome, also known as Diana, which is essentially a divine aspect. The empire's polytheism is integrative. Regarding Diana, she did not originate in Rome. She is the goddess of the woods, a great nature deity worshipped in the forests near Lake Nemi. Initially, Diana was simply a woodland goddess of Rome, but she later absorbed another Roman moon goddess, Luna, thus becoming the principal lunar goddess of Rome. The Romans favored the incorporation of foreign deities that bore similar divine attributes. By the 5th or 6th century BCE, the worship of Diana had encountered the ancient Greeks. By the time of Rome, Diana had absorbed the Greek goddess Artemis, thus being regarded as the goddess of hunting and the protector of plants and beasts. Concurrently, Diana also incorporated the Greek goddess Hecate and the Carthaginian goddess of the heavens, Ceres. The empire's polytheism is a continuously expanding process. During the empire's conquest of the European continent, it began to assimilate Greek religions and mythology. Greek deities such as Castor, Pollux, and Apollo became Roman gods, merging with one another. Following a devastating defeat in the Second Punic War against Carthage, Rome sought to extricate itself from their grasp and, according to oracles, incorporated the Great Mother Cybele, worshipped by the people of Asia Minor, into Roman religion. Additionally, Persian deity Mithras and the Egyptian chief gods Osiris and Isis also became objects of worship among the Romans. The deities of the conquered peoples were generally absorbed into the Roman pantheon. This marks the origin of the initial pantheon. This bears some resemblance to the customs of the Celestial Empire, where deities can be appropriated for use, assimilating all that is utilizable into our own. Nowadays, the pantheon has been closed and no further worship is permitted. Since Christianity became the state religion of the empire, the priests who once served the gods have gradually vanished, with some even being judged as wicked sorcerers. The legacy of the Raven Queen stems from this, as those endowed with supernatural powers are more inclined to venerate deities, for they cannot comprehend the origins of their own magic. It is also for this reason that forest nymphs seek her aid, addressing her as the esteemed priestess. Were it still the era of polytheistic faith, the Raven Queen would not be in hiding or exile. She would likely be the chief priestess of the goddess Diana, holding a very high social status, akin to that of a high-ranking bishop within the church. Hecate's epithet, Trivia, has been translated into Latin as trivium. This is the lineage of the Raven Queen as they serve the aspect of the Roman goddess Diana after her absorption of the goddess Hecate. Hecate is the goddess of sorcery and death, and thus the priestesses of Trivia have faced brutal repression from the church. Perhaps during the Middle Ages, some of the witches who met their fiery demise may have awakened their magical abilities through innate talent or learned sorcery through various means. However, before the empire's collapse, many sorcerers were the heirs of the priesthoods from the polytheistic era. To put it more bluntly, if deities truly exist in this world, then even the pantheon collectively would not stand a chance against a single god, ultimately leading to the secular triumph of monotheism over polytheism. Those priestly systems, which had endured for millennia since the ancient Greek era, were all branded as heretical. The ancient Olympic Games, held from 776 BC until their prohibition by the Roman Emperor in 394 AD, spanned 1,170 years. That year, with the cessation of the ancient Olympic Games, the gates of the pantheon were firmly shut, the sacred flames extinguished and polytheism faded into history, marking the end of an era for the priests who once served the gods. The Inquisition was quietly established. As Raven Queen Tellys remarked, "Our age has come to an end. The gods have exited the stage." Raven Queen Tellys yearned to find a sanctuary for her kind, foreseeing through prophecy that monotheism would unify the faith across the European continent. This was a clash between royal authority and divine belief. God prevailed. Chapter 10. The Huns Archers Pannonia Plain. The empire conquered this region in 14 BC, designating it as a province. The boundaries of Pannonia province roughly correspond to parts of present-day Hungary, Romania, and Serbia, situated in the heart of Europe. It appears that the empire's defenses along the Danube River are on the verge of collapse. Duncan gazed at the distant, desolate villages, his brow slightly furrowed. Should Pannonia province fall, the enemy could advance directly into the empire's heartland. The Roman Empire boasted the longest and most complex borders in ancient history, with three major rivers serving as critical defense lines: the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates. The Euphrates, located in eastern Syria, serves as a boundary for the Middle East, while the Rhine faces numerous Germanic tribes. At the empire's zenith, it had conquered much of Greater Germania. The Danube, however, is the most challenging and vulnerable to defend, beset by a multitude of barbarian foes, and it is the only major river that freezes during winter. This may not seem intuitive, but another description clarifies it succinctly. The barbarians have already crossed the Yellow River. The empire now finds itself in a position akin to having lost the natural defenses of the Yellow River and Yangtze River, facing an open expanse in the Central Plains, allowing for direct incursions. The cawing of crows echoed. At Duncan's side, the witch stared intently at the distant forest and murmured, "It appears this place has been ransacked. There are no intact eggs beneath the broken nest." Although the historical trajectory of parallel worlds may differ, the empire's decline is inescapable. The border defenses along the Danube are manned by barbarian troops, with the proportion of soldiers of barbarian origin exceeding 50%. Over the years, the barbarian populace assimilated into the empire, yet many, suffering under oppression, have taken up arms in rebellion, and mutinies within the army are common. Accepting K2's invitation was evidently an unwise choice. Duncan felt that aligning with the barbarians held more promise than remaining with the empire. He turned to the witch beside him, who lagged half a horse's length behind, and spoke in a low tone. "Where is the guide you mentioned?" Crossing the European continent to reach the British Isles without a guide is impossible, especially now, as the empire is engulfed in flames of war, where one misstep could lead to entanglement and conflict. As a man, Duncan might fare slightly better, perhaps only being forcibly conscripted, but for Raven Queen Tellys, as a woman of exceptional beauty, her fate is unfathomable. In such turbulent times, her solitary journey is fraught with peril. "Gallia," just as Duncan was about to speak, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he said in a serious tone, "Be cautious. Something is amiss ahead." He tossed an arrow pouch to the witch beside him, then unslung his northern battle bow, focusing his gaze on the forest in the distance. At a fork in the road, the cawing of crows erupted, followed by the startled flight of birds and beasts. A distant thundering of hooves approached. A dozen riders appeared within sight, and upon spotting Duncan and the witch, they shouted excitedly and urged their horses forward to encircle them. Prepare for battle. From an omniscient perspective, Duncan discerned the appearance of these horsemen. They were short and stocky, with large, round heads, wide faces, high cheekbones, flat noses, and thick beards, one of them adorned with an earring. Their heads bore a single tuft of hair while the rest was shaved, with thick eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Among these foes, several were clad in loose robes that split at the sides up to their calves, draped with short fur capes, wearing leather hats, and their trousers cinched at the ankle with a belt, quivers secured at their waists. Cursed be the Huns. Duncan's expression changed. He would not mistake them, as their facial features clearly differed from those of Europeans, and their attire closely resembled that of nomadic peoples from the West, standing in stark contrast to the other riders in the group. Raven Queen Tellys' expression turned grave as she remarked, "They are Huns. They are formidable horse archers." Unlike the foes previously encountered, this small band of enemy cavalry included many with a 1-star ranking, and among them was a 2-star silver-gray leader unit. Alan Servant Cavalry, Gothic Servant Cavalry, Hun Mounted Archers, Hun Elite Horse Archers, 1 star. Hun Eagle Archers, 2 stars. These enemies were far more challenging to contend with than the previously encountered Commission cavalry, with over half of the Hun cavalry being 1-star units. The Hun leader, marked as an Eagle Archer, was exceptionally well equipped, donning a hardened leather hat, adorned in chain mail, with leggings tied at the ankles, a saber at his waist, a battle bow slung across his back, and 2 quivers at his side, one for heavy arrows for close combat and another for light arrows for ranged attacks. It could be said that aside from lacking a helmet, his equipment rivaled that of the Mongolian cavalry that would emerge centuries later during their westward campaigns. The Eagle Archers are the finest marksmen among the Huns, as recorded in Volume 100 of the Shurji. In the biography of General Li, the Huns made a significant incursion into the upper commandery, prompting the emperor to send a nobleman to train troops to combat the Huns. The nobleman dispatched several dozen cavalry, who encountered 3 Huns and engaged in battle. The 3 Huns loosed arrows, wounding the nobleman and killing his horsemen, forcing him to retreat. The nobleman remarked, "They must be Eagle Archers." Indeed, Duncan faced a formidable adversary. Given his current strength, even with an omniscient perspective, defeating them would be exceedingly difficult. The Huns possessed exceptional horsemanship, making escape on horseback uncertain, and the witch beside him was only marginally superior in riding skills. The enemy's mounts were evidently superior, and here in the Pannonia Plain, should they be caught, they could easily be turned into pincushions. Retreat. Duncan immediately turned his horse around to flee, and the witch responded swiftly, keeping pace with him. "The Huns are skilled riders. We may not be able to escape. Do you have a plan?" The distance between them was gradually diminishing. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. Duncan pondered for a moment, gazing intently at the witch beside him, and spoke in a low voice, "Can you inflict severe injury or even eliminate 1 or 2 of the enemies?" His understanding of the sorcery in this world was still insufficient. The witch contemplated briefly before replying, "I can incite their war horses to frenzy. I will beseech the guidance of Diana, allowing arrows to strike the enemies, though I cannot guarantee vital hits. Other spells require rituals and incantations, which I do not have time to perform. Shall we fight or flee?" In the dimensional space, Duncan keenly observed the shifting formations of the enemy. As they pursued, the Hunnic cavalry had clearly become more dispersed, with the subjugated foreign vassal troops lagging significantly behind. The ones catching up were predominantly skilled Hunnic mounted archers, riding superior steeds. Consequently, the enemy lines had widened, with a 2-star Hunnic archer and 5 1-star Hunnic mounted archers evidently leading by 50 to 60 meters, effectively splitting their forces. An opportunity presented itself. If victorious, seizing the capabilities of the Hunnic archer would mean acquiring the combat skills of the era's foremost mounted archers. This would elevate his prowess to a level commensurate with the pinnacle of martial strength in the early medieval times. Duncan had long realized that his ability to plunder required him to directly slay formidable foes to rapidly enhance his skills, as he could not acquire techniques that the enemy did not possess. During night raids, he had slain numerous barbarian stragglers, yet his gains amounted to only 3 abilities, far inferior to the spoils from defeating the Pamediata cavalry. Clearly, once he had acquired all the combat skills held by the barbarian stragglers, he could no longer obtain new abilities and could only improve basic combat techniques. He could only seize what the enemy possessed. Pressing forward, Duncan rode ahead as if guided by divine insight, demonstrating an extraordinary familiarity with the terrain, even while escorting a witch, leaving the elite Hunnic cavalry trailing behind. The gap between their forces widened. The Hunnic mounted archers had already distanced themselves from the other vassal troops by a considerable margin, with a 6-to-1 advantage. The odds were in his favor. The wooded terrain ahead was ripe for an ambush. At a fork in the path lay a sparse cluster of trees. Duncan calculated the distance and promptly instructed the witch beside him. "We shall veer into that blind spot and set an ambush. Cause their horses to panic, ideally injuring or unseating the enemy clad in fur. The rest will be left to me. We will depart immediately after." With the map fully revealed, Duncan surveyed the entire battlefield, having even selected an escape route. The witch nodded, murmuring incantations as the cawing of crows echoed from the direction of the woods. Duncan fell slightly behind, allowing the witch to lead. Now it was the moment. They entered the trees. The two split to the left and right. The witch galloped into the woods while Duncan slipped into the enemy's blind spot, tightening the reins to slow his steed. He drew his sword and nocked an arrow, aiming at the approaching enemy emerging from the blind spot. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance, so he aimed to exploit the element of surprise. The title of archer alone weighed heavily upon him. He acted. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the ground, and the air resonated with the cawing of crows. In that instant, Denkin sensed a subtle shift in the projection before him, as if an invisible force had interfered with reality. The horses neighed in panic, causing the pursuing Hunnic riders to falter, unable to control their startled mounts. 2 riders fell from their horses, while the sole exception was the Hunnic archer, who remarkably managed to grasp the neck of his steed, powerful legs clamped down, muscles straining to restrain the frantic animal, gradually bringing it to a subdued state. Is this even human? Denkin was astonished. In reality, few archers capable of wielding a strong bow were weaklings. Most were formidable in close combat as well. Just then, an arrow shot forth from the woods, the witch's right hand cradling the projectile before it tore through the air, its force rivaling that of a powerful bow. Catching the Hunnic archer off guard, sensing the danger, the archer, without having seen the witch, instinctively evaded to the right side of his mount, utilizing astonishing horsemanship. However, the angle of the witch's spellbound arrow was exceptionally cunning, striking the archer's left shoulder, sending a jolt of numbness coursing through him, quickly rendering part of his body stiff. A sorceress? The Hunnic archer's expression shifted to one of horror. During their invasion of Europe, the Huns had obliterated numerous Germanic tribes, burning and pillaging as they went, razing sacred temples to the ground and seizing the gold and silver within. This archer's most prized trophy was a pure gold drinking vessel, said to be a ceremonial offering once presented to the so-called god of wine by the Gallic people. As the Huns swept through Europe, the witch had slain 1 enemy and wounded 2, only to be trampled into a pulp by the chaos of battle. The Huns had their own sorcerers, skilled in spells and healing, though they were more akin to shamans. Of course, a shaman who defied a leader's command would meet a gruesome end. An arrow whistled through the air. Duncan's target was clear, the Hunnic archer. One swift shot struck the enemy squarely in the chest, yet the armor he wore mitigated the damage. Hunnic archer, 2 stars, poisoned, paralyzed. Duncan's arrow was undoubtedly not poisoned. It was the witch's magic at work. The archer's form stiffened momentarily. Hit! Denkin quickly knocked another arrow, disregarding the Hunnic mounted archers aiming at him, and fired again, this time piercing the archer's head. The enemy's health bar vanished instantly. It appeared that the Huns, much like barbarians, possessed slightly greater vitality than ordinary men, yet a well-aimed strike could still fell them instantly. A barrage of arrows flew toward him. 1 arrow veered off course mid-flight, but the accuracy of the Hunnic mounted archers was formidable. Even with the witch's covert protection, 1 arrow struck Denkin in the back, causing him to grunt and spur his horse towards the predetermined escape route. When would I become strong enough to catch arrows barehanded? In the dimensional space, Denkin glanced at the projection, noting that his health had decreased by about 1/5. His padded short robe and studded leather armor had absorbed most of the impact, leaving him alive. Bang! An arrow struck true. Not far away, a Hunnic mounted archer fell dead, tumbling from his steed. The skill had no cooldown time, but the stamina cost was considerable. Denkin pivoted again, releasing another arrow with a sharp whistle. Another Hunnic archer, just about to draw his bow, was struck down on the spot. Duncan's speed in drawing and shooting arrows overwhelmed the archer's attempts. With his innate targeting crosshair, he could shoot nearly 1 arrow per second. The faces of the Hunnic riders turned pale with shock. 1 against 6. 3 dead, 3 wounded. They had not seen the witch and assumed Denkin had single-handedly slain 3 foes. In that moment, the Huns hesitated to retaliate, fleeing towards their reinforcements. Denkin did not pursue, bearing his wounds as he retreated. Just as he galloped away, the witch Trailis emerged from the woods, keeping pace with him. Denkin, astonished, asked, "Why did you not retreat to the south?" According to their original plan, the witch was supposed to withdraw along the southern woodland path after engaging, while Denkin, with his divine perspective, intended to fight and escape simultaneously, believing it feasible to extricate himself. The witch, breathless, replied, "If I had fled now, how would you face so many enemies alone? You still have a cheat, don't you?" Denkin remained silent, casting a deep glance at the witch. Chapter 11. The Shift of Divine Authority. Pain. Denkin gritted his teeth in agony, but uttered not a word, embodying the essence of a cold-hearted warrior. The witch gently removed the arrows from his back, wiping away the blood and binding the wounds with herbs. Her movements were tender and skilled, and her slender fingers paused momentarily as they glided over Duncan's sturdy and broad back. Sitting by the campfire, Duncan expressed his surprise. "You possess medical knowledge?" The Raven Queen, T-Lis, lifted her cascading golden hair, added some dry twigs to the fire, and smiled. "I serve Diana, the goddess of the moon and oak, as well as the Roman goddess of the forest. The knowledge of healing and herbs is a requisite for every priest, although we are not as proficient as the druids." Upon hearing this, Duncan perked up and inquired, "Do all priests possess magical abilities like you?" He noted the scarcity of individuals with supernatural powers in this place. T-Lis shook her head slightly, replying no. Only those with unique gifts, or those favored by the deities, can wield the power of witchcraft. Understanding dawned on him. "I thought as much. Their spellcasting resembles that of sorceresses, distinctly unlike that of wizards." Eager to delve deeper into the realm of supernatural powers, Duncan curiously asked, "From where does your power derive? Is it innate talent or divine favor?" T-Lis raised her gaze, her azure eyes locking onto his for a moment before she softly replied, "Both. I am a witch by birthright. Long ago, I was chosen as the high priestess of the Trivium sect, but it was disbanded shortly after, and many perished amidst the chaos. The Romans forsook their deities." "Trivium?" Duncan queried, puzzled. "I have never heard of such a sect." T-Lis's voice carried a hint of sorrow as she explained. "Trivium refers to the great Greek goddess Hecate. After the empire conquered Greece, the worship of Diana amalgamated with that of Hecate. The sect originated from the Greek peninsula, where priests once served Hecate before the rise of the empire." Duncan mused, "Does the turmoil of the mundane world affect the divine?" It was evident that the Roman Empire triumphed, resulting in Diana's fusion with Hecate. Had Greek civilization prevailed, it might have been Hecate assimilating Diana. The Romans abandoned their deities. T-Lis articulated, her voice imbued with a complex emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan hesitantly asked, "Did you not consider rebellion? With supernatural powers, surely you wouldn't just resign to fate?" T-Lis offered a bittersweet smile and shook her head. "Rebellion? How could we resist?" She glanced skyward, prompting Duncan to fall silent. If deities truly existed, or something akin to them, the Roman gods were evidently not on the same plane. In the realm of the mundane, the Church's rapid development since the Edict of Milan had begun to significantly influence secular power. The Church's strength would only intensify, eventually affecting the transitions of royal power during the Middle Ages. "Tell me about the history of your sect," Duncan prompted, stirring the embers of the fire. T-Lis stiffened momentarily before replying. "Are you familiar with the tale of the Golden Fleece?" Duncan pondered for a moment. "I know a bit." T-Lis sighed. "Our sect traces its origins to one of the figures in that story, Medea." Instantly, Duncan recalled certain details. T-Lis continued. "Medea was the daughter of King Aetes of Colchis and the Oceanid Idaea, the niece of the sorceress Circe of sister of Absyrtus and the granddaughter of Helios, the sun god, and the Oceanid Perse. She was the first high priestess of our sect. The era of gods cohabiting with mortals seemed vibrant in the mythic age." T-Lis recounted how their sect initially served Greek deities, but after Rome's ascendance and conquest of Greece, the gods merged and the priests amalgamated, ultimately forming a new branch of the sect. The only deity that remained largely unaffected was Apollo, as he was revered both as the Greek sun god and the Roman sun god, leading to a seamless merging of the temple priests. However, whether it was a fusion of deities or a dual allegiance remains unknown, for T-Lis had never encountered a true deity. According to the sect's records, no priest had ever seen the embodiment of a deity. Divine guidance and oracles were relics of the mythic age. The closest mortals had come to the divine was hundreds of years ago when the Son of God walked among them. As night deepened, Duncan glanced at the witch, who lay resting beside him, sensing her profound despair. The Romans had forsaken their gods, and these priests were abandoned by the divine. The Church's power was crushing their millennial-old faith, and the impending dark ages loomed, making the land increasingly inhospitable for them. After the extinguishing of the Olympic flame, both Roman and Greek gods faded into history. The subsequent era bore a depiction of St. Peter and St. Paul safeguarding the Pope, warning barbarians against invading the eternal city of Rome. Following the fall of the Roman Empire, the Church's power surged explosively, unifying divine authority. The gods of the divine era were relegated to the annals of history, and sacrificial practices were gradually abolished. Although the gods of the Germanic tribes lingered a bit longer, Europe would ultimately witness a consolidation of faith. Duncan mused, there seems to be profound depths to this. For him, absent supernatural powers, the transition of divine authority would be merely a secular choice. However, if supernatural powers were indeed in play, the implications became intriguing. Perhaps I shall journey to Britannia, where I might assist the Irish, Welsh, and Scots in their struggle against the Anglo-Saxons and simultaneously enhance my renown. He resolved not to squander the opportunity of the first human manifestation. The ultimate achievements of this earthly incarnation could influence all within the dimensional realm. The legend of King Arthur, intertwined with the Lady of the Lake, barely grazed the edges of the terrifying existences beyond. Duncan was well aware of his own limitations. The Romans had discarded their own deities, and he, an outsider, would not impose himself. Instead, he contemplated slaying more legendary beasts, hoping to seize their powers and elevate himself into an extraordinary entity. Master Archer, title of the marksman. Your archery has reached an unparalleled level, earning you the title of marksman among mortals. Enhanced rapid-fire capabilities, intimidation of foes, and a significant increase in accuracy. Equestrian mastery. Your horsemanship rivals that of the elite riders of nomadic tribes, achieving near-perfect harmony between horse and rider. Mounted archery mastery. Your skills in mounted archery are exceptionally profound, rivaling the elite mounted archers of the Huns. A significant enhancement in mounted accuracy, allowing you to employ other foot archery techniques while mounted, including but not limited to rapid-fire, multi-shot, sniping, and more. Duncan cast a glance at the witch by the fire, his gaze lingering momentarily on her shapely form, swallowing hard as he took out his notebook to tally. Day 4, 22 heads. The witch was both formidable and nurturing, a combination that made it no wonder that in the future dictated by causality, the earthly manifestation was utterly captivated by her. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of the Lady of the Lake, it might have unfolded as a beautiful love story. Medea, a mythological figure Duncan was familiar with, a powerful sorceress whose heart was shattered by betrayal, leading her to embrace darkness and embark on a vengeful quest. Overall, Medea indeed earned her moniker as a witch, but she remained a tragic figure at heart. The Alpine Mountains. Duncan was uncertain of their location, suspecting they were near Munich, as the snow-capped mountains were visible from their vantage point. Upon entering the mountainous region of Gaul, it was the witch Lys who led the way. They skillfully avoided densely populated areas, traversing a narrow mountain path for a day and a night, ultimately finding themselves amidst a lush, dense forest. Traveling in this era proved to be quite inconvenient. After yesterday's heavy rainfall, Duncan's feet were caked in mud, and Lys fared little better, her face marred by grime, losing the elegance and beauty she initially possessed. One's appearance is indeed reliant on attire. Otherwise, even the most exquisite beauty could resemble a peasant after rolling in the mire. Duncan could now ascertain that Lys' physical capabilities were akin to those of an ordinary person, perhaps slightly above average, as she had stumbled upon entering the Alps. Had he not swiftly caught her, she might have sustained minor injuries. Yet, her garments were still mired in filth, her golden hair soaked in muddy rainwater, strands clinging to her forehead, revealing a smooth brow. Your guide, he pondered, surely does not reside deep within the mountains? A light drizzle persisted, chilling them to the bone. Duncan was somewhat better off, owing to the robust attributes he had acquired from the barbarian, while Lys' lips had turned pale from the cold. The witch, appearing rather disheveled, remarked it should be nearby. Duncan, momentarily distracted from admiring the contours of her drenched attire, removed a coat he had taken from a corpse and tossed it to her, instructing, put this on. There was a nearby shelter from the rain, a slope at a 45-degree angle, barely qualifying as a cave, but sufficient for the two to huddle beneath it for refuge. Perhaps due to the barbarian's attributes he had absorbed, Duncan's wounds healed more swiftly than anticipated, possibly aided by the herbs collected by the witch. Or perhaps she had cast some magic upon herself. After all, the witch was but a mortal. Observing her disheveled state, Duncan urged her to sit in the innermost position, his tall frame providing some protection against the wind. Unable to find dry firewood nearby, he glanced at Lys and said, "Rest here. I shall look for some." With a divine perspective, he sought a location with an unobstructed view, briefly meditating before his consciousness entered the dimensional space. Soon, a vast map projected before him. Can the map be enlarged? With a mere thought, a topographical map encompassing over 10 miles materialized, revealing a village marker and a wooden cabin several miles away. It seemed that was their destination. A druid would not likely reside far from human settlements, as the necessities of life must be replenished nearby. He noticed a red marker flicker at the map's edge, disappearing before he could shift his perspective to investigate. Were there still anomalies? The wooden cabin appeared deserted. It contained basic necessities. Duncan made himself at home, gathering some firewood to ignite a fire, and the two huddled by the flames to warm themselves. He skewered some jerky with his long sword and roasted it over the fire, offering a piece to the witch. She accepted it cautiously, murmuring, "Thank you." As he chewed on the jerky, his northern battle bow rested at his side, ready for combat. He had not consumed anything substantial during his journey. Even the meal at the inn had been barely adequate. He resolved to hunt some game for a proper feast. This place was likely the druid's retreat, as the cabin was adorned with mysterious symbols and peculiar bone artifacts, possibly ritualistic in nature. Time passed, and a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The witch turned to him, and Duncan seized his bow, positioning himself behind the door. Two-star druid neutral. Outside stood a robust man, his hair and beard resembling twisted roots. Clad in animal pelts, crowned with a helmet adorned with antlers. He wielded an oaken shield in one hand, a one-handed hammer in the other, and a dagger hung from his waist, though his legs bore signs of injury, with blood seeping through. Duncan caught a whiff of a distinct stench. The witch signaled to him that all was well, and she stepped outside, addressing the man. "Severus, you are injured?" The druid approached the cabin, his demeanor shifting from wary to relaxed upon recognizing the witch, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "High Priestess Telis." After the Empire conquered Gaul, the worship of forest deities shifted to the cult serving Diana. Although not a subordinate relationship, there existed a connection, and druids later emerged within the cult of Diana. A two-star entity, though not marked in silver gray, posed a lesser threat than the bowman, likely not an elite foe. Duncan had encountered two individuals with differing markers, a monster hunter named George, adorned with 3 shining gold stars, and a bowman with 2 silver gray stars. The witch softly inquired, "What transpired?" The burly druid set down his shield, secured his hammer, and exhaled ghouls. Such creatures were once only seen in Mesopotamia. It was perplexing why they would appear near the Alps. Monsters? Duncan's ears perked up, excitement bubbling within him. The witch furrowed her brow, asking, "Did you eliminate it?" The druid shook his head. It escaped. The village below requested I locate the creature disturbing graves. I tracked it for many days, only to let it slip away. He then drew his dagger, removing the rotten flesh from his wound and binding it with herbs. He solemnly stated, "I owe the village a debt. High Priestess Telis, I must first deal with this creature before attending to your matters." At that moment, Duncan, who had remained silent, interjected, "We will assist you in dealing with it. Monsters are far rarer than people." This was a chance to take the initiative. Duncan was eager to discover whether he could acquire any abilities from slaying the beast. Chapter 12. The Power of Gluttony from a Divine Perspective. Duncan and his companions concealed themselves within nearby foliage. The druid possessed special herbs that masked their scent. The witch, now draped in a fur coat, crouched less than 20 centimeters from Duncan, stating solemnly, "Isn't there a witch hunter from the church? Why did the villagers not seek their aid?" Severus replied, "Something happened in Dacia. The Huns destroyed the great temple of the Sarmatian barbarians, even setting fire to the sacred grounds. It is said a legendary monster emerged from the flames. However, it was quickly repelled by the Huns, and the creature fled into Gothic territory. The church has diverted all witch hunters to spread faith among the Goths. Are the Huns truly that formidable?" Duncan pondered the nature of the legendary monster that had appeared. If it was not connected to the mythic era, it might not withstand the might of the Huns. Telis' brow furrowed. "What are the Amazon priestesses?" Severus replied solemnly, "They were likely all slain by the Huns. In ancient Greek mythology, the Amazon warriors resided in regions such as Asia Minor, Phrygia, and Thrace, unrelated to the Amazon River in South America. This lineage ultimately settled in Sarmatia, where many female warriors still thrived. The Sarmatian female warriors were well known in this era. However, they had likely been utterly decimated by the Huns. Under such immense pressure, Even the Empire had to collaborate with the barbarians to fend off their invasion. The Goths had long been driven to chaos by the Huns. They initially embraced the faith of the Catholic Arian sect, yet this doctrine was condemned as heretical by the Church, even sparking internal strife within its ranks. In contemporary times, the Church's zealous assistance to the East Goths likely aims to eradicate the influence of heretical teachings among the Goths. While secular powers are embroiled in relentless conflict, the Church has consistently dispatched missionaries to the barbarian regions, and even the territories conquered by the Huns have seen the presence of Catholic missionaries. Though this is a parallel universe, the general course of history remains largely unchanged. After the Huns migrated westward, they merged with other ethnic groups on the Eurasian continent, gradually forming a new Hun tribe. Strictly speaking, the Huns can no longer be considered true Huns, as their ethnicity has undergone multiple integrations. Yet certain customs and physical traits remain remarkably similar. As their power grew, they commenced their incursions into the Western world, with their first battle resulting in the annihilation of the formidable Alans. During my confrontation with the Hun archers, I encountered a contingent of Alan vassals among the enemy ranks. The second battle witnessed the Huns, alongside the conquered Alans, obliterating the East Gothic kingdom established by the Germans. I recall that in the recent skirmish, there were also Gothic vassal cavalry. Following the Huns' destruction of the East Goths, they turned their attention to the West Goths, forcing hundreds of thousands to cross the Danube into the Roman Empire. The Goths later dealt a crushing blow to Emperor Valens, thereby shaking the very foundations of Rome, which could no longer exert control over its vassals and territories. The Huns drove the West Goths into a frantic retreat, and during subsequent rebellions, the Goths decisively defeated the Roman legions, even trapping Emperor Valens in a wooden hut where he perished in flames. This period undoubtedly marked the active era of Attila, the scourge of God. The Hun Empire, composed of the Hun tribes, had effectively emerged, perhaps due to the influence of supernatural forces. The timeline for the downfall of other powers was delayed, allowing the empire to linger a while longer. Fortunately, I had previously engaged in numerous games set during the era of barbarian invasions. The fall of the Western Roman Empire heralded the arrival of the Middle Ages. Within the dimensional space, the projection before Duncan suddenly shifted, and a line of characters gradually appeared. In the parallel universe of Middle-earth, the Legend degree was activated. The Legend degree possessed by Entity Number 1 can be utilized to enhance one's soul and, after severing the link with the earthly body, elevate the corresponding earthly entity status, allowing it to ascend into legendary beings such as heroes, saints, demons, angels, demigods, and deities. The faction you join will influence the source of your Legend degree and further firm it in the unfolding history. Legend degree 0. A mark resembling currency emerged at the top of the projection page, and as Duncan's consciousness focused on it, a detailed domain soon materialized. Roman Legend degree 0. Germanic Legend degree 0. Celtic Legend degree 0. Hun Legend degree 0. You find yourself in the Middle Ages at the conclusion of the mythological era. The Legend degree of your faction will impact the future a millennium hence. If the corresponding legends vanish entirely from history, Entity No. One will no longer be able to ascend through subsequent Legend degrees. The Middle Earth has entered the twilight of the mythological age, and Entity No. One cannot ascend to divinity through conventional means. This is a significant new feature. ISNT it? When Duncan shifted his gaze to the side, he noticed that the Raven Queen, Teles, bore a trace of Legend degree. If the legend of a target disappears completely, the spirits born from it will also fade from existence in the future. Only immortal spirits can fully integrate into human history and reach the end of time alongside it. Immortal spirits will only vanish completely with the extinction of humanity. Has the main storyline begun? Duncan instinctively began to think along the lines of his previous gaming experiences, but soon realized this was an extremely free, open-world main plot. What Entity Number 1 wishes to pursue is entirely at his discretion. However, the ultimate achievements will determine the life form of Entity Number 1. Should he perish as a humble individual, it would signify a wasted opportunity for Entity No. 1 to impact the dimensional space. Conversely, if Entity Number 1 accomplishes something significant in this world, it would mark a successful endeavor, allowing him to be summoned as a spirit into the dimensional space, potentially influencing the next earthly entity. For now, Duncan could only speculate, as Entity No. One remained under his conscious control. At the very least, he must attain the status of a lower-tier spirit to avoid being deemed a failed character. Dying unnoticed as a minor figure would equate to missing a precious opportunity for this earthly entity's arrival. Thoughts of angels, demigods, and deities were best set aside for the time being. It is the Middle Ages now. I have been waiting for almost a day to encounter a ghoul. Duncan's attention remained fixed on the vast map as he contemplated. The most feasible path lies in ascending to spirit status. The last time fate conspired in my favor, it was with the assistance of Raven Queen Tellys that I became a lower-tier spirit. Now, with my enhanced strength, seizing the opportunity should allow entity no. One to ascend to a higher-tier spirit without much difficulty. As for divine-level beings, which pertain to the roots of faith, I shall refrain from intervening for now. My life is paramount. In the ongoing struggles among secular powers, I can certainly showcase my abilities. Duncan quickly formulated some ideas. This tumultuous historical backdrop serves as his grand stage, and the steps entity number 1 takes will determine the final outcome of his endeavors. However, there are matters best left untouched, such as the faith in God. It is worth noting that among the emperors of the empire, there was one named the apostate Julian, who sought to revive polytheism. It is said that he perished on the battlefield due to treachery from within the ranks of the faithful. Based on Duncan's current understanding of the world as truths, it would not be difficult for the church to eliminate an emperor. It appears that the demon hunter, George, also possesses a degree of legend. Duncan glanced at the nearby druid. Indeed, a 2-star blank unit. Such an existence, upon death, would likely leave no trace in history. Suddenly, as Duncan pondered the legend degree, a red dot appeared on the map's boundary. Ghoul supernatural creature, 1-star silver gray, hostile. Duncan shifted his perspective and beheld a peculiar creature, vastly different from the ghouls he had previously known. It resembled a humanoid monster covered in black fur. With claws and fangs, emanating a foul stench, its skull devolved like that of an ape, crawling along the ground. This creature was not the undead form typical in games, but rather a grotesque flesh and blood entity. The druid suddenly spoke. I have a foreboding feeling. It has appeared nearby. The witch Telly's lips moved slightly, and soon, the sound of startled birds filled the air from the woods. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through. Duncan readied his northern war bow, gazing toward the approaching ghoul's location, and spoke in a low voice, it should be over there. Do not alert it. Let it come closer. Amid the shadows of the forest, a twisted creature brimming with black fur emerged, its mouth dripping with viscous fluid. Its hunched body bore dark brown skin, entirely covered in dense black fur. Following its nose, it arrived before the group and began to claw open the grave before it. Now, with the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, Duncan struck the ghoul in the neck with a single shot. However, what should have been a grievous blow capable of incapacitating an ordinary person merely elicited a pained howl from the creature. Its health bar was remarkably lengthy. This marked Duncan's inaugural encounter with the supernatural entity known as the ghoul, whose vitality was approximately thrice that of an ordinary soldier, rendering conventional fatal strikes insufficient for immediate termination. Severus brandished an oak shield and, with a single-handed swing of his hammer, charged forth. The witch remained stationary. Yet amidst the tremors of the wind, an unseen magic seemed to flow, ensnaring the creature in its place. Witchcraft. The spells of the medieval era had yet to coalesce into a structured system, and Duncan remained oblivious to the extent of the witch's supernatural abilities. The ghoul attempted to flee. It exhibited a modicum of intelligence, attacking isolated humans, yet retreating when confronted by formidable foes. Severus delivered a powerful blow with his shield, effectively cutting off the monster's escape route. In that moment, Duncan loosed an arrow that struck the ghoul's head, the shaft nearly penetrating its skull. The creature's elongated vitality bar plummeted, and its hirsute, emaciated form collapsed, convulsing upon the ground. Observing this scene, Severus cautiously advanced with his shield, casting a glance at Duncan. The man had made but one request when offering assistance, that he would be the one to deliver the final blow to the monster. The francophone throwing axe was unleashed. A clean strike. Duncan wielded the axe with fervor, cleaving the ghoul's head almost in two, a foul, murky fluid spilling forth, accompanied by a small mass resembling oily fat. Remarkable. Severus' pupils constricted. Although wielding a francophone throwing axe, a lightweight short-handled axe, Duncan's execution of the slash evoked thoughts of the Gallic berserkers. The preferred weapons of the barbarian regions were blades and axes, with the axis techniques being the most ferocious and overwhelming. A two-handed axe could sever an enemy's head, a signature move of the barbarian warrior. In earlier encounters with the imperial army, the barbarians relied on axes to breach the thick, sturdy armor of the imperial legions. Residing in the forests of Greater Germania, axes served a dual purpose, both in combat and in daily life, for felling trees. Thus, a significant portion of the elite infantry among the barbarians were skilled in the use of battle axes. These elite soldiers, despite their recklessness and tendency to charge without command, were among the finest infantry of their time. Following the empire's military reforms, Constantine the Great integrated barbarians into the imperial legions, establishing border and field armies, which led to the emergence of fierce warriors proficient in the use of battle axes within the imperial forces. Duncan's decisive blow had now branded him as a barbarian warrior in the eyes of the Druid present. Yet his fundamental combat style remained rooted in slashing, hacking, and thrusting, still a distance from the prowess of seasoned barbarian veterans. Nevertheless, with a francophone throwing axe often at his side, it was inevitable that some would misconstrue him as a Frank barbarian, for among the many barbarian tribes, only the Franks were adept at accurately throwing axes. The first human subject was a border farmer. If one were to discuss lineage, only Raven Queen Trailles could be considered a relatively pure Roman Greek. While Severus hailed from Gallic barbarian stock, he was indeed formidable. Severus had now concluded that Duncan was no ordinary individual. A faint glimmer emerged. Within the projection, a subtle light enveloped the ghoul's corpse, merging with the first human subject. Gluttony, special ability. You can consume several days' worth of food in one go, significantly enhancing your digestive capabilities, with your stomach transforming into a supernatural form. By consuming food, you can gradually elevate your life force limit, ultimately attaining resilience akin to a one-star supernatural entity. Indeed, a substantial gain. Duncan had claimed numerous heads, yet only the barbarian berserker had endowed him with a robust talent, slightly enhancing his life limit. The abilities conferred by slaying supernatural beings were evidently of a higher caliber. What if he were to slay a dragon? The law of causality indicated that a dragon resided in Iceland, one that had previously vanquished both him and Trailles. Having acquired the gluttony ability from the ghoul, Duncan was now aware of the trajectory for his next enhancement in power. Humans, as adversaries, primarily provided combat techniques. Only by vanquishing supernatural beings could he gain a variety of unique abilities. Why the medieval era? If it were the mythic age, would he not soar to greatness? Of course, the mythic age could also lead to swift demise. Chapter 13. A lone hero shatters the lines. With a guide, the ensuing journey became considerably easier. In the year 410 AD, the Roman Empire withdrew its final legion from the island of Britannia, leading to the province's abandonment. During this time, the defense system of Lesser Germania had already become precarious. Greater Germania encompassed regions east of the Rhine, including Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, and Hungary. After conquering Lesser Germania, the Romans divided it into Upper and Lower Germania, stationing troops along the borders to guard against northern barbarian incursions. Severus, being of barbarian descent and a druid with connections in Gaul and Germania, enabled Duncan and the witch to circumvent numerous unnecessary troubles, even allowing them to traverse the conflict-ridden area of Rhaetia via a concealed route. The entire European landscape had devolved into chaos, rife with barbarians, rebels, bandits, Hunnic marauders, Gothic mercenaries, and Frankish soldiers, reminiscent of the tumultuous era of the Five who in ancient China. This was indeed a time when human life was regarded as expendable. Although my external abilities are formidable, they prove ineffective against armies. Had the entirety of Europe not been in disarray, I might have been able to bolster my strength by battling bandits, rebels, and Hunnic marauders early on. Since Duncan's arrival, he had seldom encountered isolated foes. His initial skirmish had involved 3 routed soldiers. Thereafter, his enemies had predominantly been in the double digits. Given his current capabilities, confronting 10 opponents alone was exceedingly perilous, and sustaining even minor injuries would render subsequent encounters exceedingly disadvantageous. To engage in battle necessitated striving for an unscathed outcome. Once injured or incapacitated, all would be lost. During his conversation with the druid, he had gleaned rumors regarding trolls, though he remained uncertain if he would encounter one. The trolls spoken of by Severus were cannibalistic creatures from Norse mythology, possessing formidable vitality and regenerative abilities. Such capabilities would hold immense strategic significance for Duncan. Within the dense woods, Severus appeared, his expression grave as he relayed, "I have just received news that Lower Pannonia has fallen." Shortly after your departure, the Hunnic vanguard captured the territory. The Scourge of God, Attila, leads an army of 500,000 westward. 500,000? Duncan was well aware that ancient military figures were often exaggerated, yet even if reduced, it was likely that at least 10,000 warriors remained. In a battlefield of such magnitude, encountering a scouting party could place him in dire straits. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to avoid the core areas of conflict until he had fully matured. The witch Tralise remained silent, seemingly unfazed by the Huns' massive incursion. Duncan gazed toward the distant battlefield, solemnly stating, "Shall we wait for them to finish before proceeding?" Severus replied earnestly, "The borders are now sealed. The Empire intends to scorch the earth. It seems we must traverse through uninhabited territory." Duncan pondered for a moment and then proposed, "You wait for me nearby. I will procure some fine horses." This was a perilous undertaking. Upon hearing his words, Raven Queen Tralise immediately stood, her eyes fixed intently on him. "No, this is far too risky." Severus, too, furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward the battlefield in shock. "Are you planning to steal their horses?" Duncan replied calmly, "Rest assured, I am confident." The expression on Raven Queen Tralise was one of deep concern, while Severus appeared grave. Yet, observing Duncan's demeanor, he sensed a blend of audacity and skill in the man. Ultimately, the two were unable to dissuade akin from his obstinate course. The witch approached him, presenting a rune stone that resembled the moon, and softly cautioned, "Be careful. DNS emblem, artifact, unknown." Duncan, viewing the rune stone from a divine perspective, marveled at this being his first encounter with an artifact so named. DNS emblem, artifact, the emblem of the Roman goddess of the moon and oak, Din, blessed by the priestess, bestowing upon its bearer the favor of Den in the unseen realms, with an additional ability of heroic fortune. Note, heroes of the mythic era were under divine protection. An artifact that augments luck. Duncan accepted it without hesitation, securing it closely. In these chaotic times, Duncan and the witch had ventured into the mountains for merely 2 days in search of a reclusive druid, only to have their steeds forcibly requisitioned by the imperial army. The soldiers, in a token gesture, paid a meager sum of 5 dinars to the innkeeper for the care of the horses, while also seizing livestock from the nearby village. The imperial treasury was nearing collapse. Nevertheless, the empire had seen the emergence of several grand estates and wealthy landowners who possessed vast tracts of land and serfs, evolving toward a medieval feudal aristocracy. However, the imperial tax collectors dared not demand tribute from them, resorting instead to further burdening the common folk. Here, the populace was treated equally, with the number of Roman freemen dwindling, while the barbarian citizens rose in revolt against their oppression. The empire's unsustainable exploitation of the commoners and its relentless extraction of resources could not endure. Expand the battlefield map. Duncan, acting alone, did not need to deliberate extensively. He would engage if victorious, and retreat if not, seeking opportunities to ambush a few cavalrymen or scavenge for fallen steeds along the fringes of the battlefield. The armies clashing in the plains ahead were composed of diverse factions, and through his divine perspective, Duncan observed numerous soldiers from various alliances. Imperial Field Army, 1 star. Imperial Garrison Army, Frankish mercenaries, 1 star. Visigoth cavalry, and Germanic mercenaries. The imperial forces appeared to be a reformed assembly of troops, with the Visigoths currently allied with the Empire to confront the Hunnic Empire, as hundreds of cavalry engaged in combat on the battlefield. The opposing forces were equally intricate, comprising Alanic servant army, Eastern Goths servant cavalry, Frankish mercenaries, 1 star, Hunnic elite cavalry, 1 star, and Germanic barbarian servant army. The Hunnic forces on the battlefield were sparse, primarily consisting of other barbarian armies subjugated by the Huns, among which the Frankish mercenaries were undoubtedly the most formidable, their equipment being relatively uniform and displaying remarkable valor in combat. Since the Huns invaded the empire, the Frankish who had surrendered to them were despised by Attila, the Scourge of God, who longed to annihilate the pro-Roman Franks. There were few Romans present on the battlefield. The Franks were barbarians, The Visigoth kingdom was a nation founded by barbarians, and the Germanic legions were entirely composed of barbarians fighting for the empire. The imperial garrison forces largely consisted of border tribes, while over 50% of the imperial field army were of barbarian descent. Renowned for their high military expenditure, the imperial field army salaries were 2 to 3 times that of the garrison forces, yet they had diminished due to the empire's bankruptcy, with only a small number recently re-enlisted. However, the situation on the battlefield was grim. The well-equipped imperial field army, clad in scale armor and wielding short swords and javelins, was exhibiting an alarming inability to hold their ground against a horde of barbarian servant soldiers, with signs of collapse already evident on the right flank. Such poor morale was troubling. Through his divine perspective, akin noted that these legionary forces bore additional annotations, with the imperial field army marked prominently with a low morale indicator. Conversely, the Frankish mercenaries exhibited high spirits. The Germanic legions displayed moderate morale, believing they could still engage the enemy, while the Visigoths, known for their martial prowess, maintained reasonable morale despite their king's demise in battle. Across the entire battlefield, it was evident that the imperial field army and garrison forces were suffering from significantly low morale. It appeared that the divine perspective possessed strategic capabilities. Akin concentrated his attention on the troops, and soon additional prompts emerged. The imperial field army bore a label indicating unpaid wages, while the garrison army was marked as disorganized. The Frankish mercenaries, inspired to defend their homeland, displayed a positive status. This region would later become part of present-day France, where the Franks established their kingdom during the twilight of the empire. Such morale was even inferior to that of the young legions of ancient Rome. Akin maneuvered around the right flank of the battlefield, where the best-equipped imperial field army hesitated to advance, relying heavily on the Frankish mercenaries to withstand the enemy's onslaught. The Visigoth cavalry engaged the Huns, suffering significant casualties upon first contact, as the Hunnic elite cavalry proved exceedingly fierce. The conflict between the Han dynasty and the Huns had similarly drained the former's vitality. Ancient nomadic tribes had learned to ride before they could walk, and the prowess of the Hunnic cavalry was immediately evident in their mounted archery and combat, holding a distinct advantage. Yet, there were exceptions. A unit designated as Visigoth noble knights, marked with a silver-gray insignia, charged forth, unseating the opposing Hunnic cavalrymen. This unit had evolved from the barbarian chieftain's guard, transforming the warrior class of barbarians into the newly aristocratic class of the Visigoth kingdom. Akin placed his thumb and forefinger in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Soon, a riderless horse wandered at the edge of the battlefield, lifting its head as it trotted towards Akin. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the steed, his movements as agile as those of an elite nomadic rider. Summoning the warhorse equestrian branch, you can call nearby stray warhorses with a whistle, with a certain chance of enticing them to approach you. The higher your equestrian skill, the greater the success rate. Druidic abilities can further enhance this skill. This was a capability of the Hunnic archers, which Akin had now appropriated. Akin swiftly mounted the horse and urged it towards the fray on the right flank. Should the right side collapse utterly, the imperial legions would undoubtedly face a total rout. Having come this far, it would be a wasted opportunity not to slay a few foes. Akin knocked an arrow to his bow, aiming at a Gothic servant cavalryman, and let loose. The arrow flew true, striking the enemy and sending him crashing to the ground, trampled to death in the ensuing chaos. One kill, the battlefield was engulfed in disorder, with few noticing Akin's presence. The mixed imperial forces mistook him for an ally. In such turmoil, he was perfectly positioned to exploit the confusion. 2 kills. Another arrow flew, wounding an Alanic servant cavalryman, who was then swiftly dispatched by a Visigoth cavalryman. Akin maneuvered with deft precision, remaining vigilant of the Hunnic archer units on the grand map. He released another arrow, striking down an imperial armored cavalryman attempting to flee. 3 kills. This was somewhat of an accidental kill, as the enemy's head had fortuitously entered his line of sight, prompting Akin to instinctively deliver a fatal shot. After all, amidst the chaos of battle, no one could ascertain the origin of the stray arrow. Akin primarily targeted the Hunnic and barbarian forces, occasionally inadvertently striking down an imperial cavalryman, but those were mere accidents. His presence undoubtedly altered the dynamics on the imperial right flank. as over a dozen Hunnic cavalrymen pursued him. Without a moment's pause, Denk In fled beyond their range. The enhancement provided by the SHDOZH is profoundly evident. DNGK In's horsemanship has reached a level comparable to the elite cavalry of the Huns. He calculated the distance precisely. With a 45-degree angle of projection, the arrow struck the Hun rider at an astonishing angle, leading to the enemy's swift demise as he fell from his steed. In Hunnic, this term is used to describe a master archer and holds great esteem in the Hunnic Empire. Quadruple kills. The Huns now exhibited signs of fear, prompting a small detachment of Gothic vassal cavalry to pursue him. Were they not delivering me heads on a platter? DNGK In was elated. The Eastern Gothic vassal cavalry, armed with shields and long spears and rarely carrying bows, could not match his equestrian skills. From a divine perspective, DNGK In would not recklessly wander the battlefield. While other riders might lose their way in the chaos, he could count each enemy head nearby with clarity. A single arrow pierced the skull of a warhorse, and a second arrow swiftly dispatched the fallen Gothic rider. Quintuple kills, an unstoppable rampage. DNGK In grew ever more adept at slaying. Though eliminating the shield-bearing Gothic vassal cavalry required a few more arrows, with occasional fallen riders crushed underfoot by their own allies. Sextuple kills, a display of divine prowess. Septuple kills, a display of intimidation. Octuple kills, a moment of terror. Nonuple kills, a rout. The Gothic vassal cavalry's morale plummeted from an initial high to utter despair. By the time DNGK In achieved septuple kills, they were already in a state of intimidation. As yet another rider fell, their fear escalated, ultimately leading to a complete collapse of morale during the nonuple kills as they fled in panic, despite having over 10 riders remaining. This was utterly terrifying. Not only the Gothic vassal army, but even the elite Hunnic cavalry displayed signs of trepidation. Decuple kills, a rout. Approximately one head every 30 seconds. In mere minutes, DNGK In achieved the astonishing feat of 10 kills on the battlefield, causing the Western Gothic riders to exclaim in awe, hailing him as a warrior of the Lord, their spirits soaring. A portion of the migrating Goths had converted to Catholicism, and many of the Germanic tribes were also followers of the Church. Almost there, DNGK In was not in haste to annihilate these Huns and their vassals, for upon checking, he discovered his arrows were running low. He carried 2 quivers, yet did not anticipate depleting them so swiftly. The small quiver holds 12 arrows, making it convenient and quick to access, while the larger quiver holds 24 or even 36 arrows, albeit at the cost of mobility. Typically, only foot archers carry over 60 arrows. Franks, elite warriors of the barbarians. DNGK In needed to claim the heads of several significant foes, one being an elite infantryman from the Franks, renowned for wielding the Frankish throwing axe, and the other being an elite barbarian warrior who might possess unique abilities. He began to maneuver around the periphery of the battlefield, making a concerted effort to avoid the enemy archers. An opportunity. DNGK In quickly identified several elite Frankish warriors conquered by the Huns on the large map. He yanked the reins, causing his steed to neigh, its hooves raised high, and from a near vertical angle, DNGK In aimed at his target. The arrow traversed the battlefield. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Thwack! One arrow, a fatal headshot. The elite Frankish axeman fell dead on the spot. 11th kill. DNGK In continued to gallop forward, noticing enemies closing in from both sides, relentless in their pursuit. Without the advantage of a divine perspective, he would have remained unaware of the battlefield's overall dynamics, risking encirclement by his foes. The moment of truth had arrived. DNGK inhaled deeply, yanked the reins sharply, and his mount leaped high, locking onto a marked target in midair. A barbarian chieftain warrior, 1 star. On the battlefield, that barbarian chieftain had just roared, cleaving the skull of an Imperial Field Army soldier with his dual axes when the arrow soared through the air, piercing his neck. 12th kill. DNGK In's quiver was now empty. His form suddenly descended, landing beside his horse, where he seized a fallen knight's lance from the ground. This was a skill in horsemanship that the Huns excelled at, a level of finesse that knights in Europe seldom possessed. With the lance tucked under his arm, DNGK In took a deep breath, eyeing his significantly depleted stamina bar, and boldly confronted the Eastern Gothic riders intent on encircling him. With a lance charge, thwack! In an instant, amidst a flurry of sparks, Ngk's lance pierced the enemy's body. In that fleeting moment, he relinquished his long spear, utilizing his superior horsemanship to disarm his opponent of their long knife. 13th kill. Flee. His stamina was nearly exhausted. He could feel the tremors in his arms, even within the dimensional space. Crossing the 7th day. Head count, 37. On the mountains outside the battlefield, Yhutls stood in shock, almost dazed. Sevalu could not see the situation on the battlefield, yet she could perceive it clearly through some form of witchcraft, utilizing the eyes of birds. She witnessed Ngk in slicing through the battlefield, ultimately departing in triumph. This scene caused her delicate form to tremble. Amidst countless warriors, Ngk executed over 10 foes, culminating in the slaying of the barbarian chieftain warrior before riding away. Chapter 14. Heresy. The Tribunal. On the large map, markings for witches and druids appeared. In a recent battle, he had endeavored to avoid close combat. Anyone familiar with mounted combat games on One Life mode understands that until one's character reaches a certain level, one should avoid melee engagements if possible. With his current abilities, he was roughly equal to the high-tier warriors among the barbarians. In close combat, he could at most face 3 opponents. It was likely only a 3-star unit, like the Demon Hunter George, could manage to engage 10 or more in melee. Yet even such formidable supernatural beings would face certain death if surrounded by a cavalry unit. Based on Ngk's understanding of this world, the pinnacle of mortal combat prowess would approximate that of Beowulf. However, to attain such a level of martial skill, he would need to continue his path of slaying, as Beowulf's combat capabilities approached those of a mythological figure. Mastery of throwing. You have mastered the use of throwing weapons, such as throwing axes, javelins, and throwing knives, significantly enhancing your accuracy with these weapons. Proficiency in blocking and parrying. You excel at using shield weapons for blocking and parrying, well-versed in the use of various shields. Additional combat skill, shield bash. Mastery of military weapons. You are proficient in using various one-handed, two-handed, and polearm weapons, increasing lethality when wielding non-exotic weapons. Combat sweep. A combat technique of high-tier barbarian warriors. You excel at using two-handed weapons to inflict fatal damage on enemies within range, capable of cleaving a man in half with a single strike. The spoils of this battle were satisfactory, yet the lack of a qualitative enhancement likely stemmed from the combat skills of the enemies not exceeding the limits he had previously attained. It was probable that subsequent encounters would lead to qualitative changes through accumulation. Ngk had only acquired master-level archery by slaying the SHD Ozich, while most of his other combat skills remained at the level of proficiency. This was relatively normal, as warriors of the caliber of SHD OZH were also exceedingly rare in armies. True masters of combat likely existed in abundance during the era of Roman gladiators. Over a century ago, however, with the establishment of Catholicism as the state religion, gladiatorial combat was largely prohibited. It is conceivable that those champions of the ancient Roman period possessed master-level melee combat skills. Of course, genuine combat must consider numerous factors, the most crucial being armor and weaponry. Unless one possesses the martial prowess of Xing Y or LB, even skilled warriors could be overwhelmed in a siege. It is essential to mention LB. Many tales of him in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms are fictitious. Yet the legendary story of the YNMNSHJ is indeed true. Ngk questioned whether he could currently achieve such feats, as even with an advantage, he could only rely on luck. He could not ascertain how many more heads he would need to claim to elevate his next combat skill to master level. The mastery of skills is undeniably the commencement of a qualitative transformation. Subsequently, the Foreign Legion of the Franks staged a rebellion, establishing the nascent Frankish kingdom upon this land. Britannia, at present, is regarded as a rather remote region. There, the primary challenge lies in confronting the invasions of the Saxons, thus avoiding entanglement in vast-scale conflicts. Regardless of whether Duncan intends to pursue a path of lordship or that of a rogue, he may find a brief respite to develop in the British Isles. The geographical position of the British Isles is remarkably advantageous. While the entirety of the European continent descends into chaos, Britannia remains relatively unscathed. Indeed, should he aspire to claim sovereignty, Once unification of the British Isles is achieved, he could readily launch a counteroffensive against the continent of Europe. Thus, adhering to the original plan, the next step is to venture into Britannia. Most significantly, the monstrous trolls from Norse mythology, once endowed with the ability of regeneration, would considerably elevate my safety. The scarcity of monsters is concerning. Despite Duncan's prolonged sojourn in this realm, he has scarcely heard whispers of supernatural creatures. Perhaps the yet uncivilized regions of the north may harbor more. Humanoid adversaries provide combat techniques, while supernatural monsters offer unique abilities. Hence, one must grasp both with equal fervor. A true man must be steadfast and resolute. The destination for Duncan and his companions largely corresponds to present-day France, specifically Calais and Dunkirk, from where they can proceed to the British Isles, situated in the region of Belgica. However, the territory of the Lesser Germania is precariously close to collapse under barbarian incursions. Greater Germania currently lacks a unified leader, with numerous barbarian tribes collectively referred to as Germans, engaged in incessant internal strife. Yet, the Saxons have begun to rise. Decades ago, due to the relentless assaults on the province of Britannia by the Saxons, the empire was compelled to withdraw its last Roman legion. In truth, they had already been rendered incapable of defense. Following this, the British Isles came under the dominion of the Celts, and the kingdom referenced in the legend of King Arthur likely represents one of the indigenous minor states, primarily situated in the region of Wales. After traversing the war-torn zones, the group entered the territory of the Franks, a faction of the Germanic barbarians, currently divided into three tribes: the Salian, Ripuarian, and Chatti, Hessian. Among these, the Ripuarian tribe has fallen under the dominion of the Hunnic Empire. Ahead lies Parisii, as Severus remarked. Parisii? This is likely the ancient appellation for Paris, which at present remains a modest locality, established around the Leu de la Cité, with an initial population of merely a few hundred. The old island city covering less than half a square kilometer. As the Roman Empire began urbanizing its occupied territories, the vicinity of Parisii gradually developed a population exceeding 10,000. It was during this period that the British Isles commenced their urbanization, introducing the concept of provincial capitals. Yet these cities were ultimately obliterated by Saxon invasions. Many barbarian tribes sought to preserve the legacy of Roman civilization. Yet ultimately, civilization regressed significantly amidst the turmoil of war. It seems that the productivity of this era is indeed markedly low. As Duncan journeyed onward, the scenes he encountered were largely desolate. The Romans had perfected urban water supply systems as early as the pre-Christian era, yet the towns along his route lacked even adequate drainage systems. Among the various barbarian tribes, the Franks were relatively advanced in their assimilation of Roman civilization. However, their agricultural methods remained rather rudimentary. Nonetheless, early feudal manners had begun to emerge. The empire has fundamentally lost its grip on this land, and the towns observed along the way are predominantly inhabited by barbarians. Yet the journey was fraught with peril, as they encountered numerous other barbarian factions plundering the hinterlands, seemingly compelled by the pressures of the Hunnic Empire and burgeoning populations, leading more barbarian tribes to infiltrate the empire's borders. Parisii epitomizes a quintessential medieval town. Is that a vineyard? As Duncan and his companions rode into the town, the guards halted them for inquiries. Thanks to Severus, they encountered no significant trouble. The Franks had adopted various aspects of Roman civilization, including irrigation techniques, viticulture, and horticulture. And compared to other barbarian tribes, their transformation was quite rapid, existing in a liminal space between civilization and barbarism, thus laying the groundwork for the future ascendance of the Frankish kingdom. Among the barbarians, they were not particularly known for excessive drinking. However, once the entire nation embraced Christianity, they swiftly garnered the support of the church. Parisii featured a series of sewage channels, and the overall tidiness of the town was commendable, far exceeding the filth of medieval Paris, at least preventing it from being overrun by stench. At present, the Salian Franks are led by Childeric I, the father of Clovis I, the founder of the Frankish kingdom, followed by the usurpation by Pepin the Short, leading into the Carolingian dynasty with the rise of Charlemagne, marking the onset of medieval history. Charlemagne is akin to the heart of a playing card. The guards of the town briefly lingered their gaze on the witch S-form, which could not be entirely concealed, involuntarily swallowing in response, before permitting their entry. He was not one to provoke Severus. A glance at his attire revealed that he was no ordinary individual. The inn, a prominent structure of Germanic architecture, spanned 2 stories with wooden frameworks and mud-plastered walls. The Franks retained some traditions of the Germanic barbarians, such as drinking, horse racing, and gambling. The Germans had a notorious penchant for alcohol, primarily indulging in mead and beer. Given sufficient libations, these barbarians could easily drink themselves to oblivion. The inn's main hall was a cacophony of drunken revelry, with patrons boasting of having felled a Hunnic knight with a Frankish axe. Severus engaged in brief discourse with the innkeeper while the group settled into a corner. The witch deliberately positioned herself at the back, hoping to evade the attention of the men. In truth, she had modestly bound her chest, yet could not completely conceal her form. For those barbarians, a woman with such curves possessed immense allure, drawing gazes even behind her veil. Soon enough, a slave presented food and drink, a dark-skinned female slave, reminiscent of an Egyptian, perhaps a descendant of mixed heritage brought from Egypt by the empire. The empire had long held many slaves. Just a few years prior, a revolt of slaves and serfs had erupted in Burgundy, only to be ruthlessly quelled. The architectural style of this era is notably primitive, with only the regions surrounding Italy and Greece exhibiting considerable civilization. Upon entering Gaul, the majority of structures are rudimentary wooden houses. The inn resembles those frequented by Nordics in the game Elder Scrolls, perhaps even in a worse state. The benches in the tavern were uncomfortable at best. Duncan cast a glance at the witch beside him, surveying the other patrons in the inn, and quietly inquired, "Has the person you seek arrived?" The Raven Queen, Tress, subtly shook her head, "Not yet. However, my messenger has notified Anya. She should soon be near." One of the founders of the Witch Coven, Anya of Cologne, the Thorn Rose, is unlike Tress, for she is not a priestess from the polytheistic era. She married a general of the empire in her youth, who was also a polytheist, with her lineage tracing back to the apostate Emperor Julian. Following the sudden demise of her husband, Anya, fearing persecution from the church, allied with other witches for mutual protection, thus founding the Witch Coven. Severus's origins are somewhat similar. His ancestors were generals under the apostate Emperor Julian. In a certain sense, the apostate Emperor Julian represents the final counteroffensive launched by the remnants of polytheism. This emperor was, in fact, a wise man, as evidenced by the legacies he left for posterity. Throughout his life, he loved but one, treated his subjects kindly, elevated the common people, lived simply, and embodied humility and compassion, which is truly remarkable. During his expedition to Persia, he fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, even setting fire to his transport ships. When his army found itself in dire straits, he mounted his horse without armor to aid his rearguard. Tragically, he was suspected to have met his end at the hands of a treacherous Christian, struck down by a spear. Among the entirety of the European continent, it was the Roman legions that excelled in the use of javelins. Nevertheless, he still managed to inflict severe damage on the Persian forces, slaying 2 generals and over 50 nobles, significantly weakening the Sasanian Empire, rendering it temporarily incapable of confronting the Roman legions. This emperor met his untimely demise under the protection of numerous polytheistic priests, and his death signified the complete failure of polytheism. Duncan nodded slightly, focusing his mind to enter the divine perspective. He observed the elite axe-wielders of the Franks, Saxon forest hunters, Gothic merchant guards, and 1-star Visigoth mercenaries. Within this divine viewpoint, the units surrounding the tavern were all neutral factions, with no red markers indicating hostile entities. The additional notations denoted those with combat capabilities, while the majority were identified as farmers, slaves, and militia members, largely devoid of threat, easily manageable by a trained soldier. The Hunnic Empire boasted an army of 500,000. Yet the true warriors numbered only around 100,000, predominantly composed of lower-tier soldiers, with most being conquered slaves and servile forces hastily sent to the battlefield. Armed but without armor, with no pressing matters at hand, Duncan expanded his perspective to survey the entirety of Paris. Blacksmith shops, quarries, taverns, residences, commercial districts, the governor's mansion, and vineyards were all meticulously marked, providing him with a clear understanding of the architectural layout of Paris. The garrison numbered merely 100 or so men, evidently depleted. Although this land nominally belonged to the empire, it had become ungovernable, with the vassal lords within the empire resembling warlords. The Franks remained as foreign mercenaries to the empire, currently joining forces with the cavalry of the Visigoth kingdom to confront the invading Hunnic troops. Duncan found the food of this era rather unpalatable, with only the Italian cuisine of the Romans to his liking. Thus, he controlled his character in the divine perspective to voraciously consume, activating the passive ability of gluttony. Normally, a modest meal would suffice, but the desire to indulge became a bit of a torment. The other patrons in the tavern had quietly taken note of him, as he had consumed what would sustain an ordinary person for 2 entire days in a single sitting. The witch's expression was subtly complex, surprised by Duncan's appetite. Yet she discreetly poured him water and sliced meat, resembling a devoted maidservant. The Raven Queen Tress had long concealed her beauty, fully aware that it could attract unnecessary trouble in tumultuous times. After an indeterminate period, a marked unit suddenly appeared in Duncan's divine perspective. The witch Anya, 2 stars, was neutral. After so long, Duncan once again beheld a supernatural unit marked as a witch. A 2-star blank? It seemed not all witches bore the skull insignia. Duncan shifted his divine perspective towards the gates of Paris, where a robed woman riding a horse approached, accompanied by 3 mounted guards, foreign riders of Sarmatia, mercenary cavalry, and a retired imperial knight, 1 star. This was likely the individual the Raven Queen Tress awaited. This, which was of considerable worth, hailing from an ancient imperial noble lineage, her ancestors having once conquered Cologne. She sought to cross the sea to the island of Britain, relying on this witch's assistance. However, since the death of the apostate Emperor Julian, those nobles adhering to polytheism had seen their influence wane. Fortunately for Anya, her ancestry included a commander of the imperial field legions, and the title of count among the French nobility derived from this heritage. In accordance with the feudal hierarchy of the medieval period, she belonged to the lineage of counts within Roman nobility. At present, witches had not yet been subjected to the vilification characteristic of the medieval era. Most were descendants of the priests from the polytheistic period, where only nobles could serve as priests to the deities. Many Roman emperors served as high priests, with Julius Caesar notably holding the position for life. Duncan suddenly set down his wine cup. Just as Anya and her entourage entered Paris, a small squad of red-marked units appeared and entered the tavern. Witch hunters, 1 star. Heresy inquisitors, 2 stars. Stealth assassins, 1 star, silver gray. Hidden order monks, 1 star, silver gray. And hidden order sanctum guards, blood of the Holy Grail, 2 stars, silver gray. Astonished, Duncan couldn't help but mutter an expletive in the divine perspective, maintaining an outward composure as he signaled to the 2 individuals beside him to exit first. If they were trapped in the tavern, they would likely be mercilessly slain by the inquisitors. Chapter 15. The Sanctum of the Hidden Order. Was the power of the Holy See truly this formidable? Indeed, it had been only a few hundred years since the Son of God walked the earth. If any holy relics existed, they were likely in the Church's possession at this moment. Let me ponder what other sacred items the Church might have. The Ark of the Covenant, the Shroud of Turin, the Holy Grail, the Holy Prepuce, the True Cross, the Lance of Longinus, the Holy Nails, the Crown of Thorns, St. Paul's cloak, the Holy Robe, the Holy Bones, and the Holy Beetle, the one you think it is. This was rather severe. The Hidden Order's Sanctum Guard bore the mark of blood of the Holy Grail. The last person Duncan had seen with a similar mark was the demon hunter George. Was the Lance of Longinus still in existence? And the Holy Grail? A multitude of thoughts flooded Duncan's mind. Without a doubt, these inquisitors were the most perilous adversaries he had encountered thus far. The Inquisition had been secretly established in 394 AD, predating the historical Inquisition by centuries. That year, the Olympic flames were extinguished, the ancient Olympic Games were prohibited, the doors of the Pantheon were sealed, and monotheism entered its glorious era, commencing its campaign against polytheism. However, during this period, the Inquisition did not target ordinary individuals. Their aim was to gradually eradicate the remnants of polytheism. From priestesses to witches, and even ethereal spirits, all fell within the purview of the Inquisition's judgment. Across the Italian peninsula and the Greek regions, no traces remained of the various mythological beings that had once flourished centuries prior. This was why the last surviving forest nymph from the Pannonian region sought aid from the Raven Queen Tress, as one of the creatures from ancient Greek mythology. She too was on the Inquisition's list. Tress, acutely aware, observed Duncan's grave expression and whispered, "What is happening?" Unsure how to explain, Duncan could only respond, "I sense danger approaching." Upon hearing this, Tress inexplicably believed him, for she regarded Duncan as a warrior with a particularly keen intuition, often attuned to impending peril. As the group stepped out of the tavern, they were greeted by the sight of Anya and her retinue approaching on horseback. It seemed witches possessed a unique form of intuition, as Tress immediately turned her gaze towards Anya, who also looked up and spotted Tress amidst the crowd. However, Tress's expression quickly shifted, and she spoke nervously. Members of the Hidden Order. Some of the Inquisitors were composed of monks from the Hidden Order, a system originating from Egypt, founded on the principles of rigorous asceticism, with many adherents being fervent zealots. Legend has it that there are two holy grails. One has long been lost, while the other is claimed to be in the possession of the Hidden Order, but the truth of this remains unknown to the outside world. We must leave. Duncan urged the Raven Queen Trix to mount, and Anya, who had just crossed through the marketplace, quickly sensed that something was amiss. Under the protection of the nightly guards, the two-star whiteboard which hastily followed suit. A two-star whiteboard, a level of power that seemed inadequate, hardly capable of defeating the one-star silver-gray monk from the Hidden Order. After all, those marked with silver-gray stars were elite units. The Raven Queen Trix turned to glance at Anya, her voice firm. "You are being followed. It is someone from the Inquisition." On the opposite horse, beneath a robe and hood, was a strikingly beautiful woman, around 30 years of age, with high cheekbones and a nose reminiscent of a statue from ancient Greece. Her lush, wine-red hair framed her face, and her lips were tightly pressed, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "I had no idea. I was extremely cautious on my way here." Her demeanor suggested a deep-seated dread of the Inquisition. After the last apostate Emperor Julian, who supported polytheism, met his demise, the remaining nobles clinging to polytheism were already terrified. Those without deep family ties had long since converted to monotheism. Anya had even contemplated abandoning her home and fleeing overseas, knowing that she would eventually find herself on the Inquisition's list, given her ancestry as a close confidant of the apostate Julian. At this moment, Duncan interrupted the conversation between the two witches, insisting, "We must leave at once. Delay will only worsen our predicament." The Raven Queen Trix appeared notably calmer, gripping an ancient sacrificial stone, seemingly whispering an incantation. Conversely, the two-star whiteboard Anya bore a visage of anxiety, resembling a frightened Roman noblewoman rather than a formidable witch. The laws of causality suggested that without this witch, she would have perished here. Despite her diminished strength, she was still one of the founders of the witches' gathering, her status remaining respectable. The Inquisition had caught up, yet being in a town, they seemed hesitant to unleash their full power, granting the group a fleeting chance to flee. Duncan, along with Anya and 3 knightly guards, burst forth from Paris and into the desolate wilderness beyond the town. Upon entering the wilds, a monk from the Hidden Order made a gesture of prayer, and in an instant, all their steeds surged forward as if fueled by some stimulant. "Someone is cheating," Duncan observed from his vantage point, recognizing the imminent danger. Here, he was the only one capable of escaping. His equestrian skills were unmatched, even with the opponent's advantage. Their speed could not surpass his. Magic in this world was not as potent as he had initially believed. At least the individuals he encountered, including the Raven Queen Trix, seemed constrained by certain laws. They could not perform miraculous feats like the witches of mythic times. Anya's anxious voice broke through. "I cannot influence their steeds," communicating with animals, inciting them to frenzy and aggression. None of it is working. Trix continued her low chant, preparing what appeared to be genuine magic. She had previously mentioned that after the extinguishing of the Olympian fire, the priest's supernatural abilities had significantly waned. The Romans had forsaken their deities, and the polytheistic gods had also abandoned the priests. Now, ordinary witches were scarcely different from common folk, possessing only a modicum of magic and some sleight of hand. True magic required rituals and special tools, and Trix's current incantation with the sacrificial stone indicated she was preparing something significant, causing her to lag behind. If this continued, she would likely be the first to be caught by their pursuers. Duncan decisively commanded, "Let us circle around the nearby woods and prepare for battle." He then tightened the reins, falling to the rear. Trix cast him a deep gaze, still clutching the sacrificial stone, continuing her murmured incantation. Just as she had not abandoned him during their confrontation with the Huns, he would not leave her to face the enemy alone. Severus, resolute, moved to follow. In matters of faith, there were no absolutes. The Christians had once faced persecution at the hands of Roman priests, and now the tides had turned, with the Inquisition seeking to eradicate all. History, it seemed, knew no novelty. You too, lend your aid, Anya urged her 3 knightly guards. The foreign rider from Sarmatia promptly turned his mount, for they were fiercely loyal mercenaries within the empire, ready to join the noble's retinue. The other 2 soon followed. Though the imperial guard hesitated, his gaze fixated on Anya, his expression one of longing. For heaven's sake, in such circumstances, can one still indulge in romantic notions? Duncan nearly cursed in frustration. Yet Anya paid no heed to the imperial guard, beginning her own whispered spell, an invisible magic swirling around her as she joined tricks in preparing their magic. Surprisingly, this initially flustered noblewoman exhibited remarkable adaptability. "Follow me," Duncan commanded, aware of the advantageous terrain for their group. As they proceeded, Duncan readied his Northern War bow, aiming at the enemy, releasing a test arrow aimed at the 2-star silver-gray monk from the Hidden Order. The next moment left him wide-eyed. Sparks flew as the monk unsheathed his sword, deflecting Duncan's arrow. Was this truly human? Duncan's expression darkened, his opponent's reaction speed unnaturally swift, reminiscent of a character from an assassin's tale. This foe posed a greater threat than the archer he had faced before. In many respects, he was among the pinnacle of mortal combatants. Victory seemed elusive. All that remained was to rely on Trix's magic. After circumventing the woods, the group gradually slowed. The Sarmatian rider readied a short bow, though his skills were merely average, standard for mounted archers. The other 2 prepared for battle, one wielding a sword and the other a long knife paired with a shield. Fortunately for them, the enemy lacked ranged capabilities. Only the witch hunter bore a crossbow, while the others were melee fighters. Severus positioned himself to Duncan's right, clearly viewing him as their linchpin. Tension mounted as combat loomed. The monk from the Hidden Order charged toward Duncan, the witch hunter raising his crossbow, targeting the 2 knights. Just as Duncan's arrow struck the Hidden Order monk, a strangled cry echoed nearby. The monk, clad in armor beneath his robe, emitted a grunt, yet showed no sign of slowing. An invisible assassin, marked with a 1-star silver-gray, suddenly spurred his horse into a gallop, catching up with the Sarmatian rider. His movements on horseback were fluid, as if anticipating the trajectory of an incoming arrow, deftly evading it before closing the distance to just 2 or 3 meters. The Sarmatian rider hastily drew a hand weapon, yet before he could react, the assassin lunged, his dagger piercing the rider's throat, unceremoniously throwing the body from the horse, his form agilely clinging to the enemy's steed. By the gods, this is a true assassin. 1 strike, 1 kill, ferocity that sent chills down Duncan's spine. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary before. He turned his mount, aiming with precision, and in an instant pulled back the bowstring, releasing a bolt that soared toward the assassin. The assassin was unarmored. Otherwise, his agility would have been impossible. The arrow struck true, blood splattering as the assassin tilted his head, but his leap to seize the horse was too late. The arrow pierced his throat, and with a thud, his body fell near the Sarmatian rider. Both parties were taken aback. Denkin and his companions were astonished by the prowess of their adversaries, while the heretical inquisitors were equally taken aback by Duncan's archery skills. Pursue those 2 witches. The paladins of the Hidden Order drew their swords, and in an instant of blurred motion, the mercenary cavalry were knocked aside by their long blades. The adversaries swiftly crossed swords, causing a shower of sparks to erupt as their weapons clashed. With a fierce thrust, the long sword of one paladin severed the head of a mercenary rider. Blood erupted like a fountain. This was Denkin's first experience witnessing a beheading with a long sword. Typically, barbarian berserkers would employ 2-handed great swords or battle axes to achieve such a feat. This individual exhibited either extraordinary combat skills or superhuman physical capabilities, possibly both. The paladin of the Hidden Order beheaded the mercenary rider and charged toward the retired Imperial Guard knight. In a heartbeat, an arm was severed, and the knight, along with his sword, was cleaved in 2. His solitary left hand reached for a 1-handed hammer, but he lost his balance and fell from his steed, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the Inquisitor had already pierced him through with a spear. The tide of battle suddenly turned against Denkin and his allies. With a swift arrow, Denkin dispatched a witch hunter wielding a hand crossbow and rushed forward to obstruct the pursuit of the 2 witches. Engaging in close combat with the enemy would be extremely disadvantageous for him. The paladin of the Hidden Order dispatched two opponents with the ease of slaughtering livestock, akin to how a general would dispose of foot soldiers. Akin realized that he would likely meet a swift demise against him. Were it not for the horsemanship he had seized from the archer, he would have been among the first to fall to the onslaught. An arrow sliced through the air. The warhorse cried out in distress. Akin spared no effort in his attempts to impede the enemy, shooting down the paladin's steed with a single arrow. Yet, before he could knock another arrow, his own mount let out a mournful cry. A javelin was hurled at a 60-degree angle. The Inquisitor had grievously wounded his horse with a short javelin. Could this individual have once belonged to the Imperial Legion? The ability to throw a javelin with such precision while mounted could only be attributed to the elite forces of the Empire. After all, since the time of ancient Rome, the Empire's heavy infantry had trained in javelin throwing. Akin was thrown from his horse, rolling to the ground with a muffled grunt before quickly regaining his footing. He retaliated by hurling a Frankian throwing axe. The axe struck true, splattering blood as the Inquisitor twisted to evade, unaware that Akin had aimed for the horse's head. These foes were formidable. If he did not bring one down as well, Akin would soon find himself pursued by cavalry. An archer being hunted by cavalry would spell disaster. The warhorse whinnied. Severus, having engaged the enemy, charged toward Akin without hesitation, dismounting to grasp a shield and hammer, commanding, "Mount up, my good brother." Akin wasted no time. Vaulting onto his horse, drawing his bow with a taut string, an arrow flew straight and struck the calf of the paladin, causing him to stumble and his speed to falter. This adversary was clad in armor and possessed remarkable physical prowess. Severus roared in fury, advancing toward the Inquisitor with his oak shield raised, offering his steed to Akin. Should he fall into a besieged state, survival would be almost impossible. Yet Akin, as the sole archer, was the only one capable of thwarting these Inquisitors. Adrenaline surged. Akin was prepared to fight with all his might. Chapter 16, A Desperate Counterattack. The Witches Go Berserk. The barbarian berserker possesses two branches of ability. One is the adrenaline surge, enhancing overall strength, and the second is fury, significantly increasing physical power, but incurring a state of rage. Akin had no intention of engaging in close combat with the enemy. Thus, the adrenaline surge was the optimal solution, albeit less pronounced than the fury's enhancement. On the battlefield, berserkers charge recklessly, often beyond the grasp of command, yet their combat capabilities are formidable. Once they unleash their fury, one might as well relinquish control, as they would pursue enemies relentlessly. In ancient Rome, unarmored barbarians would be met by legionnaires who could withstand the initial onslaught and gradually whittle them down. Nowadays, barbarians also don armor, greatly enhancing their survivability, making them considerably harder to deal with. Akin appeared to possess boundless stamina under the divine perspective, as his stamina bar soared to full capacity during the duration of the adrenaline surge. The reticle of his aim remained steady, with his bow drawn taut. An arrow flew with deadly precision toward the Hidden Order's mage, who seemed to be preparing to cast a spell, lingering at the back of the enemy ranks. His method of spell casting involved praying with a crucifix held in one hand, much like the witches, requiring ritual implements to harness true magical power. A headshot. Akin's arrow burst through his skull. In this world, all wielders of supernatural power must prepare their spells in advance. Should they be forced to cast in close proximity to warriors, they would have long since succumbed to death by sword. Now the paladin's expression turned grave. They had never faced such losses while pursuing witches. Akin had just eliminated 3 foes in succession, posing a greater threat than the 2 fleeing witches. If he were not dealt with first, all would fall to his arrows. Akin unleashed a barrage, swiftly redirecting his aim toward the Inquisitor, who wielded a knight's shield and a one-handed heavy short sword, weapons favored by the elite Roman legions. The arrow clanged against the shield. As the Inquisitor's reflexes proved remarkably swift, he had anticipated Akin's Frankian axe. One shot was insufficient. The enemy's speed was astonishing, and with a shield in hand, eliminating him would be exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the paladin had retrieved a javelin from the corpse of a fallen horse, constantly locking onto Akin's position. Seeking a way to close the distance, the javelin poised at a 60-degree angle for throwing. This individual might have once been among the elite of the Roman legions. Otherwise, such precise targeting would be impossible. Akin dared not remain stationary nor retreat too far, for if he did, Severus would likely meet his end. The druid had relinquished his horse. Akin could not bear to witness his demise. Just then, Severus roared in fury as he clashed with the Inquisitor, raising his oak shield to deliver a powerful blow that toppled his opponent, presenting a clear opening. An opportunity. Akin did not hesitate, pivoting 180 degrees, shooting backward from his horse. It was as if his mind's eye had a sixth sense, seizing the moment. He knocked an arrow, drawing back the string, and released a shot that struck the enemy squarely in the chest. With full draw, the explosive force penetrated the adversary's armor, causing blood to erupt forth. In the projection, a javelin soared toward him. Akin did not waver. He leapt from his horse, rolling to the ground with a grunt as the steed cried out. The javelin struck with astonishing accuracy, piercing the horse. Had Akin not evaded, it would have pierced him as well. Was this strength human? From nearly 100 meters away, the javelin penetrated the horse's spine. Had it struck a person, it would have pierced straight through. With 2 against 1, Severus crushed the enemy's skull with a blow, advancing toward Akin, who was likely the only one capable of confronting the paladin of the Hidden Order directly. Yet, the latter's close combat prowess was formidable, and even the druid might not withstand several blows. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached. The 2 witches returned, and not far on the map, another group of cavalry was rapidly closing in. The Arius sect's clerics, the Arius sect's inquisitors, 1 star. The witch hunter instructors, 2 stars, and the Frankish paladins, heavy cavalry, 1 star, 3 individuals. The Arius sect's Templar Knight, 2 star silver gray. Prior to the Middle Ages, these knights were the elite warriors tasked with guarding the sacred domains, which were rooted in the concept of polytheistic sanctuaries. In this era, the barbarian tribes relied on retired high-ranking warriors and chieftain guards. The sacred domain was essentially the core temple area dedicated to a particular deity. In ancient times, the temples of the barbarian tribes also trained warriors. For instance, the Temple of Artemis in ancient Greece was known for its archery training. The heart of numerous civilizations in the pre-Christian era revolved around state affairs, primarily concerning worship and warfare, with large national ceremonies conducted in the sacred domains. Akin could no longer contain his frustration. The Arius sect had always been at odds with the Roman Catholic Church due to doctrinal disputes. Yet they united as allies against the old polytheistic faith. Rooted in barbarian territories, the Arius sect spread its beliefs among the tribes, continually clashing with polytheistic priests and various supernatural entities. Yet they steadily encroached upon the domain of polytheism. The 3 branches of the East and West Goths, the Franks, and even the Saxons, Alemanni, and Celts had missionaries of the Arius sect among them. They were now besieged by the factions of both churches. Akin knocked another arrow, aiming at the hidden monastery ahead. He knew he must eliminate this foe first to find an opportunity to escape with Tris and Severus. If they could momentarily evade their pursuers and retreat into the dense, ancient forests, Akin believed he could devise a plan for their escape. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Akin's 3rd arrow struck the hidden monastery's chest, but the armored figure merely grunted and charged forward. Why was there no response? Had the witch's magic failed? At the moment of their confrontation, Severus's oak shield was knocked aside, followed by a pained grunt as 2 fingers fell to the ground. The hidden monastery swung its sword, altering its attack mid-strike, severing the druid's ring and little fingers. Severus was then struck on the head by his shield, staggering slightly without even showing signs of dizziness. The druid, now with only 3 fingers, still clutched his one-handed hammer tightly, but the chaos of their combat made it difficult for Akin to target effectively. Without hesitation, he drew his longsword and lunged from the right side to ambush the enemy. He overestimated the druid's melee capability. Severus could only withstand 2 or 3 strikes from the hidden monastery. The clash of weapons echoed. Sparks flew as the hidden monastery parried Akin's powerful blow, causing both combatants' hands to tingle. Akin's longsword was forced back, while the enemy's longsword sustained only minor damage. Even with his adrenaline surging, Akin's physical prowess could not match that of his foe. At that moment, Severus struck the enemy's chin with his hammer, causing blood to spurt and the enemy's skull to vibrate. Had it not been for the earlier loss of 2 fingers, That blow might have determined the outcome. There was an opportunity. Duncan swung his sword at the enemy's neck, while Severus brought his shield crashing down on the foe's head. This was the true struggle of 2 against 4. The hidden monastery retaliated, its blade piercing through Severus's abdomen. He shifted slightly, bracing himself against Duncan's strike. The longsword clashing with a shower of sparks. Though blood flowed, most of the damage was absorbed by the armor. How formidable! Beneath the cloak, this figure was clad in armor, possessing strength that transcended that of mere mortals, more resilient than supernatural beasts. Enemies were closing in from a distance. If the witch's magic could not be unleashed, they would likely perish here. Aren't you the witch marked by the skull? Where's your magic? Duncan struck down, pushing back the hidden monastery. If Severus fell, he would have no chance of turning the tide, perhaps even failing to escape. But at that moment, a fierce wind arose, whipping up dust and debris. From a divine perspective, the mark of the Raven Queen Triss flickered and transformed. The sorceress Triss, Crimson Skull Mark, appeared. A tangible, supernatural force descended into reality. Amidst the swirling winds, sorceress Triss floated several meters above the ground, while Anya looked on in astonishment. She had clearly never witnessed such terrifying power from another witch. Goodness, so you can fly. The wind howled fiercely, Triss's hair danced wildly, her eyes shimmering like silver moons. Her appearance transforming into something enchanting and otherworldly, reminiscent of the sirens of ancient Greek lore. She gracefully extended her hand toward Duncan. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as the hidden monastery's face contorted in horror, shrieking, Sorceress Triss. They had tracked Anya all this way, failing to recognize the Raven Queen Triss, mistaking her for another member of the Witches' Assembly. On the tribunal's list, only a select few, named in sanctity, could contend with this ancient high priestess. Blood gushed forth. The hidden monastery's limbs collapsed, as if its armor had become non-existent, the figure being crushed into a grotesque form. Torrents of blood staining the ground crimson. Lord, redeem us! Nearby Arius sect clerics were also caught in the tempest. The hidden monastery's monks fell to their knees, praying with wooden crucifix fragments in hand. In the projection, a faint white light flickered, only to be swiftly obliterated by Triss's tangible magic. The hidden monastery's chest caved in as if struck by colossal force. Blood erupted forth, leaving the figure gasping for breath. In the maelstrom, an otherworldly radiance flashed. The arms of the Arius sect's Templar Knight soared into the air, followed by his legs being severed, blood spraying several meters away. A swarm of crows materialized, resembling black smoke and clouds as they descended upon the Frankish knights, pecking out their eyes amidst their horrified screams, causing all enemies to tumble from their steeds. The crows transformed into smoke and dissipated, while Triss's figure appeared momentarily, effortlessly bisecting the witch hunter instructor. In the next instant, severed limbs rained down upon the battlefield, leaving scarcely any enemies standing. Duncan was momentarily stunned. Yet, the Raven Queen Triss's voice, tinged with an alluring rasp, soon pierced the air. Do not dawdle. My magic will not last long. You must execute them. As the wind began to die down, Duncan regained his senses, his gaze drifting toward Triss, suspended in midair, and swiftly dispatched the remaining foes. Crack! In midair, the runic sacrificial stone held by the Raven Queen shattered. Her complexion paled drastically, and she quickly fell to the ground. Anya rushed forward to support her, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the broken sacrificial stone. Trivium, after the flames of Olympus extinguished. This was her first encounter with a runic sacrificial stone from the age of the gods. The populace of ancient Rome frequently made offerings to various deities, and some stones bore unique symbols representing specific gods. The mark of the Raven Queen Triss reverted from sorceress to witch. Duncan hurried to assess the witch's condition. What was the difference from a divine descent? Even the 2-star silver-gray elites were remarkably powerful, with the Raven Queen Triss bearing a Skull Leader's mark. Duncan had speculated her magic might be formidable. Anya, too, was filled with awe. In her eyes, her own magic paled in comparison to Triss's, appearing as mere parlor tricks. Where did her magic truly originate? Did that sacrificial stone unlock some limitations of the real world? Truly formidable. The power exhibited by T. Lise moments ago nearly led Duncan to believe he had transcended into the realm of myth. Let's proceed. Duncan, observing the frail T. Lise, initially intended to lift her onto a horse, but quickly realized his folly and turned to Anya beside him, instructing, "You carry her." With that, he dashed towards Severus, lifting the gravely injured druid and solemnly urging, "Brother, hold on. We shall soon find a safe haven for your healing." He directed T-Lise to assist in staunching the druid's wounds and prepared to ride with him, while Anya supported T-Lise, as the remaining four sought refuge for a brief respite. At that moment, the adrenaline coursing through Duncan's veins had waned, leaving him feeling as though his very bones were splintering. Anya hastened to the lifeless body of the fallen knight, her gaze devoid of any sentiment, as she rummaged through his belongings to uncover a pouch filled with gold. After securing it, she stated with resolve, "I know where the Celtic priest resides." With a flick of her wrist, she closed the deceased knight's unblinking eyes and seized his longsword. It seemed the affection was indeed unrequited. The witch Anya, scarcely glancing at the corpse, gathered her weapons and gold before assisting the weakened T-Lise onto the horse. Duncan armed himself with the weaponry of the monastic sanctuary, unable to carry anything else, and, supporting the severely injured Severus, they retreated from the site. Among the group, only Anya retained any combat efficacy. At this juncture, Severus had succumbed to unconsciousness, his abdomen bleeding profusely, saturating the bandages. Duncan, though uninjured in appearance, felt as if his ribs were fractured from 2 falls. His vitality significantly diminished, likely due to bruising. Had it not been for Severus, who shielded him with his horse, he might not have survived this far. "Hold on, brother," Duncan urged, managing to ride with one hand. Stabilizing the unconscious druid while casting a glance at the pallid T-Lise, he instructed Anya, "We must head into the mountains. In such circumstances, the dense forest offers greater safety." Chapter 17. Alone, armed, and unaccompanied. This time, the injuries were indeed grave. Upon entering the woodland, Duncan abandoned their horses, shouldering Severus, while Anya supported the ailing T-Lise, the 4 of them stumbling towards a grand oak for rest. The ruins of the Druid Circle. This marked a location on the divine perspective map, devoid of any structures, yet encircled by ancient oak trees, each nearly a century old. Duncan removed his clothing to lay it on the ground, gently placing Severus down. T-Lise, struggling to rise, guided Duncan to utilize the herbs from the druid to treat his wounds anew, while Anya tore her long skirt, crafting softer inner linings into bandages. Assisting Duncan with Severus's second dressing. "I shall gather some dry twigs," Anya declared, rising to seek kindling nearby, occasionally pricked by thorns. Her demeanor shifting to one of near tears, not feigned but genuine pain as she distanced herself from the group, suffering from the thorn's sting. A pampered Roman noblewoman, once wed to an imperial general, Duncan observed discreetly through the divine perspective. Indeed, she appeared as a novice witch. The projection revealed Duncan's status as fatigued, severely bruised, with health diminished by nearly 2/5, while Severus lay gravely injured, nearing death from blood loss, and T-Lise suffered from severe magical exhaustion, her spirit waning with mild backlash. The witch's forehead bore mud, possibly from falls she took when Duncan was preoccupied. Duncan sought to provide Severus with water, for without it, he could not endure much longer. T-Lise, pale as a ghost, looked to Duncan and said, "You may take charge now." Duncan nodded, conjuring a small campfire before the 3, placing Severus by its warmth under the shade of the tree, feeling his forehead for fever, finding none, only severe blood loss. He then glanced at Anya, who appeared anxious by the firelight, seemingly worried he might abandon them for self-preservation. After a fleeting look at the weakened T-Lise, the witch gritted her teeth and replied, "Very well." Though she seemed delicate, she displayed resolve when circumstances demanded it. Duncan offered no further explanations, merely meeting T-Lise's gaze. Sensing her trust, with weary limbs, he grabbed the northern war bow, secured the Franconian throwing axe to his waist, unsheathed the Oathkeeper longsword, and, casting a final glance at the sky, vanished into the dense woods. 11 arrows remained. Duncan advanced along the rugged mountain path, pausing intermittently to rest, as his injuries had significantly slowed his stamina recovery. The state of weakness had lifted, yet fatigue would linger for several hours. Severus could not afford to wait that long. Should rain fall, a deluge could spell doom for Severus by the morrow. He could still draw his bow, but not fully as his stamina was waning. Dimensional space. Duncan focused on the projection before him, expanding the divine perspective map, soon revealing a building's marker. The bandit outpost. They were in dire need of sustenance, clean water, and a place to recuperate. Venturing to other towns posed greater peril. Severus required ample recovery and further treatment. Otherwise, his time was short. From the moment Severus had dismounted his horse, he had become Duncan's comrade in arms. Forward, Duncan steered towards the bandit outpost, having halted nearby due to the map's indication. As the moon ascended, he finally reached the outskirts of the outpost, which appeared modest. Merely a rudimentary wooden fort surrounded by a simple palisade, with a small cave within. In recent years, the Gaul region had been rife with rebellion, and many insurgents had devolved into bandits, wandering the wilderness. Master of arms, your mastery of sword weaponry is akin to an extension of your own body, significantly enhancing your combat skills with swords. Following the defeat of the monastic sanctuary, a master-level branch emerged under military weapon proficiency. Military weaponry encompasses most conventional melee armaments, and the foes faced primarily excelled in swordsmanship. Others had not yet achieved mastery, thus differentiating sword weaponry into a master-level combat skill. Throwing proficiency. You are adept in the use of all thrown weapons, significantly enhancing accuracy when wielding javelins and throwing axes. Many Roman soldiers trained in throwing javelins, while the Franks excelled in throwing axes. Deflecting arrows, special ability, an advanced combat skill, an innate instinct honed in battle, allowing you to use any weapon to deflect arrows in attempt to deflect thrown weapons, with success contingent upon your overall combat skills and physical capabilities. Undoubtedly, this is the prowess of the monastic sanctuary. Blood of the Holy Grail, imitation, special ability, though it is not the true Holy Grail. The blood of the Holy Grail grants mortals extraordinary power, enabling your physical attributes to transcend ordinary limits and progressively enhance over time, while also fortifying your foundational attributes. Does this imply that the Holy Grail in the possession of the monastic sanctuary is a counterfeit? It seems that Arthur also sought the Holy Grail. The true Grail has likely been lost. This should be the key to the extraordinary physical prowess possessed by the hidden sex sanctuary. Even with a surge of adrenaline, Duncan could barely withstand a few blows. The combat technique, known as battle-style assault, involves launching a lethal strike against the enemy with remarkable speed and incredible explosive power. This is the combat skill of the Shanin assault assassin, characterized by its unpredictability, seizing fleeting opportunities to unleash all available strength in sudden attacks. Swift, precise, and ruthless. Centered around fundamental stabbing techniques, the practitioner excels in the use of short weapons, where life and death often hang by a thread. Both success and failure might result in being brutally struck down by nearby foes. This relentless assassination approach offers no opportunity for evasion. Such techniques are typically honed by death warriors in the early days of the assassin's craft. In the medieval era, there were not many fanciful techniques. Even during the later Crusades, the most crucial aspect of combat remained the fundamental swordsmanship. The martial arts techniques depicted in tales are more suited for one-on-one confrontations. When facing an army, attempting to execute such elaborate moves could swiftly lead to one's demise. In solo encounters, the absence of numerous adversaries allows for a wider array of techniques. Yet on the battlefield, one merely requires the basics: stabbing, slashing, and chopping. After this battle, all of Duncan's fundamental combat styles transformed to blue, with the core techniques of stabbing, slashing, and chopping attaining a deep blue hue, while the basic stabbing technique manifested a faint golden border. The imperial troops primarily relied on shields for defense and short swords for thrusting, honed through countless trials. At this moment, Duncan's thrust was swift as a shadow, as if he had practiced this technique for over a decade. This had become second nature, a muscle instinct. It seems that as one progresses, enhancing combat skills becomes increasingly challenging. However, the fundamental techniques continue to improve gradually, and the limits remain unknown. Most weapons such as swords and axes share fundamental styles, with only long-handled spears and polearms having exclusive basic styles. Sometimes, Duncan mused that there is a sense of returning to the origin, for these fundamental techniques are the foundation of all moves. If there is a flaw to speak of, it is that Western combat lacks intricate footwork and emphasizes adaptability instead. This battle brought significant growth to Duncan, because Yahad Ali was either intentionally or unintentionally lenient. None of the enemies he faced were completely dead, and he harvested their heads. He began to suspect that Telesi had guessed that he gained strength through slaughter. Master-level combat skills are likely forged in a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In the bandit stronghold, from a divine perspective, Dinkin marked each enemy one by one. Saxon hunters, Gallian rebel raiders, bandits, and Frankish light infantry axemen. The entire bandit stronghold comprised 27 individuals, a modest number, among which 5 were marked in blue. Identified as slaves, farmers, and farm women. 3 farmers were confined in a room in a corner. The other bandits were scattered around the stronghold, with 2 or 3 patrolling and already drowsy. The most dangerous target was the Frankish heavy axeman, the bandit chief, a 1-star unit, who was in the same room as a marked slave. In another room, a marked farm woman was with 3 enemy units bearing additional markings, yet not classified as bandits. 22 enemies should be manageable. The night was dark. Dinkin stealthily approached, utilizing his divine perspective to see the positions of all enemies. The patrolling bandits were lethargic, grumbling, occasionally glancing toward the room where the farm women and slaves were located. With a swift motion, Dinkin loosed an arrow, striking the bandit in the head, who fell to the ground with a thud, attracting the attention of others. He shot again without hesitation, firing arrows consecutively, each finding its mark in the heads of the bandits, who were mostly unarmored, with only a few special units clad in leather or partial scale armor. Likely enjoying their revelry and oblivious to the commotion, they probably had no chance to don their armor. Dinkin climbed the wooden frame and glanced at his stamina bar. Had he not been injured, he would have found it easier. The Frankish throwing axe struck as a bandit, drawn by the noise, peeked out, only to be dispatched in an instant. With a swift motion, Dinkin stepped forward, casually retrieving the throwing axe from the fallen bandit's head. The axe spun in his hand and soared through the air, striking again with a resounding thud. All 6 patrolling and rotating guards at the bandit stronghold were ruthlessly eliminated. Dinkin surveyed the area. Some bandits slept in the cave, while those of higher standing rested in the wooden houses. He faintly heard a woman's pained groan. With a cold gaze, Dinkin approached quietly, gently knocking on the door. An impatient voice responded from within as a nearly naked Saxon hunter approached the door, ready to unleash a tirade of curses. You were told your shift would be later. With a swift motion, Dinkin cleaved the enemy's skull with an axe, blood and brain matter splattering forth. He surged into the room, drawing his sword in an instant. The blade flashed like a shadow, severing an enemy's arm as they reached for their weapon. In the next moment, they clutched their severed limb in agony, and the shimmering blade pierced through their neck. Duncan's figure darted and lunged. In the dim light, the last enemy barely grasped their hand axe before the blade of the Oathkeeper pierced their heart. The entire process took mere seconds. At that moment, a woman, completely naked and covered in wounds, let out a piercing scream from a makeshift bed of rags. Blood sprayed from the bandit onto her face and hair. Sounds emanated from the adjacent wooden house. Through his divine perspective, Dinkin noted the Frankish heavy axeman tremble as he rose from the slave's side, hurriedly donning his armor and grasping a weapon. Dinkin approached the door and kicked it open. The bandit chief had circled to the side of the door, preparing to ambush, but suddenly, the female slave rose, producing a dagger from who knows where and thrusting it toward his neck. Blood gushed forth. Ultimately, the inexperienced female slave's dagger merely grazed the bandit chief's back, igniting his fury as he raised his battle axe to strike her down. The Frankish throwing axe flew through the air. Duncan's figure lunged forward, the axe striking the bandit chief's head at close range, resulting in a resounding thud as his body collapsed. Inside the room, the female slave was similarly battered, her skin marred with bruises. She withdrew the dagger and silently regarded Dinkin, devoid of any intent to attack, as her blue marking shifted to green. Remaining here, Dinkin retrieved the Frankish throwing axe from the fallen enemy's head and cast a glance toward the cave entrance from his divine perspective. The combat skills he had acquired through this path of slaughter, aspiring to embody the assassin's creed, seemed destined to lead him to that axe-wielding berserker. The more he wielded the Frankish throwing axe, the more adept he became. Its combat style revolved around cleaving, and with a single blow, he could cleave open a skull. Among the Germanic tribes, many high-ranking warriors excelled in the use of axes. With a swift motion, an arrow flew through the air, striking down a bandit who had carelessly exposed himself while reaching for his weapon. Bandits were poorly equipped. At most, they wore leather armor, while most were entirely unarmored. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. At this moment, Denkin resembled a relentless killing machine. By the time he exhausted his supply of arrows, the cave's entrance was littered with corpses. He had run out of arrows. Just one man remained. A loud shout echoed from the cave as a Gallian rebel raider urged the other bandits to advance. With a swift motion, Denkin hurled the Frankish throwing axe, embedding it in the head of the bandit who had just poked his head out of the cave. How dare he even speak? Duncan's divine perspective provided clarity, revealing the precise positions of the bandits within the cave. He drew the Oath Keeper, casually picked up a battered round shield, and advanced step by step toward the cave, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. Clang! The round shield deflected the assault from the right side, as the Oath Keeper transformed into a flicker of cold light. Thrusting forward, when the sharp blade parried the short dagger coming from the left, the bandit wielding a short axe finally realized his fatal mistake, clutching his throat as blood gushed forth, rendering him speechless. Blood sprayed onto Duncan, droplets trickling down the shield. With a swift motion, Duncan crouched slightly, gripping his sword firmly as he plunged it downwards, the blade piercing the heart of his foe. Devil! Demon! The remaining bandits were in disarray. Some fought desperately. Others knelt in surrender, while a few attempted to flee, but there was no escape. The battle style, decapitation. A head flew into the air, and blood erupted like a fountain, causing the bandits to emit shrill, terrified cries akin to those of maidens. When they tormented the farmers, they likely never anticipated their own demise would come pass. With every step, a life was claimed. The absolute mastery of combat overwhelmed them. Any counterattack was effortlessly thwarted by the shield. The Order of the Hidden had significantly enhanced his prowess. Duncan advanced steadily, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, ensuring every enemy was annihilated. Upon exiting the cave, he encountered 2 trembling women kneeling at the entrance. The entire hideout was littered with bodies, 22 bandits, with not a single survivor. Release the 3 farmers. Find a stretcher, and all of you come with me. Duncan extracted arrows from the corpses, his body drenched in blood, resembling a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. He donned a tattered bandit-esque cloak from the wooden cabin and, accompanied by 5 shivering farmers, made his way towards their destination. The dawn was dimly breaking, a faint morning light appearing in the distance. Who? Anya, who had kept watch throughout the night, was drowsy but instantly became alert upon hearing movement, drawing her sword. Duncan's deep, raspy voice resonated through the darkness. It is I, the Raven Queen. Tress, open her eyes. A brilliant light shimmering in her azure gaze as she beheld the man emerging from the shadows. Despite having changed his attire, the scent of blood clung to him, unmistakable and potent. No words were necessary. Tress regarded the man before her, offering a breathtakingly beautiful smile, her eyes shimmering like stars. She had never doubted that Duncan would abandon them. Together, the 3 farmers and Duncan cautiously lifted the stretcher, carrying the semi-conscious Severus towards the hideout, while the female servant assisted the weakened Tress. Just as the farmer's wife attempted to express her gratitude, Anya disdainfully turned away, her expression full of contempt. Tress surveyed the hideout, filled with corpses, remaining silent for a long while, occasionally glancing at Duncan's back. Anya was taken aback. She knew well of Duncan's formidable strength, but never anticipated that he, in his severely injured state, could single-handedly eradicate an entire bandit stronghold. The noblewoman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she covertly glanced at Tress, then shifted her gaze to Duncan in the distance, pondering her thoughts. Duncan was utterly fatigued. After settling Severus in the warmth of the wooden cabin, he finally allowed his earthly vessel to succumb to slumber. This battle had drained him entirely, leaving him exhausted. Chapter 18. Rest and Recuperation. The Coming of Turmoil. Dimensional space. Although in a state akin to a spiritual essence, Duncan had finally relaxed after a day of tension. Naturally, he still monitored the projection to prevent any unforeseen incidents during his earthly vessel slumber. Subject 1. Severely fatigued, severe bruising. The farmers behaved quite obediently, perhaps still intimidated by Duncan, showing no inclination to flee. Duncan fell into a deep sleep. The Raven Queen, Tress, rose with the aid of the female servant, approaching the farmers with a solemn expression reminiscent of a sacred Roman priestess. With just a few words, She commanded their obedience, transforming them from blue-marked units to green-marked units, signifying their compliance with orders. The three farmers and a farmer's wife began to nervously collect the corpses, their expressions a mix of fear and excitement as they stripped the bandits of their clothing, discarding the bodies within the cave. Their clothes, weapons, and coins were piled along the corridor of the hideout, with no one daring to pilfer anything. Tress promised them they could take these items in the future, except for the precious silver coins, gold, and jewels amassed by the bandits. It was a folly for the lowly farmers to possess gold. To them, the bandits' clothing and food were already invaluable treasures, not to mention Tress allowing them to take worthless copper coins. Yet they could not leave just yet. The farmer's wife would tend to Severus, while the three farmers cleaned the hideout and assisted with various tasks. These farmers held Tress in high regard, willing to kneel at the feet of the witch in prayer, possibly adherents of polytheism. The witch, Anya, proved to be quite intriguing. When a farmer's wife sought to serve her, Anya disdainfully rejected her, unwilling to allow her to touch her. However, she willingly accepted the female servant who followed Tress, requesting her to fetch some water, and then proceeded to wash herself in the adjacent cabin, enjoying the servant's attendance as she had her back wiped. This which was peculiar, perhaps a quirk of a Roman noblewoman. Duncan remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the projection, wary of any sudden betrayal from the green-marked farmers. Under his watchful intent, the farmers remained remarkably compliant. How remarkable! Truly, the witch was well preserved. Her skin was soft and rosy, round and voluptuous, far surpassing the alluring tavern mistress remembered by Subject 1, not at all resembling a married woman. No wonder the retired royal knight was utterly captivated. When Duncan's gaze fell upon Raven Queen Tress, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. In the corridor of the hideout, Tress tore a piece of clean, soft fabric from her dress, had the farmer's wife heat some water, and then entered the room where Duncan lay. She approached the slumbering figure, gently wiping away the bloodstains from his forehead, neck, and arms with a damp cloth. Carefully, she loosened Duncan's shirt to cleanse the blood from his chest, then set the cloth aside, her fingertips instinctively brushing lightly across his firm chest. Am I awake, or still asleep? From a divine perspective, Duncan felt somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Subject 1's brow furrowed, as if sensing the disturbance during his slumber. Tress stood up abruptly, startled as if electrified. She hurriedly picked up the towel and water basin, intending to leave, but upon reaching the door, she hesitated and returned, wetting the cloth again to assist in removing Duncan's long boots, giving them a quick wipe before finally shutting the door. Tress stood at the threshold, taking a deep breath. Her cheeks flushed, her expression flustered as if caught in a theft. She turned and entered the adjacent room, using the damp cloth to wipe Severus's forehead. Noticing he seemed to have a fever, placing the wet towel against his brow. No, that was just used on my feet. My apologies, brother. After this encounter, Duncan felt considerably more relaxed. He realized that prolonged residence in the dimensional space induced a sense of fatigue, not merely mentally, but rather on a soulful level. However, since Subject 1 had yet to awaken and remained in a state of severe fatigue, he could only continue to linger in the dimensional space in an ethereal form. Could it be that my soul is too feeble? Duncan mused inwardly. He felt as though he had ascended to a higher dimension. In comparison to others in the real world, he existed in a realm of greater elevation, albeit he could only descend to the earthly plane in his earthly form. Wasn't there a saying in a past life that perhaps Earth was merely a playground for higher dimensional beings? Minutes passed. The witch Aeneas entered the wooden cabin, exuding an air of furtiveness as she cast a lingering glance in the direction of Tellus. What is your intention? Aeneas crept cautiously to the slumbering Duncan, her curiosity compelling her to scrutinize the man before her, seemingly intent on offering her opinions and murmuring softly to herself, "He is rather handsome. No wonder he captivates the heart of the Raven Queen, Tellus. What a pity. She must adhere to the chaste, platonic love for the goddess, which is rather dull. It would be far better for her to be my lover," a predatory thought from a married woman. This audacious sorceress, emboldened by Duncan's unconsciousness, boldly caressed his face and then his chest, casting a furtive glance below before stealthily exiting. The mindset of the Romans during antiquity was notably liberal, a vestige of the old empire. The early empire was rife with tyrannical figures indulging in excess, with notable representatives such as Nero and Caligula. the latter of whom met his end at the hands of the Praetorian Guard, establishing a precedent for the assassination of emperors. Spartacus also epitomizes the era's backdrop. Aeneas hails from a lineage of venerable yet fallen nobility. Her ancestors were rumored to have had close ties with the enchantress Agrippina, the mother of the tyrant Nero, who is said to have poisoned 2 husbands, one of whom was an emperor. According to some accounts, Aeneas' forebear was a priest who aided in these nefarious deeds, thus earning noble status. Unfortunately, her husband soon perished in a war against barbarian invasions, but Aeneas proved resourceful. Despite lacking offspring, she legally inherited her husband's South family estate, becoming a wealthy widow within the aristocracy. However, the Roman Church began its purges against heretical witches, forcing her to clandestinely support Tellus' coven for self-preservation, and perhaps to facilitate her eventual escape from the Church's grasp. Given her modest 2-star power level, it was nearly impossible for Aeneas to be among the founders of the coven. Strictly speaking, she was more akin to an initial angelic investor. This Roman noblewoman harbors a complex background. She once commanded a trading fleet traversing Europe, Alexandria in Egypt, and Carthage in North Africa. Had it not been for the recent turmoil in North Africa, which saw the Western Roman Empire lose its grain-producing territories, her wealth might have surged further. Yet, one can glean her affluence from the retired Praetorian knights among her entourage, alongside a bag of gold resting upon him. Wealthy, yet lacking the means for self-defense, Aeneas has evidently developed an interest in Duncan, or rather, she urgently requires a strong ally to ensure her escape from the Church's reckoning. It is evident to any astute observer that the empire's demise is imminent. Following the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the wives and daughters of the nobility were reduced to playthings for barbarian leaders, with some lofty, noble women descending into the status of mere slaves. Aeneas also conceals a witch's secret identity. If she fails to devise a means of self-preservation, her fate will be far grimmer. Were it not for her desperate circumstances, this woman of privilege would never risk joining forces with Tellus. She is torn between relinquishing her comfortable life and the fear of being subjected to the pyre. After departing from Duncan's chamber, Aeneas glanced at the unconscious Severus, whispering to the druid, "Do not perish." There exists a subtle connection between the two. Severus' lineage traces back to a general of the apostate Julian, who once aided this imperial emperor in quelling rebellions and distinguished himself in the war against the Alemanni. Following the sudden demise of Emperor Julian, Severus' family fell into decline, reaching a state comparable to that of the barbarians in his generation. These individuals, including the Raven Queen Tellus, are remnants of a bygone era. Tellus' sect was a staunch supporter of the apostate Julian. Tellus, now over 100 years old, differs from other witches, having been born with astonishing powers. Upon being discovered by the Trivian sect in her youth, she was promptly chosen as the high priestess of the sect and subsequently became a secret high priestess of polytheism, a title once exclusive to Roman emperors. Following the complete collapse of polytheism, Tellus was forced into exile, living in hiding, altering her identity, and after the total ban on polytheistic sects, she secretly united with other priestesses to establish the initial witch coven. Although Aeneas is not a priestess, her family, like the early Agrippina, mother of the tyrant Nero, secretly worships Venus, the Greek goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. This syncretic deity presides over love, beauty, desire, and fertility. Aeneas clandestinely venerates the icon of the goddess of lust. Many renowned beauties of the empire, celebrated for their allure and ability to ensnare men, have intricate ties to this sect. The secretive cult of Aphrodite bestows a peculiar sexual vitality, and the women serving the cult age slowly. Another similar secretive cult, traced back to Egypt, is linked to the legendary Cleopatra. However, all of this has been relegated to the annals of history following the complete downfall of polytheism. These remnants of polytheism now evade persecution from the heresy tribunal, while Tellus seeks a sanctuary from the dark predictions of the future. As for Tellus' vow of chastity, there exist some goddesses of purity within polytheism, represented by the virgin goddesses. Normally, the era following Zeus, Jupiter, should belong to those righteous polytheistic deities such as Artemis, Athena, etc. Yet, the rise of monotheism eradicated them all. Severus is afflicted with a fever. Presently, there are no alternative remedies. He must endure the ordeal himself. Although this era possesses supernatural forces, It lacks the kind of healing priests found in fantastical realms, unless someone can procure a legendary relic, such as the Holy Grail. If only Severus could have a sip, he would surely revive swiftly. The Druids possess no healing magic, their era having ended when Julius Caesar slaughtered numerous Druid priests in Gaul. Severus knows some ancient Druid rituals, which might include healing spells, but in his current unconscious state, he is unable to tend to his own injuries. The traditional polytheistic beliefs of the Gauls are nearly extinct. It merely depends on the strength of one's fate. Duncan cares for the gravely injured Severus daily. Most priests in the church are ordinary people. Even during the era of the apostles spreading the faith, only a few individuals within the church were said to possess healing powers. Not only has the Raven Queen Tellus' strength waned, but even monotheism has seen a decline in the appearance of saints. The good news is that after 2 days, Severus finally awakened from his fever. A hoarse voice calls out to Duncan, rousing him from his thoughts. He hastily sets down his notebook and fetches water for the awakening Severus. On the 11th day of his journey, 67 heads. This bandit stronghold is located in a remote area, relatively safe, and left no survivors. The enemy may not be able to pursue or dare to continue the chase. As soon as Severus awakens, the 2 witches hasten to his side. The fighting capability within the ranks is limited. Aside from DNGKN, only SIWIL can engage in close combat. IHUTLS, though capable of explosive power, incurs a great cost, leaving her weakened for 2 full days and still experiencing backlash. Witches like NY serve merely as ornamental figures, offering purely financial support, with no discernible special abilities from this 2-star blank slate witch. His injuries have considerably healed, and YHUTLS breathes a sigh of relief. DNGK and was already aware of this. He had just entered the divine perspective and observed that SIWIL's status had changed to severely injured, alleviating the dire condition of near death. Ultimately, a druid remains a druid. Upon awakening, SIWIL could manage to walk the day after, and by the 3rd day, he could ambulate slowly. His physique is indeed robust, possibly augmented by some supernatural elements, as he had requested DNGK to take him to the abandoned druid circle. The group recuperated for 7 days in the bandit stronghold before resuming their journey to Bleeding Island. However, they also brought along a female slave. The other farmers had been dismissed, and DNGK managed to procure several horses, adding 8 individuals to his ledger, and then proceeded towards the direction of WYRM and NY. Worse news loomed. One of the nomadic tribes, the WNGDLRN, was stirring restlessly, seemingly intending to take advantage of the Empire's turmoil. Historically, the WNGDLRN sacked Rome, pillaging for 2 weeks and nearly obliterating the ancient city. NA, quick on her feet, must flee if she were to remain idle. She would not only face the judgment of the tribunal, but also risk being captured and abused by the WNGDLRN. In any dynasty's demise, the families and wives of nobles inevitably face the fate of becoming mere playthings. Chapter 19. Only War. To survive. The path of the rebels in this desolate land. A hell on earth. The Empire finds itself in disarray, having simultaneously lost the Rhine and Danube rivers, akin to losing the Yangtze and Yellow River defenses. The remnants of the Empire's main forces are restrained by the Huns. The barbarian tribes of Greater RRM and NY have crossed the Rhine, seizing Upper and Lower RRM and NY, encroaching upon the heart of Gaul, having entirely lost control over what would later be France. At a fork in the road, a row of wooden stakes stands ominously. In the distance, crows peck at the ground, flies swarm, and numerous severed heads lie scattered, numbering in the hundreds, their features barely recognizable. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be slaves and serfs. The ongoing rebellions within the Empire have forced it to further exploit the lower classes after its finances collapsed, inciting uprisings among slaves and serfs across various regions. Aetius, the Roman protector, is a valiant general, yet lacks administrative talent, having spent years on the battlefront. Should history not deviate significantly, he is destined to be murdered by the Empire's emperor within the coming years. A line of heads is impaled, displayed along the roadside like street lamps, 1 meter apart, stretching over 200 meters, an enduring testament to the cruel punishments from the Spartacus uprising. Romans have always treated slaves with brutality, Those who rebel face execution. Following the failure of Spartacus's revolt, the roads from Rome to Capua were lined with the bodies of executed slaves, numbering around 6,000 crucified. Over 400 heads are enough to construct a grim monument. Gazing upon these lifeless visages, DNGK truly comprehends the cruelty of this era. The barbarian invasion is a quest for plunder, money, land, and lives, while the downtrodden truly live lives worse than swine or dogs. They face death whether they rebel or not. This is the slave uprising of the Burgundians. Beside him, NY, seemingly well-informed, murmurs, the Burgundians have revolted again, rallying numerous slaves and serfs. Though they were initially suppressed by Aetius, many escaped to other regions. They often incite the slaves of large estates to rebel, and once discovered, face extermination and execution, their bodies displayed along the roads as warnings. The massacre that quelled the Burgundians serves as the model for the Germanic epic, the Nibelungenlied. Aetius and Attila, the Hun king, shared a close relationship in their youth, with Aetius having been a hostage in the Hun court, reminiscent of characters from novels. Eventually, he leveraged the Hun's assistance to reclaim his power within the Western Empire, becoming its commander. This historical parallel bears resemblance to the Song dynasty and the Mongols, as Aetius relied on Hunnic mercenaries for many battles. Most interestingly, after Aetius' assassination, it was two of his Hun friends who avenged him by stabbing Emperor Valentinian III during a military inspection. No soldiers dared to intervene as the emperor was slain on the spot. The soldiers within the camp stood idle, watching the emperor meet his demise. The strong and formidable are the Augustus. Though NY is a mere two-star blank slate, her insights further illuminate the current state of the empire for DNGKN, clarifying the roots of the ongoing revolts across Gaul. The BGO movement, which has persisted for hundreds of years within the empire, began in the 360s AD, causing the Roman rule in Gaul to crumble. Suppressed in the 380s, it resurged in the 5th century, inflicting heavy blows upon the Roman Empire. Their scale of revolt far surpassed that of Spartacus. Had it not been for the last great general Aetius quelling them, they could have toppled the entirety of Gaul. These insurgents are the marginalized, hiding in the forests of Gaul, and remain largely undestroyed. The group continues northward, noticing DNGK's keen interest, the which NY elaborates. 3 years prior, Aetius suppressed the BGO in Armorica, reportedly slaughtering tens of thousands, decisively defeating the main forces of the rebels and restoring the empire's dominion over Gaul. Yet, due to the corruption of Roman bureaucracy, a vast populace chose to flee, transforming these rebels back into exiled BGO rebels. Sources of troops? After attentively absorbing NY's account, the term sources of troops springs to DNGKN's mind. Indeed, they represent the empire's rebels, the oppressed, lacking any societal standing and forced to hide in dense forests, are among DNGKN's most promising sources of troops. Within the empire's camp, there exist two options: the protector Aetius or the inept Emperor Valentinian III. Neither appeals to him, though Aetius is a renowned general in history. He remains a mere warrior, and his conflicts with the emperor have grown increasingly irreconcilable. The future, as dictated by causality, foretells that as a human entity and adopted son of the Aetius family, he will suffer grievous injuries on the battlefield, ultimately perishing under the barbarian siege. This perhaps hints at the internal political struggles within the empire. The empire has become irreparably entrenched in decay. Joining it feels akin to stepping into a cesspool, hindering any chance for significant achievements. DNGKN's thoughts sharpen with clarity. The Hunnic Empire is not a concern. Nomadic tribes rely solely on their leaders, and upon Attila's death, they would instantly disintegrate. Furthermore, their ruling class consists primarily of Huns. The barbarian tribes and the Visigoth kingdom also seem unviable, as they seldom employ outsiders. In the British Isles, the most crucial factions are the Celts and Saxons. The Celts possess their own kingdoms and numerous tribal leaders. Even if I were to assist them, establishing a foothold would not be guaranteed. Thus, from where shall I derive my foundational support? As an outsider, how can DNGKN recruit his base? He certainly does not wish to pledge allegiance to any king, chieftain, or lord. At most, he would serve as a mercenary. In this era of social hierarchy, it would be wiser to strive for success independently. Beggar, under the unexpected reminder from the witch Anya. Duncan swiftly recalled a specific group, the Imperial Rebels. As early as the late 2nd century AD, the socio-economic fabric of the Roman Empire had begun to unravel under severe crisis. The core populace, having long indulged in the vast resources of the Mediterranean world, was rapidly degenerating. Whether citizens savoring their bread in the cities or retired soldiers receiving pensions and land, all were expending immense resources at an alarming rate. Had it not been for the convenient maritime transport across the Mediterranean and the relatively efficient Roman administration, this situation might have deteriorated even in the early days of the empire. However, as the chasm between the rich and the poor widened, the proportion of the destitute began to surge exponentially. Yet, the empire's capacity to provide welfare could not extend to every corner, especially in the western provinces lacking major cities, where plantations and farm settlements often overlooked many burdened individuals on the fringes of society. Moreover, local economies were typically more reliant on slave labor, further contributing to the structural decay. Consequently, a large number of exiles began to wander on the periphery of mainstream society, gradually coalescing into independent large groups. The Romans referred to these marginalized groups as beggari. The original meaning of this term, derived from the Gallic dialect, signified warriors. This group eventually expanded to include a multitude of bankrupt farmers, debt slaves, criminals, and deserters. Around the 3rd century AD, the clandestine beggari experienced new opportunities for expansion. Due to the Parthian Wars in the east and the incursions of northern barbarians, the Roman army faced severe manpower shortages. The reigning Emperor Marcus Aurelius undertook extensive military expansions, enlisting a substantial number of gladiators, slaves, and thieves. However, they were ill-equipped to endure the rigorous training and the officers' discriminatory abuse, often finding ways to escape to the nearby beggari territories. This marked the genesis of the first uprising. The inclusion of gladiators rapidly bolstered their combat prowess, transforming the marginalized individuals at the empire's base into a formidable rebel force. Ultimately, they launched a grand uprising. For an extensive period thereafter, the beggari were continuously suppressed, perpetually revolting and fleeing, successfully plundering and massacring the empire's aristocracy, while those who failed retreated to the depths of the mountains, fragmenting into smaller groups. It was not until 3 years ago that Aetius suppressed and slaughtered tens of thousands, further quelling the rebellion. Reflecting on this, Duncan felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the witch Anya. He had always struggled to identify his foundational support. To join the empire meant relying on the powerful. Without an army of his own, he risked falling victim to political strife. As for joining other factions, his standing would be equally negligible. In this fractured world, lacking a personal army rendered any semblance of security utterly elusive. But from where could he muster an army? Where does recruits come from? Reality, after all, was not a game. One could not simply traverse a village to recruit troops or pass through a city to gather a few men. All signs pointed towards 4 significant characters: imperial rebels, those at the very bottom of Roman society, the marginalized, the impoverished Gauls, Celts, Franks, Romans, and Germanic barbarians, all with backgrounds as farmers, slaves, bankrupts, shepherds, criminals, and deserters. These individuals were the true pariahs of the empire. They were destitute beyond measure. Most among them lacked any identity, with the only time they could claim a status as rebels being when they erupted into insurrection due to unbearable circumstances. These individuals represented Duncan's most accessible source of manpower for the future. What empire? What barbarians? What Huns? At present, only the rebels appeared to be one of the factions in which he had the greatest chance for rapid ascendance. Suddenly, a cry from a crow pierced the air. The rider, Trix, immediately reined in her horse and turned to Duncan. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become the leader of this group. The witch's reconnaissance capabilities had expanded, and Trix seemed to exert influence over birds and beasts. However, her scouting required significant events, such as battles involving hundreds of participants or locations strewn with corpses. To be detected, small-scale raids by bandits would likely go unnoticed by the witch. In an instant, Duncan seized his northern war bow, focusing his consciousness into the dimensional space. From a divine perspective, he observed that about 10 kilometers ahead, 2 factions were clashing in the dense forest paths. Strictly speaking, they could not be classified as armies. One contingent even included farmers and shepherds wielding pitchforks, their equipment exceedingly rudimentary, numbering in the hundreds, fewer than a third bore reasonably decent weapons, while most were without armor, with only a handful donning tattered leather armor resembling that of Roman border guards. The opposing force was well equipped, closely resembling a Roman field army, yet evidently comprised of private soldiers, appearing to be mercenaries within the empire. Their weapons and armor were akin to those of regular troops, armed with bows and crossbows. They faced nearly 10 times their number in adversaries. Of course, most of the enemy consisted of farmers, serfs, and slaves. Had they confronted a regular army of such scale, they would have long since been defeated. The beggar, the exiles, the rebels. The empire's private military corps, manor guards, foreign barbarian mercenaries, private knights. The disparity in strength between the two combatants was stark. Rebel corpses littered the roadside, unable to breach the convoy ahead. At least dozens of bodies lay strewn across the path, and many wounded groaned in agony from arrow wounds. Despite their morale being shattered, they continued to press the attack, their eyes fixated on the provisions within the wagons. These rebels appeared gaunt and emaciated, as if suffering from prolonged malnutrition. Truly capable fighters numbered only a handful, while the majority were mere fodder. The empire referred to these pariahs as beggar, while they identified themselves as exiles, signifying those devoid of land, homes, or property. They were the genuine bankrupts. For centuries, the empire had suppressed countless uprisings, yet the insurrections never ceased, as an unending stream of lower-class individuals succumbed to bankruptcy. The empire's exploitation and oppression of its populace was relentless, and years of conflict further drained the lifeblood of society. Ultimately, these bankrupt individuals faced two fates. One was to descend into slavery and serfdom, the other to become exiles, fleeing westward and becoming marginalized figures beyond the bounds of civilization. As long as the empire endured, the pariahs would ceaselessly transform into exiles. Duncan himself could be considered an exile. The village of Bran at the empire's border had been ravaged by fleeing soldiers, forcing him to escape to Gaul, devoid of land, home, or a place to call his own. He was undeniably a refugee on the verge of rebellion. However, he possessed a hidden advantage. His martial prowess had allowed him to carve a bloody path. The plight of other exiles was far less fortunate. They joined the rebels, only to be suppressed and slaughtered by the Roman protector Aetius a few years prior, and the remaining survivors continued their flight westward. Had it not been for the large-scale invasion of the Huns, they might still be pursued by barbarian mercenary bands. These exiles were thoroughly scattered. Some became bandits, while others retained the structure of the rebels, establishing strongholds deep within the dense forests, emerging to raid when survival became untenable. Perhaps influenced by the Spartacus uprising, these exiles, after pillaging the aristocratic manors of the empire, would occasionally extend assistance to the impoverished, garnering clandestine support from the lower echelons of society, including serfs and slaves, who provided them with information. Their early slogan was to transform slave owners into slaves, which subsequently led to repeated suppression and massacre. The begging army. These individuals are nothing short of a naturally born begging army. Duncan recalled a military faction from the tumultuous era of the Five Barbarians Chaos. This was a group of individuals striving to survive amidst adversity. They were utterly incapable of breaching the defensive formation, yet remained reluctant to withdraw. Their sole desire was to cling to life, driven by the fundamental instinct to endure. They are confronted with a brutal era of chaos, akin to the tumultuous period of the Five Barbarians invading the Central Plains. The downtrodden have no alternative. To comply is to be crushed by the empire, while rebellion invites annihilation as traitors. Since both paths lead to certain death, might it not be more noble to rise up in a grand and fervent revolt? The camp of the exiled rebels came into being in this manner. DNGK and understood what his next course of action should be. The number of his troops depended solely on the extent of the empire's corruption and how many individuals were driven to the brink of survival. Whether establishing roots in the British Isles or rebelling in the western regions of the empire, he requires a group of individuals, those who fight for their very survival. In this tumultuous era, where human life is regarded as inconsequential, only the mercenary army can genuinely pledge their allegiance to him, a lowly individual of humble origins, hailing from a distant land. Curse the empire, I shall rise through the ranks of the rebels. The exiles, those wretched souls at the fringes of the empire's western borders, have no choice but to revolt when survival becomes untenable. They faced the dual threats of imperial oppression and barbarian invasions, as well as the menace posed by the Huns. In comparison to other factions, the rebels are characterized by their lack of organization and discipline, wielding inferior weaponry. Primarily composed of farmers, serfs, and slaves, they are, however, the easiest to recruit. A mere chance at survival and sustenance is sufficient to rally them. These exiles, a motley crew of vast numbers, were ultimately absorbed by the Franks, facilitating the rise of the Frankish kingdom and supplying a substantial influx of youthful labor and military recruits. One branch of causality posits that a mortal being adopted by Aetia stems from the Roman tradition of adoption, effectively allowing one to shed their lowly origins. Should the emperor of the empire lack suitable heirs, he may adopt a successor as his son. Indeed, among the first 17 emperors of the Roman Empire, 7 ascended to the throne through adoption. Noble families often followed suit. In the absence of male heirs, or if their progeny were deemed unworthy, they would select an adopted son to inherit their power and political legacy, typically through marriage alliances. An adopted son enjoys legitimate rights of inheritance. Within the traditions of the empire, once an individual is adopted into a family, their previous identity, be it that of a barbarian or a lowly commoner, becomes irrelevant. They're now aligned with the status of their adoptive family. Such adopted children are treated no differently than biological offspring. Noble adoption typically involves selecting other female members of the family for marriage to the adopted son, who inherits the family name and political legacy, receiving societal and legal recognition. The demise of the mortal being in that branch signifies the untimely death of one of Aetia's chosen legitimate heirs on the battlefield, a fact that initially eluded Duncan until he came to realize that the death of an adopted son bore little distinction from that of a biological child, as the empire's political elite would only select the most esteemed and capable successors for adoption. Furthermore, in Roman tradition, adopted heirs were typically adult males. Trajan, at the age of 45, was adopted and designated as the heir to the empire, subsequently expanding its territory to unprecedented extents. In the later stages of the empire, adoptions, akin to Donge was recognition of Elbu as an adopted son, were often driven by political motives, yet the status of the adopted son remained notably high. Chapter 20. A lone horseman shatters the army. A peerless warrior. For our esteemed leader, Lu Lqbiln, let us proceed. Denken rode fiercely. And although the crowd was unaware of the reason, they eagerly followed suit. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. By the time Denkin and his companions arrived, nearly 100 corpses littered the battlefield. The exiles, unable to breach the fortified formation, were unwilling to retreat and instead encircled the enemy in the center of the road. The mercenaries within the convoy exhibited no fear whatsoever. A figure who appeared to be a leader even took the time to instruct his soldiers to prepare food and drink, as they had been trapped there for several hours. The soldiers, after their fierce combat, required sustenance to regain their strength. Furthermore, with the convoy besieged, the nearby towns and estates would surely react, and it would not be long before reinforcements arrived. With just 20 or 30 cavalry, they could easily charge and obliterate these remnants of rebellion. The 200 to 300 exiled rebels watched helplessly as the mercenaries feasted heartily. The emaciated exiles nearby could not restrain themselves from swallowing their saliva. Some even stealthily approached, yearning to reach the periphery of the line of vehicles, where the heaps of corpses lay, to gather the scattered grain strewn upon the ground to consume. Whoosh! A barbaric mercenary drew his powerful bow, aiming at the fugitive. An arrow was released, piercing through the chest, causing blood to spill from the fugitive's mouth as he fell to the ground, breathing shallowly. Ha ha! These rebellious scoundrels! The barbarian soldiers within the formation laughed heartily, their spirits evidently high. In stark contrast, the exiled rebels displayed faces of despair, their morale at an all-time low. Were it not for the complete absence of alternatives, they would have long since crumbled. Their sole advantage lay in their numbers. The leadership of the exiled rebels consisted of 3 individuals. One had been slain by an elite forest archer, while another met his end, cut down by a flurry of blades as he clung to the vehicle formation. Now, only a weary man in his 30s remained, his complexion pallid and haggard, resembling a destitute soldier with distinct Gallic features. At this moment, he contemplated retreat, yet he knew that should they withdraw, many would succumb to starvation. The vast majority would not survive until winter's arrival. Even if they were to miraculously endure until then, the lack of food and resources would ultimately lead to their demise. Gather those with armor and follow me. Quichuo gritted his teeth and urged his fellow townsmen beside him. Let us press forward with renewed vigor. Otherwise, when the enemy reinforcements arrive, there will be no chance left. He seems determined to fight to the death. If they cannot break through the armored formation, these individuals will inevitably meet their demise, unable to endure even in the secluded mountains and forests. With 2 of the 3 leaders fallen, his blood surges with fervor, igniting a desire to risk everything in a final desperate attempt. Everything is done solely for survival. At this moment, the sound of hooves echoed from a distance, causing Quichuo's expression to shift to one of terror, as he feared that enemy cavalry reinforcements had arrived. These exiled rebels were merely serfs and slaves, lacking proper weaponry. Even a light cavalry unit would easily scatter them like chickens and dogs. Within the formation, the mercenary barbarians also displayed signs of excitement. Should cavalry arrive, they could charge out from the formation and slay the leader, leading to the rebels' immediate demise. At the nearby intersection appeared 5 riders. The mercenary barbarians showed disappointment, for it was evident that these were not reinforcements, but rather a group of travelers passing through. 5 individuals on 5 steeds, 2 men and 3 women. One man, armed with a sword and bow, exuded an imposing presence, while the other appeared rugged, akin to a Gallic savage. Among the 3 women, 2 possessed extraordinary beauty. Even from a distance, one could discern their allure. Surrounding them, the exiled rebels fidgeted restlessly, yet they could not pursue, as their adversaries were mounted. Quichuo immediately commanded his subordinates to restrain themselves and sent someone to call out to the 5 riders, urging them to circumvent the area from another direction. For reasons unknown, one of them instilled a vague sense of unease within him, a feeling he had never experienced even with the seasoned gladiator who once trained him in combat. Gladiatorial contests had long been prohibited within the empire, yet certain noble families still clandestinely kept gladiators for entertainment, most of whom were lowly slaves, occasionally used for betting and gambling. You stay here. Duncan inclined his head slightly towards Yahoteli Sea, then mounted his steed and galloped forth, approaching the battleground. At that moment, his countenance was icy, resembling a merciless warrior, exuding an imposing aura that intimidated the exiled rebel forces, compelling them to retreat and scatter to the sides. These individuals are merely a group of subsistence farmers and slaves, lacking any significant combat prowess. Were it not for the gladiators joining the Spartacus uprising, it would have been swiftly suppressed and massacred by the imperial legions. Draw the bow. Launch at a 45-degree angle. Duncan did not venture too close to the exiled insurgents. With one arrow released, a muffled grunt emanated from above the chariot formation, and instantly, a barbarian mercenary fell, clutching his throat. The hundreds present were left in utter astonishment. The barbarian mercenary leader, taken aback, hastily raised a shield to protect himself. Meanwhile, the exiled insurgents erupted in commotion. Duncan's action was undeniably one of an ally, not an enemy. Even Quito could not help but show surprise, gazing incredulously at the lone horseman who readied another arrow. Another barbarian mercenary met with a fatal headshot. After all, this was merely a chariot formation, not a city wall. There were gaps between the carts, creating a defensive formation. A barbarian mercenary archer peeked cautiously, but before he could draw his bow, a swift arrow pierced through, obliterating his helmet. A master archer? The morale of the barbarian mercenaries plummeted from high spirits to disarray. 2 arrows, 2 heads. Even the most elite forest archers of the barbarians could not achieve such feats. Only the legendary bowmen of the Huns might possess such extraordinary skill. The exiled insurgents were thrown into chaos, some itching to act as they spread out, wary of interfering with Duncan's equestrian archery. From a divine perspective, all the exiled insurgents initially bore yellow and neutral markers, which then transformed into blue unit indicators. Within the chariot formation, some barbarian mercenaries seemed reluctant to give up, peering through the gaps of the cart. The moment they revealed themselves, they were struck down. An arrow shot at an ingeniously acute angle pierced through their helmet. Truly a master archer. No one dared to question any longer. The barbarian mercenaries no longer dared to show their faces, while the morale of the surrounding exiled insurgents surged. The enemy remained hidden. Yet Duncan had his methods. He rode forth to a scruffy-looking boy of about 15 or 16, whose tattered attire suggested he was a slave, bearing a brand on his arm. And the rags could not conceal the lash marks crisscrossing his back. The boy trembled, clutching a rudimentary spear, as he gazed up in fear at Duncan, who had halted before him. "Give it to me." Duncan's tone brooked no argument. The boy, marked with a blue identifier, offered no resistance and handed over the spear without hesitation. Duncan waited briefly and bellowed ahead, "Clear the way." He urged his steed into a gallop, startling the surrounding exiled insurgents into retreat. Duncan inhaled deeply and hurled the spear with the force of a javelin. A cry of anguish erupted from within the chariot formation. The spear he had thrown pierced an enemy, killing one of the trapped barbarian mercenaries. For kills, the exiled insurgents had attacked the chariot formation multiple times with minimal success. Yet Duncan, with a mere turn of his horse, had claimed 4 lives. This display of prowess unnerved the barbarian mercenaries, while the nearby exiled insurgents gazed at him in awe, too intimidated to meet his gaze. "Listen to my command." Duncan's thunderous shout resonated like thunder in the calm, causing Kvito nearby to shudder involuntarily. He had no doubt that on this battlefield, the formidable archer could take down anyone he wished, evoking images of legendary human heroes or the divine warriors sung of in barbarian tales. A commanding shout. Nearly a third of the exiled insurgents transformed into green-marked units, and the slave boy instinctively fell in line beside Duncan. Exiled insurgents, undisciplined, low morale, poorly equipped, mixed farmers. Who was this formidable figure? The sound of hooves thundered as the exiled insurgents dispersed, and Duncan rode through the crowd, directly approaching Kvito, causing his companions to tense with apprehension. "Are you their leader?" A deep, authoritative voice pierced the air, leaving Kvito breathless. Who was this man? Kvito clenched his teeth, raising his gaze to meet Duncan's piercing stare. In that moment, he envisioned severed heads and blood pooling on the ground. How many had this man slain? Kvito could only hold his ground for a brief moment before being compelled to lower his gaze, instinctively replying, "Yes, my lord." Duncan's voice was grave. "Hear my command. You and your companions shall launch a strong assault on the right flank of the chariot formation. The rest will split into 2 teams to attack from the front and back. Do you understand?" The roar was overwhelming. Kvito trembled, instinctively responding, "Yes, Commander." In an instant, from a divine perspective, all the exiled insurgents transformed into green units, and Kvito's subordinates, observing his compliance, eagerly seized their weapons and shields. Not far away, 4 riders, Severus stood in shock, while the witch Anya's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling slightly as she stared fixedly at Duncan, who rode alone in the distance. Talus, the raven-haired one, had witnessed Duncan's extraordinary abilities before, yet she too now stood astonished, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Within mere minutes, the exiled insurgents seemed to have transformed into Duncan's subordinates, obeying his orders to flank the chariot formation from 3 sides. Surround them. Though they were uncertain of Duncan's motivations, this disorganized group of insurgents complied, clumsily regrouping to launch an assault on the chariot formation from 3 directions, leaving one side untouched. Chaos erupted within the chariot formation. Kvito, bewildered, urged his men forward to assault the chariot formation as before, but this time the enemy's resistance was far less fierce. They did not dare to clash blades head-on. Soon, some had scaled the chariot formation, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Who was this man? Where was he? Why did they obey his commands? Kvito felled a barbarian mercenary with a single stroke, still feeling dazed. Yet soon, the cheers of the exiled insurgents rang out. Kvito looked up to see arrows flying. A barbarian soldier donned in a helmet fell, slain. He was the enemy leader. In the next moment, the enemy began to rout, several fierce barbarian mercenaries scrambling for horses, attempting to escape through the now unguarded side. As they fled, the entire barbarian mercenary force fell into disarray. The chariot formation was compromised on 3 sides. The remaining enemy forces retreated towards the gaps, and in an instant, several were cut down by the chaos. Are we about to win? Kvito felt his mind spinning. These barbarian mercenaries were well equipped, their weapons and armor rivaling those of the Imperial Field Army. In previous assaults, facing overwhelming numbers, the exiled insurgents had struggled and suffered, leaving behind a trail of fallen comrades without inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Yet this time, The enemy was being toppled in droves, their morale shattered, forming a defensive perimeter, while those who initially sought to escape on horseback had already fled hundreds of meters away. Duncan did not issue orders to pursue. There was no need to chase. The exiled insurgents had no cavalry. He remained outside the fray, methodically shooting arrows, each strike claiming an enemy life. Each arrow released, eliciting cheers and shouts, raising the morale of the exiled insurgents higher and higher. Before long, Duncan found himself wielding a long spear. He charged into the enemy ranks. With a piercing thrust, sparks flew as he single-handedly broke through the formation. Duncan's spear pierced through an enemy's body. Then the barbarian soldier, weighing nearly 150 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by him with one hand, the spear's shaft wedged under his armpit, veins bulging on his arm. With a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, the corpse was hoisted above the height of the horse's head. The warhorse neighed in alarm, and the battlefield fell into a profound silence. The long spear held under his arm emitted a sound of splintering wood as he flung the corpse to the ground. The spear's shaft already bent, the hardwood cracking. This weapon was nearly rendered unusable. In an instant, a cacophony of cheers erupted like an overwhelming tide. The exiled barbarian rebels, filled with fervor, howled to the heavens, some even frantically pounding their chests and roaring as they lunged at the enemies, who were left aghast and devoid of any will to fight. The surrounding barbarian rebels formed a protective shield around him, reminiscent of the elite guard of ancient Roman chieftains. He drew the Oathkeeper and cleaved through the enemy's shield. Blood gushed forth. The enemy's attempts to form defensive lines were swiftly shattered. When Quaitu, after a prolonged pursuit, paused to catch his breath and survey the battlefield, he noticed that the exiles had already begun gathering food and starting fires to cook. Where am I? Who am I? Quaitu's head throbbed. After dispatching a barbarian mercenary, he had been struck on the head by the enemy's shield. Though he had blocked many attacks, he still felt slightly dizzy. Amidst the crowd, Duncan, with an impassive expression, commanded the exiles to clear the battlefield and instructed them to prepare a meal, ensuring that the famished rebel soldiers would have their fill. In merely a span of 10 minutes, the scene unfolded where Lady Trailis and her companions observed Duncan single-handedly breaking through the enemy ranks, intimidating the brigands, issuing commands, and swiftly overwhelming the barbarian mercenary group, thus concluding the skirmish. Severus' eyes widened in astonishment, while the witch Anya's face flushed, trembling slightly in her saddle. Lady Trailis also shivered delicately, gazing at Duncan from a distance, rendered speechless. Am I being usurped? Quaitu's mind finally cleared a bit. The gazes of the exiled rebels towards Duncan were filled with awe and reverence. Even his own subordinates could not help but follow him closely, as if they were the personal guard of a general. It seemed he had indeed been usurped. Quaitu severed the head of an enemy, a habit from his past, only to realize it was no longer necessary. The crowd gradually parted. Amidst the throng of exiled rebels, Duncan approached on horseback and halted before Quaitu. Their eyes met, and instinctively, Quaitu stood to attention, as if undergoing a general's inspection. Duncan inclined his head slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Go eat. Quaitu replied robustly, yes. It was only after Duncan rode away that he exhaled a long sigh of relief, inexplicably devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Nor did he dare entertain any. Who was this remarkable figure? In just over 10 minutes, he had seized his command, directing the exiled rebels to vanquish the enemy. The way the exiles regarded him was akin to revering a deity. Strangely, he felt a twinge of fear. It was utterly terrifying. Out of the 300 or so rebels, only a handful had been slain by them. The majority of the enemies had been dispatched by that man. At the crossroads, Duncan, unflustered and calm, rode forth, nodding slightly at Lady Trailis, and spoke softly. The town is not safe. We shall avoid entering the city and instead take a different route to Britannia. He then glanced at the exiles and added, these individuals are familiar with the surroundings. They can assist us in contacting the fleet. Lady Trailis, ever perceptive, immediately grasped Duncan's intentions. She surveyed the exiles and softly replied, you may take charge. Duncan aimed to win them over. Severus appeared contemplative, while the witch Anya's beautiful eyes fixated on him. Unfortunately, Duncan hardly spared her a glance, his attention quickly returning to directing the exiles and transporting supplies. Lady Trailis casually cast a glance at Anya, her expression inscrutable, yet her eyes narrowed slightly. In the throng, Though the identity of that man remained a mystery, he had undeniably become the leader of the exiles. In this chaotic era, strength reigned supreme. Chapter 21. Someone seeks to steal home. In the deep mountains, a dilapidated stockade, resembling an early Gallic tribe from before the Common Era stood. After Aetius quelled the rebellion of the Baggadins, many of the rebels fled to the vicinity of Belgian Gaul, seeking refuge wherever deep forests and mountains could hide them. They were essentially a collective of bankrupt slaves banding together for survival. In the future, lacking a place to call home, these individuals would likely seek refuge with the Franks, the Visigoth kingdom, or the Germanic tribes, ultimately bolstering the strength of these barbarian factions while providing a significant influx of labor. Even in the barren mountains, these exiles forcibly cultivated some of the land to grow grains and vegetables. There were also many women, children, and the elderly, indicating that the roots of these exiles had yet to be severed. If the stockade had been filled solely with able-bodied men, it would suggest their roots had already deteriorated. Thus, a firm hand was imperative. A decisive suppression was required. Strictly speaking, they were refugees who had fled to this place 3 years prior. The rebel forces were only a small fraction, as the majority were homeless drifters. The imperial army had been ruthless in its internal purges, showing no mercy even when slaughtering its own townsfolk. This settlement housed only 600 or 700 individuals. Any more would be unsustainable. Thus, they were scattered and numerous. The empire constantly saw individuals falling into ruin, with the lowest societal strata being mercilessly drained. Those with any spirit of resistance would often flee to join them. My Lord Duncan, Quaidu, leading his horse, ensured the others were tended to before guiding the group to the largest wooden house. There was no tangible leader here, as they were 3 distinct groups of refugees who had coalesced and ultimately chosen to settle in this vicinity. Aetius had massacred sizable rebel forces, leaving only small bands capable of escape. From a divine perspective, there were no red enemy markers within the stockade. The majority were marked in blue, with some rebel factions changing from green to blue, while others remained green. They had likely submitted. Had it not been for Duncan's intervention in this battle, the exiled rebels would have likely faced total rout. It was manageable. Within Duncan's field of vision, many were marked as exiled mountaineers. As darkness began to fall, food was brought forth. Lady Traley sniffed and signaled that it was acceptable. With 2 witches and a druid within the group, any attempt at poisoning would require divine intervention. And in Duncan's divine perspective, there were no hostile units in sight. Dining commenced. The exiles had slaughtered a sheep, roasting it and presenting it to Duncan, who was served the most succulent hind leg, while the foreleg was offered to Lady Tralise. A female slave, saved by the group, stood to serve, pouring water and wine, and slicing the mutton. Lady Tralise, having a modest appetite, arrived by Duncan's side before the witch Anya could rise, naturally assisting him in slicing the meat and placing it on a clay plate. Anya, just rising, could only resentfully remain seated, watching as Duncan devoured his meal voraciously. She cast a lingering gaze at Lady Tralise. Severus drank heartily and feasted on the meat, glancing at Lady Tralise and then at the witch Anya, before bowing his head to continue his gluttonous consumption, focused on his meal as a wounded man, wary of asking too many questions. Initially, all seemed normal, until Duncan finished consuming an entire sheep and several fowls. The witch Anya could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Outside the hall, the mountain folk gasped in disbelief, many rushing over to sneak a glimpse, while others spoke in their barbaric tongue, uttering words that likely meant warrior, hero, and certain ancient titles from legendary tales. Initially, the mountain dwellers were skeptical that Duncan alone had vanquished the enemy forces. However, upon witnessing him devour the sustenance meant for 10 men, their disbelief transformed into conviction, for the warriors of their legends, such as Beowulf, were equally capable of such feats of consumption. Quaido instinctively bowed his head in reverence upon seeing Duncan. After a hearty meal, Duncan's vitality had nearly doubled since his initial state, now reflecting that of an ordinary person's twofold vitality, approaching that of the barbarian berserkers he had first encountered. Sated and content, he contemplated his next steps, for chaos was on the horizon. As night deepened, Duncan pondered his course of action in his chamber, maintaining vigilance while resting in a godlike perspective, his earthly form feigning slumber on the bed. The group resided in the largest wooden structure of the mountain village. where the villagers had laid fine sheepskins to make their beds. In the projection, the Raven Queen Talus appeared silently at the door, prompting Duncan to rise and welcome her in. Sitting beside the window, the witch softly inquired, "Do you intend to recruit these exiles?" Duncan nodded slightly, taking a seat opposite Talus. He spoke gravely. "Britannia faces the onslaught of the Saxons. It would be challenging for just a few of us to establish a foothold there." Despite his formidable strength, he recognized that confronting a horde of Saxon barbarians would necessitate tactical retreat. The limits of one's power become evident, especially in times of war. He continued, "The Celts may not readily accept us, and I have no desire to be beholden to others. The British Isles host several Celtic kingdoms and numerous tribes. As outsiders without our own support, how could we hope to thrive there?" Duncan's gaze fixed intently on the Raven Queen Talus as he pondered aloud. "Is the wizard Merlin truly willing to assist us? He appears to serve a certain king of Britannia, does he not? With just a few of us, what can we accomplish there? After all, it is a land that has seen the slaughter of wizards before." Merlin, a baptized sorcerer, had witnessed a massacre of wizards in Britannia, influenced by the church's faith. The instigator was none other than King Arthur's father, who chose to align with the church in the religious conflict, suppressing the ancient priesthoods, as those priests were the only ones among the Celts who could challenge the king's authority. The Raven Queen Talus remained silent for a moment, contemplating. After a brief pause, she fixed her gaze on Duncan and declared, "I will assist you in bringing these exiles to submission." Talus, not only a powerful witch but also the high priestess of an ancient polytheistic faith, sought to evade the church's scrutiny as she plotted within the British Isles. If the legendary secluded realm could not be found, then Britannia would serve as the witch's sanctuary. The northern barbarians adhered to their own beliefs, while strife ravaged the empire's territories, with the church tightening its grip, leaving them with little refuge. As Duncan and Talus deliberated their next move in the adjacent room, the witch Ania stealthily opened the door and approached Duncan's chamber, clad in a satin-like nightgown that revealed her luminous skin. This traditional Roman court attire accentuated her figure enticingly. Such luxurious fabric, procured through the Silk Road, was seldom seen by commoners and could only be afforded by the true elites of the empire. The empire referred to the Eastern Han dynasty as the Serica, Silk Country, holding it in high esteem, even bordering on flattery, as some Roman philosophers and poets exalted it to celestial heights. Inside the room, the Raven Queen Talus suddenly frowned, turning her gaze towards the door with an enigmatic expression that hovered between amusement and mockery. She sensed the presence of someone approaching. Stealthily, she moved behind the door, casting a glance at Duncan, her smile tinged with inscrutability. A faint knock echoed. Duncan rose to look at Talus, yet she urged him to open the door, remaining cloaked in shadows. What could this mean? Had Ania, in her alluringly revealing attire, intended to seduce him? What was Talus plotting by lingering in the shadows? Duncan, perplexed but obedient, opened the door. Just as he did, Ania entered uninvited, enveloped in a fragrant aura, her expression sultry as she breathed. "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." Talus's demeanor bore a hint of mockery as she replied, "Of course not." Ania's expression shifted. At that moment, Talus raised her fingertip, seemingly murmuring an incantation, rendering Ania rigid in place. Talus emerged from the shadows of the doorway, leisurely approaching Ania, her fingers playfully lifting the witch's chin, gazing down at her purposefully adorned visage. A tendril-like force ensnared Ania, binding her like a serpent. Ania's face reflected fear as she implored, "Lady Talus." She had not anticipated Talus's presence in Duncan's room, under the shroud of night. She believed Duncan's chamber to be unoccupied, unaware that he and Talus had engaged in deep conversation until the late hours. Desiring to indulge in a clandestine liaison, she felt trepidation at being addressed as High Priestess. This title sent shivers down Ania's spine, for historically, such a role was reserved for emperors during the polytheistic era of the empire. Ania felt a tinge of fear, her voice trembling as she uttered, "High Priestess." Talus remained silent, circling Ania, assessing her as one would appraise a prized possession rather than a person. Suddenly, she turned to Duncan and asked, "Do you find her appealing?" Indeed, Ania was undeniably beautiful. Should I be enamored or not? Unseen magical currents swirled in the air. At that moment, Talus exuded an imposing aura, akin to a sovereign in a grand narrative, her narrowed eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity that even the seasoned Duncan found disconcerting. Truly, she was exquisite, a fitting devotee of Aphrodite. Talus's hand glided across Aeneas's chest, her fingertips teasingly brushing against her, causing Aeneas to tremble, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror. Turning to Duncan, her gaze softened, her voice imbued with a hint of regret as she spoke gently. "You are correct. I must safeguard my virtue for the goddess. Perhaps I shall offer her as a gift to him." Aeneas's expression turned incredulous, trembling as she questioned, "You heard everything?" Although she sought to entice Duncan, she never envisioned herself as a mere gift bestowed by Talus. What did this make her? How had the situation devolved into such a state? How had she been reduced to an object with but a few words? Yet, Talus would not entertain her objections, directly pushing the alluringly adorned witch onto the bed. Her gaze was tranquil as she looked at Dnkn, gentle as the shimmering surface of a lake beneath a quiet night. A slender, fair hand delicately clasped Dnkn's rough palm, while the other tenderly caressed his cheek, softly uttering, "You have endured much on this journey. Since she had come on her own accord, let her soothe your weary body and soul." Dnkn had traversed a path paved with corpses. The Raven Queen TLS had witnessed it all. Her voice was as gentle as the wind, caressing the night sky, her eyes filled with affection, pity, and the nurturing warmth of motherhood, along with a myriad of complex emotions, yet devoid of even the slightest hint of jealousy. Had the priestess of Aphrodite not taught you? Dnkn was genuinely taken aback, paralyzed with fear, silently withdrawing from the dimensional space into the perspective of the mortal realm, finding this experience far more profound. He had never encountered such an assertive Raven Queen before, and a flicker of trepidation crossed his mind. "Theodos, you must not belittle me. I am one of the founders of the Witches' Coven. I am not your slave, nor am I a gift to be given to a man." Aeneas was on the verge of tears. This proud noblewoman was nearly weeping, yet utterly powerless against the Raven Queen TLS, resembling a small chick being held down. TLS replied nonchalantly, "Did you not yearn to be his lover? Today, I shall fulfill your wish." From her elevated position, the Raven Queen gazed down at Aeneas, her penetrating eyes shattering any remnants of resistance within her. Behind that cold, serene gaze lay true arrogance. As the last high priestess of the Empire's polytheistic faith, TLS had never regarded Aeneas as a worthy opponent. She was hardly deserving of such a contest. At best, she was merely a gift presented to ease the burdens of the one she cherished. The NKN had fought through much of Europe, harboring long-suppressed negative emotions from the blood and fire of slaughter, and only the gentle warmth of a woman could provide solace. With her vow of chastity to the goddess, Aeneas was to be the substitute for his affection. Since Aeneas had willingly presented herself, TLS would not be polite. This was unreasonable, yet quintessentially Roman. "You believe you are worthy to compete with me?" The proud yet naive Roman noblewoman thought that her slight allure could allow her to secretly vie for attention, even aspiring for infidelity, a notion that amused TLS. A gentle breeze swept by. The Raven Queen's gaze shifted back to Dnkn, her eyes still warm as water, reminiscent of a devoted wife advising her husband, softly saying, "Do not let slaughter cloud your vision." The Spartans perished amidst their own bloodshed. "Please, indulge in the gift I have prepared for you. Only a woman's comfort can soothe the horrors of blood and fire." Dnkn was truly struck dumb. He had never encountered such a woman. In that moment, he found himself nearly bowing to the allure of TLS, a sensation difficult to articulate. He finally understood why mortals fell in love with the Raven Queen TLS. At the last moment, enticed by the lake's nymph, one awakens, forsaking all, boarding a vessel to venture into the vast oceans unknown. He comprehended why, in the final moments, the mortal embraced the lifeless body of TLS, turning to ashes beneath the dragon's breath. She was TLS, the last high priestess of the Empire's polytheistic faith, a singular existence. No one could replace her. Her love ran profound. Her arrogance, her magnanimity, her entire being was unlike any other. Even in death, she could not relinquish her beloved. Two souls unwilling to abandon their comrades were destined to become partners in battle, living and dying together. neither would abandon nor forsake. These remnants of the empire had unknowingly shared a life-and-death bond once before. The Raven Queen smiled. She understood DNKN's gaze. Words were no longer necessary. Ani could never threaten her position. She rose on tiptoe, gently kissed DNKN, and then lifted her finger, the rope falling in her palm, transforming into a long whip that struck Ani's waist. Is this how the priestess of Aphrodite has instructed you? TL has lashed Ani 3 times, bringing forth her sobs and tremors, before leisurely walking to the window, sitting down, her gaze lightly surveying the beautiful, which, calmly stating, "Do not disappoint me." A sharp intake of breath escaped DNKN. He was now thoroughly frightened by TLS, too afraid to move. While the moonlight streaming through the window cast TLS as a radiant goddess of the ancient Greek era, elegantly nodding in apparent satisfaction with Ani's fervent display. Since she had come, TLS had no qualms about making full use of her presence. You dare to compete with me? Are you truly worthy? Chapter 22. Mountain Flood. Britannia Island. A night of fierce winds and torrential rain. It seemed that the bloodshed of the mortal realm over the years had invoked the heavens to nurture all living things with this tempest. A torrent surged forth from the Rift Mountain peaks, cascading like a waterfall, plunging down 100 feet. How magnificent is nature! The mournful wails of the wind echoed like sharp cries, and the oncoming mountain flood swept through the valley where the mountain folk resided, ultimately allowing the parched earth to absorb the moisture. When the flood reached the encampment, it merely toppled a section of fence and dampened a few sheepskin tents. Beneath the moonlight on the windowsill, the Raven Queen TLS reveled in the storm throughout the night, her stunning visage reflecting satisfaction and languor after witnessing the grandeur of nature. The night passed in silence. In the soft light of dawn, DNKN arose, casually throwing the soft sheepskin cover over the figure beside him, who resembled a puddle of mud. He pushed open the window to disperse the lingering scent of last night's oil lamps, which had burned through the night, filling the room with a strong odor reminiscent of sheep. The bed, lined with fine sheepskin, emitted soft murmurs, as if discontent with the direct sunlight, curling up like a maggot into the corner. DNKN paid it no mind, stretching his limbs, feeling rejuvenated, the fatigue of recent days evaporating, along with the gloomy emotions left by his journey through much of Europe. The sound of cracking joints filled the air, bathed in the morning light. The muscles along his back were sharply defined, like those of a sculpted figure. His physique, reminiscent of a Greek statue, was strikingly impressive, with numerous veins resembling coiling dragons, glistening under the sun, far more impactful than any ancient sculpture. Footsteps paused at the door, and TLS's gaze fixed, her long swan-like neck slightly swallowing. Her cheeks flushed. In a calm and steady tone, she said, "Since you are awake, let us proceed to our morning lesson. Today, I shall teach you to read and write Latin, as well as the knowledge of the Socratic school." Inside the room, DNKN nodded, donned his outer garment, and as he stepped out, he instructed the maid behind TLS, "Fetch some hot water and bring it in." He gestured for TLS to wait for him, walking to the mountain stream, where he rinsed himself bare-chested. The previous night's flood had not caused much damage. Only a few mountain women were repairing fences and drying sheepskins. They paused to gaze at the display of masculinity radiating from him, unable to stifle their astonishment at his physique, reminiscent of a Greek statue. The blood of the Holy Grail had begun to take effect. Perhaps due to the relentless battles he had fought, DNKN's physical prowess had drastically improved. He now rode with one hand, carrying over 100 pounds with ease, as if it were nothing, even needing no hands to guide the reins. With his current physical condition, ordinary warhorses would likely be insufficient to showcase his full combat skills. Only a steed of exceptional quality, like the famed Red Hare, could unleash his complete potential. His extraordinary combat moves transcended mere strength, and should adrenaline surge within him, even the swiftest warhorse might not match the speed of his own 2 legs. TLS was already waiting in the hall. She did not wish for Denkin to be a reckless warrior akin to a Spartan. Therefore, she intended to teach him literacy, philosophy, and the arts to cultivate his character and temper the bloodshed of violence. Born a peasant, and having been an apprentice blacksmith, he possessed a modest understanding of letters, but had learned very little. Although Denkin had past life experiences, he did not want to disappoint the Crow Queen, T-Lise. So he diligently studied, acquiring skills primarily in combat, occasionally learning a bit of medieval philosophy to refine his sensibilities. At noon, Anya finally descended the stairs, fidgeting under the attendance of the maidservant. Her demeanor was weary and languid, yet her complexion radiated vitality, vibrant and captivating, nearly rivaling the beauty of the Crow Queen. However, her gaze wavered, revealing her inner trepidation. Under Lisa's calm scrutiny, she instinctively trembled. The previous night's storm had shattered the dreams of the queen. But Anya was not one to yield easily. During mealtime, Lisa wore an impassive expression, signaling that Duncan's lessons in ancient Greek philosophy would conclude for the day. Anya felt as if a great weight had been lifted and even volunteered to assist the maid in bringing food. Severus appeared unwell, casting occasional glances at Duncan, exchanging awkward smiles, as if struggling with internal discomfort from old wounds, relegated to waiting for the meal to commence. I, as an injured party, focused on eating diligently and attentively. In this mountain village, there was little of consequence, and Quido could not be expected to frequently lead raids on estates. Thus, in the afternoon, some villagers began training in an open area, their combat style somewhat reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiators, diverging from the formal military tactics. This was tied to their heritage as exiles. They had been trained in gladiatorial combat during their early years, with their training methods resembling those of roving fighters. Once on the battlefield, the effectiveness of simple swordplay was undeniable. The Spartacus rebellion showcased numerous skilled gladiators who could easily dispatch Roman soldiers in one-on-one encounters. Yet once organized into formations, they were swiftly routed. A prime example of this was the original concept of the assassins in Assassin's Creed, who, when confronted by Mongolian cavalry, found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to display their individual prowess. The combat techniques of armies are fundamentally straightforward. Duncan, intrigued, glanced at Lisa and inquired, "Shall I teach you some combat techniques?" Lisa readily agreed. Although Duncan's greatest strength lay in his abilities granted by divine perspective in ordinary circumstances, the skills he had acquired had transformed into instinctual prowess. Each move and technique required years of rigorous practice to master. What he imparted to Lisa were merely the foundational combat techniques, breaking down the most basic slashing and thrusting maneuvers for her instruction. Lisa learned rapidly, indicating she had some prior foundation. In no time, a sizable crowd of villagers gathered around, hesitant to gaze directly at Lisa, their attention primarily fixed on Duncan, while some wielded wooden swords to emulate the basic forms. Duncan himself had yet to master any complex combat styles. His strength lay in the fundamentals. Selecting a few individuals for training, Duncan spotted Quido in the crowd and casually picked up a rudimentary wooden sword. Quido, filled with enthusiasm, looked around and noticed several eager participants, prompting him to step forward and call over a few close subordinates. With a thrust, Duncan effortlessly sidestepped Quido's attack, demonstrating that, at his current skill level, forcing him to roll away would require an expert. Clang! As Quido swung his sword, Duncan parried and, in a swift motion, darted to Quido's side, positioning the wooden sword against his neck, leaving a faint red mark without exerting full force. Had he done so, the wooden sword could have easily severed Quido's throat. The onlookers gasped. Duncan's counter was exceedingly simple: parry, sidestep, advance. And the blade glided through the air with the most basic of techniques, leaving Quido as if lifeless. The disparity in their physical capabilities, combat skills, and reaction times was glaringly evident. Again, Duncan said, picking up a shield and gesturing to the 6 individuals before him, "Come at me together." The 6, eager, prepared themselves. Soon, one shouted a battle cry, as if to bolster their courage, and charged at Duncan, swinging the wooden sword towards his waist. Clang! The wooden shield absorbed the blow, and Duncan swiftly retaliated with a thrust, causing one to double over in pain, while another swung downwards. Duncan surged forward, the shield wielded with precision, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, nearly unconscious. With slashes, thrusts, and blocks, devoid of any extravagant maneuvers, Duncan dispatched all 6 adversaries to the ground. Though Quido's desperate strike grazed his arm, leaving a shallow red mark. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The exiles celebrated Duncan's exceptional combat skills, while also applauding Quido for managing to wound him. Indeed, without divine perspective, my abilities are merely standard attributes. Handling 6 foes simultaneously proved quite challenging. Of course, if fully armored, the outcome would have been entirely different. Denkin extended a hand to help the fallen Quito to his feet, stating solemnly, "We shall remain here for several days, during which I will train your combat skills. Gather the able-bodied youth of the village." Quito's face lit up with excitement, yet disappointment flickered when he realized Denkin would eventually depart. In these tumultuous times, securing a powerful ally is no small feat. Denkin had further plans for them, yet these required considerable preparation, and without a fleet, transporting the exiles to wielding Island would be impossible. With many mouths to feed, he was uncertain of the situation on wielding Island, necessitating preliminary exploration. The medieval wielding Island could undoubtedly accommodate tens of thousands of exiles seeking refuge. After a series of events, afternoon had arrived. Denkin surveyed the village, utilizing divine perspective to arrange for defensive constructions, making minor adjustments at strategic points to provide additional reaction time in the event of conflict. The group of exiles was not solely composed of rebels. Quito dispatched individuals to nearby towns to gather intelligence, and sought to establish contact with the merchant ships Anya had prepared. With the supplies seized yesterday, they would have no trouble weathering the winter. T-Lise navigated the village with grace. Her stunning beauty made it difficult for others to meet her gaze. In just an afternoon, after engaging with the villagers, over 10 individuals had transformed into units marked in green. Even some village women, upon seeing her, prostrated themselves in reverence, calling her Lady Priestess. Ancient Roman priests rarely knelt in worship. Aside from deities, Romans often honored their ancestors, placing ancestral altars behind the idols they venerated. T-Lise, however, did not relish being worshipped in such a manner. The barbarian priests adhered to customs of kneeling, and, after some effort, she managed to dissuade the ignorant villagers from prostrating themselves upon meeting her. Many here were polytheists. Generally, only followers of established churches gradually relinquished ancestor worship and offerings. True to the influences of traditional Roman culture, many maintained small family shrines to honor household gods and ancestral spirits. In ancient times, church followers faced persecution, one accusation being the neglect of ancestor worship, a significant affront in ancient Rome. In the early days, the church, in an effort to align with the religious policies of the Roman Empire, incorporated numerous rituals reminiscent of Roman traditional sacrifices into its ceremonies. However, these practices were ultimately condemned as heretical by the church leaders. The chaotic belief system of polytheism had its reasons for uniting to persecute Catholics. Exiles are often those who can no longer thrive in their circumstances. Their devotion to faith is not profound. They follow whoever ensures their survival. Duncan and his companions lingered in this place for 3 days. Eventually, after establishing contact with the ship prepared by NY, the 5 of them disguised themselves and made their way to a nearby port town. The Saxons did not merely invade Britannia. They also encroached upon the small Germania. However, Britannia was largely unmonitored, while small Germania had to contend with the Franks and the imperial garrison. Presently, small Germania had not completely succumbed, as the empire still maintained a few military outposts. Beneath a clear blue sky, on the 18th day of their journey, Duncan and his companions traversed much of Europe and finally boarded a vessel bound for the island of Britannia. The province of Britannia had already been abandoned. The empire had withdrawn its last stationed legion decades ago, rendering the island a lawless battleground amidst ongoing conflicts, where the Saxons commenced their centuries-long migration and invasion, gradually squeezing the traditional Celtic peoples, ultimately transforming them into what we now know as Wales and Scotland. He, along with the Knights of the Round Table, repelled the Saxons invading Britannia through 12 battles. Yet after his death, the Saxons regained absolute dominance. Duncan's current objective was to ascertain the situation on the British Isles. A flock of seagulls soared overhead. The Raven Queen, TLS, stood on the deck, gazing into the distance toward the island of Britannia, her expression inscrutable. Lost in thought, occasionally, her gaze drifted to Duncan, and she could not tear her eyes away. NY, in contrast, was filled with excitement. Being merely a Roman noblewoman, she had seldom ventured far from the Italian peninsula, and now she curiously surveyed the land ahead, seemingly fascinated by everything. As the weakest which Duncan had encountered, NY attempted several times to approach him, seeking to link arms in a display of affection, but instinctively remained rooted in place under TLS's scrutinizing gaze. "We are nearing Britannia." Severus's voice resonated, low and grave. The Druids originated from Celtic culture. In contemporary Europe, the rise of the Germanic tribes, coupled with the relentless advance of the Huns, has diminished the Celts, and true Druids have become exceedingly rare following Gaul's acceptance of imperial culture. He undoubtedly wished to preserve the Druidic legacy. Had the Church not sought to eradicate all remnants of the old ways, he might not have been compelled to act. "Britannia," Duncan murmured, casting his gaze toward the distant land. "Has Arthur been born yet?" A faint whiff of blood wafted through the breeze. The sailors' cries erupted. "Saxons! It is a warship of Saxon pirates." Given their intent to invade Britannia across the sea, it was unsurprising that the Saxons excelled in naval endeavors. Chapter 23. The barbarian invasion of the medieval era. The waves roared. Duncan climbed the mast to survey the horizon, catching sight of the Saxon warships, reminiscent of Viking longships adorned with dragon heads, constructed with a scale-like wooden hull, albeit not particularly large, measuring over 20 meters in length and approximately 5 meters in width. The most advanced warships of this era were the Empire's quinquiremes, stretching close to 50 meters in length and 5 meters wide, capable of accommodating 300 oarsmen simultaneously. During the zenith of polytheism, when the worship of sea deities was still prevalent, the Empire had constructed the T-Eni ship, yet it had long since been decommissioned, and no further large vessels had been built thereafter. Due to its geographical advantages, the Italian peninsula was relatively advanced in maritime technology. Having conquered regions of Egypt as early as BC, the shipbuilding techniques of the Mediterranean were among the finest of the era. "We should be near Dover," Duncan noted. For this narrowest point of the strait measured only about 30 kilometers. He felt confident that, given his current physical condition, he could swim across alone. "They are pursuing us," exclaimed a sailor. Among the various Germanic tribes, the Franks and Saxons currently possess the strongest combat capabilities, particularly the Saxon pirates, notorious for their fearsome reputation over nearly a century of invasions. They were akin to the early Viking marauders, their peak prowess nearly rivaling that of the Vikings. Venerating deities such as Odin and Thor, Duncan's expression turned serious as he descended from the mast, extending his hand to gauge the wind direction. The strong winds on the sea rendered the targeting crosshairs unsteady, and even the precision of combat skills was significantly compromised. Naval warfare in this era was rather primitive, likely culminating in direct boarding actions. "There are too few of us," Duncan thought, concerned about the safety of the witches. Their close combat skills were decidedly weak. At that moment, TLS approached him, fixing her gaze on Duncan. "Do you have confidence?" she inquired. Duncan's expression grew grave as he hesitated. "There are too few guards. These sailors are unlikely to match their strength." "Saxon pirate ships, high morale, natural sailors." TLS nodded slightly. "Then leave it to me." With that, she turned to gaze at the Saxon pirate ships, moving to a secluded corner of the deck, kneeling in a posture of prayer, perhaps preparing for magic. "The magic of this world is heavily constrained. The wind is in our favor. They cannot catch up to us." The sailors on the deck erupted with excitement, some loudly praising the sea god. The shifting winds on the surface of the sea meant they could gradually outpace their pursuers without fear of being overtaken by the pirate ships. "Can you truly control the winds?" Duncan wondered, observing the rising TLS, feeling a sense of reassurance in her reliability. Instinctively, he glanced back at NY, who appeared anxious. However, she was indeed wealthy. As a scion of an old Roman noble family, a lady of the imperial elite, she possessed her own fleet, her purse filled with gold. Frightened, NY no longer dared to employ her enchanting sorcery, which could be likened to spells of charm. During their time in the mountain villagers' encampment, she had devised numerous schemes, yet ultimately became a mere pawn, facilitating the burgeoning relationship between Duncan and TLS. Nevertheless, she was not inherently docile. Her current compliance did not guarantee she would not stir trouble in the future. The true civilization of the island of Britannia was brought forth by the Roman Empire. The Empire established the province of Britannia here, initiating urbanization of the plains, during which towns such as Londinium, Eberacum, and Lindum were constructed. There were no true large cities. Instead, most were small to medium-sized settlements, with Londinium eventually becoming known as London. In future references, it will simply be called London for convenience. using modern names for most cities. Approximately between AD 407 and 410, the last legion withdrew, leading to the abandonment of the province, and London began to decline as many residents migrated. However, Celtic peoples soon replenished the population, transforming it back into a sizable town of over 10,000 inhabitants. Duncan's original destination was Londinium, but it had already fallen to the Saxons, and the surrounding areas were active conflict zones. After the Roman legions departed, the British Isles entered an era of kings. At last they landed. Upon setting foot on the coastline of Britannia, Duncan felt a slight sense of relief. Personal martial prowess was greatly limited during naval battles. He was not Beowulf, capable of slaying sea monsters or exchanging bodily fluids with sea spirits. Even with the power of the Holy Grail's blood activated, Duncan currently resembled at most a half-Beowulf. After most combat techniques reached a level of mastery, his prowess encountered a bottleneck, likely necessitating the slaying of supernatural creatures to acquire additional extraordinary abilities. In terms of pure martial skills, the threshold for master-level combat is exceedingly high, and it remains uncertain if further advancement is possible, as he has yet to engage with foes of that caliber. It is important to note that during this era, BIOWF had not yet been born. His period of activity closely coincided with that of King Arthur, occurring several years later. Shall we proceed directly to KM Ilu Kingdom? Ania whispered. KM Ilu is the kingdom from the legend of King Arthur, renowned for its impregnable fortress. In this medieval world, it initially submitted to the Roman Empire, regaining independence after the imperial legions withdrew. Geographically, it is situated in the southeastern part of the British Isles, roughly encompassing the territory from Hampshire to Wales. Due to its geographical advantages, KM Ilu Kingdom successfully repelled Saxon invasions, although it frequently faced incursions by Saxon pirates. Currently, the ruler of KM Ilu Kingdom is King Uther, the father of Arthur, who previously orchestrated a witch hunt within the realm, rendering KM Ilu a sanctum impervious to malevolent magic and one of the strongholds of the Church. The Church in Britain significantly diverges from its European counterparts, exhibiting a strong degree of autonomy, rooted in the early monastic orders, with rituals that differ markedly, allegedly originating from the missionary efforts of St. Paul. The name adopted by the demon hunter is George Paul. Merlin is a centrist supernatural entity. Duncan, in truth, harbors reservations about him. Yet one cannot evade the presence of this formidable sorcerer while establishing oneself on the British Isles. We have a situation, Severus intoned gravely. At this moment, Duncan had already entered a god's eye view. Upon hearing Severus's warning, he promptly expanded the strategic map and quickly made a discovery. However, what astonished him more was that Severus's designation had changed upon entering the British Isles. Severus, 2-star silver gray, druid, mildly disabled, friendly unit. He had leveled up. There was no indication of any prior transformation. Before crossing the sea, Severus had merely been a 2-star whiteboard with mild disabilities. He had suddenly evolved into a 2-star silver gray elite unit. Had his spellcasting abilities been restored? The first thought that sprang to Duncan's mind was this, for otherwise, it was hard to explain the sudden surge in power of a mildly disabled Severus. The British Isles should still be a bastion of Celtic faith upon entering Britain. Severus underwent some invisible transformations. Given that the British Isles still harbored druidic beliefs, perhaps Severus had regained some of his spellcasting abilities? An even more astonishing event unfolded. As Severus approached a nearby grove, a stag unexpectedly emerged at his peculiar call. The stag was exceedingly skittish, yet showed no fear of Severus. He approached the creature alone, signaling for the others to maintain their distance, and murmured softly, as if conversing with the stag. Animal communication? Was this a manifestation of druidic supernatural powers? Duncan became increasingly convinced that Severus had indeed regained his spellcasting abilities, although he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the supernatural forces in this world. He recalled that the last time the Crow Queen Triss had gone berserk, it was due to an ancient sacrificial stone from the Roman era. Their supernatural capabilities fluctuated significantly, exhibiting considerable instability. Among the group, only Ania maintained a steady level at 2-star whiteboard, operating at a capacity akin to an ordinary noblewoman. A war had erupted upstream. He turned to Duncan and said, "There are corpses floating in the river, and they are not far from our position." In truth, Duncan was already aware. After expanding the strategic map to a god's eye view, he had spotted a region embroiled in conflict, albeit somewhat distant and unclear, with both factions entangled in chaos. The Crow Queen Triss turned to Duncan and softly inquired, "Should we go take a look?" Currently, the Saxon invasion had seized vast territories. London had yet to fall, but it remained on the front line of battle. Another force resisting the Saxon incursion was Ilu Kingdom. London represented the last vestige of Roman power in the area. Following the withdrawal of the imperial legions, those who embraced cultural transformation spontaneously formed the British Legion to defend their homeland, with training standards closely resembling those of the Imperial Field Army, albeit with significantly inferior equipment. At that time, they were still able to defend the coastline, but now Saxon pirates had penetrated deeply. The Crow Queen Triss likely suspected that Duncan enhanced his strength through combat, as she occasionally mentioned the Spartans, telling Duncan that they were annihilated through slaughter. An era of cohabitation between gods and men. The Spartans of Greece worshipped Ares, the god of war. They were truly a martial race, with many warriors undergoing rapid metamorphosis through the violence of battle, evolving into the finest soldiers. Eventually, Sparta fell, and the worship of Ares suffered grievous wounds, paving the way for the ascendance of Athena, the goddess of victory, who became the principal deity of warfare, leading to a greater reliance on wisdom and strategy in combat, while Spartan traditions faded into history. The 12 Olympian gods of ancient Greece were venerated in accordance with the changing times. As certain groups serving specific deities perished, so too did the rituals, leaving only a singular god's name in memory. Following the rise of the Roman Empire, the worship of Athena gradually merged with that of Minerva. Around 43 BC, after the Roman legions invaded and established dominion over Britain, the Romans constructed numerous baths in saunas and bath, which they regarded as a sacred site of springs and the goddess of wisdom, Minerva. The bathing culture of the empire was highly developed. Arenas and public baths were indispensable components of early imperial life. The Romans were known for their cleanliness, unlike the medieval period marked by infrequent bathing. Minerva's role as a war deity remains ambiguous, yet several of her temples were directly converted from training grounds. This aspect reflects the legacy of ancient Greek culture, as the Grand Temple of Artemis also served as a training ground for exceptional archers. Did she perhaps harbor some misunderstanding regarding me and the Spartans? The Crow Queen Triss likely believed that Duncan possessed the powers of a war god or the unique capabilities of Spartans, rapidly enhancing himself through combat. Duncan was uncertain how to clarify this misconception, so he opted to acquiesce. He examined the strategic map, contemplated for a moment, and stated, "Let us go take a look and perhaps find a few horses. We should avoid getting entangled in their conflict." Their party consisted of only 5 individuals. Duncan was in peak condition. Severus had leveled up to an elite unit, albeit still mildly disabled, and the Crow Queen Triss exhibited immense potential, though her preparation time was lengthy and required artifacts from the bygone era. The witch Aeneas and the female slave rescued from the bandit camp were essentially equivalent to half a combat unit. Her 2-star whiteboard capabilities were largely superficial. Thus, the 5 could only be counted as 3 combat units. Duncan was hesitant to take risks as they approached along the strategic map, discovering distant armies clashing in the plains. Saxon pirates. Saxon elite raiders, 1 star. Saxon pikemen. Saxon elite axemen, blessing of Thor, 2-star silver gray. Saxon hunters, a Germanic priestly order. For the first time, Duncan witnessed the composition of non-combat units on the battlefield. They seemed to be rallying the surrounding Saxon warriors, adorned in garb reminiscent of pagan priests from the Nordic regions. Comprising both men and women, albeit in small numbers, around a mere 10 individuals, bestowing blessings upon Saxon warriors. They could invigorate the barbarian forces to a state of high morale. This was somewhat akin to the priests accompanying the Crusaders during the medieval expeditions. Were they supernatural units? Duncan was quite curious, for he had yet to unlock the mana gauge. The Crow Queen Triss had mentioned that many sorcerer priests lacked spellcasting abilities, with only a select few capable of performing simple spells. Barbarian Chieftain's Guard, 1 star. Saxon Noble Knights, 1 star silver gray. On a strategic map viewed from the divine perspective, the composition of the Saxon army is remarkably intricate, featuring a diverse array of combat units, including a cavalry contingent, with the Chieftain's Guard flanking the commander. The Saxon Noble Knights are well equipped, embodying the essence of true heavy cavalry, albeit in limited numbers, approximately 30 to 40 men. Opposing them are the indigenous peoples of the British Isles, some of whose forces closely resemble the Imperial Legions. The British Legion, low-tier field army. The Garrison Legion, low-tier border army. The Sarmatian Auxiliary Cavalry, the Regal Heavy Cavalry, 1-star, and the British Monastic Order stand out. Among them is a striking heavy cavalry unit composed of knights, marked as the Knights of Duke Dingtakir, all 1-star units, along with elite knights, adorned in full plate armor. Their steeds, similarly armored, akin to ironclad cavalry. They number around a dozen, supplemented by some armored riders and a few light cavalry. Wait, is it true that King Yusu had an affair with Duke Dingtakir's wife, resulting in the birth of King Arthur? If Duncan's memory serves him right, King Yusu took advantage of Duke Dingtakir's absence to have the wizard Merlin transform him into the likeness of the Duke, allowing him to stealthily infiltrate the castle and spend a night with the Duke's wife, ultimately conceiving Arthur. Could this be the present moment? While Duke Dingtakir defends against the invaders at the front lines, King Yusu seizes the opportunity to be with his wife, and after Duke Dingtakir's demise, she marries King Yusu. Henceforth, the power of the Kingdom of Camelot consolidates entirely in the hands of King Yusu. Is King Yusu currently with his wife? Duncan surveys the battlefield and realizes the dire situation of the British forces as the Cantii auxiliary troops are on the verge of collapse. This is a relatively primitive tribal nation. The Cantii still adhere to some traditions of group marriage, wherein different clans present batches of young men and women, allowing for free unions among them. A man may engage with any of the 10 women, and a woman may form marital bonds with any of the 10 men, thus preventing population outflow. The culture of the British Isles began to transform only after being conquered by the Empire, yet in some remote regions, primitive tribes still exist, including cannibals and older traditions of mixed marriages. Many wild men still inhabit the British Isles. Caesar's era recorded much about the British Isles, and for centuries thereafter, the Romans endeavored to alter the traditions of these primitive tribes. Consequently, the phenomenon of group marriage gradually diminished. Have all the auxiliary troops of the indigenous tribes been mobilized? They hold numerical superiority, but are poorly equipped and demoralized. From Duncan's strategic vantage point, 3 auxiliary tribes of the indigenous people are easily routed. They likely cannot even withstand the youth armies of ancient Rome, as they are cleaved by a band of Saxon axemen, leading to a massive rout that even impacts the central army, plunging the British Legion into chaos. There are too many miscellaneous troops, without a formidable main battle force. The collapse of the miscellaneous troops triggers a chain reaction. Is Duke Dingtakir doomed? As the central formation is disrupted by fleeing troops, the Saxon chieftain's guard and noble knights begin to advance, targeting Duke Dingtakir's personal guard. It seems that before Duncan and his companions can reach the scene, the British Legion is destined for a catastrophic defeat. This is a true rout. The Saxons exhibit a distinctly overwhelming advantage. Without King Arthur, without the Knights of the Round Table, a heavy cavalry unit reminiscent of the medieval era, the British Isles would likely succumb far more swiftly. The Knights of the Round Table can be regarded as a formidable heavy cavalry corps numbering in the hundreds. In this era, once deployed, they cast the dice, determining the fate of the battlefield. According to legend, Duke Dingtakir is fated to die. If he does not perish, Arthur's mother cannot rightfully marry King Yusu. Duncan foresees an impending defeat. Suddenly, he appears to perceive something, his body stiffening as he murmurs, "What is that ghastly figure?" Valkyrie, 3-star golden, neutral unit. A vague, nearly invisible feminine silhouette materializes above the battlefield, seemingly awaiting something, her silver helm adorned with bird-like wings, her gaze fixed upon the Germanic warriors below, as if anticipating their demise on the battlefield. The pantheon of ancient Greek deities has fallen, as has that of ancient Rome. Within the polytheistic belief system, the last faction of the Western pantheon, Scandinavia, and the Norse deities officially emerge. This is the final bastion of resistance among the polytheistic pantheon, the core of Germanic mythology, enduring until a millennium later, when it is ultimately vanquished by the Church. The age of barbarian invasions in the medieval epic. In the backdrop of the empire's collapse, alongside the immense pressure from the Hunnic Empire, various Germanic tribes, guided by an unseen force, commence a large-scale invasion of the total Christianization of the Roman Empire. Thus, the medieval era unfurls its grand narrative that spans several centuries. This battle concludes centuries later, with the Norse pantheon nearly obliterated. Other narrative systems often gamify reality, propelled by systems that drive the plot, with the protagonist serving merely as a tool, making a real world appear as a game. Conversely, this book's conception seeks to render the game into reality. To Duncan, the scenes are akin to a game, yet they represent a series of true and brutal realms. This is the origin of the transcendent player. Note 1. The heroization of the first human body arises because the Norse pantheon still survives. After monotheism eradicates the Norse pantheon, belief unification is achieved. Note 2. Norse mythology spread to Iceland in the 7th century, thus surviving, and was not fully replaced until the 16th century. Note 3. The Milan Edict was issued, the ancient Olympic Games were banned, the sacrificial fires extinguished, and the doors of the pantheon sealed. The timeline is approximately 394 AD, while the true large-scale invasion by the Germanic tribes commenced around 400 AD. The ancient Greek and Roman pantheons were declared extinct in the same year. The internal conflict within the polytheistic camp transformed into a confrontation between polytheism and monotheism. Thus, the first volume's grand historical context reaches a logical closure with the medieval era's barbarian invasions, the twilight of mythology, officially constructed. The war among secular factions is the overt narrative, while the conflict among belief factions is the covert narrative. The Franks, originating from barbarism, ultimately embraced the church, indicating their defeat in the covert struggle of the Norse pantheon. The invading barbarians physically dismantled the empire, while the church secretly obliterated the Norse faith of the invading tribes. This encapsulates the chaotic backdrop of the medieval era. You fight your battles, and I fight mine, sacrificing the empire and forging the Roman papacy. You physically dismantle the empire, while I spiritually dismantle the Norse faith, converting the invading barbarians into followers of the church. Primitive religions possess far lower missionary efficiency than the church, yet they have martial traditions and other enhancements. However, the empire is too powerful. A single decree can establish a state religion and determine whether polytheism or monotheism rises, necessitating the empire's demise. The empire may perish, but belief must unify. Heresy must be judged. This is a grand strategy orchestrated by the church. The lid of the coffin must be sealed, and the remnants must be eradicated. Lest one day a great news report reveals the revival of the ancient Roman, ancient Greek pantheon. The apostate Julian had once staged a restoration. The flight of witches stemmed from this. The supernatural beings of the Norse pantheon are akin to the mayor of Middle-earth. They possess powers comparable to those of wizards like Gandalf, and certain deities can match the might of Sauron or the Elven Queen. From the outset, I aspired to write in the most ancient style of fantasy, eschewing the tropes of Japanese fantasy, the cleric archetype, and the subsequent web literature style. Ultimately, a line from a video I watched resurfaced in my mind. In the name of God, cleanse Europe. In the 24th chapter, a lone warrior broke through the enemy lines, wielding his sword to sever arrows. A Valkyrie? A member of the Norse pantheon? This revelation caused Duncan's countenance to shift dramatically, more so than when he first encountered the dragon in Iceland during his causal analysis. Mortals seemed unable to perceive this Valkyrie. She paid no heed to the fallen, ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, nor did she acknowledge the deceased who followed a monotheistic faith. Her gaze was fixed solely on the elite units of the Germanic barbarians, requiring at least a 1-star combat unit to capture her attention. They could not be those who fled and were slain. They must be fierce warriors who faced the enemy head-on, fearless and devout followers of the polytheistic Norse pantheon. Even if a warrior fell due to reckless valor and was surrounded by foes, as long as his strength and courage were sufficient, he would be summoned by the Valkyrie from the battlefield, vanishing into the ether in an invisible soul form. The Hall of Heroes? In an instant, Duncan's thoughts connected to many things, including his initial encounter with his heroic form, the monster hunter Duncan, a lower-tier hero. He suddenly realized that if the year 394 AD marked the extinguishing of the Olympic flame and the closing of the Pantheon's doors, signifying the demise of the ancient Greek and Roman pantheons, then in this era of polytheism, there existed a faction that had not been obliterated by the church, the Norse pantheon. Shortly after the fall of the ancient Greek and Roman deities, the Germanic barbarians commenced their invasions, surging against the territories of the Roman Empire in waves. The Huns westward movement was perhaps not the sole reason. Subsequent Viking invasions from Scandinavia, The most ferocious of the northern tribes began plundering Europe, all while invoking the name of Odin and sailing dragon-headed ships along the coasts. Does this not suggest that the battle between monotheism and polytheism is far from over? The Roman Empire is on the brink of collapse. What was vanquished by monotheism were the ancient Greek and Roman pantheons, while the Norse pantheon still possesses the strength to engage in battle. The barbarian invasions, do they signify a counteroffensive from the Norse pantheon? In this era, where supernatural forces are greatly restricted, even deities must resort to alternative means to influence mortals' ultimate beliefs. Duncan was uncertain about the fate of the ancient Greek and Roman deities. The Raven Queen Tress merely stated that they had forsaken their priests. This situation resembles a mythological game he had played in his past life, where pantheons in the real world were annihilated, their faith and worship severed, leading to their near-total loss of influence. The apostate Julian can be viewed as the emperor of the empire supporting the restoration of the ancient Greek and Roman pantheons. Yet with the sudden demise of the emperor, the coffin was once again sealed. The church's purge of heretical remnants aimed to drive the final nail into the coffin, suppressing it further with the symbol of the cross. This was the second supernatural entity Duncan encountered, marked with a golden 3-star rating. The Valkyrie of Norse mythology, the female warrior. The previous 3-star golden entity was the demon hunter George, a figure from the church's mythology. The tale of Saint George slaying the dragon has endured into the 21st century. It seems that the strength of mythological figures is not so incomprehensible after all. With a 3-star rating, they can engage in battle and break defenses. Yet they're also likely to perish. Duncan remains unable to fully grasp the system of supernatural powers in this world, but based on the clues he has gathered, the supernatural forces of the medieval era seem to align with the level of Middle-earth's The Lord of the Rings. The Raven Queen Tress's everyday strength may not even rival that of those Mare incarnates. As for the Dark Lord Sauron, the Elven Queen Galadriel, or the Elven King Elrond, Duncan has yet to encounter such formidable beings. In close combat, Tress would undoubtedly be overpowered by Gandalf. He would likely crush her. However, her magical prowess might surpass his. After all, during her divine rampage, she exhibited extraordinary magical power, approaching that of the Elven Queen Galadriel, who could eliminate Orcish champions in mere moments. At that time, Tress must have tapped into a fragment of divine power, as the ancient sacrificial stone granted her a taste of the abilities from the mythic age. Beowulf or King Arthur. Those legendary figures likely do not possess combat strength significantly greater than that of the Fellowship in The Lord of the Rings, measured by the Elven princess standards. Thus far, the most formidable foe Duncan has faced might be roughly equivalent to 5 elven princes. After all, Beowulf perished after slaying the dragon. The most terrifying display of supernatural power Duncan has witnessed thus far was during Tress's rampage. Did Severus's strength suddenly increase? Perhaps it was due to entering the realm of Celtic mythology, where his magical abilities were restored, granting him the peculiar ability to converse with animals. Could he also shapeshift? At this moment, Duncan's mind was awash with confusion, yet he could sense that the veil shrouding the world was gradually lifting, allowing him to discern the hidden truths of this realm more clearly. The existence of the Holy Grail is confirmed. Thus, other relics, including the Lance of Longinus, should also be real. Indeed, it is prudent to develop quietly, for the depths of intrigue within the Empire are unfathomable. Duncan is eager to determine whether those mythological beings can descend upon the mortal realm. He is aware that within the Church, there are saints known by the name of the Holy. As for the Norse pantheon, aside from Beowulf, he has not heard of any other powerful legendary figures. The Isle of Britannia stands as the starting point for him to establish his foothold in this world. There is no more fitting place. Since Duncan's arrival, he has traversed much of the European continent and has finally glimpsed a fragment of the world's truth. On the battlefield, the situation unfolded as Duncan had anticipated. Duke Dinajul's forces quickly succumbed to defeat. His auxiliary troops were too numerous, diverse, and inadequate. The Cantii, still adhering to tribal traditions, exhibited a lack of organization, and merely the battle cry from the Saxon barbarians was enough to shake their morale. Unlike the Mongols, who adeptly utilized vassal armies, he found himself overwhelmed by his own disarrayed forces. His sole opportunity lay in issuing a decisive order to his center to massacre those fleeing soldiers who dared to breach his lines. The situation on the battlefield was fluid and ever-changing. The center must not falter, regardless of the source, even if it were his own men in retreat. Anyone who threatened the center's formation must be slain without mercy. He resolutely commanded the slaughter, clinging to a sliver of hope, yet he foolishly sought to regroup the remnants. Now that hope had vanished, the center was in chaos. The flanks were shattered by the elite Saxon axe-wielders, who drove the fleeing soldiers toward the main formation, plunging the command of the Britons into turmoil. "Follow me!" A booming voice echoed across the battlefield as the Saxon chieftain's guard surged forward, followed by dozens of noble cavalry riders. Do not be misled by tales that speak of thousands. In reality, even 100 riders charging can be quite formidable. The most spectacular scene in the Battle of Helm's Deep from The Lord of the Rings involved a mere 6,000 cavalry from the Kingdom of Rohan. Anyone who has played realistic battlefield games knows that a charge of 300 or 400 cavalry can be quite intimidating. If one were to summon a cavalry force of over 1,000, the entire battlefield would be engulfed by a sea of riders. This is why in ancient times, many fierce generals could scatter tenfold enemy forces with merely a few hundred cavalry. At this moment, the die has been cast, as the ancient Roman proverb goes. Whether it be the empire of the Huns or the Mongol Empire, the arrival of the heavy cavalry signifies the decisive moment of life and death. The Germanic tribes are incredibly fierce. The Goths are one of the eastern branches of the Germanic tribes, and many chieftains from the East and West Gothic kingdoms have perished on the battlefield. Currently, among the Germanic tribes, the Franks and the Saxons are in the first echelon. A charge. The impact is devastating. The Saxon chieftain's guard penetrates the right flank of the Britons in a wedge formation, resembling a sharp dagger, becoming the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The sound of thundering hooves fills the air. In the center of the battlefield, people are packed tightly together, making it impossible to see the surroundings. The Briton legions can only hear the roar of the cavalry as hundreds of heavy horsemen charge, akin to boiling oil being overturned. On the battlefield, only the Duke of Dinnagel's personal guard and the Briton legion, who mimics the imperial field army, can barely withstand the onslaught. Aside from the elite heavy infantry, there is no one else capable of resistance. While the pikemen have some advantage over cavalry, they are ultimately ineffective, lacking mobility. In a true battlefield scenario, only heavy infantry can hold the line, making the role of pikemen less significant, as they primarily inflict damage in the initial wave. If pikemen could truly counter cavalry, wouldn't it be easy for the Central Plains dynasty to field over 100,000 pikemen? Only the most elite heavy infantry, such as the Han's Xianjing warriors, the Tang's Mo Dao troops, and the Song's Beiwei army, can effectively combat cavalry. Once heavy cavalry charges, they become an unstoppable force. The Saxon chieftain's guard, heavy cavalry, is filled with high morale and is at the moment of triumph. At this moment, Duke Dintagel hesitated. He did not immediately lead his guard into the fray. By the time he reacted, the battlefield had already tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. Heavy cavalry will only charge directly into battle under one condition. Both sides have been engaged for a considerable duration, and the infantry's stamina has significantly waned. When a clear opening appears in the enemy's line, heavy cavalry, leveraging their high mobility, seizes the fleeting opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. When that blow lands, the entire battlefield shatters. Historically, heavy cavalry has always served as the decisive factor in localized battles, and their high cost necessitates cautious deployment by any commander. The loss of thousands of heavy cavalry in a single battle can bring a regional power to the brink of collapse. During the Mongol Empire's westward expansion across Eurasia, the appearance of Mongol heavy cavalry often marked the final gambit of the battlefield. Once the die is cast, there is no turning back. The Saxon chieftain's guard surged in from the flank, with a dozen cavalrymen fiercely protecting their leader, ever ready to die on the battlefield for him. The chieftain's personal guard is truly composed of those willing to sacrifice their lives. Not to mention these warriors, during the battle against the rebel faction, the barbarian rebels inspired by Duncan shielded him with their bodies on either side. A roar of cheers erupted like an avalanche. In the instant Duke Dintagel's guard engaged, several men fell from their horses, creating chaos. About 10 knights fought desperately to protect him as they broke through the encirclement, abandoning the Briton legion on the battlefield and retreating towards the forest. With the main commander's guard shattered, a massacre ensued on the battlefield. The Briton legion fell apart, suffering heavy casualties as they fled. Something is amiss. Lady Tallis suddenly exclaimed. It seems the Britons are in retreat. The Saxon chieftain Esgard is relentlessly pursuing, seemingly intent on slaying Duke Dintigil. Is he to meet his end here? If so, has King Uther already taken on his appearance with Merlin's aid and slept with his wife? Duncan's expression shifted as he said, Stay here and wait for me. However, this time, the situation is different. Severus shook his head slightly and said, I will go with you. Duncan realized he had regained his fighting spirit and nodded slightly. This is the island of Britannia. Here, there are numerous beings with supernatural powers. She was not questioning Duncan's personal strength, but rather concerned about encountering other supernatural entities. Can they establish a foothold in this world? Can they alter history? Duncan wished to know if he could save this doomed individual. Duke Dintigil, under the protection of his guard, fled in disarray with only the barbarian chieftain Esgard in pursuit, and their numbers were not overwhelming, giving Duncan confidence for a confrontation. He remained wary of King Uther, who had slaughtered sorcerers. Lady Tallis sought Merlin's assistance, but had little confidence, simply because he is one of the greatest oracles of the time. That Iceland is a fallback for the Norse pantheon. She is indeed attempting to extract a tooth from Tiger's mouth. Iceland, as a forward base, could facilitate the development of the Grand Ling Island. Let's proceed, entering the annals of history from here. As long as Duke Dintigil survives, the power struggle with King Uther will remain unresolved. As an outsider, Duncan must seek opportunities amidst the chaos to establish himself on the island of Britannia. If King Uther seizes absolute power, it will be even more challenging for him to rise. From his own interests, Duncan desires not a unified monarch of Britannia, but rather a landscape of contention. King Uther must not be allowed to consolidate power. Kill. Duncan's figure gradually approached the battlefield's edge, and Duke Dintigil's guard, in a panicked flight, drew ever closer to them. Arrows soared through the air. Duncan, at a 45-degree angle, shot down a Saxon cavalryman charging into the woods. The forest hindered shooting, but fortunately his archery skills were commendable, and his aim felt exceptionally good at this moment. Masterful combat prowess marks the beginning of a transformative phase. Summoning his steed, a whistle called forth an unclaimed warhorse galloping towards him. One kill. Severus moved swiftly, uttering an ancient whisper, causing the enemy's warhorses to suddenly run amok, galloping towards him. The steed reared up, and amidst the whinnying, the Saxon rider, caught off guard, nearly fell. The warhorse was uncontrollable. The druid's supernatural powers had taken effect. Severus leaped and struck down the enemy with a hammer, delivering a second blow that shattered the skull, then swiftly mounted his horse. Having spent time with Duncan, he had developed a taste for headshots. He had truly transformed into an elite unit. Through a peculiar supernatural ability, Severus influenced the enemy's warhorses, capturing and taming them. Indeed, a druid remains a druid. Lady Tallis loosed arrows, and the witch Anya caused turmoil among the warhorses. The two witches collaborating to create confusion within a small group of enemy cavalry. 2 kills. Duncan shot an arrow, taking down a chieftain's guard, while Lady Tallis mounted her horse and still had the strength to carry the female servant with her. The servant, who was somewhat mute and had little presence, primarily served the 2 witches. 3 kills. Be cautious. It's a sharpshooter. The Saxon cavalrymen were thrown into disarray. At this moment, the witch Anya softly whispered, as if summoning, and the unclaimed warhorses automatically approached her. She was a capable rider, swiftly mounting and following suit. A party of 5. After Severus regained his strength, they finally resembled an elite squad. Duncan's figure led the charge. He charged directly out of the thicket, intercepting the chief's guard pursuing Duke Ding Tagir midway. These warriors possessed formidable strength, all classified as 1-star units, with 2 marked as 2-star, identified as elite Saxon noble knights. Was there reinforcements? The Duke's guard reacted, but they only caught sight of one individual whose expression was filled with hesitation, prompting them to continue their frantic retreat. Duncan rode forth alone to confront them. The other 4, having seized their mounts, retreated along the forest's edge, while the witches sought opportunities to cast spells from a distance. Their close combat skills were woefully inadequate, and their horsemanship left much to be desired. The heavy cavalry, clad in superior armor, proved to be a daunting adversary. The northern longbow lacked sufficient power. His strength was growing, and he urgently needed an extraordinary grade warbow. Others gradually caught up. The Raven Queen, T. Lys, whispered incantations from over 100 meters away, causing a tumult among the enemy's war horses, disrupting their formation. Yet, the enemy's horsemanship was exceptional, and none fell from their mounts. Her spell seemed to require a specific distance. Otherwise, its potency diminished. The incantation stirred a gust of magical wind. On the battlefield, the Valkyrie, having just claimed the souls of 2 brave warriors, swiftly turned her gaze towards T-Lise. However, she remained neutral, taking no action. Her presence was invisible to the naked eye, seemingly belonging to no realm of reality, like a ghost that trailed behind everyone, even pausing to collect the soul of a chief guard Duncan had slain. In that moment, it appeared as though she and Duncan shared an unspoken understanding. Duncan wreaked havoc ahead, while she diligently gathered souls behind him. Did the Valkyrie truly exist or not? Apart from Duncan's divine perspective, no one else could perceive her presence, not even T-Lise, who remained entirely unaware. Even through divine sight, she appeared as a semi-transparent specter. With 4 kills, the Saxon chief's guard finally sensed something was amiss. Several drew their bows and aimed at Duncan, for the Saxon forest hunters were formidable, among the more skilled archery units, and noble knights were adept at mounted archery. Another small squad of enemies flanked around the hillside, attempting to intercept the disintegrating Duke's guard. Clang! An astonishing scene unfolded on the battlefield. In an instant, Duncan drew his sword, the Oathkeeper transforming into a fleeting shadow, and astonishingly severed the arrows shot at him. Alone, he shattered the enemy's ranks and cut through arrows. This spectacle left the Saxon noble knights stunned, halting their advance in disbelief. Was this still a mere mortal? Unlike T-Lise's witchcraft, which skewed the arrows like an intangible wind, Duncan relied solely on his physical prowess and formidable combat skills to cleave the enemy's arrows with his sword. This was even more terrifying. This scene even astonished the Valkyrie, who resembled a spirit in midair. Her eyes, concealed beneath a silver helm, turned towards Duncan in mild astonishment. Clearly, the shock Duncan instilled in the barbarian noble knights was akin to the immense pressure he had once felt from the Hidden Order's cathedral. This unique ability showcased comprehensive combat skills, and Duncan's prowess far surpassed that of the Hidden Order's cathedral. Insurmountably strong, Duncan single-handedly repelled more than 10 riders, leaving them too frightened to pursue further. Meanwhile, Duke Ding Tajir's guard engaged the flanking Saxon noble knights in close combat, resulting in further casualties. You stay back to cover our retreat. Several guards, their expressions solemn, decisively turned their mounts to face death. The Blood Axe Nidlin, a 2-star silver-gray elite chief guard, emerged from the fray. This fearsome, brawny warrior reeked of alcohol, and even after sustaining injuries, he appeared unfazed. At this moment, Duncan caught up, drawing his bow like a full moon, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession, and directly slaying another barbarian noble knight. 5 kills. He might consider adopting the Mongolian rider's tactics. A quiver of light arrows for long-range attacks, and a quiver of heavy arrows to penetrate armor. The barbarian chief's guard displayed wavering morale, slight casualties, and faced a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, commotion arose from behind. 2 dispersed cavalry units converged, yet they did not pursue further. As the distance had widened, to chase, they would need light cavalry, but facing Duncan, that would truly be a death sentence. The call to retreat sounded. They were the true backbone of the barbarian forces. Losing even one would be a grievous loss. Had Duncan not intercepted a squad of over 10 riders, the flanking and frontal assault would have likely slain the panicked Duke Ding Tajir. There were simply too many enemies. Duncan could only fight and retreat, employing a strategy of kiting to gradually wear them down. His horsemanship was unparalleled. He had no fear of being caught. Heavy cavalry found it difficult to pursue him, while light cavalry would meet their demise. At present, Duncan's greatest concern was supernatural powers, but fortunately, he had a druid and 2 witches at his side. The Valkyrie's silhouette halted. She glanced back at Duncan from beneath her bird-winged silver helm, then vanished with the soul of the barbarian warrior she had just slain. In this battle, nearly half of the souls she collected were those Duncan had shot down. Today, the Hall of Heroes achievements relied entirely on Duncan's relentless slaughter. On the fringes of the battlefield, Duke Ding Tajir, undeterred, continued to ride furiously, escorted by his personal guard, until he had fled over 10 miles before gradually coming to a stop, sending word to express his gratitude to those who had saved his life. The Duke, having lost his helmet, revealed a rugged face typical of a man in his 30s or 40s, handsome yet marked as a mere one-star blank unit. His guard had suffered grievously, with only about 10 escaping alive. A crushing defeat. In this battle, Duke Ding Tajir had nearly depleted his resources. Observing the flustered and anxious Duke, an idea suddenly struck Duncan. He considered becoming a mercenary, finding a way to bring the exiled rebels from Gaul over, establishing a foothold in Britannia as mercenaries. No one needed a powerful mercenary force more than the defeated Duke Ding Tajir. Chapter 25. The Advancing Anya. On a small slope beside a stream, Duncan and his companions gradually approached. Duke Ding Tajir rose to meet the knight who had come to his rescue. He was the Duke of Cornwall, possessing vast territories, second only to King Yusser, with whom he shared a competitive relationship, before the Saxon barbarians invaded. He had even clashed with King Yusser. Long ago, during a meeting with King Yusser, Duke Ding Tajir had brought his wife, Igraine, who had captivated Yusser at first sight. Later, with the assistance of knights Euphes and Merlin, Yusser disguised himself and infiltrated Igraine's chamber, spending a night with the enchanting Duchess, resulting in the birth of King Arthur. Cornwall, located at the southernmost tip of the British map, was somewhat off the beaten path, as they had evaded Saxon pirates. Thus, Duncan and his party's landing point was slightly skewed. They gradually drew closer. Duke Ding Tajir Garoyas could not help but gaze at those who had just saved his life, among whom Severus stood out, for his attire was exceedingly renowned in the Celtic myths of Britannia. A druid priest, handsome, tall, with deep-set eyes, radiating divine grace. His features akin to a sculpted figure from ancient Greece, making it difficult to look away. When their eyes met, it sent a tremor through the Duke's spirit. He prided himself on his appearance, yet found himself feeling somewhat inferior in comparison to this young knight. In truth, the first human form possessed a certain baseline of attractiveness. Otherwise, shortcuts would not be taken. But if one were to claim to be extraordinarily handsome, that would merely be a moderate assessment. The true metamorphosis began when Denkong charged forth, his appearance gradually cultivating a unique aura shaped by the carnage. In moments of stillness, he exuded a calm depth akin to a tranquil abyss, yet in motion, he struck with the ferocity of thunder. The cold light emanating from his eyes instilled tremors within those who beheld him. Unconsciously, the blood-soaked violence forged an extraordinary essence within him, further amplified by the blood of the Holy Grail and enhancements to his physical prowess, rendering this transformation increasingly conspicuous. The Crow Queen, TLS, concealed her breathtaking beauty behind a veil. Thus, Duke Ding Tajir swiftly turned his gaze towards the witch Ania, momentarily captivated by her striking visage, revealing a flicker of awe as he was momentarily entranced. Were it not for the recent defeat and the multitude of lives lost, coupled with his own narrow escape, he would have surely sought to engage the enchanting Roman noblewoman. However, presently, his focus remained intensely fixed upon Denkong, whose presence radiated fervor. Behold the valiant warrior. In all his days, he had never encountered such a gallant knight. Denkong advanced upon his steed, with Ania slightly ahead, while the others fell behind, establishing a clear hierarchy. It appeared that the Roman noblewoman held the most esteemed status. Duke Ding Tajir quickly recognized this, yet he also noted the high standing of the valiant warrior, with all others rallying around him. The enchanting Roman lady occasionally cast glances in his direction, her expression betraying evident admiration and reliance. Ania carried an air of antiquated Roman nobility. Her haughty demeanor, features, complexion, and attire all exuded the essence of a time-honored, aristocratic lineage, one that could not be cultivated without genuine noble heritage. Following the withdrawal of the last Roman legion from the Britannic province, various factions emerged, and Duke Ding Tajir inherited a portion of the Roman legacy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to establish the underfunded field army known as the Britannic Legion. Duke Ding Tajir approached with intent, his gaze unwavering upon Denkong, but first addressed Ania. "Thank you all for your timely assistance. Brave warrior, what I truly seek is a valiant brother such as yourself." In contrast, while Ania was undeniably exquisite, his wife, Yggdrasil, was also renowned as one of the most beautiful women on Britannia. Having witnessed beauty in abundance, he had developed a certain immunity to it. Ania nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Though her status was inferior, she would not yield in spirit. the old Roman nobility would never concede. Remarkably, Aenea's proud demeanor genuinely unsettled Duke Dingtagier. After all, Britannia was a remote region, a forsaken province of the empire. While the title of duke might sound imposing, it paled in comparison to that of an earl, who was a genuine commander of the imperial field army. As a socialite of the empire, Aenea found it effortless to engage with a remote country duke. She showcased the arrogance of the Romans so vividly that Duke Dingtagier began to feel a twinge of insecurity regarding his own lineage. A brief exchange revealed Aenea's eloquence, prompting Duke Dingtagier to realize that this Roman noblewoman hailed from a family of true imperial commanders. Despite the withdrawal of the imperial legions, the remnants of centuries of vast imperial influence still held sway in Britannia. Indeed, Duke Dingtagier's own ancestors were commanders of Roman legions who had wed the daughters of indigenous chieftains. In terms of lineage, Aenea was undoubtedly of a higher station. Although Duke Dingtagier was engaged in conversation with Aenea, his gaze frequently drifted towards the stoic guard, Dencon. It was evident that this warrior must be the personal bodyguard and lover of the Roman noblewoman, as it was exceedingly rare to recruit such formidable knights without substantial noble ties. Among the entire assembly, only Aenea's status was worthy of acknowledgement. The Crow Queen, TLS, smiled enigmatically, the corners of her mouth curling with amusement, causing Aenea to shudder involuntarily. Patience. Now is not the time to confront TLS's authority directly. Aenea was born into a world of nobility, compared to her casual elegance. Duke Dingtagier appeared almost a boorish rustic. He had always considered his wife, Yggdrasil, to be an elegant and noble beauty, the rose of Britannia. Yet now, in comparison to Aenea, he felt that only his wife's beauty could hold candle. Duke Dingtagier's anxiety grew, yearning for an opportunity to engage Dencon in earnest conversation. Brave warrior, no matter how beautiful that woman may be, she is merely a fallen noble. I am a lord of actual power. Why not ally with me and become a knight of nobility? It must be said that once men step onto the battlefield, valorous warriors possess a magnetism that often eclipses that of beauty. While beauty may be commonplace, valiant warriors are a rare find. This exchange of tentative inquiries allowed both parties to ascertain each other's backgrounds. Distinguishing genuine noble descent was no trivial matter, as masquerading as nobility was no simple feat. Duke Dingtagier also learned of the circumstances that led Aenea and her companions to the Britannic Isle. They had encountered Saxon pirates. As they traveled, Aenea slightly lagged behind, whispering to Dencon, "Speak little. Leave the handling of this to me." In the eyes of the two elder witches, Dencon was merely a tender youth of 19, ill-equipped to contend with such a cunning old fox. Aenea, adept at reading people, observed Duke Dingtagier's lingering gaze upon Dencon, realizing his interest in her personal guard. She intended to take the initiative. To seize control of the situation, she needed to bait this rural duke, whom she held in slight contempt. After all, a country duke from Britannia was hardly worthy of consideration in the imperial court. The true aristocrats of the Roman Empire were indeed audacious. Having narrowly escaped, Duke Dingtagier exhaled a sigh of relief. The outcome of this field battle was a result of his numerical advantage. He believed fortune favored him, not anticipating a direct confrontation that would lead to defeat. With over 3,000 men facing just over 1,000, they were swiftly overwhelmed. This was the first step towards establishing dominance. Aenea moved cautiously, awaiting Duke Dingtagier's hook. As anticipated, one must not appear overly eager. Ahead lay farmland within the plains, an area rich with rivers and lakes. Aenea spoke leisurely of matters pertaining to the Roman court, including the current emperor, Valentinian III, and the protector general, Aetius, as if she were intimately familiar with these imperial figures. This was the second step, elevating her status. Given Britannia's isolation from news, Duke Dingtagier was indeed captivated, realizing that the empire was also mired in difficulties. Yet, even a starved camel is larger than a horse. The Roman Empire could still muster 500,000 troops to confront the invading Huns, a number that sent a shiver down the spine of even a country duke. In comparison to the vast expanse of the empire, the Britannic province was entirely dispensable. After all, it was the empire. For centuries, Britannia had been the least prominent of provinces, its abandonment a reflection of its lack of value. The empire deemed maintaining it increasingly unfeasible, a losing venture. Aenea keenly observed the shift in his expression, Continuing her subtle baiting, she sighed softly. I never imagined I would find myself in Britannia. It is entirely due to the unrest in North Africa, where the Vandals have invaded Carthage, which has severely impacted my business. Upon hearing Aenea's words, Duke Dingtagier immediately perked up. This was the third step, tempting with opportunity. Aenea spoke truthfully. The empire, having lost the grain-producing regions of North Africa, found itself in dire financial straits, and her mercantile interests had suffered greatly. Originally, Aenea had controlled two trade routes with her fleet. One connected Rome to Alexandria in Egypt, passing through numerous port cities, yielding substantial profits. The most lucrative trade route, which even leads to Jerusalem, connects to the Silk Road. Another trade line stretches from Rome to Carthage in North Africa, a prosperous commercial path, as North Africa is a vital grain-producing region. At present, Anya has lost an arm, and the other has been severely injured. The entire caravan is in dire straits, unlikely to endure much longer. She has traveled by sea to the region of Gaul, as conflict has erupted beyond the Alps. A wealthy woman, an exceedingly affluent widow, is akin to being a noble of the capital, descended from a lineage that once wielded military power, residing in the most thriving part of the world. How could one possibly regard a local warlord controlling one or two counties in the Yunnan border region with any esteem? This is essentially the sentiment. Even the governor of the province of Britannia holds more value than those kings and dukes. The Duke of Tintagel is comparable to a powerful daimyo from Japan's Warring States period. Does she command a fleet? Can she engage in long-distance trade across the Mediterranean? Can she venture east to Alexandria in Egypt or west to Carthage in North Africa? This is indeed tantalizing. Britannia is quite remote, not the core province of the empire. Previously, there was maritime trade, but after the Saxon invasion, everything fell into disarray, with Saxon pirates nearly sealing off maritime trade with the European mainland. Cornwall is somewhat isolated, located in a corner of Britannia, yet it boasts the advantage of proximity to the coastline. As a competent ruler, only tangible interests can attract such political beings. Duncan, standing nearby, was also somewhat astonished. He had heard the Raven Queen, Tellus, mention Anya's wealth and her merchant fleet, but he did not expect her to venture this far. It is quite understandable, really. Why would a fallen noble from a previous dynasty, a confidant of the apostate Julian, marry the current commander of the imperial field army? Simply because of beauty and wealth. After the untimely death of Anya's husband in battle, she legally inherited a substantial portion of her husband's family fortune. She is indeed wealthy. It seems I have underestimated her. I shall tread lightly next time, Duncan mused to himself. Anya, upon reaching this point, chose to remain silent, allowing the Duke of Tintagel to imagine possibilities, understanding that one must bait the hook gradually. Her true aim remains the vision of Duncan's mercenaries, albeit with grander ambitions. She wishes to rightfully and legally possess a territory in Britannia, preferably one with a port. Once she establishes a foothold on Britannian soil, she can contemplate transferring a portion of her wealth here. Although trade may not rival that of the Mediterranean, there are still numerous port cities along the route from Britannia to North Africa. With territory comes opportunity. Most importantly, she can prove herself to be the best supportive partner in Duncan's rise. Men are always more comfortable when they are the ones who seize. The Raven Queen, Tellus, is but a mere barbarian. Undoubtedly, the Duke of Tintagel has taken the bait. His position in Britannia is rather awkward. King Yesser is the king, while he is merely a duke, akin to a regional lord, thus inferior in status and power. Were it not for the Saxon invasion, he would likely be subjugated by King Yesser. Legend has it that he perished unexpectedly, and Yesser met a sudden demise 2 years later, leading to the rise of local lords and ushering Britannia into a true era of turmoil. Following this was Merlin assisting King Arthur in his rise, alongside the famous sword in the stone incident. Tintagel Castle. His territory is not insignificant. At its peak, he controlled areas around Winchester, though he began in Cornwall. He has had continuous conflicts with King Yesser, but has grown increasingly weak, with his vassals defecting to Yesser, while he himself has been beaten back by the Saxons. The island of Britain covers approximately 240,000 square kilometers, with England around 130,000 square kilometers, Scotland 80,000 square kilometers, and Wales 20,000 square kilometers. The turmoil primarily affects the English region. With such a limited area, the numerous lords divide the land, resulting in modest territories. Inside the castle, Anya stealthily approached Duncan's side, slipping a pouch of gold into his hand, whispering, "Bestow rewards upon the servants shortly. Do not be overly generous, yet do not be stingy either." Everyone had grown hungry during their escape, and although the Duke of Tintagel suffered a disastrous defeat, he still wished to maintain his dignity, ordering a banquet to welcome and refresh his companions. The Saxon barbarians are not adept at sieging, and they may not dare to assault the castle. He may have diminished in strength, but as long as he remains alive and his wealth intact, he is not on the brink of annihilation. Duncan nodded slightly. During the banquet preparations, he casually yet conspicuously rewarded the servants and knightly attendants with gold coins. Not too many, not too few. Just 5 gold aurei, each featuring a crowned, bearded bust of Augustus on the obverse, and the winged figure of Victory on the reverse, weighing approximately 45 grams. Within the empire, such a gold coin could be exchanged for 30 to 50 silver denarii. This reward undoubtedly surprised the serving attendants, who became exceedingly humble and attentive. The Romans, with their arrogance, regarded Britannia as a remote backwater, believing they had established all its cities. The higher Anya's demeanor, the more they believed it. Soon after, one of the gold aurei was delivered into the hands of the Duke of Tintagel, who gazed at the coin before him, squinting slightly as he pondered. A whole bag of gold. The knightly attendant gazed in awe, wondering who would carry a bag of gold, unless they were truly a wealthy lady. With a casual toss, the Duke of Tintagel flung the gold coin, and the knightly attendant caught it with delight. His contemplation was not driven by the gold itself, but rather by the significance the gold represented. Anya had previously hinted, almost inadvertently, that she possessed a private armed force, a standard private military of the Empire, composed of the exiles Duncan had recruited. He believed this, for Duncan's prowess and combat style were evidently the benchmark of military might. This represents an opportunity. The Duke of Tintagel quickly realized this, but the question remained, how could he secure a partnership with this Roman noblewoman? The best approach, of course, would be to marry this wealthy widow. However, his wife would not consent, and the widow might not be willing either. Other forms of collaboration are evidently less stable than a marriage. Regardless, this noblewoman, seemingly fated to cross paths with him, sparked thoughts of a potential escape from his current predicament. This is Anya's brilliance. She does not intend to actively seek an alliance with the Duke of Tintagel, nor does she plan to join the Britannian cause as a lowly mercenary. Rather, she desires the Duke to request her assistance, acting as allies, while simultaneously fulfilling Duncan's vision of establishing a foundational armed force in Britannia, legally and rightfully, not as an invader, but as a genuine establishment rooted in Britannia. "My lord, the lady has arrived." At this moment, a maid rushed in to report. The Duke of Tintagel appeared somewhat impatient. Igraine had borne him 3 daughters, leaving him without a male heir, and after years of marriage, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. He had even contemplated finding a mistress to bear him a son. Shortly thereafter, a graceful and beautiful noblewoman approached, appearing to be in her 30s. Upon seeing the visibly impatient Duke of Tintagel nearby, she trembled, panic washing over her as she covered her mouth with her hand. Her husband had returned from a disastrous defeat, who was the man with whom she had shared a night of passion just days prior. At this moment, the Duke of Tintagel remained oblivious to his defeat, unaware that even his home had been seized by King Yesir. Chapter 26. Isn't Duncan riding a druid invincible? Tintagel Castle. Although the banquet prepared by Duke Tintagel was quite lavish, the flavors left much to be desired, resembling a cold joke of British cuisine. In this era, the culinary offerings of Europe were perhaps only slightly superior when it came to Italian and French dishes. Anya displayed a face of disdain, accustomed as she was to a life of luxury, burdened by the vices of her lineage from ancient Roman nobility. Duncan, on the other hand, was not particularly picky, yet he exercised restraint, realizing that the power of gluttony should not be indulged daily. Once a week was sufficient. This power gradually augmented his lifespan, and with the passage of time, the effects of the Holy Grail's blood would lead to transformations in his physique. Though he was not of imposing stature, his strength was considerable, and the density of his muscles and bones surpassed that of ordinary mortals. The castle was dark and damp. Under the flickering candlelight of the long table, 2 hypocritical political nobles engaged in a dance of subtlety and probing. Anya, a seasoned socialite of the Empire, spoke with impeccable discretion, constantly baiting Duke Tingtagier, awaiting him to initiate a request for assistance. Politics, indeed, was a murky affair. Duncan felt somewhat out of his depth, realizing that political creatures were devoid of emotions, with self-interest as their sole motivator. The Duke was particularly attentive to the noble widow, even in the presence of his own wife. At the table sat another figure, unease etched upon her face, Igraine, the Duchess of Tingtagier, a beauty in her own right. Her countenance was marked by anxiety. Fortunately, the dim light of the evening obscured her from the Duke's gaze. Had something transpired? Duncan was aware that history often bore slight deviations, yet the Duchess's troubled demeanor suggested that something was amiss. Should Merlin intervene, Duke Tingtagier would be utterly unprepared. Following the evening's hospitality, Duke Tingtagier instructed his attendants to accommodate Duncan and his companions. Duchess Igraine departed hastily, seemingly lacking the desire to engage in idle chatter. It felt as though she was evading the Duke. The Raven Queen, Trelise, approached Duncan, whispering, "The Duchess appears somewhat unwell." Duncan could not divulge his knowledge of future events, and simply replied, "Act according to the circumstances." In the corridor, Severus halted his steps and addressed the group. "I shall depart tonight. Find a way to recruit some personnel." Previously, Severus had mentioned his connections on the Isle of Britain, among the indigenous Celtic tribes. Many still adhered to the Druidic faith, regarded as beings capable of conversing with Celtic deities. Their numbers were insufficient, whether through monetary means or personal connections. There was a consensus that reinforcement was necessary, ideally with units possessing combat prowess. Severus volunteered to set out, aiming to recruit traditional Celtic warriors akin to those of the Gallic factions. Duncan pondered briefly before nodding, "Be cautious." Severus chuckled, "Fear not. I am a druid. In regions where the Celtic faith thrived, druids flourished. Any indigenous tribe he approached would extend him great hospitality." Severus leaped from the window. In the next moment, his form transformed into a bird, quickly vanishing before the astonished gazes of the others. Trelise was equally astonished, murmuring, "This is the first time I've witnessed him use shape-shifting." Only then did the two witches realize that Severus's magical abilities had returned. The druid's transformation capabilities? Duncan gazed at Severus's vanishing silhouette against the night sky, perceiving through a divine perspective a bird marked as a druid. It landed and reverted to human form, soon transitioning into a magnificent stag, plunging into the dense forest. Could Severus shape-shift into a warhorse? Perhaps something akin to the legendary steed, red hair? What if he were to ride? The thought was fleeting. After all, it felt excessive to utilize such a close companion as a mount. He transformed into ordinary creatures, and his combat capabilities did not see significant enhancement. A 2-star silver gray elite unit should possess unique skills. With that thought, Duncan cast a glance at the witch Anya. Indeed, she remained a 2-star blank slate, unchanged. Anya sensed Duncan's scrutiny, seeming to guess some of his thoughts, biting her luscious red lip with a hint of pitiful dismay. Her magical abilities would not fully recover unless the goddess Aphrodite were to revive, or she sought another deity possessing similar authority. At present, in all of Europe, only the Norse pantheon might suffice. Trelise was a unique exception, for not all witches were born with such distinction. Speaking of magical prowess, there was a formidable figure on the Isle of Britain, the legendary wizard Merlin. Recently, she had developed a taste for mischief. Yet, beauty was a double-edged sword. Duncan could not afford to indulge excessively, as occasional indulgence was beneficial, but frequent indulgence would impair his combat effectiveness. The allure of wine and women had drained him. From this day forth, he would abstain from alcohol. On the 23rd day since his arrival, 93 heads collected. He noted this in his ledger. It seemed he needed to further expand his combat skills, requiring the slaying of diverse enemies. This battle had granted him several new abilities. Innate sailor. The Saxons were born sailors, adept at battling amidst tumultuous waves. Unlike other invading barbarian tribes, they chose to conquer the Isle of Britain. This ability enhanced his nautical talents, enabling him to swiftly master seafaring skills. Naval combat mastery. In the ocean's tumult, one could maintain a sense of balance. Saxon pirates excelled in naval warfare, capable of maintaining equilibrium on deck, with some elite pirates even fighting atop the masts. Lance charge mastery. A combat technique belonging to the noble knightly class of the barbarians, they could deliver lethal strikes during a lance charge. rendering even heavily armored units defenseless against a full-force lance assault. Recently, he had not acquired any particularly formidable abilities, likely due to a lack of encounters with skilled opponents, merely incrementally enhancing his basic combat style. However, the Divine Perspectives projection page exhibited some unique changes. Combat formation, wedge formation, command skill. This was a combat technique of the barbarian noble knights, allowing a human commander to instruct cavalry units to form a wedge formation. The effectiveness of the cavalry formation depended on the overall strength of the combat units, their training, and discipline. It could only command units that adhered to orders. Combat formation, phalanx, command skill. One of the basic conventional formations. Combat formation, diamond formation, command skill. The formation of Macedonian light cavalry, capable of countering enemies from any direction to avoid disadvantageous positions. It required a high level of training and discipline from the commanded units. Combat formation, circular formation, command skill. One of the conventional archery formations. Command capabilities on the battlefield. Duncan examined the formation page, primarily divided into cavalry, infantry, and archers, with an abundance of tactical formations for cavalry, possibly due to the numerous barbarian noble knights he had slain that day. The infantry formations were limited to loose and tight formations, along with the Roman standard shield wall and tortoise formation, the latter requiring higher training levels. Archers had little to elaborate on, as their command space was relatively constrained. More advanced combined tactics of infantry shields and archers were currently unattainable, likely due to a lack of corresponding command skills, which necessitated high levels of discipline. All tactical commands were contingent upon the training and discipline of the combat units, rather than his own abilities. In other words, if Deng Kong were to issue commands to a group of farmers, lacking any military discipline, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. His innate talent is more applicable to himself than to influencing others. After searching in vain for any indicators of leadership ability, it became evident that the battlefield performance ultimately relied on the soldier's military training. However, upon the completion of a troop's reorganization, he could discern an additional annotation of discipline. Such a designation of discipline signifies a higher caliber of military readiness, distinguishing them from mere rabble-wielding weapons. Training, discipline, and morale. These constitute the entirety of the tactical command interface displayed in the projection. A legion that meets these three criteria can serve as a formidable fighting force. Ultimately, the quality of the recruited soldiers remains paramount. Deng Kong has yet to command an army in earnest. His encounter with the rebel forces was merely skirmishing. If faced with a regular army, the rebel faction would be utterly crushed. For the exiles to effectively form an army, they must be reorganized, concentrating capable units into a new combat structure. Another strategy would be to assemble elite forces, selecting those marked with 1 or 2 stars and integrating them into a single legion, thereby achieving formidable combat prowess. Yet once on the battlefield, individual strength is diminished, making armor and shields particularly critical. Everyone is vulnerable. Without armor, even 2-star warriors can fall to mere blades. Now, let us observe Anya's next course of action. If she can persuade Duke Dingtagier to extend an invitation for assistance, the reorganized exile army can be legitimately summoned. During the skirmish against the rebel faction, Deng Kong successfully defeated a noble's private militia. The spoils captured were primarily provisions, but there were also sufficient armaments to equip over 30 field soldiers. And the quality of the Imperial Field Army scale armor remains commendable, coupled with the weapons and equipment the exiles already possess. It is feasible to form a mercenary force of around 200 men. The number of exiles in the western regions of the Empire is exceedingly vast, and with the barbarian invasions intensifying, the exodus will only grow. The barbarians also require slaves. As long as Anya can secure a piece of land, even nominally, they can easily migrate a population over. While not claiming more, thousands can be recruited without difficulty. Deng Kong's foundation remains precariously weak. Within the Empire, such numbers would hardly create a significant impact, but on the island of Britannia, having a few hundred or even 1,000 troops could influence the overall situation. At that time, merely rallying some expendables could yield claims of tens of thousands. Historically, the exaggeration of troop numbers in warfare is considerable, with the actual ratio of professional soldiers being quite low. Today, after Duke Dingtagier's significant defeat, it is likely that within a day or two, the Saxon forces will launch a large-scale invasion. The smaller the battlefield, the more advantageous it is for me. From a divine perspective, Dankong realized the need to wrest his control over the corporeal realm when, suddenly, his brow furrowed. A unit marked as a familiar appeared outside the castle in the projection. Night Owl, 1 star. Animal form, neutral. Dankong did not expect to encounter another supernatural entity so soon. He rose, took up his battle bow, hesitated for a moment, and quietly knocked on the door of Raven Queen Trilys. Professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Dankong possessed a keen self-awareness, even as a monarch. He could only emulate Liu Bang, utilizing everyone to their fullest. His own strength likely lay only in the act of executing others. While he might manage to lead troops in battle, overseeing logistics and internal affairs would likely be a daunting challenge. He was better suited to the role of a fierce general akin to Xiangyu. This encounter with Duke Dingtagier revealed that Anya's cunning surpassed his own. The door opened. Raven Queen Trilys, with a charming smile, noticed Dankong bearing his battle bow, and her expression shifted slightly. "What has transpired?" Dankong replied in a hushed tone. "There is a situation outside. I have seen a rather peculiar night owl circling around here." Rising, Raven Queen Trilys stated, "Take me to see." Dankong's perception was exceptional, particularly regarding danger, and Trilys held unwavering faith in him. Not a druid. A rune stone materialized in Trilys's palm, her eyes seemingly penetrating the night, perceiving the familiar. It is a familiar summoned by a wizard, not a creature of this realm. With that, she quietly elucidated, only a very powerful wizard can summon beings not of reality. On the island of Britannia, perhaps only one wizard possesses this ability. Merlin, creatures not of the earthly realm. Are there other dimensions? Indeed, the Valkyrie witnessed through the divine perspective today was clearly outside the scope of reality. Here on the island of Britannia, with the mist-shrouded Avalon, supernatural forces are evidently more prevalent. Raven Queen Trilys explained, Merlin is a Cambion, half-human and half-demon, born with immense magical power. He alone can summon familiars. Dankong, though not fully comprehending, instinctively glanced at Trilys, pondering her lineage. If Merlin is half-human and half-demon, what of her? She too possesses inherent supernatural strength. Trilys seemed to sense Dankong's thoughts, her expression momentarily hesitant, yet she softly stated, I carry the bloodline of a succubus. As she spoke, she observed Dankong's reaction. Succubi do not hold a favorable reputation in this era, and her bloodline leans towards that of a nightmare succubus, known for enchanting men, which is why she became a priestess sworn to celibacy, serving the virgin goddess of a polytheistic faith. This was a revelation. Trilys sought to gauge Dankong's attitude towards her origins, wondering if he would feel fear or aversion towards the legendary succubus. At that moment, Dankong's expression was subtly nuanced, even tinged with excitement. This revelation caused Trilys's cheeks to flush slightly. The familiar circled the castle before swiftly vanishing into the inky night, leaving one to ponder what Merlin might be observing through it. Meanwhile, in the region of Britannia near Wales, an elderly wizard appeared amidst the wilderness. Goroyas had not perished. Merlin's expression bore a hint of regret as he sighed softly, realizing that the foretold future had once again shifted. He was a wizard particularly skilled in prophecy, or rather, he himself was adhering to the potential futures outlined in prophecy, waiting for the birth of King Arthur. Merlin had foreseen Duke Dingtagier's demise. Ideally, he would fall at the hands of the Saxons, thus sparing Uther from intervening. Uther could simply marry the Duke's widow to fulfill the unification of the Britons. Yet, he had not died. Now he could only await the second prophecy, Duke Dingtagier's unexpected death in the power struggle with Uther. A wizard proficient in prophetic spells can easily become ensnared in his many prophecies. The prophecy monster must die by prophecy. Merlin's current endeavor is to manifest the prophecies he wishes to see fulfilled. Igraine is already pregnant with the future king of Britannia, and the next step is to ensure Arthur's safe birth and upbringing. For Merlin has foreseen Uther's death. Duke Dingtagier will die. Uther will also perish. After years of turmoil, Britannia will welcome its greatest king. This is the future he most desires within the realm of prophecy. Yet now, all prophecies are in disarray. Someone is poised to upend the table. In this remote province of an empire, how cumbersome it is, Dankong is prepared to pierce through it. Chapter 27. Strong enemies at the gates. The decisive moment. As dawn's light breaks, the Saxon barbarians, whose livelihood is rooted in plunder, will first engage in multiple raids before seizing land. The barbarians are not particularly adept at besieging fortifications. Their current focus is on London, while other places are merely plundered. The wealth amassed from these raids is enticing enough to attract more Saxons to join the invasion of the island of Britain. The Saxons, Angles, and Jutes are allied, frequently slaughtering and pillaging the Britons together. Wealth is a powerful motivator. Thus, the Saxons gradually encroach upon the lands of Britain. Outside the castle, as a small troop of barbarian cavalry came into view, a Saxon messenger arrived at this location in the morning. A Saxon noble knight, 1 star, accompanied by Jute guards. Under the grim countenance of Duke Dingtagier, the Saxon messenger audaciously tossed the severed heads of 5 men at the castle's gates. 2 of them were the leaders of the Britain legion he had appointed, while the other 3 were knights loyal to him. Duncan stood atop the castle walls, listening to the exchange between the Duke's attendants and the barbarian messenger, who spoke in Old English, their conversation a flurry of unintelligible sounds followed by a clear threat. He felt he could comprehend some of it, yet not fully, possibly due to the insufficient number of slain Saxons he had encountered. The raven-haired Trailes softly translated. The Saxon messenger demanded Duke Dingtagier's acknowledgement of defeat and the payment of approximately 15,000 gold coins as tribute. Otherwise, the Saxon army would annihilate everything here, setting aside whether Duke Dingtagier could muster such a substantial sum. His previous cordial demeanor towards the assembled company revealed that this Duke of Britain was reluctant to submit to the Saxons. The fighting capability of the Britons is rather mediocre, yet even in retreat to Wales, they have resisted for nearly a millennium. As expected, the negotiations between both parties ended unfavorably. By evening, the Saxon army had encamped more than 10 miles away from the castle. Duncan ventured out of the city to scout alongside the Duke's knightly retinue. Anya had already reached a preliminary agreement for cooperation with Duke Dingtagier. To demonstrate her sincerity, this Roman noblewoman lent her personal guard lover to assist the Duke's scant light cavalry in reconnaissance. In this dire situation, Duke Dingtagier needed to seize every available resource. The circumstances were worse than anticipated, as reinforcements for the Saxons had arrived, swelling their ranks from over 1,000 to around 3,000. Seemingly drawn from other locations with the intent to decisively crush Duke Dingtagier and drive him into the mountainous regions of Cornwall. Unlike the last engagement, this time the barbarian forces boasted 2 prominent figures. Hengus, leader, king. Odin's favor, legend, 2-star gold. Hosa, leader, chieftain. Odin's favor, legend, 2-star gold. Hengus and Hosa? Are these the barbarian leader units? I do not recall hearing about them before. Duncan observed the enemy camp across the river from a divine perspective, the most conspicuous targets being the 2 marked leader units. Surrounded by numerous noble barbarian knights and priests of the Germanic polytheistic faith. Hengus and Hosa are the leaders of the Saxon barbarians invading Britain. Initially, they served as mercenaries to assist the Britons in repelling the Picts, the early Scottish savages, who were the indigenous people never conquered by Rome. The Britons under Roman rule regarded the Picts as a barbaric race, suffering long from their incursions and repeatedly seeking aid from the empire. Eventually, these 2 brothers recognized the Britons' weakness and conceived the idea of seizing this land. They defeated the Britons' army and established the Kingdom of Kent in the Kent region. The enemy is currently engaged in a blood sacrifice. This terrifying ritual, originating from Scandinavia, is known as the Blood Eagle. The priest first carves an eagle shape on the victim's back, then opens the back to expose the spine, severing the spine from the ribs, and prying open the ribs one by one. In the final act of the ritual, the victim's lungs are drawn out, forming a pair of wings. It is also referred to as the blood raven offering, typically directed at those captives who dare to resist. Another form of blood sacrifice involves hanging the corpse upside down, as Odin hung for 9 days and nights on the world tree, thus requiring sacrifices to be hanged for his rituals. Duncan nearly retched. He had seen killings before, but this was his first encounter with such a brutal and primal blood sacrifice. Compared to the gods of Rome and Greece, the Germanic barbarian deities demand far bloodier sacrifices. The 2 must be the barbarian leaders who established the Kingdom of Kent. So many markings. Duncan had previously only seen the warriors of Thor, and now, gazing upon Odin's favor, he couldn't help but focus his attention further. Odin's favor. The target has conquered the Kent region of Britain and established a kingdom for the Germanic barbarians there. His offerings to Odin have garnered the attention of the polytheistic deities, significantly enhancing his influence and charisma among the Germanic barbarians. Odin's favor lasts for 3 months and must be maintained through offerings. Legend. The target possesses legendary status among the Germanic barbarians, regarded as a leader in the successful invasion of Britain, with tales of him circulating in Germania. Killing the target can yield legendary status. Both brothers are 2-star gold units, suggesting they're exceptionally formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, even the rulers of small nations possess considerable strength, and it seems the opponents possess numerous special statuses. A leader unit with legendary status? Duncan felt a surge of temptation, yet weighing his own strength, he realized he had no means to confront them. Not to mention the noble barbarian knights flanking them. Even the accompanying priests of the Germanic pantheon would pose a significant challenge. As the last faction of the polytheistic deities in Europe, the Norse pantheon's barbarian priests still wield considerable supernatural abilities, capable of inspiring nearby soldiers on the battlefield. Furthermore, they can perform divination, prophecy, and a limited amount of sorcery. This battle will be arduous. Had Duke Dingtagir not suffered a crushing defeat yesterday, maintaining a numerical advantage might have allowed Duncan to command a Britain legion, leveraging his divine perspective and formidable personal combat skills to contend with the barbarian regulars. However, now the Britain legion is nearly decimated, and those captives who dared to resist have been used for blood sacrifices. The remaining remnants under Duke Dingtagir are utterly incapable of mounting any defense. In the medieval era, individual prowess is insufficient to counter absolute military superiority. 2-star gold units, along with several 2-star silver gray units, including warriors of Thor, warriors of Tyr, and high-tier barbarian warriors, all formidable adversaries, equipped with excellent gear and exceptional combat skills. Fortunately, there seemed to be no powerful spellcasting units among them. The barbarian priests observed by Duncan were at most 1-star silver gray, indicating that the primary focus of the Norse pantheon may not be here. Those mighty barbarian priests are likely engaged in clandestine conflicts on the battlefields along the Germania Two Rivers defense line, perhaps clashing with the ecclesiastical orders of the church over the ultimate claim to mortal faith. The enemy across the river appear to have noticed them. After a warning, soon over 10 riders approached to drive them away, likely also barbarian scouts. They dare to come? Duncan, observing the uneasy expressions of the light cavalry beside him, contemplated and declared, "You all draw their attention. Leave the rest to me. Since we are here, we must assert our dominance. Otherwise, tomorrow's battle will be even more challenging." Saxon pirate cavalry. The enemy's forces bear 2 distinct insignias, one designating regular soldiers, while the other identifies pirates. Among them are over 10 horsemen of pirate origin, who have joined with another band of barbarian light cavalry, approximately 30 strong, encircling the area. The leader of the scouts is a young man named Gyr, not a knight by formal title, but likely of noble birth, possessing superior combat skills compared to his peers. Although hesitant, he ultimately resolves to heed Duncan's command and lure the enemy closer. He has witnessed Duncan single-handedly repel more than 10 barbarian noble horsemen. Come on, let's practice our aim. Duncan, seasoned by countless battles, remains vigilant of the uniquely marked units, ensuring no barbarian priests lurk nearby, before charging forth to confront the Saxon pirate riders. With a swift release, an arrow flies forth, striking down the Saxon pirate captain, who collapses lifelessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events leaves the Saxon pirates momentarily stunned. What manner of foe is this? The captain's inexplicable demise, an arrow piercing his brow, causes panic among the Saxon ranks, and they scatter, their horses slowing as fear grips them, caught between pursuit and retreat. Duncan, unhurried, knocks another arrow on his bow. Since he has arrived, he intends to claim at least 5 or 6 more heads before departing, for the Saxon barbarians surely possess combat skills, yet unclaimed by him. With a second shot, he claims another kill. With a third, he secures yet another. Duncan charges forward, his equestrian prowess eclipsing that of the Saxons, reaching the level of the elite cavalry of the Huns. In a true mounted battle, he harbors no apprehensions. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolds in the open ground across from the barbarians. The Saxons send over 30 riders to pursue the scouts, while a few light cavalry flee in disarray. And Duncan, unperturbed, meets the enemy head-on. In mere moments, the Saxon pirate horsemen begin to crumble. The tableau shifts to reveal Duncan pursuing a dozen Saxon pirates, even finding the capacity to turn his horse and intercept another group of barbarian cavalry. After expending a quiver of arrows, he claims 6 heads. His quiver, specially crafted, typically hold around 612 arrows, akin to those used by rangers, designed to secure the arrows in place, allowing for swift retrieval. Normally, it would include a couple of armor-piercing arrows, but due to the technological limitations of the era, he had not prepared any. The Mongolian armor-piercing arrows are heavy, and the longbow arrows are similarly weighty, necessitating custom production. The arrows of the English longbowmen generally measure around 90 centimeters in length, while standard arrows range from 50 to 70 centimeters. These nearly meter-long heavy arrows can pierce through a body with ease. Even the Mongols carry few heavy arrows, as they would impede mounted combat. On the opposite riverbank, realizing the barbarians are mobilizing, Duncan observes several 2-star silver-gray units emerging, along with barbarian priests. He promptly signals for a retreat, knowing they cannot withstand such forces. The 2-star elite units are noble warriors clad in heavy armor. Their bows are ineffective against such defenses, inflicting only light wounds, and it would take numerous arrows to fell a single foe while remaining wary of any hidden trump cards. Respect. It is nearly etched on one's face. In this era of turmoil, a man's martial prowess can attract not only women but also numerous men. How shall they proceed? Relying on the motley crew of remnants hastily summoned by Duke Ding Takir, the Duke has even begun conscripting farmers. Anyone familiar with total war knows the combat prowess of farmers. Thousands can be easily routed. A frontal clash would see the farmers raise white flags and surrender. Duncan's gaze shifts to the agitated soldiers atop the city walls, his expression growing grave. Even a magic of the Raven Queen Tlies could not sway the course of such a large-scale conflict. Moreover, the last bout of chaos unleashed by Tly came at a price, as she utilized a rare ancient Roman sacrificial stone. Such a precious item is not worth wasting here. The walls are being fortified. The castles of this era resemble military fortresses of the Roman Empire, incomparable to medieval strongholds. The walls lack sufficient height and strength. Although there is a degree of geographical advantage in a defensive battle, the disparity in military training between the two sides is vast. The barbarians, seasoned by years of warfare, have plundered the empire and faced the Huns, boasting extensive combat experience, with adult men trained as infantry. It is not an exaggeration to state that 100 trained men could easily rout 1,000 farmers. As Duncan ponders, he suddenly notices the Britons maneuvering an antiquated siege engine into position, likely remnants from the Roman legion's withdrawal, now covered in dust but still functional. A crossbow. Wait, can I utilize this? Will my calibration enhance its performance? A plan forms in Duncan's mind. He gallops into the city, reaching the crossbow's position. From a divine perspective, as he takes control of the crossbow, an auxiliary crosshair gradually materializes. It works. He can indeed operate the crossbow using the targeting crosshair. Duncan calculates the distance and gestures for assistance from those nearby, then aims the crossbow at a target approximately 500 meters away. With a thud, a bolt akin to a spear pierces the air, striking the intended mark with an error margin of no more than a meter. The spear embeds itself deeply into the ground. Such potency, if fired on the battlefield, it could likely penetrate a human body. Though the crossbow was invented by the Greeks, it was refined by the Romans. At the height of the empire, a standard legion of 5,000 men would typically be equipped with 50 crossbows. They had once rendered the armored cavalry of the Parthian Empire incapacitated. Those were the era's top-tier heavy cavalry, the elite of the elite. Even a light crossbow could pierce both man and horse. When firing stone projectiles, it could shatter and launch corpses. However, the crossbow's limitations are glaring. It is slow, cumbersome, and requires time to set up and fire. Its effectiveness hinges on tactical acumen and a touch of fortune. The Mongolian commander Mengji's demise by a stone thrower is an anomaly, a rare occurrence in history. I believe I know what could turn the tide. Duncan muses, pondering whether the enemy will grant this opportunity. The key to their reversal lies in decapitating the enemy king. Duncan surmises he may have but one chance to strike. Once exposed, finding another opportunity would be exceedingly difficult. Given the crossbow's sluggish firing speed, the target would likely have already fled beyond range. Should he land the shot, Even the 2-star Golden Leader unit could perish on the spot, let alone the 3-star Demon Hunter. The only drawback is that controlling the crossbow is significantly more challenging than drawing a bow. Duncan, too, could miscalculate, and hitting a moving target proves even more daunting, relying solely on instinctive finesse. The Kingdom of Kin has only recently been established and remains unstable. The barbarian king desperately needs a decisive victory to uphold his authority. King Yu's strength surpasses that of Duke Ding Takir, rendering the Duke a soft target. The barbarians are no fools. They always seek the path of least resistance. The era of the 7 kingdoms on the island of Britannia was initiated by the establishment of the Kingdom of Kent, a precursor to the 7 kingdoms depicted in the television series Game of Thrones. These 7 realms were founded by the Jutes, Saxons, and Angles. They collectively constitute England, encompassing approximately 130,000 square kilometers of territory, which is comparable to the size of a province. To Duncan, Britannia merely resembles a novice village, devoid of any formidable power, capable of effortlessly mobilizing tens of thousands of regular troops, and certainly lacking the main forces of the Huns, which would turn them into mere porcupines under enemy fire. Here, the warfare is localized. The Saxons attempted to invade Gaul, yet they never engaged the Franks, leading to the defeat of the vanquished who retreated to the sea. One wonders if it is possible to procure an English longbow. At present, Duncan finds himself unable to locate a bow of extraordinary caliber, as the invention of the English longbow is still many years away. If he possessed such a longbow, slaying heavy cavalry would be considerably easier. In the absence of a bow, he must resort to artillery. Crossbows would suffice as well. Duncan gradually familiarizes himself with the operation of the crossbow and begins to search for the right feel. The crossbow's aiming crosshair has a greater margin of error due to its long range and the interference of various wind currents. Thus, it may require a stroke of luck. Chapter 28. A cannon to annihilate a nation. Barbarian infighting. On the city wall, when Duncan boldly requested control over the crossbow, Duke Dintigil readily acquiesced. It is well known that Roman legions excelled in the use of crossbows. With Duncan's evident military upbringing, his request for control over the crossbow must carry a degree of confidence. At this juncture, Duke Dintigil had gathered nearly all the local farmers, resulting in a force of approximately 500 to 600 men, counting hundreds of irregulars. After all, the island of Britannia is merely a province of the empire. The scale of battle is significantly smaller, primarily involving skirmishes between regular troops, numbering in the thousands, occasionally augmented by peasant levies. In the early days when the province of Britannia was abandoned, a single legion could suppress the surrounding barbarian tribes, illustrating the empire's efforts at that time. Unfortunately, this vast empire now wanes, unable to maintain control over such peripheral provinces. The era of the foolish king's background is precisely when the kingdom of Camelot lost the empire's protection and was compelled to draw swords in battle. Amidst the onslaught of divine retribution, barbarian invasions, the empire's collapse, the struggle for faith, and the battles of deities, King Arthur is merely a small figure striving to safeguard Britannia. The burden upon this Night King is one that Duncan does not mind shouldering alongside him. The crossbow is a remnant from that era. The early legions in Britannia were even trained by imperial officers, and a portion of the Sarmatian cavalry remained in Britannia, ultimately training the subsequent Legere heavy cavalry, one of the precursors to the Knights of the Round Table. The Sarmatian cavalry boasts a formidable reputation in this age, serving as mercenaries of the empire's backbone. In early legends, their women, though beautiful, were often required to slay enemies as a rite of passage, unable to marry without notable achievements. During the reign of Trajan, the empire decisively defeated the Sarmatians, compelling them to surrender 8,000 cavalry as hostages for peace. These cavalrymen were dispatched to serve in Britannia, becoming part of the early Sarmatian legions to arrive in the region. Their dragon-head standards, cantos lances, and scale armor became the standard equipment for the empire's armor cavalry. King Uther's cavalry force inherited the legacy of these Sarmatians, including the striking dragon-head standards. Thus, he earned the moniker of Uther, the Great Dragonhead. The imperial dragon banner of the game Mount Blade has a similar origin. How splendid it would be if I could command a unit of heavily armored cavalry, charging into the fray to strike down foes, rather than relying on the crossbow to wait for opportunities. Duncan possesses a divine perspective. Should he lead a powerful contingent of Imperial armored cavalry into battle, wherever morale falters, he could charge, directly targeting enemy commanders and seizing the chance to deliver a decisive blow. Heavy cavalry acts as the hammer on the battlefield, capable of shattering enemy lines. Provided that the frontline troops can withstand the assault, Duncan leading the cavalry can exploit any exposed weaknesses of the enemy, achieving feats akin to those of Alexander the Great, cutting a path from Europe to Mesopotamia. Of course, in this era, only heavy cavalry can execute such maneuvers. Light cavalry charging into the fray is akin to courting death. Good news: the enemy is momentarily refraining from attack. Bad news: the Saxon barbarians have acquired some siege techniques from the Empire. Britannia possesses hardly any formidable cities. The so-called castles are merely primitive military fortifications, with only the Kingdom of Camelot boasting a fortress resembling an early medieval stronghold, thus being regarded as the most impregnable location on the entire island. The figure of Queen Tralise appears on the city wall, whispering that the reinforcements requested by Duke Dintigil have not arrived. It seems they have shifted their allegiance to King Uther. The era of kings in Britannia resembles a feudal system, wherein local lords and nobles possess considerable autonomy. Anya approaches swiftly, her expression tinged with anxiety, inquiring whether they can hold their ground. If not, perhaps they should consider a retreat. Despite her confident demeanor yesterday, the sight of the approaching Saxon army today has rendered her visibly nervous. After all, she is merely a noblewoman, somewhat out of her depth when faced with the realities of war. Should they lose this stronghold, Duke Dintigil will be left to wage guerrilla warfare in the mountains. King Uther has also been forced into the Welsh territories by numerous Saxon barbarians. Strategically speaking, if Duncan can secure victory today, establishing a foothold in Britannia will become significantly easier. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan declares that there is still hope. This is a defensive battle. Had it been an open field skirmish, he would have already retreated with the witch and others. Queen Tralise possesses an almost blind trust in Duncan. Upon seeing his confident demeanor, she promptly nods in agreement to prepare for contingencies, ensuring that they have a means of retreat should the situation become untenable. She likely intends to prepare some ritual magic. Duncan ponders for a moment and asks, "Can you perform an illusion?" Queen Tralise lightly nods, inquiring about his plan. He indicates the nearby crossbow and solemnly states that they must devise a way to conceal it, catching the enemy off guard with a surprise shot. Duncan places all his hopes on his divine perspective and the crossbow. Queen Tralise immediately agrees, assuring him that she will make the necessary preparations. At this juncture, Anya suggests that she will find a way to persuade Duke Dintigil to entrust command of the troops to Duncan. Surrender command? That may prove to be quite challenging. Duncan reflects, no need. Convince him to allow me command over the archers. Anya promptly responds in the affirmative. The Welsh archers, 1 star, the Briton marksmen, and the militia auxiliary archers. Although Duke Dintigil has only a handful of irregulars left, there remains a capable force. The Welsh archers, the precursors to the English longbowmen, hail from forested mountainous regions that produce exceptional marksmen, though regrettably, they are not currently equipped with English longbows. There are only 26 of them, whom Duncan will keep close, while the other archers are stationed along the city wall defenses. As the enemy approaches, when the Saxon forces prepare to besiege the city, their numbers exceed expectations, swelling to nearly 6,000. The core fighting strength of the barbarians remains unchanged, but they are accompanied by a substantial number of slaves and peasant troops compelled to push siege equipment forward. The Briton slave army, morale depleted, suffers from low spirits, serving merely as expendable cannon fodder, easily shattered, only to be pursued and slaughtered by the barbarian soldiers before being driven back again. Soon, the ground outside the city walls was strewn with corpses. Duncan could not ascertain how many he had slain, but it was estimated to be in the dozens. There was no significant enhancement to his abilities, as these cannon fodder fighters possessed little combat skill. He found that by dispatching merely a dozen foes, an entire unit of slave soldiers would rout, leading to a mass escape alongside other enslaved individuals. Intimidation. Special ability, you have forged your reputation from the countless bones of your enemies. When you gaze upon them, they are gripped by fear. Your mere presence on the battlefield can shake their morale. It was only when the slave army collapsed entirely that Duncan discovered he had acquired a new special ability, one cultivated from the heads he had harvested. Undoubtedly, the battlefield offered him immense growth, in a transformation brought about by quantitative changes leading to qualitative ones. Duncan's foundational combat skills had turned predominantly deep blue, representing a significant elevation in his capabilities. The Saxon barbarians seemed to realize that relying solely on these slave soldiers would not suffice to breach the city walls. Consequently, with movements along the flanks, the true combat forces began their advance toward the battlefield, deploying siege engines, ladders, and towers. The slave soldiers again pushed these siege apparatuses closer. Britannia lacked towering and robust walls, requiring siege towers of no more than 6 meters in height. Fortunately, the barbarians did not possess catapults. Otherwise, the battle would have been even more dire. Duncan's figure began to move, followed closely by a squad of Welsh archers. The Saxon spearmen, morale shaken, faced a formidable adversary. This special ability, born of slaughter, seemed to be taking effect. As when Duncan appeared on the right side of the walls, the soldiers hiding behind the siege tower showed signs of morale wavering. A Saxon officer shouted loudly to rally his men. About 3 minutes later, the indication of shaken morale vanished, but the mark of encountering a formidable enemy persisted. It was unclear when this began, but after Duncan had claimed the heads of around 100 true warriors, every enemy he faced bore the mark of a formidable adversary. Indeed, there was only one such enemy. Duke Dingtadger led a small contingent of Britannic troops into the fray. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight with all his might, for without the commander leading the charge, morale would surely falter. The Saxon barbarians, at the sound of the horn, initiated simultaneous attacks in 3 directions. Duke Dingtadger appeared unprepared, somewhat flustered, and hastily dispatched militia and peasant forces to repel the climbing foes. Enemies were already scaling the walls. The city gate trembled violently as the siege engines battered against it, while the Britannic militia below gripped their weapons tightly in anxiety. The mixed Britannic forces, morale shaken, returned from a devastating defeat, outnumbered by the enemy. The town militia, morale shaken, faced overwhelming odds, outnumbered by the enemy. The peasant mixed units, morale shaken, were utterly untrained. What a plethora of shaken morale! Duncan surveyed the battlefield, his expression gravely serious. Why was morale so low? Was it due to Duke Dingtadger's prior defeat? Duncan had been shooting down enemies to bolster morale. Yet he did not anticipate that the initial wave of close combat would reveal several hundred-strong units showing signs of faltering morale, nearly raising the white flag in surrender. The mixed forces of the Britons bore marks of a crushing defeat. It was indeed a dire situation. With morale so low, Duke Dingtadger bore a significant portion of the blame. Duncan no longer conserved his strength. He seized the northern war bow, directing the Welsh archers behind him to concentrate their fire on the marked enemy officers. Rapid fire. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. The arrows flew like whispers through the air. The Welsh archers followed Duncan in releasing a volley of arrows, directly slaying the centurion of the Saxon spearmen. The Saxon spearmen, morale shattered, witnessed the death of their officer, encountering a formidable enemy. This wave of targeted strikes resulted in the enemy sustaining over 30 casualties, causing an entire 100-man unit to scatter, allowing the forces on the walls a momentary respite. Yet soon, a hail of arrows descended upon them. A Welsh archer beside Duncan was instantly killed, an arrow piercing his eye socket, while another struck his neck, sending those nearby scrambling for cover behind their shields. Saxon forest hunters emerged. The elite Saxon forest hunters, 1 star, joined a fray under the cover of shielded warriors. These barbarian forest hunters, more skilled than ordinary archers, unleashed a barrage of arrows, toppling dozens of foes. Were it not for the shelter of the walls, it was likely that these militia would have been utterly decimated. If victory were to be achieved, it would surely be an epic triumph in the annals of total warfare. A breach appeared in the southwestern defense line of the walls. Duncan dashed forward, seizing a spear with all his might, embodying the essence of a legendary figure from ancient Greece. In a swift motion, the spear whistled through the air, piercing the chest of a Saxon elite warrior and sending his lifeless body tumbling from the walls. A gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers. The first fully armored elite unit of the enemy had been slain, as Duncan dispatched the vanguard of barbarian warriors with a single spear thrust. How dare they advance, first while he stood upon the walls? With a powerful strike, Duncan snatched a shield from a fallen soldier and swung it violently, striking an enemy's skull, causing his arm to tingle from the impact as the massive barbarian warrior was toppled. Surrounding soldiers quickly descended upon him, delivering fatal blows. Combat style: decapitation. The Oathkeeper released a cold gleam, and the recharged Saxon axemen froze in place, reduced to headless corpses, their blood spraying forth like a fountain. With a thunderous roar, Duncan raised his voice to the heavens. This gruesome spectacle struck terror into the hearts of his enemies while revitalizing the morale of his wavering allies. Kill! A cacophony of cheers erupted from the walls, reminiscent of a cataclysmic wave. The unparalleled warrior. Duncan single-handedly restored morale. Even Duke Dingtadger, retreating behind his guards, could not help but peek out, rallying his forces to repel the surging enemies from the walls. Close combat proved far more effective in bolstering morale than distant archery. Duncan personally charged forth, slaying over 10 foes in succession, ultimately stabilizing the southwestern defense line and erasing the markers of shaken morale. From a divine perspective, the projection of the scene seemed to shift. Inspiration, special ability, your valor greatly invigorates the morale of others. When you appear on the battlefield, allied units gain the courage to continue fighting. Duncan's own markers transformed, now adorned with 2 special statuses: intimidation and inspiration. Having fought his way through thus far, his very presence appeared to possess some extraordinary supernatural qualities born of slaughter, almost visibly elevating the spirits of nearby soldiers. No wonder ancient champions dared to charge into overwhelming numbers. Morale is paramount. Wherever Duncan stepped, spirits soared. Yet the enemy's assault did not relent. Shielded by the Saxon forest hunters, waves of elite soldiers soon pressed closer to the battlefield. It was a brutal and bloody melee. Not far off, Saxon King Hengist fixated on Duncan with a shocked expression, inquiring of those beside him. Who is that man? When did Duke Dingtadger come to possess such a valiant knight? He awaited the opportune moment to launch a total assault when the enemy would be exhausted, yet Duncan's emergence had staved off 3 waves of Saxon attacks, resulting in a stalemate on the battlefield. Those militia on the brink of collapse fought fiercely, inspired by his personal valor. Had the Britons possessed such formidable figures earlier, they would likely have found it impossible to establish the kingdom of Kent here, for they were utterly exhausted. Huasar rode forth to his elder brother, gesturing towards the northwestern city wall, where a horde of militia and farmers had gathered. With a concentrated force, they could easily overpower them. Despite Duncan's remarkable prowess in combat, the 2 brothers remained unperturbed. At this stage in the battle, the elite forces of the Saxon barbarians had not yet fully engaged. Their siege tactics typically dictated that their elite units would launch a vigorous assault only when the enemy was thoroughly fatigued, thereby minimizing casualties. As they spoke, flanked by the chieftain's guards and noble cavalrymen, the brothers gradually approached the front lines, seemingly in search of vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses. The distance was now well beyond the range of any arrows, eliminating any concern over archer threats. Duke Dingtadger's side was overwhelmed with farmer militia. Then, Duncan began to move, fixating intently on his target, waiting for the opportune moment when the enemy's speed would wane. Now was the time. From a god's perspective, the battlefield unfolded before him. The enemy leader was marked, and the illusions cast by Raven Queen Tellys faded. Amidst the distant, somewhat panicked gazes of the onlookers, a crossbow emerged abruptly atop the city wall, its bolts prepared like javelins, with a distance of merely 300 meters to the enemy. The crosshairs locked into position. Taking a deep breath, Duncan released the javelin-like bolt, which soared through the air, causing disarray among the distant foes, who nearly turned their steeds to retreat. Bang! The heavy bolt swept across the battlefield. In that moment, the Roman goddess Diana observed. The Greek goddess Artemis took heed. Thud! The enemy attempted to flee, but it was too late. In the next instant, King Hengist of the Kingdom of Kent plummeted from his mount, the heavy bolt having pierced through his chest, claiming 2 lives and impaling a warhorse behind him. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. All stood frozen in shock before an eruption of tumultuous cheers filled the air. In a moment of transcendence, Duncan excelled. The barbarian chieftain's guards, in disarray, hastily withdrew with the king's body. Remarkably, despite the grievous wound, the 2-star Golden Hero unit did not perish instantly. Blood gushed forth as he was dragged away, his breaths becoming shallow. The enemy's king was dead. The enemy's king was dead. Upon the walls, the Britons erupted in hoarse cheers, the tides of battle shifting dramatically. The morale of the attacking barbarian forces faltered, leading to their swift retreat. Not far from a towering edifice, Raven Queen Tellys finally exhaled in relief. She had been kneeling in prayer, grasping the emblems of both Goddess Diana and Goddess Artemis. This time, Raven Queen Tellys also exerted herself, forcibly prying open a corner of the ancient Roman and Greek pantheon's coffin that had been pressed down by the church. Duncan felt a warmth emanate from his chest. It was the emblematic talisman bestowed by Raven Queen Tellys. Meanwhile, the witch Aeneas breathed rapidly, uncertain of what had transpired, yet upon hearing the shouts and cheers, she realized that Duncan had turned the tide of the battle. Truly, he was the man I had chosen. Aeneas covertly cast a glance at Tellys, feeling a sense of triumph over her. The Saxon barbarians began their retreat. In the rear of the army, Huassa seized the healer emerging from the tent, his expression pale as he inquired about the king's condition. The healer, visibly terrified, shook his head slightly, conveying the grim news that there was no hope left. Huassa's countenance darkened, lost in contemplation. Although both brothers had invaded Britain together, only one could claim the throne. His elder brother as king was an accepted notion. Yet now, with his brother's demise imminent, the question of Kent's next monarch arose. Hungasi had only one reputable son, Ai-Si-Ku, and in this newly founded kingdom of Kent, he and his nephew were the only ones eligible for the throne. The sudden demise of a founding monarch would trigger a terrifying chain reaction, inciting other barbarian chieftains to stir. While collaboration in plunder was acceptable, the notion of one being crowned king was far from agreeable. In the midst of the battlefield, an unexpected change unfolded. At some point, a Valkyrie clad in a silver helmet adorned with wings appeared above the fray, glancing towards Duncan before soaring towards the position of King Hungasi. The Valkyrie had manifested, seemingly intent on claiming the soul of the barbarian leader, the founding monarch of the Kingdom of Kent. With the barbarians in retreat, the king's demise had shattered morale. Huassa, lacking the heart to remain, promptly led his forces away. For the most pressing matter now was to determine the next heir to the throne. He had toiled alongside his brother to carve out a domain on the island of Britain, and he was unwilling to relinquish it to a nephew with little merit. Why should he not claim the kingship? On the battlefield, the Valkyrie lingered for a while, and after escorting the warrior's soul, she cast a lingering gaze at Duncan before vanishing into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, Duncan discovered a new mark upon himself. Odin's gaze fell upon him. Odin only admires the most valiant warriors, and you have now caught his attention. As the chief deity of the polytheistic Norse pantheon has taken an interest in you, the Valkyrie has sung your praises in Valhalla. You have unlocked the legendary status of the polytheistic Norse pantheon. Chapter 29, The Hero of Britain, Legendary Status. The sensation of that shot was exhilarating. It felt as though divine assistance guided him, as he fatally struck King Hungasi, the founding monarch of the Kingdom of Kent. From a divine perspective, the projection of the battlefield shifted with the retreat of the barbarian horde, revealing a unique emblem. While a golden star mark appeared slowly in the upper region of the projection interface, resembling a currency of legendary status. The Battle of Ding Tajir, epic battle. The brothers Hungasi and Huassa, who invaded the island of Britain, established a kingdom in Kent. Eager to expand their influence, King Hungasi set his sights on Duke Ding Tajir. The Kingdom of Kent split its forces to assault the western part of the island, and after a decisive victory against Duke Ding Tajir, the brothers pressed onward towards Ding Tajir Fort. Duke Ding Tajir hastily recruited a militia of over 1,000 to confront the 6,000-strong army of the Kingdom of Kent. In this battle, you single-handedly turned the tide, slaying over 10 barbarian warriors with your formidable strength, bolstering the morale of the disarrayed militia, and successfully withstanding 3 waves of assaults from the Kingdom of Kent. In the decisive moment, you personally operated the crossbow, seizing the opportunity to strike down King Hungasi with a shot that seemed to be guided by divine intervention. Following the king's sudden death, the barbarian forces retreated, plunging the Kingdom of Kent into turmoil over succession, with the Jute-led factions gradually weakening. Your renown will spread across the entirety of Britain following this epic victory. Legendary status 3, Britons 1 point, Saxons 1 point, Germanic barbarians 1 point. Duncan's thoughts stirred. As he focused on the legendary status, an additional faction emblem appeared. denoting a polytheistic Norse pantheon legendary status of 2 points, attributed to the Germans and their Saxon kin. The legendary status seemed akin to a currency within a dimensional realm. Duncan endeavored to utilize it, and soon the projection interface before him transformed. Would you like to expend legendary status? The expended legendary status will not vanish. It will merely change from 33 to 03. The dimensional space rippled around, and in an instant, the legend belonging to Denkong was replaced, entering the historical river of the Middle Ages. The first branch of legend enhancement is soul. This greatly amplifies one's own soul, and as the soul grows stronger, one will ascend to a higher form of life. Simultaneously, any captured mundane entity will inherit the corresponding soul strength, which will transform into unique, innate abilities upon entering the real world. This effect applies to all mundane entities in reality. What does this mean? Even if the captured entity is an ordinary person, will enhancing the soul turn that individual into someone exceptionally gifted? Or will the strength of the soul bestow more extraordinary abilities? Denkong silently noted this and continued to read. The second branch of legend enhancement is ascendance. By consuming legend points, you can elevate the status of the corresponding mundane entity. You can also ignite the divine flame using legend points, allowing the entity to ascend to become an immortal spirit, demigod, or true god. After the elevation, the mundane entity transforms into a backup avatar in the dimensional space, regarded as a saintly form. You may also consume legend points to elevate corresponding natives, but this can only be applied to targets that have already perished. The target will ascend to a spirit form or be granted a position as the spirit of mountains and rivers. The transformed target will possess legend points, but if the legend dissipates, the target will gradually vanish. This feels reminiscent of the previous causal law derivation, where the Raven Queen, Teles, forcibly helped herself ascend to a lower-tier spirit. Does this mean that legend points can not only elevate one's own mundane entity, but can also be used to elevate others? Even to grant positions to weaker deities like land gods or mountain spirits. Indeed, these legend points are remarkable. It is no wonder they are so scarce. The third branch of legend enhancement is inscription. This allows one to directly inscribe the abilities mastered by the corresponding mundane entity into one's own soul. These inscribed abilities will be transmitted to other mundane entities upon their arrival. If the inscribed abilities conflict with the world's laws, their activation may alter the fundamental principles of the corresponding world. The inscribed abilities apply to all mundane entities. In different dimensional spaces, without a physical form or mundane entity, the inscribed abilities are regarded as the fundamental laws mastered by the soul. Note, under law conflict, one's inscribed fundamental laws may cause turmoil in the world's laws. A world devoid of supernatural powers may lead to phenomena such as the resurgence of spiritual energy, elemental tides, and supernatural awakenings. The effect is akin to a high-dimensional existence infusing its power into reality, like a drop of ink in a basin of water, causing a chain reaction in the fundamental laws. In simpler terms, the power he inscribed triggered the elevation of the world. This feels somewhat like a save file from a previous cycle, directly preserving the abilities of the mundane entity for the next cycle. The mundane entity and Dunkong's consciousness do not exist in the same dimension. With Dunkong's current understanding of the dimensional space, the mundane entity is merely a vessel for his consciousness to enter the real world, and the abilities seized by the mundane entity are largely retained within this vessel. Inscription resembles uploading, transferring the abilities of the mundane entity into his soul, which can then be conveyed to other mundane entities. Have I transformed into some sort of otherworldly demon? Denkong found himself deep in thought. All three directions of legend enhancement are exceedingly useful, but the second can be set aside for now, as the first mundane entity has not yet been compromised. Thus, there is no immediate need to consider such matters. Even if you were to use it, it would be to elevate others. The third branch, inscription, can also wait, as it should be required last. The first mundane entity is still thriving, and there is no urgency to inscribe or upload, especially since he does not yet know where the second mundane entity is. Therefore, he shall focus on the first enhancement branch, which is to elevate the soul. Denkong tentatively consumed a bit of legend points. In the next moment, he wondered, is this it? Denkong felt no significant change. If anything, he sensed a newfound vigor within the dimensional space, as though he were more tireless than before. Spirit, soul, enhancement. Your soul has been infused with energy, and the most primal essence now takes root within your soul, endowing it with the characteristics of a mythical being. This subtly enhances your resistance to all forms of supernatural forces, such as spells, witchcraft, curses, and hexes. When a mana bar is activated, it slightly increases your magical capacity. Is this a passive trait? Frankly speaking, Dengkong did not perceive a remarkable enhancement. He simply felt that his soul had indeed transformed in some subtle way. Dengkong consumed a bit more legend points, sensing a further strengthening of his soul. However, the exact extent of this enhancement was difficult to gauge. He felt as if this soul enhancement resembled an abyss, consuming every bit of legend points he invested. Surely, soul enhancement cannot be limitless? Ultimately, Dengkong decided to retain a few legend points, leaving 13 as a precaution, for he suspected that any enhancements related to the divine would require an enormous amount of legend points. From a god's perspective, the projection page revealed only one currency symbol, legend points. He tentatively attempted to peer into the future through withdrawal, and indeed, changes occurred once more. Causal law, trial settlement. You remained on the island of Britain and were ennobled for your military exploits. Not long after, Duke Tintagel met an untimely demise. With the intervention of the wizard Merlin, Igraine married King Uther, and Arthur was born without a hitch. Yet, it is not yet Arthur's era. You are the hero of British legend. Your existence inspires countless Britons to rise against the Saxon invasion, and amid the throngs of followers, you repeatedly vanquish the Saxon hordes, establishing a new kingdom in Cornwall, becoming one of the 7 kingdoms of Britain. Years later, having unified the British region and weary of the kingdom's strife, you chose to relinquish your kingship, adopting Arthur as your son and passing the throne to him, ultimately deciding to accompany the Raven Queen, Teles, to seek out new lands across the seas. The subsequent conclusion remains unchanged. He and the Raven Queen perished together beneath the breath of a vile dragon. No, have I grown so much stronger along with the Raven Queen, yet we still cannot slay that dragon? The mundane entities are indeed affectionate, even in death. They wish to remain together. This branch of causal law is quite intriguing. The mundane entity actually recognized Arthur as his son and appointed him as the heir to the kingdom, thus eliminating the tale of the sword and the stone. It seems that in this causal law, the mundane entity controlled most of Duke Tintagel's and King Uther's territories. Thus Arthur became his son. Since he is designated as the legitimate heir, there is no need for Merlin's tricks to create the sword and the stone for Arthur's ascension. Dengkong's son Arthur is the rightful king of Britain, without needing the sword and the stone to fool anyone. You must admit, this branch of causal law is rather gratifying, though the ending is less than ideal. Is the dragon truly so difficult to kill? When will I be able to slay the vile dragon and alter the ultimate fate of dying alongside the Raven Queen? Only then will I truly possess the ability to safeguard myself in this world. Before departing the dimensional space, Dengkong attempted inscription. He discovered that only master-level combat skills required a bit of legend points to inscribe, while other combat skills collectively consumed merely a fraction. Indeed, only master-level skills represent a qualitative change. Ordinary combat skill proficiency allows one to inscribe 5 or 6 with a single legend point. However, he still does not know where the next mundane entity is, so he need not consider these matters for the time being. There is no need to rush. For what if he were to reincarnate into the mortal realm next time, and the era had changed once again? Archery transformed into firearms? Horsemanship evolved into driving? Patience is key. Dengkong's essence resides beyond dimensions, akin to the extraterrestrial demons, where the passage of time may not even be the same. Only upon his reincarnation into a mortal vessel can he be considered linked to the reality of this world. The first mortal vessel serves as his sole anchor point to the age of the Middle Ages. Undoubtedly, his initial conjecture regarding dimensional space was accurate. Only through successful practice can he influence the essence and soul of the dimensional realm. Before mastering his practice, Dengkong could not even attain the threshold of legendary status. Achieving a place in history is no simple feat throughout the ages. How many have truly left their mark on history, becoming legendary figures? Now, Dengkong has become a hero of the Britons. Even Duke Tintagel gazes at him with fervor, for Dengkong's might stirs no jealousy within him. Were it not for Dengkong's heroic efforts in this battle, his title as Duke might have been relegated to mere history. Currently, with the Saxon barbarians lurking, Denkin holds more significance to him than Anya. At Tingtaz Fort, this great victory allowed Duke Dingtagir to breathe a sigh of relief. He commanded his servants to prepare a celebration feast, rewarding the soldiers who had fought bravely, and he brought forth all his hidden resources. He even bypassed Anya, subtly inquiring if Denkin would be willing to pledge allegiance to him as a lord. Denkin politely declined. At the celebration feast, it was evident that Anya was a seductress. After Duncan's polite refusal, Duke Dingtagir's initial fervor towards Anya dissipated, replaced by thoughts of how to draw her over to his side. The Romans, accustomed to arrogance, often looked down upon the remote province of Britannia. Matters must be approached with caution. Ultimately, Duke Dingtagir, a creature of politics, pursued self-interest. After some contemplation, he decided to seek cooperation with Anya, leveraging Roman strength to combat the barbarians. This was indisputable, as years prior, Britannia had even sought help from Gaul, requesting the empire to send legions to eradicate the barbarian threat. Yet the empire ultimately abandoned them. Duke Dingtagir now understood the helplessness of the Britons back then. It felt akin to a scorned lover, powerless to resist, ravaged by barbarians, seeking support from a lover, only to find the empire unable to protect her. Ultimately left to fight desperately for survival. The empire's rule over the province of Britannia had ended merely decades ago, following over 4 centuries of dominion. It was impossible to sever ties completely in an instant. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. After more than 400 years, the people of Britannia still believed their connection to the empire was profound. Arrogant Romans, they cared only for the European continent, dismissing the distant Isle of Britannia. Duke Dingtagir ultimately decided to concede. After the celebration feast, he signaled to a nearby attendant to invite Anya to his study for a discussion. Regardless of the circumstances, seizing the present opportunity was paramount to weathering the current storm. Although the Saxon barbarians had retreated, their resources remained intact. Once the disputes over the throne were resolved, they could return at any moment, perhaps rallying more forces under the guise of avenging their king. In the hall, Anya rose and whispered into Duncan's ear, "The fish has taken a bait." Upon finishing her statement, she smiled alluringly at Denkin and gracefully followed suit. Once Duke Dingtagir spoke, the initiative would be in their hands. Anya sought not a vassal relationship, but wished to acquire a piece of land on Britannia as an ally. In official terms, Anya and Denkin, at the request of Duke Dingtagir, settled in Britannia and forged an alliance to jointly combat the Saxon barbarians. The candlelight flickered. The Raven Queen Tellys approached Denkin. Her expression weary and softly reassured him, "Do not worry. She will surely persuade him." The emphasis on persuasion carried an unspoken significance. Denkin pondered, his lips moving without sound as he shaped the words. "Witchcraft?" The Raven Queen Tellys nodded slightly. She glanced around and whispered, "Anya excels in enchanting spells, capable of subtly influencing minds and altering their thoughts. Duke Dingtagir is not a steadfast individual." Understood. The realm of manipulation spells, enchanting humans, and mental suggestions, Anya's supernatural abilities lay therein. No wonder she showed no prowess in battle. Such abilities would likely have no effect on someone poised to strike you down in the next second. A witch remains a witch. Would she dare to wield such powers against me? As if sensing Duncan's thoughts, the Raven Queen Tellys squinted her eyes and coldly stated, "Do not fret. If she dares to overstep, I shall strike her down." That night, Anya meticulously prepared for a visit to Denkin in the dead of night, and the Raven Queen Tellys detected something amiss, which prompted her to seize control of the situation immediately. At that moment, Anya likely intended to employ her manipulation abilities. The final outcome was 3 strikes that shattered her dreams of being a mistress. Denkin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Despite the closeness of his relationship with Anya, their bond, as dictated by the laws of causality, did not encompass her presence in the future. Thus, their relationship was not as intimate as it appeared, leaning more towards that of partners in collaboration than lovers. The Raven Queen Tellys would share a life-and-death bond with Denkin in the future, even sacrificing herself to protect him. However, Anya's motivations were more self-serving. Master of weapons. At your mastery of axe weaponry is akin to an extension of your own body, significantly enhancing your combat skills with axes. Additional combat specialties include decapitation, cleaving, armor-piercing, and powerful strikes. Naval warfare proficiency. You navigate the deck with ease, unaffected by any hindrances, greatly enhancing your combat techniques in naval battles. The third master-level combat skill. Dinkin was not surprised, as it was most likely that combat with the barbarians would yield improvements in axe weaponry. Furthermore, his physical prowess had gained an additional star, marked as Barbarian Warrior, indicating further enhancement of his physique. Currently, the only aspect Dinkin found perplexing was the gaze of Odin. He did not worship the Norse pantheon. What interest did Odin have in him? Surely, he was not merely watching to see when he might perish in battle, only to whisk him away to Valhalla. In this battle, Dinkin experienced significant growth. Within the foundational combat skills, all axe-related techniques advanced further, with cleaving achieving a golden frame, capable of splitting foes in two with a single strike. He was indeed progressing further along the path of the berserker. A day passed swiftly. Trolls. Scandinavia. Dinkin finally heard rumors of supernatural beings, particularly the legendary trolls that roamed the lands of the Vikings in northern Europe. Additionally, there were tales of sea monsters, mermaids, half-giants, and dragons. The drawback was the distance. It lay within the territory of the Norse gods. Chapter 30. The Elven Ranger, Dinkin. Time flew by. Unbeknownst to him, Dinkin had traversed into the Middle Ages for nearly a month. Anya had struck a deal with Duke Dingtagir. She planned to rebuild her business in Britannia and was now preparing, under the escort of Severus, to find a way to contact a fleet to bring the assembled exiles over. Initially, there would not be many, merely a private military group of over 300 men. Dingtagir Gonga, under the impression that he possessed a formidable ally, was unaware that the thigh he referred to was merely a union of two individuals' fortunes. Ania indeed commanded a fleet in the North African region, yet her initial private militia belonged to her late husband. Following his untimely demise, she lost her armed forces and resorted to hiring a few mercenaries at exorbitant prices. The retired imperial guards were infatuated with her wealth and beauty, but Ania held no interest in him whatsoever. One thigh represented Ania's financial resources, her caravans, and her connections, while the other belonged to Duncan, who had integrated hundreds of exiles, primarily young men. With some training and organization, they could form a private military corps. Although such a force would struggle to make significant waves within the empire, it could muster nearly 1,000 troops in Britannia after some reorganization. Dinajir Gongjue was a cunning old fox, reluctant to part with his own territory. He opted to delineate a portion of the lands already seized by the Saxons under the guise of an alliance for Duncan and his companions. At the height of his power, his domain extended near Winchester, and he casually offered them Southampton, which had fallen into Saxon hands. Although he feigned sincerity in recruiting Duncan, when it came to actual territorial concessions, he would likely yield only a couple of small villages. The fertile lands of Britannia lay predominantly in the east, around London, and he had little prime land to spare. Such an act would feel like carving away at his flesh. Discussions of sentiment were permissible, but matters of land were not. This cunning old man expected them to recover lost territories on his behalf. Duncan remained unconcerned, rather pleased, stating that it was of no consequence. As long as they had a righteous cause, that was sufficient. For Duncan, the most critical aspect was the identity of an ally, allowing him to legally obtain land rights, even if currently under Saxon control. To him, the loss of territory was trivial. Capturing the port of Southampton would merely amount to conquering less than a fifth of a province, akin to seizing a few cities of regional significance. This was roughly equivalent to conquering over half a province, bringing almost all of England under his dominion. Southampton was a vital port within England, strategically located near Europe, serving as an essential maritime harbor and naval base, one of the 10 principal ports of Britain. The island known as White Island reminded Duncan of the leg of white from a particular game. Severus spoke solemnly. Even if we capture it, how will we defend it? The Kingdom of Kent is currently embroiled in internal strife, and relying solely on our strength, it seems we cannot hold it. Recent reports indicated that the Kingdom of Kent was in turmoil, as both uncle and nephew vied for the throne. Duncan, rising calmly, replied, "There is no need for defense, nor haste in taking it. First, we must train our troops." He turned to the Crow Queen, Tress, and said with gravity, "The exiles lack adequate combat capabilities. After we reorganize them, they will require training and preparation for actual combat. When the time is right, we will advance on Southampton." In his previous life, Duncan had been an adept player of mounted combat. Initially, Lacking territory was inconsequential. Possessing wealth, food, and manpower was sufficient. Once a regiment was trained, they could seize land at any moment. The group of exiles was not solely comprised of farmers. They were warriors from Gallia, revolting due to dire circumstances. Where they sourced their funds? Initially, they would rely on Aeneas's wealth, and subsequently, they would sustain themselves through warfare, retaliating against the Saxons who plundered the Britons by plundering the Saxons in turn. In such chaotic times, fear was a luxury. Everyone fought for their lives. Severus hesitated, asking, "Are they truly willing to fight alongside us?" Duncan assured him, "Do not worry. I am absolutely confident. The exiles are a group of individuals who can no longer survive." Tress seemed to grasp Duncan's intent and stood up in shock. "Are you planning to?" Duncan looked at her, offering a faint smile as he solemnly uttered two words. Heavy as lead, distribute land. What need had he for vast tracts of land to become a feudal lord of the medieval era? Him to offer them a true existence as free men, allowing them to live with dignity and not as slaves or serfs. The late empire had seen rampant land consolidation and slavery. Had it not been for the loss of their homes, how many rebels would have emerged? At the utterance of those two words, a profound silence fell over the gathering, for all present understood the weight of land distribution. Even the Gallic warriors recruited by Severus regarded Duncan with fervent admiration upon comprehending his words. In this era, who did not aspire to be a free man with land, home, and family? Yet the world offered them no sanctuary. Even those capable of wielding power often lacked ownership of land. Aeneas could not help but look up, her heart filled with a question. What of you? Once the land is distributed, the great nobles of this era built their fortunes upon vast estates, and often the lord was the largest landowner. This was a limitation of the times, and it was unnecessary for him to elaborate further. As the candlelight flickered, Aeneas gazed at Duncan's resolute expression and, with determination, declared, "I shall depart tomorrow and send word for the North African fleet to come. I will find a way to transport provisions and weapons." For now, they would rely on Aeneas' resources. Although Duncan had men under his command, the exiles were destitute. Tress pondered for a time before stating, "I have a means to recruit an elite force." "Oh, from where will this elite force come?" In response to Duncan's inquisitive gaze, Tress replied gravely, "From the temple guards who once served the Roman gods. The numbers are few, perhaps 20 or 30. Are they akin to a cloistered order?" Duncan's expression shifted, and he quickly affirmed, "That would be splendid. If we add these recruits to the exiles and some trained farmers, Duncan could muster nearly 500 men." As night deepened, Aeneas prepared to set out the following day and had retired early. Duncan contemplated the next steps when he noticed Tress standing at the window, gazing at the moon, and approached her, draping a cloak over her shoulders. The witch's constitution was merely slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Last time, Tress had shivered from the cold. Duncan admired her exquisite profile under the moonlight, akin to porcelain, and softly inquired, "What are you pondering?" Tress gently turned her head, leaning against his shoulder, and murmured, "I am reflecting on that prophecy from long ago." "You do not believe in prophecies, do you?" Duncan nodded slowly. He indeed held little faith in such matters. Tress gazed into his eyes, deep as an abyss, causing her heart to waver slightly, and she whispered, "The prophecy has changed." "Changed?" Duncan's expression was one of confusion. Tress contemplated for a moment before softly stating, "That prophecy was the last guidance given to me by the gods. There exists a realm beyond the sea that can shelter us. But now it is somewhat different." Duncan hesitated. "What has changed?" Has the signal from the ancient Roman and Greek pantheon been reestablished?" The last mortal to capture their attention was the apostate Julian, the emperor who supported the restoration of polytheism. Tress truly worried for his safety. After all, the ancient Roman and Greek pantheons had been extinguished long ago, and she had long since given up hope. She merely sought to discover that overseas realm, to provide a haven for all. The apostate Julian had met an untimely and mysterious end, despite the protection of numerous polytheistic priests. The emperor's sudden demise led to speculation that the spear involved was a disguised relic, the lance of Longinus. They had already lost. At this moment, the ancient Roman and Greek pantheon, which had been firmly entombed, suddenly turned its attention to Duncan, leaving the Raven Queen, T-Lys, with a tinge of unease. Duncan immediately grasped T-Lys's implication. He lowered his gaze to the enchanting witch before him, her beauty reminiscent of the radiant moon, and his intense stare caused her cheeks to flush, akin to a bashful maiden. Ultimately, Duncan could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her and murmured, "Let everything unfold naturally. Do not fret too much about these matters." Duncan was still adorned with Odin's watchful gaze, with an overabundance of debts. He felt the weight of expectation. It was merely another instance of being scrutinized by either Diana or Artemis. Lisa's words made him realize that the ancient Greek and Roman pantheon had not yet been completely extinguished. They now existed in a state of factional disintegration, as exiled deities severed from belief and worship in the material world. As long as someone could restore the rites, they could rise from their coffins and reclaim their power in reality. Yet, they would still struggle against the church. It appeared that the ancient Roman and Greek pantheon sought to leverage his strength for a resurgence. This was the conclusion Duncan reached after contemplation. Much like the apostate Julian, he had become the last hope for this fallen pantheon. Regardless, he decided to utilize whatever resources were at his disposal. With the emblem of Diana still adorning him and under Odin's gaze, he felt no trepidation unless a true deity were to descend into the mortal realm. Perhaps his confidence had influenced Lise, for the Raven Queen could not help but rise on her toes to kiss him lightly, whispering, "I shall visit Merlin tomorrow." Duncan replied solemnly, "Do you wish for me to escort you?" Lise gently shook her head, stating, "No need. My powers have significantly recovered since entering Britannia. This land is unlike any other. The strength of the mythic age has yet to dissipate entirely. Is it akin to how Severus regained the supernatural abilities of the druids here? Or is it that Avalon lies shrouded in mist?" Duncan had yet to unlock his magical potential and could not perceive any differences. It was time to devise a means to unlock that potential. His inability to do so merely indicated that he had not yet slain enough foes. Perhaps by vanquishing additional enemies with magical capabilities, he could succeed. Resolute, Duncan set out the following day towards the Saxon-occupied territories, equipped with various gear and riding a warhorse, ready to reap a harvest of adversaries in these conflict-ridden regions. His objective was to establish a foothold on the island of Britannia. It was time to venture forth on his own. In a lush grove, Duncan emerged from the southwest, his warhorse leisurely grazing behind him. From his divine perspective, he discerned a small village approximately several kilometers away, marked as Devontown. The strategic map revealed numerous hostile markers, indicating it was a Saxon-occupied settlement. Observing the sky, Duncan decided to wait until nightfall to act. As dusk deepened, he adjusted his divine sight, rendering the night as bright as day, and stealthily approached. The village boasted a population of roughly 2,000 to 3,000, with the majority marked as neutral. Only the soldiers bore hostile markers, while ordinary Saxon civilians were also neutral, indicating they would not attack without provocation. Surrounding the village was a wooden palisade, akin to a fence, with watchtowers at two entry points where patrolling guards stood. A Saxon militia, armed with spears and shields, was on alert. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. Duncan quietly drew his bow and shot, striking the barbarian soldier at the watchtower squarely in the head. Estimating the height and distance, he accelerated, leaping with great force to latch onto the palisade, executing a swift 360-degree spin. His powerful core strength propelled him with astonishing agility over the wooden wall. This maneuver had been learned from the monster hunter George, and he was surprised to find he could replicate it with his current physique, albeit with less finesse. The time for the hunt had arrived. Duncan descended silently, scanning the map as he cleared the watchtower and headed towards an area adjacent to the encampment. The Franconian throwing axe spun in his palm. With a resounding thud, it cleaved into the forehead of an unsuspecting Anglo-Saxon axeman. Swiftly, Duncan dragged the lifeless body into a nearby, shadowy alley. On the map, a cluster of dense markers indicated the presence of British captives and slaves confined in a place reminiscent of a livestock pen. Approximately 20 Saxon barbarian soldiers were nearby, some resting while others stood guard. Another arrow flew. A guard on duty clutched his throat and collapsed, blood gushing forth as the arrow nearly pierced his windpipe. The commotion drew 3 patrolling barbarian soldiers, but Duncan hesitated not. He unleashed a flurry of arrows, and in the darkness, only the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed, leaving corpses in their wake. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword, and as a door beside him swung open, the Oathkeeper gleamed with a cold light. severing the head of a barbarian axeman in one swift motion. Blood sprayed forth, its pungent aroma alarming the occupants of the livestock pen, who turned their fearful gazes toward him. Hushing them with a raised finger under the flickering firelight, Duncan observed that the pen held a throng of 70 to 80 captives, none of whom dared to make a sound, all frozen in fear. The British slaves wore tattered, thin garments, bound together in shackles. With a decisive clang, the Oathkeeper severed the shackles of one individual marked as a British Legion infantryman. Duncan tossed him an axe, instructing find the keys, free the others, and lead them to escape through the western gate. The watchtower there has already been dealt with. In an instant, more than half of the British slaves transformed into green-marked units within the fetid livestock pen. The British infantryman trembled slightly, gripping the axe, his voice hoarse. "Who are you?" Duncan smiled lightly as he turned to leave. "Call me the Ranger. I will create a diversion, allowing you time to flee. Do not hesitate. Leave at once." Among the crowd, a fierce man bearing numerous lash marks rose, his voice low. "And what of you? Will you not come with us? I can stay behind to assist you." A Sarmatian horseman, captive. Duncan did not linger, responding coolly, "Fear not. If I wish to leave, none can hold me back. Follow the river into the forest, then escape towards Cornwall." Minutes later, a fire suddenly erupted in the southwestern part of the village, followed by a throng of armed captives charging through the western gate alongside dozens of slaves. Duncan stood atop a rooftop, a relentless hunter beneath the inky night sky. At a distance of 150 meters, he launched an arrow at a barbarian soldier who had spotted their escape, striking him down instantly. The British infantryman, who had been prepared to fight, paused, glancing back, but saw nothing in the enveloping darkness. Only the distant flames flickered, turning the village into chaos. He understood that the ranger who had just saved them was aiding their flight. Who was he to dare infiltrate a Saxon-occupied town alone? "Let us go." On a rooftop near the barracks, Duncan glided down with the grace of Sprite, sliding off the eaves before knocking an arrow and shooting down a Saxon elite axeman who had rushed out in a panic, still clad in his sleepwear. Chaos ensued. The entire town was thrown into disarray by his actions. Once he confirmed that the enemies had emerged, he sprinted forward, leaping effortlessly to cling to the eaves of a house. He traversed the rooftops with remarkable agility, leaping nearly 6 meters to land on the street opposite, heading straight for the target designated as Jisai in the rear of the military camp. The heavy door creaked open, releasing a pungent aroma of blood mixed with herbs from within. Numerous mysterious symbols flickered in the firelight. In the center lay an array of divination and sacrificial tools, including bones inscribed with Arnic letters, the meaning of which remained a mystery. Durga, the priestly unit, was startled as a Saxon priest pushed open the door, calling out to a flurry of panicked servants. Just as he was about to speak, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing his throat. With a swift motion, a second arrow struck his forehead. That was sufficient. He was eager to see how long these Saxons could endure. He had no intention of lingering in battle. The moment the enemy regrouped, he would withdraw, retreating from formidable opponents as well. These rickety wooden walls would hardly impede him. In total, he had claimed 16 heads. Duncan was not greedy. After vaulting over the fence once more, he dashed towards his warhorse, plunging into the dense woods. Progress must be made one step at a time. There would be another chance tomorrow. Chapter 31. Absurd Rumors. The wind whispered. After Duncan had felled the Germanic priest with a single arrow, he began to sense something different, as if a surge of magical energy was stirring within him. Was it so fleeting? Compared to Duncan's life force, which was twice that of an ordinary person. The unlocked mana bar appeared minuscule, easily overlooked without careful observation. Was everyone's magic so scant, or was it just him? Once inside the forest, he paused to attune himself, closing his eyes to truly perceive the flow of magic within his body. Yet, the moment he engaged with the outside world, his magical energy dulled and became sluggish, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Could he cast spells? No, that wasn't right. It seemed he had yet to learn any magic. Duncan attempted to summon the magic within him, and an invisible breeze swirled, lifting fallen leaves a meter into the air, only for his mana bar to deplete entirely in an instant. How feeble! If this was the typical casting ability of a priest, then witches must indeed be perilous supernatural beings, at least capable of performing some semblance of impressive feats. Duncan felt it was not his inadequacy, but rather a flaw within this world. Yes, it was entirely the world's fault. Mastery of runic letters. Mysticism originating from the esoteric knowledge of the Norse pantheon. The runic letters wield a certain supernatural power, distinct from ordinary writing. Priests possess the ability to comprehend and utilize these basic runic symbols. In Norse mythology, Odin, the father of the gods, sought higher wisdom by hanging himself from a tree for 9 days and nights, pondering the mysteries of the universe. Upon descending from the world tree, he grasped the secrets of the runic letters. They can be viewed as a material for spellcasting, runes. The Raven Queen, T, once stated that true magic requires rituals, tools, and external forces. For priests, sincere faith is paramount. However, many of them lack the ability to cast spells, relying on sacred objects to perform genuine magic. In Duncan's view, this delineates the distinction between priests and sorcerers. Much of a priest's power derives from faith in the divine. Eastern sorcery is similar, with a portion stemming from one's own mana and another through ritualistic borrowing. Once the mana bar is unlocked, the subsequent tasks would be manageable. Duncan started as an ordinary individual, but had now surpassed even the mightiest barbarian berserkers. He surveyed the strategic map from a divine perspective and discovered that the released captives had not strayed far. Some lingered at the forest's edge. "We cannot simply depart," asserted a robust warrior with a whip scar etched on his fierce visage. "The ranger who rescued us might still be in danger. We must remain here to support him." Sarmatian cavalrymen. After their clan was decimated, they became part of the empire, serving it loyally for over 2 centuries. These individuals were dedicated mercenaries, their reputation far exceeding that of the barbarian foreign legions. The infantry of the British Legion hesitated, saying, "He said we need not assist." The Sarmatian cavalryman shook his head. "You may leave if you wish. I will stay alone. If he is pursued by the Saxons, I may be able to help." What a man of honor. The fleeing captives hesitated, and surprisingly, 4 of 5 decided to remain with him. A gentle breeze swept through the woods, causing many to shiver from cold. As Duncan approached their location, most of the captives had already departed, and to his astonishment, the British infantryman had remained behind. Clutching a short spear, he climbed a tree to survey the distant flames, whispering, "A fire has ignited. The Saxons are in disarray. They should not hinder that ranger." At that moment, a deep male voice emerged from the darkness. "Why have you yet to leave?" The Sarmatian cavalryman gripped his battle axe tightly, but upon recognizing Duncan's silhouette, he relaxed. Bowing respectfully, "We feared you might be pursued by those barbarians and intended to stay and lend you our aid." Duncan stepped from the shadows, casting a discerning gaze upon him. There was spirit. He smiled thoughtfully, asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Whoever can lead us against the Saxons, we shall follow." His disappointment in Duke Dintajir was profound. Over 3,000 had faced 1,000, suffering a devastating defeat that nearly annihilated their forces. This loss had driven many to rally around King User. Duncan pondered, "I am in the process of recruiting individuals to prepare a counteroffensive against Southampton." The Sarmatian cavalryman's eyes lit up at this proclamation, and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, declaring, "In the name of our ancestors' dragon banner, I, Cleggan of Hamp, pledge to follow you." Ignoring the others present, he transformed into a green-marked unit. This left the remaining captives somewhat bewildered. They had no knowledge of who Duncan was. Even if Duke Dintajir was inept in battle, they were more inclined to support King User. Fascinating. Duncan gazed down at the kneeling Cleggan, noting the 5 or 6 whip scars adorning his torso, the bullet wounds on his bare chest indicative of a battle-hardened warrior. Despite his injuries, he exuded a ferocity reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. The Sarmatians were indeed formidable. Duncan appeared to have an epiphany, disregarding the hesitance of the others. With a clang, he drew his oath keeper. Under the silvery moonlight, the Damascus steel blade glimmered ominously, radiating lethal intent. He placed the sword on the shoulder of the kneeling Sarmatian cavalryman. Humility, compassion, valor, sacrifice, honor. Duncan uttered these 5 words, then fixed his gaze, deep as an abyss, upon Cleggan. His compelling stare instilled a sense of reverence in the fierce warrior. Yet Cleggan bravely held his head high, chest out, spine straight, his expression filled with fervor, slightly trembling as if realizing something profound. Duncan surveyed his surroundings, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap across Cleggan's face, the sound echoing into the night. With a solemn expression, he declared, "I, Duncan from the Empire of Pannonia, Lord of Southampton, ally of Duke Dintagier. Leader responding to the covenant to aid the Britons against the invading barbarians, the one who shot King Kent at Tintagier. In the name of the Almighty and all the gods, I bestow upon you the title of knight in the shadowy forest. The other captives present stood frozen in place, particularly the infantryman from the Briton Legion, whose face was a canvas of frustration and astonishment. The impact of the revelation was overwhelming. He was a lord? An ally summoned by Duke Dintagier? Reinforcements rushing to the Empire's aid? The King of Kent had also fallen to his arrows. No wonder the barbarian soldiers of Devontown were in such a state of disarray. Before anyone else could react, Callaghan had already risen with fervor, positioning himself directly behind Duncan, resembling a devoted knight protecting his lord. Regardless of whether the others believed it, he had already accepted it as truth. A man daring enough to infiltrate a town occupied by the Saxons had no need to deceive them regarding such matters. The infantrymen of the Briton Legion quickly knelt on one knee, followed by the other captives, who mirrored the gesture, their faces reflecting anticipation as they gazed upon Duncan. Yet, there was no further development. Callaghan was the first to swear fealty to Duncan, and his valor had earned him the title of knight. The other captives were, in his eyes, merely ordinary soldiers unworthy of such an honor. It must be understood that bestowing knighthood entailed granting a substantial parcel of land. With Southampton yet to be conquered, there was scarcely enough territory to allocate. Duncan regarded the other captives and stated calmly, "Since you are all willing to follow me, accompany Callaghan to Cornwall. My fleet will soon transport provisions and weapons from Carthage." Having said this, he turned to Callaghan, who stood tall beside him, and commanded in a low voice, "I have another imperial mercenary legion in Gaul, numbering approximately 300, some of whom are conscripted soldiers. Now that you have been knighted, you shall organize and train them." The Sarmatians served as instructors for the Briton Legion, and the Empire's military tradition was entrusted to them for training cavalry, occasionally instructing infantry as well. Whenever the dragon standard appeared on the battlefield, it signified the presence of an elite cavalry unit. In the future, cavalry could bear the imperial dragon banner. "Yes, my lord," Callaghan responded without hesitation, striking his right fist against his chest. It was only after Callaghan departed with the other captives, their faces etched with disappointment, that Duncan found the time to contemplate his meager magical reserves. As a human vessel originating from a blacksmith's apprentice, he had long envisioned this scenario, though he had not anticipated it unfolding in this manner. It could be likened to purchasing a rare treasure at a steep price. In this era, knighthood carried genuine power, unlike in the Middle Ages, where knights were numerous yet often devoid of substance. The knights of today were directly linked to land ownership, akin to titles during the Qin and Han dynasties, tethered to land, albeit on a modest scale, representing the status of a small landowner. Duncan had no intention of overreaching. His plan was to delineate the classes of knights, freemen, and serfs, striving to minimize the influence of slavery to the lowest possible level. Abolishing slavery entirely was not feasible in the current age. The goal was to mitigate the exploitation of commoners into slavery. Indeed, I find myself no different from those internet figures of my previous life, desiring to be an emperor, yet unwilling to be mired in the daily grind of governance. To put it bluntly, I merely wish to embody a carefree prince wielding imperial authority without the burden of responsibilities. As Duncan began to forge his legacy, he felt fortunate to have allies such as Teles, Anya, and Severus by his side, for tackling the myriad of trivial matters alone would have been overwhelming. On this journey, he carried 2 quivers of arrows, approximately 120 in total, which he had stashed near a hollow tree in the forest, and he needed to replenish his stock of arrows. Morning light poured down, casting chaos upon the town of Devon, with remnants of a great fire still smoldering nearby. Bloodaxe Nidland seethed with rage, watching as his soldiers transported the bodies of their kin, the foremost among them being the barbarian priest, who had met his end with an arrow to the throat and another to the forehead. The other corpses suffered similarly, struck down by arrows to their vital points, with 2 having their skulls cleaved by the throwing axe of a Frank. It was that imperial knight. Duncan's presence on the battlefield was unmistakable, and some recalled the knight with extraordinary archery skills. Bloodaxe Nidland spoke in a low voice. "Was it just him?" A centurion nearby responded, "It appears so. However, he released a portion of the captives and slaves. He comes and goes as he pleases. That man, like a specter, stealthily infiltrated, executed his carnage, and swiftly retreated, leaving no trace behind. High walls could not contain him. Bloodaxe Nidland's expression was grave as he observed the fear-stricken soldiers, their morale wavering. He was at a loss for what to do. An individual had come to their doorstep, armed and formidable. He could only roar, "Increase security." Double the number of patrols at the watchtowers. His instincts warned him that the man might return this night. In a single night of slaughter, rumors began to circulate throughout Devontown. Whether among the conquered Britons or the migrating Germanic tribes, tales emerged of a nightmarish specter, a phantom ranger who slipped silently into their midst, fueled by vengeful wrath, and dispatched numerous Saxon soldiers before departing into the night. The sudden death of King Kent added fuel to the fire, exacerbating the spread of these rumors. The Britons' version of the tale was even more fantastical, claiming that the ranger was an elf, capable of appearing and disappearing at will, the son of the fairy king Oberon and Titania, sent to aid them against the Saxon invasion due to their relentless slaughter of the Britons. Another absurd narrative suggested that the ranger hailed from the mist-shrouded Avalon, the offspring of a fairy from that realm. There were even whispers that he was a descendant of Queen Maeve, a legendary figure in ancient Irish mythology, renowned for her valor and numerous suitors. Amidst the clamor of these wild tales, the Britons could not help but associate Duncan with legendary figures from their mythos, for they had endured suffering for far too long. The Germanic tribes had ravaged their lands for decades, and suddenly, such an extraordinary figure emerged. It was difficult for them not to draw parallels with the myths of Britain Island. Among the myriad of rumors, the most prominent and widely accepted was that Duncan originated from Avalon, the son of the fairy king Oberon, merging two outlandish tales into one. As for Duncan being from the Empire, that mattered little. There was an even more outlandish rumor circulating in Britain Island, claiming that the fairy king Oberon was, in fact, the son of the imperial leader Gaius Julius Caesar. According to legend, during Caesar's conquest of Britain Island, he encountered a goddess from the mythic age in the wilds, who captured his heart, leading to the birth of the fabled fairy, King Oberon. Historical accounts do not always align with truth, but the wild tales certainly run rampant. Caesar was known for his romantic exploits. If he could be seduced by Cleopatra in Egypt, why could not the fairies of Britain Island enchant him as well? Of course, this rumor lacked recognition from the empire, as Caesar's legitimate heir was Octavian. What is this fairy king Oberon? As night descended, Duncan leaned against a great tree, feigning sleep until the darkness deepened, at which point he emerged from the woods. He remained unaware of the wild rumors circulating about him. He simply intended to harass the enemy and harvest a few heads to further hone his foundational combat skills. Given his current physical prowess, venturing out alone for guerrilla tactics posed little risk unless he encountered legendary figures. As long as he exercised caution and avoided the enemy's main forces, escape would be relatively straightforward. Duncan might find it challenging to face a mammoth war elephant single-handedly, but he likely possessed the strength of approximately 6 elven princes. He could only speculate about the true strength of those legendary monsters. Beowulf certainly fought valiantly against giants, but I still need to develop further. Duncan now feels confident against ordinary foes, yet he exhibits a hint of trepidation when it comes to giants. The trolls of the medieval era are not the same as those found in the previous world's games. They're mythical creatures with a bloodline connection to giants. Strictly speaking, they should be referred to as giant monsters. Cave giants, ogres, trolls, and Jotun are all classifications of the same type of being. They're the archetypes of trolls found in Dungeons and Dragons, notoriously difficult to vanquish. The legendary representations of such creatures closely resemble the special units known as ogres and heroes of might and magic. Even in Dungeons and Dragons, these monsters possess a challenge rating of at least 8, making them tougher than many adolescent dragons, in reference to cave trolls. If Duncan were to engage, he might need to enlist the help of the raven-haired Talus. Moreover, it is said that Beowulf did not engage in solitary combat. He was accompanied by an entire squad of elite soldiers. On a moonless night, as the winds howled, Duncan observed the patrol guards of Devontown had more than doubled. Yet he remained unperturbed, quietly awaiting the midnight hour when his enemies would succumb to fatigue. As long as the adversaries did not retreat, he would continue to reap their lives. However, this night was slightly different. As Duncan commenced his slaughter at the stroke of midnight, an unseen figure materialized in the air. The Valkyrie. This was the first time Duncan had seen her outside the battlefield. The silver-helmed Valkyrie hovered silently above the town, as if awaiting Duncan to enhance her accomplishments for Valhalla. Could it be that my reputation has indeed reached Valhalla? Is the Valkyrie here specifically for me? Duncan was astonished, yet his hands did not cease. He shot an arrow that struck a patrolling soldier dead, then hurled his throwing axe, decapitating another enemy. His form leapt down, and with a swift arc, the Oathkeeper cleaved through the air, directly severing the head of a Saxon infantryman. From a divine perspective, the Valkyrie's ethereal form circled above him. Just as Duncan moved on, the Valkyrie descended to claim the soul of a barbarian warrior. Since encountering Duncan, the accolades for Valhalla had surged dramatically. Chapter 32. Avalon in the Mist. A scent of blood permeated the air. In the hall, a bonfire blazed, and the blood axe Nidrin, who had been dozing with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing faint screams. This towering barbarian warrior grasped the executioner's axe beside him, one hand clutching a flagon, drinking deeply as mead flowed down his hairy chest. When the heavy door was pushed open, illuminated by the firelight, his eyes glowed a menacing red, as if a bloodthirsty beast was trapped within his very being. Thor, bear witness to my battle. The heavy breaths of blood axe Nidrin sounded like a great bear as he pierced through the darkness, locking his gaze on the southwestern direction of the town. His armor did not hinder his movement in the slightest. He charged forward like a hunting tiger, racing toward the source of the screams. That man has returned. After slaying King Hengus of the Kingdom of Kent, Duncan single-handedly altered the course of the entire British Isles. The nascent Kingdom of Kent was gradually disintegrating. Initially, the king's brother, Horsa, with his remarkable military achievements and prowess, was poised to reunite the kingdom. However, at the most critical moment, the Angles and Saxons, adhering to the British Empire's tradition of discord, turned to support the son of the deceased king, Esk, in his ascent to power. Both Hengus and Horsa hailed from the Jute lineage. With the king's demise, the Angles and Saxons began to scheme, their factions swaying and plunging the newly established Kingdom of Kent into internal strife. With the support of the Anglo-Saxons, Esk had gained enough strength to stand against his uncle. This led to a near division of the Kingdom of Kent, with East Kent under Esk's dominion and West Kent under Horsa's control. Once the first branch of the Germanic tribes to establish a kingdom, they were now embroiled in a struggle for the throne. Kill him, slay that man, cut off his head, and present it to Horsa. Then he can reunite the Kingdom of Kent. Blood axe Nidrin spotted a corpse in the darkness, swiftly shooting an arrow that pierced through the eye socket. In the shadow of an alley, amidst the flickering firelight, another Saxon elite was decapitated, the throwing axe cleaving his skull open, blood and brain matter splattering the ground. A battalion of barbarian soldiers was gathering. The Saxon forest hunters aimed their shots at the enemy, but under the cover of night, they could not replicate the ghostly accuracy of that elusive ranger. Corpses, and more corpses. Blood axe Nidrin's chest seemed to seethe with pent-up rage. He grasped a shield, wielding his dual axes in one hand, crashing through a wooden barricade that obstructed his path as if to release some of his fury. I found him. He seeks to flee. Blood axe Nidrin roared, hurling a hand axe from his waist. Propelled by immense force, it whistled through the air and embedded itself into the wall. At that moment, Duncan had already scaled Devontown's wooden wall. He felt a cold sweat break out, gasping as he landed, pondering, when the world was that? How'd he run so fast? Blood axe Nidrin, 2-star silver gray, elite chieftain's guard, sacrificial, heavy drinker, frenzied, warrior of Thor. This enemy was one Duncan had encountered once before. Remarkable. His strength likely rivaled that of the sanctum of the Hidden Order. Compared to their last encounter, this foe bore several additional statuses. The Germanic barbarian was both intoxicated and aggressive, reeking of alcohol, yet his movements were unfaltering, his speed surpassing that of a warhorse. Duncan began to retreat. Yet from a divine perspective, the enemy also scaled the wooden wall and leapt after him as he withdrew. Blood axe Nidrin abandoned all others, pursuing single-mindedly. Was he seeking to settle matters of life and death with me? As arrows whistled past, Blood axe Nidrin raised his shield, protecting his vital areas. While the arrow lodged into his wooden shield, another adversary with physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary men. He sprinted faster than Duncan. Had Duncan not been alert and retreated in advance, he might have fallen into a heavy encirclement. With Duncan's current physical condition, he could not yet infiltrate like an Assassin's Creed character. His method of stealth involved eliminating all witnesses. Once the enemies were slain, no one would discover his presence. What is this? A great frenzy? The last time Duncan encountered a similar adversary was the leader of a barbarian rout, who had charged at him despite sustaining 6 or 7 arrows, only to be cleaved in the forehead by Duncan's axe. This foe would not be easy to contend with. Toward the town's main gate, a cavalry unit charged forth. Approximately 200 barbarian troops were assembling, having prepared in advance, brandishing torches as they pursued. Blood-axe Nidron relentlessly pursued Duncan from behind. The distance between them was merely 70 or 80 meters. Duncan ran swiftly, but this foe seemed to possess boundless stamina. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of barbarian berserkers. With a whoosh, as the air split, Duncan suddenly rolled, and the flying axe landed in the spot he had just vacated, embedding itself in the earth. What tremendous strength! Duncan's throwing axe had an effective range of only 30 to 40 meters. Yet this opponent was capable of throwing it over 50 to 60 meters with such lethal force. This man wielded a two-handed axe, as if it were a one-handed weapon. Direct confrontation was unwise. Duncan ceased wasting time, drawing his bow, and, covered by the night, charged toward the direction of the woods. Blood-axe Nidron had hundreds of pursuers behind him, and a group of 10 Saxon pirate riders had already caught up. They were temporarily unable to pinpoint his location, forced to disperse and search for their target. In the town of De, approximately 200 to 300 soldiers emerged, brandishing torches, forming several squads that surrounded from various directions. Duncan's figure resembled that of a leopard as he plunged into the dense woodland. The blood-axe, Nidlong, followed without hesitation. Losing track of Duncan would make it exceedingly difficult to capture him again. Beneath the night sky, within the lush forest, Duncan felt no fear upon entering the woods. He leaped onto a small hill, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the relentless pursuer. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air. From a divine perspective, Duncan's vision was as clear as daylight. Nidlong only heard the sound of the arrow whizzing past before feeling a sharp pain in his knee. Even with armor, the injury to his kneecap was substantial, and he gritted his teeth as he pulled the arrow from his flesh. Come fort. Let's engage in a fair battle. In the presence of Thor, let us see who is the true warrior. Nidlong's roar echoed like that of a wounded beast, yet Duncan remained unfazed. Observing the swiftly approaching barbarian riders outside the woods, he shifted positions and shot another arrow toward the enemy's back. The arrow struck true, blood oozing forth. Despite being clad in heavy armor and sustaining 2 hits, Nidlong remained fierce. He relied on the faint starlight to pinpoint Duncan's location, sprinting forward and hurling his beheading axe. With a thud, the axe struck a large tree beside Duncan, embedding itself several centimeters deep, the handle vibrating violently. Nidlong roared and surged forward, weaponless, wielding his shield instead, resembling a ravenous tiger pouncing on prey, attempting to engage Duncan in close combat. Duncan's form was lithe as he leapt down the slope, retreating while drawing his bow once more. The arrow found its mark in Nidlong's right leg, penetrating his leg armor from such a close distance. With a clang, Duncan's blade shimmered coldly as he struck like lightning, piercing through the enemy's armor and leaving a gruesome wound near the wrist. Nidlong emitted a muffled groan of agony, swinging his shield at Duncan with tremendous force. The wind howled as he struck, but it missed, shattering against the ground and pulverizing nearby stones. Duncan was far too agile for him. In the dark, endowed with natural night vision, Duncan moved like a butterfly through the flowers, his blade piercing the enemy's right shoulder. The outcome was clear. Nidlong was rendered incapacitated, 2 legs and 1 arm disabled. In mere exchanges, this beastly barbarian warrior staggered, his initial ferocity dissipating. Duncan had no intention of engaging him in direct confrontation. The throwing axe of Fran was suddenly hurled, striking Nidlong's chest from less than 5 meters away. Blood spewed forth violently. Nidlong could no longer move, half kneeling on the cold ground, his expression filled with resentment and fury as he gazed at Duncan. His berserk state was nearing its end. He was still alive solely due to his frenzied abilities. Duncan stood his ground, releasing 3 arrows to finish the job, ensuring Nidlong was near death before retrieving the beheading axe lodged in the tree trunk. Execution. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Duncan, expressionless, swung the axe down, and Nidlong's grotesque head rolled onto the ground, the headless corpse collapsing with a thunderous crash, blood splattering several meters away. A chilling wind swept through. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside the woods. Not one to covet trophies, Duncan's agile form vanished into the darkness, soon disappearing beneath the vast night sky. Minutes later, a throng of barbarian soldiers, brandishing torches, stumbled upon the headless corpse at the site of the previous battle, Nidlong's gruesome head impaled upon a stake. Fixed in the muddy ground, the head's hair bristled in fury, eyes wide open even in death, resembling a vengeful spirit. A terrified barbarian centurion attempted multiple times to close Nidlong's menacing eyes, but each time they snapped open once more. Time passed, and the figure of a Valkyrie gradually materialized. Invisible to others, her expression void as she dragged away a furious, unwilling soul, quickly disappearing into the night sky. At this point, Duncan had retreated far enough and still had the energy to contemplate the abilities he had acquired. Tireless libation. Unique ability. The Germanic barbarians are known for their love of drink and battle, and Thor, of the Norse pantheon, is particularly fond of alcohol. Those warriors favored by him, after indulging, experience a further enhancement of strength while simultaneously dulling their pain, temporarily boosting stamina and endurance. They do not truly become intoxicated, yet they trigger a reckless negative state, much akin to Thor's own impulsive nature. Frenzy, advanced ability, a branch of adrenaline surge. This advanced ability of the berserk state can only be bestowed upon the most valiant warriors in battle by divine favor, unleashing unimaginable strength. In legend, Thor often charged into enemy ranks alone, favoring those barbarian warriors who disregard fear. This comes with the additional negative state of rage, recklessly charging forth, ignoring fear. The Norse pantheon indeed venerates raw power. Duncan gazed at the two abilities he had just acquired, surprised at their greater value compared to the defeat of King Kent. Was it because the primary enemies of the Norse pantheon were giants? Duncan speculated that it might be connected to the mythological framework. Many supernatural abilities of barbarian warriors rely on sheer strength. Engaging him in close combat would likely provide Nidlong with more opportunities for extraordinary feats. Yet why would Duncan engage in melee with a frenzied barbarian? He was not foolish. Recognizing his adversary's berserk state, he wisely chose to avoid confrontation until Nidlong's fury waned. Though archers often possess a heart for close combat, the timing was not right. The night deepened. Duncan continued to retreat until he was far from any enemy presence, finally coming to a halt. Why is it foggy? Just as he shook off his pursuers, Duncan suddenly noticed a thick mist rising around him, the nearby marsh appearing through the haze intermittently. Something was amiss. From a divine perspective, he scrutinized his surroundings, realizing the projection map was undergoing a transformation. The forest began to fade, replaced by a shroud of fog enveloping the entire map. Or was that sound of water? Duncan faintly heard the sound of water and the splashing of oars. As he traversed the mist, a lake materialized ahead, and he recalled that there had been no rivers or lakes in the vicinity at the onset. The mist shrouded Avalon, under divine scrutiny. Everything in the projection began to overlap with reality, as if two distinct realms were gradually merging, a powerful supernatural force opening an entrance to a mysterious domain. Avalon is the sacred land of Celtic mythology, the epicenter of the ancient Druidic faith. It is also the final resting place in the legend of King Arthur, a paradise of the otherworld, where 9 maidens are said to guard. The Avalon within the mist, the T are not NG of Irish mythology. The Garden of the Hesperides of Greek mythology and the Eden of Jewish mythology. These places are all legendary realms beyond reality. Similar to a hidden paradise? Dimensions beyond the physical realm? Duncan could only speculate, as Eastern mythology also speaks of places that do not belong to the tangible world. Now, at the twilight of the age of mythology, the last remnant of ancient Celtic myth resides upon the island of Britain. A small boat slowly emerged into view before him. Tight is lake nymph, fairy, spirit. A small boat approaches the shore. Under the gradually brightening moonlight, a beautiful woman dressed in a flowing white gown, reminiscent of a nymph from ancient Greek mythology, appears. She smiles at Duncan and gestures for him to board the vessel. The Celtic mythology has now waned significantly. As a legendary guardian nymph, her power is even less than that of a Valkyrie. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan steps onto the small boat. The misty Avalon, the last sacred place of the Druid faith, piques Duncan's curiosity about how the myths have transformed over time. The fog envelopes everything nearby. The small boat ventures deeper into the mist, and after an indeterminate time, an island emerges before Duncan's eyes. By the riverbank, 5 enchanting lake nymphs of various appearances await, accompanied by numerous magical beings resembling fairies. From a divine perspective, the projection reveals that the interface has transformed from the real world to the misty Avalon, the blessed land. Chapter 33. The Bow of Nodens. Under the moonlight, a wooden bridge stands at the shore, and the 5 guardian nymphs rise to greet Duncan's arrival. The lake nymph on the boat secures it and smiles as she extends her hand to help him ashore. Duncan curiously surveys his surroundings and softly expresses his gratitude. From a divine perspective, upon entering Avalon through the mist, his body takes on a semi-transparent, ethereal state, reminiscent of the Valkyrie he encountered earlier, approaching the form of a spirit. However, as he steps onto the land of Avalon, the projection interface reveals his corporeal form once more. Titus smiles and leads the way, with the 5 nymphs following behind. Along the path, fairies present fresh fruits, which Duncan samples, finding them exceedingly sweet. The nymph walking ahead warmly greets him, welcoming him to Avalon as a distinguished visitor. She offers him a place to rest temporarily, promising to escort him away from this otherworldly realm the following day. Is he truly invited to explore? Duncan's attention is entirely captivated by the Avalon nymphs, all marked as units, while the nearby fairy spirits bear a 1-star silver gray rating, considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Is this due to the significant decline of Celtic mythology? Duncan expands the map to reveal a breathtaking island devoid of hostile entities, all marked in blue. At the forest's edge, a 2-star silver gray target is labeled as the Green Knight. The Celtic mythology was not extinguished by the Church, but rather supplanted by the early Roman deities. The core area of early Celtic mythology was Gaul. With the rise of the Roman Empire, the Druid faith gradually faded into history, forcing the Celts to migrate elsewhere. They were inherently dispersed, lacking a cohesive pantheon, and eventually converged mainly on the British Isles. After Julius Caesar conquered the province of Britain, the indigenous beliefs were reduced to all that is related to Avalon. With many primal deities perishing, it appears they're now exceedingly weak, lacking even a proper deity. The guardians of Avalon likely possess strength comparable to the secondary goddesses of ancient Greek mythology, akin to the nymphs, who are nature's ephemeral spirits, typically appearing as beautiful maidens in service to more powerful deities. A pantheon that has not been entirely obliterated but is merely surviving. Duncan is eager to see what their intentions are and follows in the footsteps of the 6 nymphs into an area resembling a druidic circle. This island harbors no structures, and its residents are scant, resembling a fading otherworldly divine kingdom. A melodious tune fills the air. Fairies flit about, akin to those described in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, known as pixies and sprites, embodiments of nature within druidic belief. Nymph Titus invites Duncan to take a seat at the head of the gathering, with the 6 beautiful nymphs encircling him. Numerous fairy spirits present an array of dishes, primarily consisting of fruits and vegetables, though there are also sumptuous meat dishes. Soon, many little fairies begin to dance, and a fairy reminiscent of a bard performs, enlivening the atmosphere. A group of fluttering fairies resembling flower sprites brings forth goblets, their intoxicating floral aroma wafting through the air, with the amber liquid captivating the senses. The 6 nymphs rise to toast, with Titus at the forefront, smiling gently and saying, "My Lord Duncan, please savor the mead of Avalon. It is one of the rarest delights in the world." Duncan swallows hard, indeed sensing the fragrance of the mead. Though he is not particularly fond of alcohol, the aroma is undeniably enticing. After taking a sip, he finds himself enveloped by the exquisite blend of honey, floral notes, and the mingling flavors of the drink, bestowing a sense of comfort. Upon witnessing him down the drink in one go, the surrounding fairies cheer with delight, swirling around Duncan in a graceful dance. This scene makes him feel as if he is wandering through a dreamscape. The 6 Avalon nymphs do not engage in further conversation. It is as if they have organized a grand feast, inviting Duncan to partake. The joyous atmosphere gradually permeates the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Duncan has already consumed numerous cups, and even his vision begins to blur slightly. Titus claps her hands, and soon, a green knight emerges from the forest, kneeling before Duncan and presenting a magnificent bow. The bow of Nodin's mythical artifact, relic. Used by the god of hunting Nodins in Celtic mythology, this bow possesses incredible supernatural power. Although Celtic mythology is gradually diminishing, and the god of hunting has long since perished, the battle bow he left behind still retains formidable strength. It has the attributes of dispelling magic, rapid fire, and piercing armor, with the unique ability of wind arrow. Wind arrow, unique ability. At the cost of consuming mana, it condenses an invisible arrow of wind. What does this mean? Upon seeing the bow of Nodin's before him, Duncan feels a surge of clarity wash over him, even shaking off the effects of a mead. Within the druidic circle, the 6 Avalon nymphs exchange glances and slowly rise, bowing gracefully to Duncan, with Titus sincerely stating, "My sisters, and I notice that you seem to lack a suitable bow for combat. Thus, we thought to invite you, my lord, to receive this bow." A gift? Such a valuable offering? Duncan hesitates, reaching for the bow of Nodin's. Upon grasping it, he instantly feels its extraordinary nature, as it resonates with the magic within him. This weapon is incredibly powerful, likely comparable to the relics of the church. Duncan contemplates, "You wish to bestow this upon me?" The 6 Avalon nymphs nod gently, appearing genuinely sincere. This item feels somewhat burdensome. While it is indeed a treasure, accepting such a significant gift surely requires recompense. Duncan gazes earnestly at Titus and inquires, "What price must I pay?" Upon hearing his words, the 6 Avalon nymphs shake their heads slowly. Titus leans forward slightly, and the other 5 nymphs follow suit in a bow. Duncan turns away, refusing their gesture, while Titus speaks softly. "The misty Avalon is gradually fading. Should you find this gift useful in the future, we ask that you protect our heritage in the real world, so that we do not vanish entirely from history." The faith of the church has spread to the British Isles, and it will not be long before Scandinavia also sees its adherents. The impact on the British Isles has been profound. Initially, they faced the Roman deities brought by the empire, followed by the missionaries of the church. And now the Saxon invasions have introduced the belief in the Norse pantheon. It can be said that the Celtic mythology has been subjected to relentless assaults from various pantheons. And in the region of England, only Avalon appears to retain some semblance of legendary status. This revelation eased Duncan's mind considerably. Having escorted the Raven Queen, Trix, across much of Europe, he had long been entwined with polytheism. The burden of debts seemed to dissipate, rendering them inconsequential. Upon witnessing Duncan grasp the battle bow, the 6 fairies of Avalon breathed a collective sigh of relief, while the surrounding fae erupted in joyous celebration. Soon, an abundance of exquisite food and wine was presented, and the bards began to sing, rekindling a vibrant atmosphere. Duncan glanced at the fairies before him, and suddenly inquired, "I cannot be the first mortal to arrive at Avalon, can I?" The fairies hesitated at his words. However, Duncan gestured for them to remain calm, draining his cup and speculating. Who else might have come? Gaius Julius Caesar, perhaps? After the empire conquered Britain, remnants of Celtic beliefs endured, suggesting that Avalon once bowed to Caesar, explaining why the ancient Roman pantheon showed clemency, allowing the druidic traditions to take root here. After a moment of silence, Tethys softly affirmed, "Indeed, Caesar has visited this place." Duncan's lingering doubts began to unravel. It appeared that mythical beings of the medieval era also had to adhere to the realities of this world. Their existence was contingent upon the tangible realm. As the night unfolded with song and revelry, Duncan found himself unwittingly intoxicated. At some point, he had entered the corporeal realm, surrounded by enchanting figures, enveloped in warmth and fragrance, entwined in a dreamlike haze, blissfully unaware of his surroundings, feeling as though he had entered a celestial palace of unparalleled delight. Upon grasping the fabled bow of Norden, he recognized that this was no mere dream. Yet, the legendary weapon lacked the ethereal glow it possessed in Avalon, appearing merely as an exquisitely crafted noble bow. It was no longer a divine artifact, but had dwindled to something akin to the fae of Eastern legends seeking assistance for mortals. Adjusting his trousers, Duncan felt no sense of loss. The fairies of Avalon had placed considerable faith in him. If Caesar had once safeguarded Avalon's faith, he must certainly give it a try. It seemed the church had genuinely cornered other pantheons. Duncan also recalled how Uther had slaughtered wizards in the kingdom of Camelot, primarily targeting the traditional Celtic priests. The fairies of Avalon, instead of seeking help from the indigenous people, had placed their trust in him, an outsider, leaving one to wonder about their disappointment in the Britons. It seemed King Arthur had also acquired treasures from Avalon. Likely, the guardian fairies had placed their hopes on Arthur, neglecting Uther entirely. As Duncan took up the bow of Norden, a surge of magical energy coursed through him, only to be utterly depleted. The arrow of wind. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, and then an invisible arrow coalesced on the bowstring. Unseen to the naked eye, its outline only discernible from a divine perspective. Just as it formed, it drained Duncan's magical reserves. Then the arrow shot forth, striking a tree trunk over 10 meters away, leaving a 2-centimeter deep hole. No. Was my magic insufficient to even fire a single arrow? Duncan realized that not only was he affected, all supernatural entities, be they witches or priests, were firmly suppressed by the laws of reality. Under such conditions, mythical beings manifesting in the real world would also be severely repressed. Time passed quietly. Had they simply abandoned their efforts to seize this place? Duncan had anticipated that the enemy would reinforce their ranks or deploy their top warriors against him. Yet they had retreated so decisively after plundering Devontown once more, all barbarian soldiers vacating the land. They shifted to a more defensible town, establishing heavy fortifications and deploying elite forest hunters. With only 200 to 300 stationed troops in Devontown, Duncan had slain over 30 in 2 days, even beheading Bloodaxe Nidderon. Unable to withstand the disturbance, the enemy retreated to a more easily defendable position. However, as time elapsed, tales of Duncan began to spread rapidly across the Isle of Britain, especially after news of his slaying the King of Kent reached the ears of many, accelerating the propagation of his legend. This was not solely a story among the Britons. Saxons, Angles, Jutes, and various branches of the Germanic tribes began to share the narrative, with whispers even reaching the European continent. One of the Germanic kings had suddenly perished. A curious detail emerged, as numerous outrageous rumors circulated and evolved. Duncan's identity gradually became intertwined with the legend of Avalon. Some claimed he was an elven ranger from Avalon, while others insisted he was a favored mortal of the fairies, summoned from a European mainland to aid the Britons in their struggle against invading tribes. Countless tales transformed, yet all retained a connection to the enigmatic Avalon, ensuring its mention alongside Duncan's name. Until one day, of course, Duncan remained oblivious to these developments as he busily prepared to receive the legion of exiles being transported from Galbaonia. The first batch consisted of 200 individuals, led by Kvido, primarily young men from the exile encampment, equipped with weaponry and armor comparable to that of the Imperial border forces, with a select few donning the scale armor of field troops. Perhaps due to their equipment, Kvido had now risen to a 1-star unit, designated as the leader of a private military. Upon seeing Duncan, the Raven Queen, Trix, displayed a glimmer of joy, yet as she approached him, a hint of confusion crossed her face. She sniffed the air and softly remarked, "Have you encountered the lake nymphs here?" Duncan nodded candidly. Trix gazed at him for a moment, her eyes falling upon the battle bow at his back, her expression one of shock as she exclaimed, "The bow of Norden?" It seemed she recognized the weapon. Duncan removed the bow and offered it to her. Trix gently caressed it, sighing wistfully. "I never imagined they would bestow this bow upon you." The rapid rise of monotheism had made life difficult for more than just her. Trix returned the bow of Norden to Duncan, seemingly casually commenting, "Since they have gifted it to you, take good care of it. If you require anything, seek out Anya." The lake nymphs are not as simple as you might think. They are primordial spirits from the age of all beings. The Druidic faith became much more tempered after being assimilated into Roman and Greek culture. The early Celtic mythology, however, revered blood sacrifices. When the empire established provinces in Britain, it brutally suppressed many indigenous tribes, razed mountains, destroyed temples, obliterated sacred sites, and interrupted rituals, annihilating countless true and false gods of Celtic mythology. The fairies of Avalon are the survivors of that era. Following the empire's conquest of the British province, their image gradually transformed into something akin to the nymphs of ancient Greek mythology. Before that, they were goddesses who reveled in blood sacrifice. Duncan was unaware of these matters. But after listening to Trix, he nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that even deities could be extinguished. This was only natural. The supreme gods of Eastern mythology have also evolved with the passage of time. Chapter 34. Renowned and legendary. The legend gains momentum. On the coastline, Kvito, with an expression of excitement, stepped onto the land of Britain, bowing to Duncan. "My lord, the first batch of 200 has all arrived." At this moment, he was clad in the scale armor of the Roman field army, wearing an iron helmet, wielding a large shield, with a short sword strapped to his waist and a javelin on his back. He appeared considerably stronger than when they last met, with an additional layer of fat around his abdomen, suggesting he had been enjoying good food and drink recently, and his training had kept pace, restoring his physical condition to its former state. The first batch of conscripted private soldiers looked robust, shedding the gaunt appearance they initially bore. Duncan nodded and patted his shoulder, saying, "Excellent. Follow me." With that, he strode towards Cleggan. Upon seeing the Sarmatian knight, Quito's heart skipped a beat, for the Sarmatians held significant sway within the imperial army. They were exceptional mercenaries and an indispensable cavalry unit. The Roman cavalry had been a weakness in its early days, but with the inclusion of the Sarmatians, the cavalry force had finally gained strength. Duncan fixed his gaze on Cleggan and stated solemnly, "This is Quito, the leader of the private legion. You will assist him in training this unit." Hearing Duncan's words, Quito sighed with relief, fearing his position might be usurped again. Cleggan nodded gravely, "Yes, my lord." He hailed from a lineage of elite cavalrymen. Although proficient in infantry combat, he was not suited for commanding foot soldiers. It was best for the Sarmatians to be organized into a cavalry unit instead. The exiled private legion, high morale, a new beginning, trained, poor, discipline, from a divine perspective. This restructured legion bore multiple annotations, with training categorized into 3 levels: untrained, rabble, trained, and well-trained. Discipline was similarly graded into 3 levels: undisciplined, poorly disciplined, and strictly disciplined. Above this lay the elite units, not regarded as regular troops, comparable to the Spartan heavy infantry, the Roman Praetorian Guard, and the Imperial Eagle Legions, among others. Generally, units with a higher training level also exhibited better discipline, excluding the barbarian berserkers. This mixed legion comprised over 200 individuals, including traditional Celtic warriors recruited by Severus. The imposing guards accompanying Duncan were Celts who had migrated from Gaul. The Gaulish Oath Warriors, 2 stars. This was the only 2-star unit recruited by Severus, named Quilin, a term frequently encountered in Celtic mythology, translating to oath, prohibition, or vow. It holds considerable significance in Celtic lore, yet embodies its most enigmatic aspects. There exists a weapon known as the Sword of the Oath of Victory, and Quilin represents the Celtic warrior who swears such an oath. During the Empire's early conquests of Gaul, these Gaulish Oath warriors inflicted substantial losses upon the imperial heavy legions, regarded as elite infantry units possessing unique abilities. Duncan turned to Quito and instructed, "I recall that among the exiles, there are over 30 Gaulish warriors, correct? Assign them to Quilin so he can organize an assault infantry unit." The composition of the exiles was rather complex. Individuals from various ethnic backgrounds had merged with a unified identity as the bankrupt. Most could be restructured into the Imperial Private Legion, while a minority, those with barbarian heritage, could be integrated into special forces. Duncan remained occupied until noon, finally settling these individuals near a coastal village. In the afternoon, it became apparent that the British Isles lacked food scarcity, as the population was not large, peaking at merely 2 to 3 million in its heyday, now estimated at just over 1 million. Following the abandonment of the province by the Empire, many Romans had migrated away, compounded by the Saxon pirates' incursions that resulted in numerous deaths. Presently, the British Isles could be deemed sparsely populated, surrounded by the sea, with a viable fishery, alleviating concerns of starvation, although there was a notable shortage of other supplies, particularly iron armor, which awaited Anya's merchant convoy. He had dispatched me with some provisions to reward the legion. Despite Duncan bringing only a little over 200 men, he was already considered a minor warlord in the current context of Britain. In the early days, the British Isles were home to over a dozen kingdoms, essentially chieftains of indigenous tribes. Pooling their resources would yield perhaps only 1 to 2,000 men, most of whom were at a militia training level. Were it not for Duncan having previously shot the King of Kent, he likely would have faced utter defeat. So soon to counterattack? Duncan's expression grew grave as he murmured, "Too hasty. How much combat effectiveness can those temporarily conscripted indigenous soldiers possess?" The term indigenous referred to the Celts who had not been fully Romanized. Those in the vicinity of London had already undergone Romanization. Gill lowered his head, stating, "Scouting riders have discovered that the Saxon garrison in Devon is in retreat. The eastern part of the British Isles is increasingly mountainous and forested, with Cornwall being a mountainous region, while the west features more plains. In the Empire's early days in the British province, stone roads were constructed, and over a dozen tribal-level administrative districts along with 30-plus towns were established to facilitate urban management and military deployment. Each tribe was akin to a small kingdom, roughly equivalent to a county's territory. After capturing Devon, advancing towards London would necessitate facing large-scale legion battles, with the Saxon barbarians more easily mobilizing their forces. However, controlling the plains would be more challenging defensively. The essence of the entire British Isles land lies around the Thames River in London, where the empire had developed for hundreds of years, concentrating all major towns in this area. There was even a university in London, although not the kind we are familiar with. It was an adult school established by the empire, serving only the nobility to facilitate the assimilation of the indigenous ruling class of the British Isles, assimilating the nobility first, then guiding the commoners through them. Could it be that my actions have prompted their full retreat? Duncan sensed a possibility. After all, the barbarian forces were not numerous. Relinquishing some remote areas would be easier to defend. If Duncan were to continue killing a dozen individuals daily, their morale would likely collapse in no time. The enemy's fighting force was merely a few thousand, and when including the militia and servile troops, it would amount to just over 10,000. If Duke Dintigel wishes to reclaim Devon, let him do so. Duncan was not prepared to act just yet, as the exiles he had recruited were not fully organized, needing at least 400 to 500 men to engage in a proper frontal battle. The exiles were encamped in a deserted village called Tyrham. Duncan tasked Quido and Cleggan with assisting and training the troops, while he prepared to recruit additional personnel from the Britons to expand into 300-man contingents. Quality trumps quantity. Given his current resources, he could not sustain too many individuals. As night fell, a sudden sound of hooves echoed outside the encampment, followed closely by Quido rushing in. His expression one of surprise. "My lord, there are visitors seeking an audience with you." Duncan rose, with the Gallic guard following closely behind. Outside the camp, several riders approached, the leader's skin appearing bluish, as if coated with some dye, resembling a fearsome totem tattoo. The Cornish noble riders, 1 star. British hunters. Conthi support infantry. Conthi refers to the Horn land, primarily denoting the indigenous Britons residing around the Kent region, later spreading to other areas. They represent the most unfortunate branch of Britons, as the Kingdom of Kent was established upon their ancestral lands. This group was small, numbering only 27 individuals, consisting of 6 cavalry and 21 infantry, poorly equipped. Some clad in tattered garments akin to wild men, with only half-bearing leather armor. The noble rider at the forefront donned chainmail and gazed at Duncan, seemingly astonished by his appearance, scrutinizing him closely through the firelight. Recent rumors about Duncan had escalated, nearly elevating him to the status of a legendary hero. "You are the Duncan who shot the King of Kent?" The noble rider's demeanor bore an air of arrogance, his expression reflecting disbelief. For Duncan's physique did not appear as exaggerated as the tale suggested. Cullen and Cleggan beside him seemed more akin to the warriors of indigenous legend. In simpler terms, he was robust and sturdy, exuding a formidable presence akin to that of a fierce beast. Such a figure closely aligns with the heroic archetype as envisioned by the indigenous peoples. Under the flickering flames, Duncan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and enigmatic, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. An invisible chill swept through the surroundings, causing the flickering bonfire to dance erratically. The noble rider's steed, startled by Duncan's imposing demeanor, threw him from its back in a state of panic. In that fleeting moment, the rider seemed to experience a hallucination, witnessing a torrent of severed heads amidst a river of blood in the darkness. When he lifted his gaze again, his expression was tinged with confusion, yet he defiantly remarked, "You are not quite as the rumors suggest." Duncan chuckled at this and inquired, "What do the rumors say I am like?" The noble rider hesitated, replying, "The tales portray you as a mighty giant, capable of subduing wild horses with bare hands, vanquishing tigers and leopards, with archery skills that are unfathomable, consuming an entire ox in a single meal." Duncan smiled, bemused by the exaggerations, and asked, "What brings you here?" The noble rider, his expression wavering, gritted his teeth and said, "We have heard the legends about you and intend to pledge our allegiance, uniting against the invading Saxon barbarians. However, the tales are rather grandiose. I wish to witness your prowess firsthand, lest I fail to convince my men." He continued, "We have over 300 individuals temporarily stationed in the valley." It became evident that he was a small lord in exile, which explained his prideful demeanor as he sought to test Duncan's strength. Just as Duncan was about to rise, Kulun, a barbarian warrior adorned with tribal tattoos, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and declaring, "My lord, allow me to handle this." News of Cleggan's knighthood had already spread throughout the camp. It was clear that Kulun, leading a smaller contingent of Celtic warriors, was eager to prove themselves as the indigenous people, yearning to achieve greatness on their ancestral land. The pride of their achievements should not be overshadowed. They sought to establish their legacy. Outside the camp, Duncan regarded him with a slight nod. Kulun, visibly exhilarated, did not draw his weapon, but instead gestured with the hilt of his sword toward the noble rider. This was a profound humiliation. Incensed, the noble rider drew his sword and raised his shield, charging toward Kulun's imposing figure. Despite his training, his combat skills were only mediocre at best. The clash resonated as Kulun effortlessly parried the noble rider's sword with the scabbard, then charged forward, sending the rider sprawling to the ground before he could even raise his shield. As the noble rider, now prone, looked up in disbelief, the scabbard rested against his neck. It was clear that his unsteady footing on the ground paled in comparison to his potential prowess on horseback. With a hint of disdain, Kulun thought, "How dare he challenge my lord with such limited skill?" He was a traditional Gallic warrior, elite heavy infantry capable of engaging the imperial elite guards and renowned for their ability to confront Spartan phalanxes in ancient times, being among the few capable of breaching their ranks. In truth, the noble rider was no match for him, even charging on horseback. Kulun could easily turn the tide against him. Although Severus had recruited a limited number of men, their overall strength was formidable. However, the true elite forces had yet to arrive. The multi-deity old god temple guardians recruited by Yadateles would be the real highlight. Duncan approached and extended a hand to the humiliated noble rider, who displayed a knack for theatrics. Duncan patted the noble rider's shoulder and asked, "What is your name?" The noble rider respectfully replied, "Talansali." After a moment of contemplation, Duncan instructed, "Bring the people from the valley over, reassemble, and train them. My fleet will soon bring more food and weapons from North Africa." It was clear that he would rely on Anya. Her wealth was invaluable. Talansali's forces were composed of only a third with combat capabilities, the rest being of militia standards, suitable only for auxiliary roles. After restructuring Duncan's forces, fewer than 300 could truly be regarded as regular infantry, while over 200 were auxiliary troops, incapable of engaging in serious combat. The event of the day felt like a signal. By the third day, when over 10 more arrived, Duncan began to sense something amiss. Was his reputation truly so illustrious? How had so many flocked to him, including Welsh archers? The morning of the third day brought even more surprises. Upon witnessing over a dozen one-star Welsh archers, Duncan grasped the profound impact of his legendary status. The Welsh region had not been conquered by barbarians. They had come solely for Duncan's renown, which was situated in the domain of King Eus. The Druid priest proclaimed that to confront the invading Saxon barbarians, they should seek refuge with Lord Duncan. They had come together in pursuit of glory, for the lives of the mountain dwellers were fraught with hardship, and they too sought to ascend the social ladder through valorous deeds. Druids? The fog-shrouded Avalon? Duncan's legendary status appeared to extend beyond mere spatial enhancement. Its influence was gradually manifesting in the material world. Within a mere fortnight, his name had reverberated throughout the entirety of Britain. Was Avalon aiding me? Duncan welcomed the Welsh archers into his ranks, forming a contingent of nearly 100 long-range troops, all of whom brought their own provisions, weapons, leather armor, and arrows. The British hunters, once considered second- or third-tier archers, were restructured into British auxiliary archers. Talansali's contingent of over 300 comprised primarily farmers, herders, and militia, reorganized into 2 companies of 100 each and transformed into British coastal militia. The logistics were becoming strained. When Quido approached with a ledger, Duncan realized the extent of his expenses as sustaining so many mouths and steeds was becoming an unsustainable endeavor. "Where are you, Anya? I miss you dearly." Despite only having around 600 men, maintaining such a force was a considerable challenge. Merely the daily sustenance and training would cost upwards of 100 gold coins monthly. This was without any military pay. If maintained according to imperial standards, expenses would multiply several times over. An imperial field army of 100 would require nearly 1,000 gold coins annually. Known for its exorbitant military expenditures, the imperial field army surpassed those of other factions. However, this applied only to the regular forces, while auxiliary units incurred significantly lower costs. The imperial army typically disbursed salaries quarterly, with a standard field army's expenses hovering around 350 gold coins, which, when averaged, was not exorbitant but still strained their resources, necessitating reliance on plunder and rewards. The salaries for barbarian troops were merely half of the imperial standard, albeit with the prospect of loot and land distribution. The forces Duncan had recruited did not yet require salaries, but daily provisions were indispensable. Feeding 500 or 600 warriors was a considerable expense. True to his nature, Duncan could not allow them to subsist on mere scraps. A daily meat ration, fish or meat, was imperative, even if it meant exhausting his resources. The sheer number of diners even attracted nearby Britons, leading to the formation of a small market outside the camp, where fishermen brought their catches to trade for household necessities. Duncan also needed to provide them with weapons and equipment, and as expenses mounted, his purse was nearing depletion, leaving many without armor, forced to rely on rudimentary shields. The pouch of gold coins left by Anya was gradually dwindling. There was no time to waste. It was imperative to engage in practical training through real combat. When Duncan realized that his purse was nearly empty, he resolutely decided to take the initiative. Reconnaissance cavalry was dispatched to gather intelligence. Callaghan and Talon each led a small unit of scouts, totaling approximately 12 men, the entirety of Duncan's cavalry. Acquiring horses through plunder was likely necessary, for purchasing them was beyond his financial means. The indigenous chieftains had their own mounted guards, while Duncan was accompanied only by a contingent of foot soldiers, the Celtic warriors, whose resources paled in comparison. Currently, his forces were locked in a stalemate with the enemy near Dorset. The day swiftly passed. Just as Duncan was preparing to take action, a fleet approached. Cheers erupted from the coastal direction, and Duncan immediately rose, making his way toward the harbor. It was Anya's fleet, with no decent port nearby. Docking took a bit of time. Anya's fleet comprised 6 merchant ships and 3 smaller vessels, all of shallow draft, primarily engaged in Mediterranean trade. The coastline surrounding Britannia was still under the control of Saxon pirates, posing a slight danger to their arrival. But fortunately, they encountered no troubles. Anya stood proudly on the deck, adorned in a splendid Roman noblewoman's gown, resembling a regal peacock. Over the years, the church's influence had grown, leading to changes in traditional Roman attire. Anya donned an early imperial noblewoman's garment, reminiscent of those seen in Spartacus, revealing just enough to appear strikingly beautiful. After the church was established as the state religion, imperial fashion transformed, arenas were closed, and the Olympics ceased, resulting in a gradual shift toward conservatism. The crew used small boats to ferry goods from the merchant vessels, including shields, spears, and short swords, as well as provisions such as grains, fabrics, and dried meats. Filling the ships to capacity, Anya stepped onto the shoreline, raising her head with pride, and smiled alluringly at Duncan, saying, "I have sold my entire estate in North Africa at a bargain. From now on, I can only rely on you." Truly, she had sacrificed her wealth. While Anya maintained her noble traits, she exhibited a determination that surpassed that of many men. The supplies she brought alleviated Duncan's urgent needs, the only disappointment being the lack of armor. Even Anya could not procure standard imperial field armor. Nonetheless, one of the ships carried leather armor, sufficient to equip several men. Duncan remained silent, merely grasping Anya's hand, their fingers intertwining, and raised her hand high, signaling to those around them, which soon elicited cheers. Amidst the jubilant shouts, Anya's beautiful face flushed slightly with excitement, seemingly reveling in the attention. "I also brought you some people. Unwanted spoils can be passed on to them." They were merchant allies and imperial mercenaries. Duncan had already noticed their guards were dressed as members of the imperial private military, some wielding crossbows. The empire had risen through warfare. Even before Christ, numerous merchants accompanied the legions, ready to purchase spoils and transport needed supplies, effectively replacing many laborers. Of course, all of this was driven by profit. These merchants operated in a lucrative trade, risking much for substantial gains. The spoils they acquired could yield profits exceeding double when sold elsewhere, with the spoils usually distributed among the legion based on merit. Every participant benefited, provided the legion's leaders did not engage in corruption, ensuring that after a victorious campaign, all soldiers could return with enriched pockets. Rome's foreign wars often yielded enormous profits, acquiring substantial reparations from the Carthaginian wars and achieving dominance over the Mediterranean, while the Macedonian wars alone garnered reparations amounting to 12 billion, plus annual tributes equivalent to 3 years of national taxation. From antiquity to the present, merchant allies developed gradually, even assisting in processing the spoils from barbarian Huns who raided the empire. They would dare to engage in anything as long as there was profit to be made. Within the camp, with Anya's return, her merchant associates immediately took charge of the army's logistics. Among the Britons, few could read or perform mathematics, but the Romans generally received a higher education. Anya's merchant guild could easily manage the logistics of a few hundred individuals along the trade routes of North Africa, Carthage, and Alexandria. Before leaving the tent, Anya's pinky finger playfully grazed Duncan's palm, her enchanting face displaying a subtle expression that seemed to seek a reward. The Crow Queen, Teles, observed silently, her gaze lingering as Anya gracefully departed with a figure akin to a full moon, her thoughts obscured. Her meeting with Merlin had not proceeded smoothly. To be blunt, Merlin was a centrist, leaning toward the church, unwilling to entangle himself in troublesome affairs, and had no obligation to assist her. In such chaotic times, one could only rely on oneself. Chapter 35. The Power of the Gods. One rider leading the charge. Another capable ally joined Duncan's side, seemingly just having learned of some rumors surrounding him, and could not help but inquire, "Have you been to Avalon?" Duncan gestured for those around to withdraw, leaving only the Crow Queen, Teles, and nodded solemnly, indeed. Severus hesitated, then slowly spoke, "I will find a way to contact the Druidic Order in Britannia. They should be willing to provide support." In truth, the Druidic Order in Britannia had already been operating secretly. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan replied, "That is agreeable. Your identity is perfect for engaging with them. Let us see if we can recruit additional Gallic Oath warriors." Cullen's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Clad in sword and shield, he could single-handedly contend with 5 or 6 ordinary soldiers at once. With a few more such experts, Duncan could establish a small assault team. Severus nodded. "I will depart tomorrow." However, before leaving, he looked toward Duncan, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Do you know the Druidic sacrificial stones?" Druidic sacrificial stones? Duncan's expression reflected curiosity, eager to understand more. Severus glanced at Teles, seemingly gauging her reaction. Seeing no response from her, he gathered his courage to explain. "They are ancient sites of Celtic deities, sacred grounds for the Gallic tribes. These sanctuaries possess unique capabilities, empowering trained soldiers with the strength of the gods." The strength of the gods? Duncan's expression turned to surprise, and he turned to Teles, who slightly nodded, affirming Severus's words. Severus continued, "These sacred sites devoted to the gods require priests to maintain their power. One of their primary functions is to train armies. Different deities correspond to various sacred domains. Some excel in forging superior weapons and armor, while others imbue courage to inspire warriors, and many focus on honing soldiers' combat skills. The affairs of a nation hinge on religious rites and warfare. Although the Celtic traditional faith has been obliterated by the Roman Empire, the existence of Avalon on the island of Britannia means that, by constructing Druidic sacrificial stones, a certain degree of power can still be harnessed. Teles is the authoritative figure in this regard. The temples of Diana and Artemis can train exceptional archers, corresponding to the divine office of hunting. The priests serving these goddesses can receive supernatural power from the sacred domains. Before the church became the state religion of the empire, Roman temples were often endowed with additional divine authority, reflecting the core divinity's influence on the real world. This further fueled the early Romans' propensity for warfare. In the era before our common era, the Gaulish war deity Tita Tissi was annihilated and consumed, as was the huntress goddess Abunaba. All those who held corresponding divine offices, such as the god of wine, the god of forging, and the god of horse racing, were similarly devoured by the Roman pantheon, leaving not even a semblance behind. The ancient Roman deities merely assimilated the gods of ancient Greece, marking a continuation of civilization, while they sought to eradicate the gods of other barbarian tribes. Nearly all the Celtic branch of Gaulish deities had been extinguished. It is likely that only a solitary altar remained in the pantheon, long severed from worship. During the same period, the situation in the east was comparably dire. In the Han dynasty, the celestial master Zhang Daoling ventured into Bashu, commanding the 8 ghostly generals to engage in fierce battles against myriad spirits and to subdue heretical evils, thus establishing the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, the precursor to Taoism. This was an endeavor to demolish mountains and temples, to eradicate bloodthirsty spirits. In this conflict, Zhang Daoling nearly obliterated the indigenous shamanistic beliefs of Bashu. The existence of the Celtic branch, the Gaulish deities, was akin to primitive shamanism in the eyes of the empire. Civilization assimilated, extinguishing old beliefs and propagating the ancient Roman gods. The more moderate druids of the Gaulish faction emerged only after enduring considerable oppression from the Roman Empire. Avalon, too, was a newly formed faith arising from this moderate transformation, birthed only a few centuries ago. Hence the guardians of the fairies bear a striking resemblance to the nymphs of ancient Greece. The more brutal faction of this belief, within the region of Ireland, was then regarded as bloodthirsty barbarians. As time progressed, civilization educated and eradicated primitive shamanism. During the era of the Huaxia Fangbo, human sacrifice was also commonplace. The tale of Shimin Bao governing Yi, found in elementary textbooks, is a relic of the shamanistic age, when Taoism sought to extinguish primitive shamanism. Early missionaries directly summoned the supreme Lord Laozi, taking up swords to slay shamans and spirits, a stark contrast to the demeanor of present-day priests. It was only after the Taiping Dao's Zhangjiao that Taoism became considerably more subdued, at least refraining from rebellion. If the sacred domains of the Celtic deities were endowed with supernatural powers, what of the ancient Roman and Greek gods? As Duncan pondered this, he cast a glance towards the raven queen Tyrus, seeking her wisdom. For no one understood the divine offices and powers of the gods better than this high priestess of the imperial polytheistic faith. Within the camp, the raven queen Tyrus sighed softly. She gazed at Duncan before speaking. Severus is indeed correct. However, invoking the power of the gods will undoubtedly invite hostility from the church. I do not wish for you to be embroiled in disputes of faith. To harness the power of the deities, one must establish altars and sanctuaries anew. Avalon has not yet completely perished. If Duncan were to erect a druidic altar, the church might not take great notice, viewing it as a dying faction's last gasp. However, should he construct a temple dedicated to Diana, the church would perceive it as a revival of the ancient Roman gods. The significance of these two actions is entirely different. The faith of Diana is far more conspicuous. Unbeknownst to her, in her heart, Duncan's safety had begun to eclipse the survival of Diana's faith. In the dimensional space, Duncan suddenly attained a godly perspective, and the projected images shifted as if the dimensional realm had captured some supernatural laws from the real world. A series of characters materialized on the projection. Initiate the Faith faction. Avalon Faith, Celtic Pantheon branch. A unique symbol of faith emerged in the projection. The souls of fallen followers would enter the misty Avalon, akin to the Germanic warriors who, upon death, ascended to Valhalla within the Norse pantheon. This holy sanctuary would grant affected Celtic warriors a permanent morale boost, emboldening them to face death with greater courage. The effects of the sanctuary would strengthen in correlation with the temple, rituals, and faith. How intriguing. No wonder the Germanic tribes were so unflinching in the face of death. If this were the case, then the Viking sanctuaries of the Germanic tribes, dedicated to the chief god Odin of the Norse pantheon, must also confer permanent morale boosts. After all, in Norse mythology, a warrior's death is deemed complete only through battle. It is rare for a Germanic warrior to die of old age. Due to this stipulation regarding death in battle, after the establishment of the Duchy of Normandy, the entire clan converted to Christianity, initiating the Christianization of the Vikings, effectively uprooting the homeland of the Norse pantheon. Was only one faction activated? Within the faith page, Duncan observed only the Avalon faith of Celtic mythology. The Norse pantheon remained dormant, and the ancient Roman and Greek beliefs had long since vanished. The faith of the church, perhaps due to its irrelevance, had also failed to trigger. The powers of the divine pantheon in this world can provide certain enhancements, yet they're not decisive factors. Duncan quickly came to this realization. Constructing a sanctuary for Avalon would offer only a modest morale boost, potentially less impactful than his personal presence on the battlefield to inspire the troops. It could be said to be better than nothing. The Raven Queen Tyrus clearly did not wish for him to provoke the formidable church over a mere enhancement from the gods. After all, deities cannot descend in person. The meager enhancement from this faith sanctuary pales in comparison to superior weaponry, rigorous military training, and exceptional leadership, rendering it a venture of minimal benefit but significant risk. If faith enhancements were truly so powerful, the Yellow Turban army of Zhang Jiao in the Taiping Dao would not have failed. The Yellow Turban warriors could be seen as a special force of the temple sanctuary, with similar groups existing in Britain, such as the Gaulish Oath Warriors, the Druidic Order, and the Gaulish Totemic Warriors. Though their combat prowess is formidable, their numbers are few, insufficient to sway the outcome of major battles. The Franks appear to have trained a contingent of Frankish knights with the support of a Hermetic order. Duncan swiftly grasped Tyrus's intent. The witch was considering his future. He nodded slightly and assured her, "Do not worry. I will be cautious." For the time being, Duncan was not inclined to choose a faith faction. His aim was to establish a foothold on the island of Britain, not to become prematurely entangled in conflicts of faith. The Avalon faith could serve a purpose, but establishing it as a state religion was out of the question. He now comprehended that as long as he thrived in reality, the gods and their pantheons must act according to his will. The fairies of Avalon were clearly clinging to him, leveraging his legendary status to sustain their nearly obliterated faith foundation, thus resisting the encroachment of the Norse pantheon brought about by the Germanic invasions. This implies that as long as Duncan is sufficiently strong, even the Norse pantheon must bow to him in the real world. As night fell, Anya was truly ravenous. Though she had deliberately avoided influencing others, Duncan ultimately had to cover the mouth of this enchanting witch. After all, he was standing. Fortunately, the medieval era was relatively open. The church only became progressively conservative after unifying faith, and the people of this time still bore some Roman traits, displaying a degree of tolerance toward such matters. It is noteworthy that the Germanic tribes, fond of drink, would often engage in brawls when intoxicated, with groups of individuals drunkenly reveling without regard for others present in the Hall of Warriors, and some even applauding and praising the valiant. Should Duncan ever have the opportunity to visit a Germanic tavern, he would hear bards and warriors singing splendid ballads, their lyrics truly magnificent. As night deepened, the Raven Queen Tyrus released her messenger, glancing back at Duncan's tent with a soft sigh, her face flushed as she tightly gripped the altar of Diana. She was summoning other members of the witch assembly. With the location established, it was time to gather the exiled witches. Tyrus did not fully trust Anya, for Anya harbored many subtle thoughts, yet the sudden allegiance of the fairies of Avalon to Duncan undoubtedly made her vigilant. In comparison to the somewhat cunning Anya, it is undoubtedly the fairies of Avalon who pose a greater danger. Choosing the lesser of two evils, it is prudent to allow Anya a sumptuous meal first, lest Duncan fall once more under the enchantment of those lake nymphs. While she is not particularly concerned about Duncan being seduced, she fears that the fairies of Avalon might seek to exploit him for their own nefarious ends. Triss has never contemplated using Duncan as a pawn against the church. She must prevent those cunning lake fairies from deceiving him, leading him unwittingly to become Avalon's worldly protector, thus opposing the clandestine forces of the church. With the bow of Norden in his hands, it is evident to the discerning that Duncan is intertwined with Avalon. This is an overt strategy. Avalon is seeking to revive a fragment of its vitality through Duncan's legend. The war drums echo within the camp. The 19-year-old youth, still so valiant and fierce, harbors a tempestuous spirit. As the Raven Queen, Triss is bound by a vow of chastity, rendering her incapable of certain actions. It is not that she cannot act at all, but rather that once she does, she would be unable to summon the power of Diana. For those virgin goddesses can only wield divine strength if they remain chaste. Everything is merely at its inception, whether for Duncan or for herself. Raven Queen Triss must uphold her boundaries, for she will need the strength of those goddesses to turn the tide at a critical moment. In the twilight of myth, the ancient Roman and Greek pantheons still possess a semblance of faith power, but if Raven Queen Triss were to break her vow, she would lose her ability to confront those who wield power in the name of sanctity. These virgin goddesses are sanctioned by divine authority, tasked with protecting unwed maidens. Yet there are still alternative avenues to explore. The following day, after Duncan led his troops into the fray, Raven Queen Triss approached the languidly content Anya, unceremoniously striking her waist with a whip. Triss, Anya's delicate visage still bore the remnants of last night's blush, just as she contemplated rising in anger. The moment she beheld Triss's ambiguous smile, her resolve faltered. "No, I have just achieved a great feat, and you strike me? Is this not rendering my accomplishments futile?" Anya's indignation surged, and she prepared to confront Triss head-on, yet was unprepared for the way Triss merely narrowed her eyes. A flick of her fingers rendering Anya frozen in place, half of her body numb. She was no match for her. With a mere trick, Raven Queen Triss could immobilize this delicate Roman noblewoman. Woe is me! Anya's face crumpled in a mock display of tears, and in a pitiful tone, she implored, "My lady Triss, I was in the wrong. A wise person knows when to yield. Besides, having feasted well the previous day, while Raven Queen Triss has been famished for many years, she must be harboring some resentment that might be unleashed upon her." Anya was well aware of Triss's secrets, for it is rumored that she bears a trace of the bloodline of Circe. Raven Queen Triss leisurely seated herself, appraising the rosy-cheeked Anya, and coolly instructed, "Put on proper attire. That court gown from yesterday is not fit for public display. What kind of decorum is that?" Within the ancient Roman pantheon, the cults of the virgin goddesses are rather conservative, while those of Venus or Aphrodite are more liberated, with followers donning modern attire, often more enticing than nudity itself. In the early sanctuaries of Aphrodite, the garments worn by women would cause modern observers to blush, emphasizing the enchanting beauty of femininity. Upon hearing this, Anya meekly replied, "Yes, my lady Triss. She is an ostentatious soul, relishing power, the spotlight, and the expression of her charm." Now, Raven Queen Triss has blocked her path. A gentle breeze rustles. Raven Queen Triss raised her hand slightly, and Anya's tingling body returned to normal. Not only does she possess the power of Diana, but also fragments of strength from Trivia, Hecate, and Artemis. She is utterly outmatched. Infuriating. A perceptive element. Anya, being astute, widened her eyes in astonishment, stammering, "Are you considering circumventing the vow of chastity?" Raven Queen Triss's face flushed crimson, losing the initial air of superiority. She noticed Anya's gaze scanning her, lingering unambiguously between her curves, prompting a haughty snort from Triss, her narrow eyes narrowing slightly, causing Anya to shudder involuntarily. Amid her surprise, Anya's mischievous thoughts began to stir. "Let you bully me?" Anya endeavored to adopt a serious expression, hoping not to reveal her delight, yet her heart brimmed with joy. "Now you have fallen into my hands." Meanwhile, Duncan had already led his army towards the Dorset region, as he received somewhat ominous military news that morning. Gil arrived hastily, breathless with urgency, reporting, "My Lord Duncan, this is bad. Duke Dintigil engaged the Saxon pirates in battle yesterday, leading his royal knights in a rear assault, and was struck by several arrows from the Saxon archers." "What nonsense is this?" Duncan quickly rose to inquire, "Is Duke Dintigil unharmed? He must not suddenly perish. At least hold on until I can rise." Gil's expression was complex as he replied, "He is seriously injured, but thankfully his life is not in peril." "That is good," Duncan exhaled in relief. "But wait, are you not aware of your own limits? Duncan is strong enough not to charge headlong into battle. Duke Dintigil, being only a novice, should not be attempting to lead troops into the fray." After some inquiry, the events quickly became clear. It must be said that Duke Dintigil has made significant progress. In this battle, he seized the opportunity to first decisively defeat a group of Saxon cavalry. Then, while the battle was at a standstill, maneuvered to strike the right flank of the Saxon pirates. Tactically, his decision was sound. Duke Dintigil has become bolder in combat. However, the issue is that charging cavalry must strike like a heated iron rod, penetrating the enemy's lines in one swift motion, preferably from the side, creating a pincer effect that leaves the enemy disoriented and vulnerable. Yet, Duke Dintigil penetrated but did not breach, and worse, he found himself unable to retreat. Cavalry charges require formidable warriors at the forefront, and Duke Dintigil's spearhead lacked the necessary sharpness. His cavalry advanced but became ensnared amidst the chaos. Subsequently, he was targeted by the elite Saxon forest hunters. Duke Dinktagil was struck by 6 arrows, with several lodged in his shield. Had it not been for the superior quality of his armor, standard noble heavy-scale armor with protection for his neck, shoulders, and waist, he might have perished on the spot. He lives yet suffers greatly, an arrow in his backside, 1 in his thigh, 3 through his chest and back, and 1 on his iron helm, nearly claiming him then and there. With Duke Dinktagil so grievously injured, he can no longer command his troops effectively, Cornwall being merely the size of a county. And with Duke Dinktagil having no sons but 3 daughters, he lacks capable commanders among his ranks. Thus, his first instinct was to seek Duncan's assistance, sending his retainer Gil as well. Now the situation relies solely on Duncan to stabilize it. Duncan cannot afford to delay. Should Duke Dinktagil suffer another defeat, he will have to confront the full might of the Saxon horde. This battle, in truth, Duke Dinktagil could have achieved a stalemate had he not overestimated his own strength. Only a warrior of at least 2 stars can lead the cavalry in a forceful charge. Regardless of the era, cavalry assaults are always spearheaded by a formidable general. Otherwise, the sharp thrust would fail to instill fear in the enemy. The sound of thundering hooves resonated as Duncan rode forth with his contingent, followed by Celigan, Ciúlin, and others, totaling 16 cavalrymen. The remaining infantry was led by Severus and Quito, expected to arrive in a little over a day. In this age, the marching speed of infantry is notably slow, compounded by their hasty departure, necessitating the recruitment of civilian porters to transport supplies. In the age of cold weapons, provisions are of utmost importance. A single day of hunger could incapacitate a soldier. Most of these 16 cavalrymen were elite fighters. After donning scale armor, Celigan had ascended to a 1-star silver-gray combat unit. Along the way, Jill provided an overview of the enemy situation. The opponent faced by Duke Dinktagir was not King Kent's brother, Horsa. Had it been Horsa, he would not have engaged. The adversary was one of the Germanic barbarian leaders, the virgin taker, Infes, renowned as a champion of champions, a barbarian commander famed for his ferocity and notorious for sacking cities and claiming virgins, earning considerable infamy throughout the entirety of Britain. One of his most infamous acts involved demanding 10 virgins during the conquest of a native tribe in Britain. He commanded an elite chieftain guard, having originally risen from Saxon pirates, demonstrating prowess in naval warfare and plunder. Onward, Duncan directed the 16 cavalrymen directly towards Exeter, the largest town in Devonshire, fortified with a relatively strong wooden wall, akin to the northern towns of Colradia in the game of Mountblade, constructed from timber, posing little risk of fire. From a divine perspective, Duncan had surveyed the battlefield. Beneath the eastern gate of Exeter, a squad of Saxon pikemen was pushing a battering ram against the gate, which was far less fortified than the castles of Cornwall, the wooden door already teetering on the brink of collapse. The British Legion was experiencing shaken morale, suffering heavy casualties, and their commander was gravely injured. The British naval militia was also wavering in morale, with their commander injured and command in disarray. The Conthi Auxiliary Legion was similarly demoralized, lacking any coherent leadership, while the British militia was dispirited and confused in their command. On the strategic map, although Duke Dinktagir's forces had not suffered significant losses, their morale was faltering. Should the gate be breached, a retreat would merely be a matter of time. Dinktagir's forces had suffered a minor defeat in the field and were now forced to defend themselves against the town of Exeter. Fortunate to have a town to hold out in, otherwise they would not have lasted until Duncan's arrival. In the age of cold weapons, morale is crucial, as once the main combatants fall, any remaining troops suffering even minor losses could flee en masse. In the medieval era, only the principal combatants could withstand a higher casualty ratio. If morale is not salvaged soon, defeat is imminent. Duncan gazed over the battlefield, reining in his horse, turning to Ciúlin, Celigan, and the others, and solemnly spoke. "Dare you follow me into the fray?" Celigan, instantly ignited with fervor, bellowed, "Wherever my lord goes, I shall follow." Ciúlin remained silent, merely unsheathing his long sword. These men were eager to achieve glory, especially under the command of a valiant leader. Among Duncan's cavalry, more than half possessed 1-star strength, mostly comprising noble riders from the indigenous population, their armor far surpassing that of the infantry, and even their steeds bore basic protection. "Follow me," he declared, leading the charge down the slope. Chapter 36. Turning the tide. Cutting through the enemy lines. Clouds of dust billowed as the cavalry gradually accelerated, and upon entering the battlefield, they galloped wildly. Duncan drew the Oathkeeper, raising the small shield hung at his side, and with his cavalry in tow, circled around the left flank of the enemy, charging directly at the several hundred Saxon hunters ahead. "It is Lord Duncan. Reinforcements have arrived." A cheer erupted from the wooden walls of Exeter, momentarily stabilizing the previously wavering morale. The mere appearance of one individual rekindled the courage to continue the fight among those dispirited soldiers. "To aid Lord Duncan," a traditional Celtic warrior shouted, "the British Legion. Follow me." This rallying cry indeed prompted the surrounding British Legion to regroup. "Kill!" At that moment, Duncan pierced straight through the ranks. The 16 cavalrymen forming a wedge formation and charging headlong into the unsuspecting Saxon archers. It was only when they were upon them that the Saxon pirates reacted, hastily leading a chieftain guard to provide support, but it was already too late. Blood gushed forth as a head soared into the air. The Oathkeeper gleamed coldly. With a casual sweep, Duncan cleaved the head of an elite Saxon forest hunter, the spurting blood drenching the surrounding enemies. The archers were poorly equipped, many lacking even leather armor, armed with only short swords. With sweeping strikes and thrusts, the simplest of maneuvers, each blow severed limbs and shattered bones. Duncan led the charge, breaking through the enemy ranks, with the following 16 cavalrymen expanding their successes. Killen slew a Saxon hunter suspected to be his squad leader, while Callaghan thrust his lance through an enemy's body, swiftly drawing his sword to slash left and right. In an instant, this band of 16 had cut through the entire line of Saxon hunters, a scene of carnage, leaving a multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, plunging the archer unit into chaos. The first wave of the cavalry's charge was merciless. Saxon forest hunters, morale shaken, facing strong foes, terrified, suffering heavy casualties. Duncan continued his relentless assault, dispatching 5 or 6 foes with ease, traversing as if through uninhabited land. The remaining 16 cavalrymen, with Killen claiming 3 lives and Callaghan 2, alongside others with their own victories, collectively cut down over 20 foes, shattering the morale of the Saxon hunters, with some beginning to flee. The cavalry reached the archers. A true slaughter. Ultimately, having thoroughly penetrated the enemy's formation, Duncan's following cavalry had dwindled to just 13. Killen, struck by an arrow in the left arm, remained unfazed, simply snapping the shaft, his scale armor rendering the injury insignificant. Callaghan's Sarmatian rider followed closely, sustaining no injuries, having discarded their lances in favor of drawn swords. A strong charge had downed 3 riders. A general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. Duncan paid no heed to the fallen 3, pressing on alone, drawing forth the Norden's bow, nocking an arrow. The projectile whistled as it flew, striking down an approaching heavily armored chieftain guard from afar. The arrow pierced through his chest, nearly emerging from the rear. This scene astonished the enemy. This time, Duncan had prepared, bringing along a quiver of armor-piercing arrows. As the enemy hesitated over whether to continue the pursuit, Duncan nocked another arrow, the bowstring vibrating with tension. This arrow pierced the warhorse of the barbarian commander, causing the surrounding chieftain guards to frantically escort him to safety. The siege of Exeter abruptly halted, amidst the cheers of the British Legion. The main force of the Saxon pirates began to retreat, seemingly realizing that capturing the town was beyond their reach, as the enemy's chieftain guard had already withdrawn. The barbarian general's retreat caused the morale of the besieging troops to waver, leading them to follow suit in their withdrawal. Duncan, riding alone, traversed the battlefield with a commanding presence, boldly entering Exeter through the front gates besieged by the Saxon pirates. No one dared to impede his passage. Despite being but a solitary figure accompanied by 16 cavalrymen, he managed to intimidate nearly 2,000 Saxon pirates into retreat. Had his cavalry been more elite and numerous, he would have dared to attempt the audacious feat of claiming the enemy general's head amidst the throng of soldiers. Upon entering Exeter, a resounding cheer erupted. Duncan's first action was to don the lordly armor stripped from Duke Dinigil, rallying the Duke's elite knights to assemble a force of over 30 proficient cavalrymen. From a divine vantage point, he discerned another Saxon army hastening towards the scene. Hassa, the chief, was seething with fury. He hailed from the Judish branch of the Germanic tribes, originating from the vicinity of Denmark. The Jutes were among the earliest invaders of the British Isles, followed later by the Saxons and Angles, forming a formidable presence in southern Britain. Initially, he should have easily claimed the throne of his brother Hengist. Yet due to the meddling of the Anglo-Saxons, Hassa found himself at odds with his nephew, who aimed to divide the Jutes, leaving Hassa impotently infuriated. Historically, following the decline of the Jutes, the Saxons orchestrated a campaign of ethnic cleansing, with the Jutes among the victims. Hassa harbored no desire for civil war. In contemporary Britain, the Celts still held a demographic advantage. A barbarian civil war would obliterate the years of toil shared with his brother. The Saxons were systematically executing the first phase of ethnic cleansing in Britain, essentially ensuring that the local women bore their offspring, thereby erasing the native populace from history. The operational methods bore resemblance to the eradication of Native Americans in the United States. Over decades of invasion, while remnants of the native Britons lingered in various locales, Kin had nearly completed its assimilation and cleansing. Enfys has been defeated? Hassa's countenance darkened, revealing his ire. Fool! Was he not supposed to secure Exeter for me? Enfys, a Saxon pirate who had initially invaded Britain, had evolved from a mere raider into a noble warlord as wealth and territory were amassed. Furthermore, Duke Dintigil had promised Duncan the fief of Southampton, which was Enfys' domain, alongside his control over the Isle of Wight. Nearby, a barbarian commander jested mockingly. Enfys must have squandered too much energy on maidens, leaving him too weak to wield a weapon. The barbarian messenger, incensed, retorted, "The one who shot down His Majesty the King has appeared." He routed our archers with a charge, igniting chaos. Lord Enfys, leading the chief's guard in pursuit, lost 2 men to him and even had his warhorse slain. A heavy silence ensued. The assassination of a founding monarch was already a significant event, and with Avalon covertly instigating matters, despite the waning influence of Celtic mythology, they retained considerable power in Britain. The Druid priests wielded extensive sway over the native tribes. If word spread, it would reverberate throughout the entirety of Britain. Duncan, Hassa's expression was rife with hatred. Regardless of his rivalry with his nephew for the throne, he shared a profound bond with his brother. Together, they had invaded Britain, laying the foundations of Kent's kingship, embodying the essence of brotherhood in life and death. His brother had been an exceptional warrior, a paragon among the Germanic tribes, yet he had perished so tragically, pierced by a crossbow bolt and struggling for half an hour before succumbing. Accelerate the advance. Immediately encircle Exeter. Hassa commanded decisively. Exeter was not a fortress like those in Cornwall. Its defenses were not as formidable. If they could trap the enemy within, perhaps they could slay Duncan and avenge his brother. This time, Hassa gathered around 3,000 men, bolstered by Enfys' Saxon pirates, totaling over 5,000 troops. In Exeter, Duncan, having assumed command of the local forces, promptly ordered the soldiers to dismantle houses and fortify the wooden walls surrounding the town. Duke Dintigil had summoned an army of over 2,000. Following a minor defeat the previous day, approximately 1,500 to 1,600 remained. If they could endure until the next day, when Quido led his troops, they would boast over 2,000 men, barely sufficient to confront Hassa's grand army directly. In truth, the current population of Britain was still predominantly native, yet in military engagements, the Britons consistently found themselves at a disadvantage. Without crossbows, Duncan had to rely on his ingenuity to seek opportunities for combat. As he surveyed the defenses, he noted that Exeter's wooden walls, barely over 3 meters high, could hardly deter a large army, and there were scant defensive structures, with only a few towers offering minimal support. He swiftly elevated Cullen to lead the Briton Legion, tasking him with reorganizing the forces and concentrating the main army. Nightfall arrived. Hassa had encircled Exeter with his troops. Unlike their previous encounter, Duncan observed the presence of specialized units this time, the Germanic Valkyrie warriors. Hassa had pulled out all the stops, even deploying female warriors, whose equipment was slightly inferior but appeared quite formidable nonetheless. The enemy's numbers approached 3 times that of Duncan's forces, compelling him to exercise caution. At dawn, Hassa positioned his main forces near the eastern gate while dispatching an additional unit to stealthily assault the southern gate. From a divine perspective, their plans were laid bare before Duncan. With an impassive demeanor, he commanded Cullen to lead a 100-strong contingent of the Briton Legion, successfully repelling the enemy. The defenses of Exeter stood impervious, akin to a fortified bastion. As midday approached, Hassa began to feel the strain. He could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "I have never encountered a commander so adept at defense. Every one of our movements has been anticipated." In such circumstances, surprise tactics were rendered ineffective, compelling them to engage in direct confrontation. Just as the Saxon elite units made a move, Duncan preemptively mobilized his forces within Exeter to counteract. He even personally directed the Welsh archer units, seizing opportunities to unleash concentrated fire, inflicting significant casualties upon the enemy. It was as if he had summoned a specter. How could he discern the location of our commander's position? In the previous wave of assault, a barbarian warrior attempted to lead an elite pirate charge, but was met with a deluge of arrows, which pinpointed the commander's coordinates and resulted in the immediate slaying of the 2-star Saxon warrior. Duncan was certainly uncertain about which commander was targeted. However, in the Germanic tribes, strength dictated respect. Those enemy targets marked with additional annotations or star ratings became priority targets for concentrated fire. Whether they were Saxon elite axemen or Saxon pirate warriors, each could be picked off, ensuring the elimination of enemy commanders. The Saxon pirates under Enfys, the Maiden's possessor, suffered catastrophic losses. Hasse's elite forces hesitated to engage, compelling him to pressure Enfys to deploy his elite pirates. Pirates and soldiers represented two distinct systems. One was composed of infantry for land combat, while the other reflected the early naval forces. The relentless assaults have nearly decimated the resources of the Saxon pirates. We cannot afford to continue this aggressive strategy. A Saxon warrior rushed before Enfys, his visage twisted with fury, proclaiming that if the casualties persisted, they would lose control of the Britannic Strait. These are naval forces. Although early naval units were not of great utility, the heavy losses suffered by the Saxon pirates rendered them incapable of blockading the coast. During the invasion of Britannia, these Saxon pirates played an exceptionally pivotal role. If we cannot seize this location, Horsa will have our heads. Enfys mirrored the grim expression. They were now inextricably entangled in this conflict. Unless they could significantly weaken Enfys's Saxon pirates, Horsa's main forces would never take the field. The truly favorable battles would not be theirs to engage in. Pirates are akin to stepchildren. They are not the core of Hengist's and Horsa's forces, often relegated to attritional warfare. Originating from criminals and brigands, they turned to piracy when they lost their means of survival. The true foundation of the two brothers lies within the noble lineage of the Germanic tribes. These genuine Germanic noblemen exhibit higher morale and superior equipment, many being transformed from the warrior aristocracy of clan societies. Army with armor. The virgin possessor Enfys, tall and lean, was not the archetype of the brawny warrior. However, he possessed immense strength, having once been the champion of his tribe's fighters. One might liken it to the Germanic penchant for revelry and brawling, akin to underground boxing. The victor of the tribe's challengers earned the title of champion. In his earlier years, his moniker was Champion of Champions, but upon developing a proclivity for virgins, it morphed into Virgin Possessor Enfys. Since the alteration of his nickname, Enfys's fortunes have dwindled. Some Saxon pirates have even hesitated to ally with him. What nonsense! Champion of Champions was a title that clearly signified a formidable warrior. Following him promised success and prospects. Virgin Possessor? Could this fellow be a weakling? True Germanic warriors prefer mature women. Only by conquering the yearning of mature women can one be deemed a true hero. There are no misnamed titles, only misnamed identities. After Enfys's nickname changed, many fierce pirates shifted their allegiance elsewhere. When asked who their leader was, revealing Enfys's moniker would be a source of embarrassment. A squad of elite pirate warriors began to assemble. Enfys donned his armor, equipped with a metal helm and wielding a large shield, preparing to attack from the eastern wooden wall, where defenses were relatively weak, manned by militiamen and auxiliary troops. If they succeeded in breaching the wall, the elite pirate warriors could quickly create an opening. Virgin Possessor Enfys, 2-star silver gray, champion of fighters, pirate leader, has arrived. Duncan immediately sensed the movement of the enemy's elite forces. After some contemplation, he decided to allow them to advance. Given their superior equipment, clad in heavy armor and wielding large shields, Duncan lacked confidence in achieving a swift kill, so he allowed them to approach and prepared to launch a heavy javelin. Duncan's figure began to shift. He casually grasped a heavy javelin and moved toward the enemy, accelerating his run while his divine perspective locked onto the target. They are advancing. Charge with me. In-phase cleaved through the nearest Britannic militiaman with his axe, swiftly leading his men to tear open a breach. However, at that moment, a javelin soared through the air, with a piercing sound embedding itself in his body. The immense impact caused him to tumble from the wooden wall. Thud! In-phase's form fell to the ground, his vision fading, unable to utter a word, as a javelin measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters pierced him, nearly penetrating his chest. A fatal blow. The surrounding elite pirate warriors immediately scattered, and Duncan's Franconian throwing axe whistled through the air, decisively cleaving open an enemy's skull. The glory of the first assault is not easily attained. Within Phase's demise, the enemy's pirate forces descended into chaos, and at that moment, Horsa finally sprang into action, swiftly dispatching Saxon noble cavalry to rally the remaining troops and seamlessly devour Phase's resources. The battle had already reached a critical juncture. The previous waves of assaults had cost the lives of Phase's pirate forces. Only now did his elite heavy infantry begin to advance. Simultaneously, at the edge of the strategic map, a green-marked army gradually approached the battlefield. Exiled Mercenary Legion, high morale, slightly fatigued. Britannic Maritime Militia, high morale, long journey. Celtic Gaulish warriors, high morale, restless, may charge independently. Most of the reinforcements appeared somewhat weary. However, there was an exception: the traditional Gaulish warriors. Possessing superior physical attributes and military acumen, they not only showed no signs of fatigue, but appeared eager for action, marked conspicuously with the potential for independent charges. Fortunately, their numbers were few. Otherwise, they might have charged headlong into battle. Quito led this 600-strong legion from the right flank into the battlefield, taking cover in the nearby woods, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment to strike. This was a fresh force. If they could flank the enemy at a critical moment, executing a pincer maneuver, they could potentially shatter the enemy's front. In the chaos of true battle, without Duncan's divine perspective, one could not ascertain the enemy's strength. A single aggressive push could instigate confusion, leading the enemy to believe they were encircled. Rally the cavalry. Duncan decisively commanded the gathering of those units, marked by wavering morale, fatigue, and breathlessness. This main force concentrated near the precarious gate, led by the Gallic oath warrior Keelan, prepared to confront Horsa's Saxon elite. Cleggan. Once the cavalry exits the city, you will immediately veer towards the southwestern woods, signaling Quito to prepare for the assault. Once the cavalry moves, they will join the fray. Duncan personally led over 30 elite cavalry, actively opening another gate, then galloping into the fray, swiftly approaching the enemy's chieftain's guard. This assault must be a resounding victory. His resources cannot be depleted here. As the battlefield descended into chaos, he prepared to lead this elite cavalry to decapitate the enemy commander amidst the throngs of foes. With the bow of Norden in hand, he is now akin to the spirit of Huang Zhong. Given the slightest opportunity, he could take down Horsa, stumbling and returning home. This book serves as a gratifying narrative. The purpose of this work is to delight readers, providing an escape from the pressures of reality. After The Abyss Dominator claimed the title of Game of the Year in 2014, I have not ventured into the realm of game fantasy themes again. This is a pact with many longtime readers who have known me for over a decade. Futu, if you falter, I will still subscribe to all your works. Please write something akin to your earlier stories, preferably in the style of game fantasy, akin to Spartacus, filled with relentless slashing and slaughter. Now, I have honored this agreement, completing the overall framework of this book. I lay back with pen in hand. Share your desired points of gratification, and I shall write them. Thus it is. Volume 1. Number 1 Mortal Avatar, The Barbarian Invasion of the Middle Ages. Dominant script, style, Spartacus, The Song of Slaughter and Valor, the template of Xiang Yu the Overlord. This is inscribed in the outline. Each volume possesses a distinct style. The elevated protagonist, now akin to a demigod, stands invincible, relying solely on the mortal avatar for descent, while his true form only fears beings of divine caliber. Volume 2, Number 3 Human Body, Future Nest City, Steam Cyberpunk, Era of Transformation, Cult Leader Template, Dark Artistic Style, Battling Extraterrestrial Evil Gods, the arrival of human bodies seizing the evil gods, cleansing the entire Dark Nest City with the Purge Accord, carving a path through a sea of corpses and blood. This is the script of The Godfather as established by the outline. Each volume presents a distinct narrative, akin to its title, where you ascend as a player and the real world becomes your arena. Essentially, every volume possesses a different literary style. Some are coarse, others fervent. Some grand and sweeping, while others exhibit a touch of Gothic gloom, a style I have previously explored. Different scripts are molded by reader feedback. If something does not resonate, I will amend it, as simple and direct as that. However, having crafted a template for the dominance of Xiang Yu, I shall not pen another for El Bu. The valor of Yu stands unparalleled throughout the ages. If it is written in the records of the grand historian, and the Liu family acknowledges it, then I shall dare to place Xiang Yu's script in the medieval epics of Europe, creating chaos. For even when directly paralleling the power dynamics of the Lord of the Rings, Xiang Yu could carve a bloody path. In the name of the divine, I shall cleanse Europe. The protagonist exists across dimensions. He may be a dominator of continents, a dark patriarch, a cosmic wanderer, a star warrior igniting the entire galaxy, or the dragon of annihilation from the realm of demise. He possesses myriad identities, yet he can also be an ordinary person, perhaps retreating to seclusion after experiencing the life of a commoner, relinquishing the human body to the laws of causality. He is a hyperdimensional being, capable of living out diverse, exhilarating lives according to his desires. The most challenging aspect of the entire book's framework lies in maintaining a coherent power structure, which has demanded the most of my efforts and serves as a test of my script arrangement's pacing. The focus is on heeding advice, gathering insights, and systematically ordering the exhilarating scripts step by step. I shall take up the pen. You may observe how to enhance enjoyment and arrange the narrative. After writing for over a decade, I still possess the requisite skill. The same world will be revisited in the future, potentially featuring human bodies or summoned heroic spirits. Previously, it was a dominator on the battlefield. Next, it could be an inconspicuous minor character. However, the same life will not be repeated. I refer to this as the resonance following the climax upon completing a volume. Some may inquire why the second volume features the number 3 human body, or the number 2 human body. The second is merely an accessory, the first aberrant human body, capable of living for millennia. Unconsciously, I have elaborated a bit too much, yet this outlines my intentions for the book, to strive with all my might to provide readers with enjoyment. Through trials and tribulations, the wandering soul returns home. Any thoughts of venturing out to encounter obstacles or explore other themes will be considered only after this book is completed. Now, let us address some serious matters. As this book commenced, longtime readers jested about my ups and downs, and such fluctuations are entirely normal. Each individual has their preferences regarding themes. Even I have genres I do not favor, as long as no deliberate trouble is sought. Every reader possesses their tastes and is a mature thinker, not easily swayed by others. I have retained negative reviews from over a decade ago to remind readers that this book has its highlights and flaws. However, if something disrupts the reading experience for others, I will resort to the singular measure of permanent mute. Secondly, if there are any suggestions, feel free to voice them. I will consider them and adjust based on reader reactions. Since many stories are independent volumes, if a particular writing style is unpopular, I will change it. But the language must not be overly malicious, as it should not affect others. Thirdly, I would appreciate a first subscription, as the inception of this book is dedicated to those old fellows who subscribe even without reading, leaving me in embarrassment. The dominant script of the first volume is a tribute to them, a Spartan gift. Of course, a first subscription is still requested. This book has likely garnered over 10,000 ongoing readers. Let us strive for more, and I humbly ask for your support. Wishing everyone a prosperous and auspicious new year. As promised, the floating pagoda of misfortune endeavors to write a decisive and exhilarating narrative for you. Chapter 37. Seizing the enemy commander amidst a sea of troops. A call for initial subscriptions. On a battlefield's small hill, Huasa remained vigilant, careful not to approach the city wall too closely, primarily due to the deep psychological trauma left by Duncan's last bolt from the crossbow. In terms of personal martial prowess, his brother Hench surpassed him significantly. Yet, such a formidable barbarian warrior could be felled by a crossbow bolt in an instant. The enemy was on the brink of collapse. A Saxon chieftain's retainer rushed forward, visibly invigorated, exclaiming, "Chief, allow me to lead a squad of Hearthguards into the fray. We will surely rout them." The Saxon retainer battle group, also known as Hearthguards, symbolizes the elite warriors who share food, power, and status with their leader around the hearth. Hwasa's expression betrayed a flicker of temptation. He discerned that the enemy was indeed at the end of their strength. In-Face's Saxon pirates had launched multiple assaults, leaving the garrison within the town utterly exhausted. These Briton militia lacked both stamina and combat experience. They could not relax on the battlefield. Even with others rotating in for defense, they remained weary. At this juncture, deploying the Saxon retainer battle group could indeed create an overwhelming advantage. If only there were a trebuchet. Hwasa's expression reflected regret. There were no significant cities on the island of Britain. With a trebuchet, one could easily breach the city defenses. In this era, it was the Franks who mastered advanced siege techniques. The Huns were equally inept in siege warfare. The true rise of nomadic peoples would come with the Mongol hordes, who obtained siege technology from the Central Plains, proving unstoppable in their campaigns across Eurasia. Advance! Hwasa surveyed the battlefield and decisively commanded the Saxon retainer battle group to press forward. They were the frontline elite wielding sword and shield, unafraid of archers. Keekman, lead the retainer group to launch a frontal assault on the east gate. Upon finishing, Hwasa turned to another individual and solemnly instructed, "Beheader is sold." The crowd parted, revealing a towering giant nearly 2 meters tall, standing out in this era, prompting speculation about his giant lineage. This robust giant wielded a heavy beheading axe. Unarmed with a shield, clad in a half-armor reminiscent of Nord warriors, designed for ease of charge, as overly heavy armor would impede mobility. Beheader Isolde knelt on one knee, declaring, "At your service, chief." Hwasa regarded the formidable man, speaking gravely, "You will command the elite axe-wielders to stand by on the right flank. Should the enemy reveal a weakness, you shall lead your troops to annihilate them." Saxon elite axe-wielders, 1 star. This represents another ace unit under Hwasa's command. They are unshielded, donning half-armor, wielding double-handed battle axes capable of easily breaching armor. Their frontal assaults are particularly fierce, capable of tearing through enemy lines with ease, rendering even the Empire's field army incapable of withstanding them. Only the Eagle Standard units could halt their advance. However, they possess a significant drawback. They are vulnerable to archers and have a tendency to charge recklessly. This unit is rarely utilized by the brothers, as deploying them incurs substantial casualties on their side, akin to a life-for-a-life exchange, serving as the main elite force in siege warfare. Before charging, they emit terrifying battle cries, and once unleashed, they charge mindlessly, seldom retreating unless half their number falls. From a divine perspective, Duncan's expression was grave as he announced, "The enemy's elite units are advancing. Prepare Kurin for confrontation." Within the projected scene, 2 1-star marked elite units were on the move. One was the Saxon retainer battle group, and the other was the Saxon elite axe-wielders. Though their numbers were not substantial, the pressure they exerted was immense, even from a distance. One could sense the aura of seasoned veterans. "Follow me." Duncan surged forth, charging out from the southern gate, with over 30 riders closely following him. Their presence formidable and awe-inspiring. The British General's Guard, brimming with morale, was a sight to behold. These elite horsemen were not only well-equipped, but also possessed remarkable skills. They represented a fusion of Duncan's and Duke Dingtagier's knightly forces. Unlike Duke Dingtagier's cavalry charge, Duncan had ignited an explosive fervor within his men. On a nearby hillside, Hwas's expression changed dramatically. What were they planning? They were the attackers, wielding numerical superiority. Why had the enemy's General's Guard suddenly charged forth? This was troubling. Hwasa seemed to grasp something ominous, and in a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly, exclaiming, "Madman, arrogant fool, you dare to attempt my beheading? To claim the enemy general's head amidst the chaos of battle?" Duncan's actions were unprecedented. A squad of elite cavalry charged directly towards the enemy's flag, blatantly aiming to capture the general and seize the standard. Historically, only those with immense confidence in their martial prowess would dare such a bold move. "Protect the chieftain," shouted a nearby bodyguard, rallying several Saxon pirate horsemen. The infantry could not keep pace. At this juncture, unless Hwasa chose to retreat and seek the protection of his main force, only the cavalry could intercept this dragon-like general's guard. Hwasa was unwilling to retreat, knowing it would severely affect morale. "Bring the guard cavalry and auxiliary horsemen. They number only 30. He commanded. "Intercept them." Just as Hwasa was mobilizing his cavalry, a troop of soldiers suddenly burst forth from the edge of the battlefield, emerging from the woods. The British Legion, armed with large shields and poised with javelins, had arrived. Reinforcements. A cheer erupted from the city gate, invigorating the defenders' spirits. Right flank cover. Formation, préparation. Hassa, seasoned from countless battles, swiftly adapted his formation to meet the challenge. He pressed his elite Saxon axe-wielders forward, intending to shatter this newfound force after the initial clash. The first volley of javelins from the British Legion inflicted significant damage. The elite axe-wielders, lacking shields, were unable to withstand it and could only rush into close combat. At that moment, Duncan's general's guard collided with the intercepting Saxon pirate horsemen. Kill! Duncan, spear in hand, led the charge, bellowing, "Form ranks." Wedge formation. The cavalry surged forth. Blood spurted, and war horses neighed in agony as Duncan, spear raised, pierced the leader of the Saxon pirates upon impact, then swung his long spear with tremendous force, knocking another rider from his mount. The enemy was swiftly trampled beneath the hooves of the ensuing general's guard. The wedge formation is characterized by its aggressive offensive capabilities, typically spearheaded by the finest cavalry, with each line increasing in number to form a triangular assault. This formation possesses formidable frontal impact, capable of rapidly breaching enemy lines and disrupting command structures. However, its mobility is high, while its defensive capabilities are relatively weak. If the initial wave fails to break through, flanks may suffer severe counterattacks. In this battle, Duncan personally led the charge, acting as a deadly blade that carved a bloody path through the clash of forces. Without unnecessary flourish, he thrust forward, slaying a Saxon pirate rider with a single strike, leaving a trail of war horses whinnying and enemy riders retreating, none able to impede his advance. The general's guard quickly expanded their gains. The enemy's formation was in complete disarray. After Duncan's onslaught, nearly 100 pirate riders were torn asunder, unable to mount any substantial resistance. War horses thundered as Duncan lifted a Saxon pirate rider with his spear, the weapon piercing through the chest, blood gushing from the enemy's mouth as he hoisted the lifeless body over his horse's head, casually tossing it several meters away. On the distant hillside, Hassa was filled with dread. Was this even human? He had encountered formidable Germanic warriors before, but someone like Duncan was a first for him. He found himself at an impasse, unable to retreat or advance. Gather. Duncan halted a few hundred meters from the enemy commander. After his frontal assault, nearly 100 Saxon pirate riders had been vanquished. Duncan had slain 10 or more without even drawing his bow, relying solely on his remarkable personal strength and the lordly armor stripped from Duke Dingtagier, effortlessly crushing these foes. His combat prowess and armor was terrifying. Duncan hardly needed to defend himself, dispatching over 10 enemies with precision strikes. As the sun cast a blood-red hue, the general's guard behind Duncan reassembled. The original 30 riders had dwindled to 28, with several injured, yet they remained fiercely determined. This spectacle even instilled a sense of fear in Hassa. He urgently repositioned his troops for defense while gathering the chieftain's guard to form a protective formation. "Follow me." Duncan raised his spear high and bellowed, immediately veering to the right towards the enemy. His divine perspective allowed him to detect any flaws in their formation. Their defensive setup could not halt him, as his cavalry merely needed to circumvent a few hundred meters. The pressure Duncan exerted was immense. In a single charge, he shattered thrice the number of pirate riders, who had never witnessed such valorous knights. The wind howled, and war horses galloped. Duncan rallied his 28 riders once more, targeting Hassa's chieftain's guard. Forward! Hassa finally faltered. He possessed numerical superiority, believing that as long as he could outlast the enemy, victory would ultimately be his. However, though his 5,000 troops appeared numerous, they were tightly packed. A single playground could accommodate them. The battlefield outside Exeter was divided into formations of dozens to hundreds, and with the movement of his chieftain's guard, the central troops began to gather, intending to employ a strategy of sheer numbers to intercept the enemy charge. Among the throng, an enemy unit adorned in simple clothing and tattoos approached. A Germanic priest. In an instant, Duncan perceived the shifting target, noticing the priest moving towards them. He swiftly drew his bow, shooting the priest down with a single arrow. Although the spellcasting abilities of the medieval era were limited, Duncan could not afford to be complacent. Dismay swept through the distant enemy ranks. Hassa seemed to recall something. Having witnessed Duncan's ferocity, he initially believed the enemy intended to charge and eliminate him. Now, seeing Duncan wielding a bow, he immediately recognized that the enemy could dispatch him without any hassle. With unerring precision, Duncan advanced alone, his divine perspective locking onto the target. The 28 riders followed closely, protecting his flanks as they approached the enemy. 200 meters away, Duncan nocked an arrow, its whistle piercing the air as he shot down an elite chieftain's guard. He continued to unleash arrows without even gripping the reins, his breath steady and unhurried, swiftly drawing another arrow and firing again. Amid the cries of wounded warhorses, Haas's steed was gravely injured, the armor-piercing arrow penetrating its belly. The fierce chieftain was unseated but managed to grunt and rise, desperately grabbing a nearby bodyguard in an attempt to mount again. At this moment, Haasa truly felt fear. The enemy wielded a powerful bow, their archery skills divine, as if they were eagles surveying the entire battlefield. Surrounded by numerous chieftains' guards, he was still struck down, far exceeding his previous understanding of warfare. Is this how battles can be fought? At this moment of delay, the general's guard, led by Duncan, swiftly caught up with the enemy. More than a dozen chieftains turned their steeds, fighting valiantly to cover the retreat, while others formed a human wall to shield Huasa. The general's guard charged forward, carving a bloody path for Duncan with their flesh and blood. They were the elite of this era, willing to sacrifice their lives for their general on the battlefield. Out of arrows, the sound of thundering hooves echoed. In his desperate flight, Huasa suddenly noticed Duncan drawing his bow without an arrow. He quickly recognized this as an opportunity and commanded his men to prepare for a counterattack, intending to encircle Duncan, who had ventured too far alone. At this moment, Duncan, relying on his exceptional horsemanship, had already penetrated deep into the enemy ranks. With the nearest general's guard still several dozen meters away, Huasa turned his horse around, and over a dozen elite chieftain guards surged forward. So many of them. Even if Duncan were a divine being, he would surely be pierced by their spears. The arrow of wind, an invisible gust, surged forth, instantly draining Duncan's magical energy. In Huasa's incredulous gaze, Duncan's battle bow was drawn taut like a full moon, and something seemed to coalesce on the empty bowstring. It was a trap. A fierce wind howled. Surrounded by the chieftain guards, Huasa's body stiffened, a blood hole suddenly appearing on his forehead as the arrow of wind pierced through his skull. The surrounding chieftain guards fell into chaos. Duncan unsheathed the Oathkeeper's sword, cleaved through the spears aimed at him, and with a furious roar, he severed the head of an enemy, whose expression was one of horror and shock. Protect the general. The 21 members of the general's guard fought with their lives, several of them falling, but they ultimately reached Duncan's side, forming a protective circle around him. The setting sun wept blood, and the wind cut like a blade. Duncan lifted Huasa's severed head with his spear, gazing at the battlefield still rife with fierce combat, and let out a terrifying roar to the heavens. The enemy general is dead. Why do you not surrender? Behind Duncan, the fierce wind howled. The remaining 16 guards stood bloodied, their steeds whinnied, each wounded. Yet their spirit was that of a tiger, akin to hellish harbingers of death. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Then erupted the thunderous cheers and chaos, as countless Saxon soldiers, witnessing Huasa's severed head, swiftly lost their will to fight. This scene would undoubtedly be sung as a legend throughout the British Isles. Chapter 38. Crushing the Enemy. Breaking the 1,000 Armies. Though Huasa had perished, the battle did not conclude immediately. His command still had several elite units. And even with their chieftain slain, they fought fiercely, attempting to regroup and retreat. At this moment, the disparity between the elite troops and the others became glaringly evident. The second- and third-rate Saxon spearmen, Saxon pirates, and light infantry crumbled in morale, quickly scattering from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Saxon personal guard, previously trapped at the city gate, managed to organize a significant number of their ranks, leaving a contingent behind to cover their retreat as the others gradually fell back. True warriors. At this point, those willing to retrieve their commander's body displayed a reckless bravery that compelled Duncan, fresh from battle, to lead the general's guard to temporarily evade the fray. Duncan honored them by allowing the general's guard to regroup while he rode alone, switching horses and wielding the bow of Norden, swiftly taking down 5 or 6 elite chieftain guards. After suffering the loss of over a dozen of their elite, the enemy finally managed to hoist Huasa's headless corpse onto a horse, and a ragtag group of survivors hastily retreated with their fallen chieftain. You want Huasa's body? Come, and take it with your lives. Duncan's initial intent was clear, and the fact that these personal guard and chieftain guards dared to wager their lives for it only elevated Duncan's regard for them. The enemy had begun to collapse en masse. Almost all targets had raised a white flag, and the troops bore the ominous markings of encountering formidable foes. However, one unit continued to fight valiantly, the Saxon elite axe-wielders. This unit, having suffered nearly 30% casualties, seemed to have entered a frenzied state, still battling fiercely and inflicting considerable damage on Guido's British Legion. Duncan rode forth. The bow of Norden was drawn to its full extent, and an arrow flew through the air, striking one of the most prominent enemy warriors dead on. The executioner is sold 2-star silver gray, blood of giants, champion of warriors, Suaru warrior. Blood of giants. This marked the second enemy Duncan encountered suspected of possessing special bloodline powers. The first was the Sanctuary of the Hidden Order, marked by the blood of the Holy Grail. This individual resembled a humanoid killing machine, capable of inflicting grievous injury with a single blow, even cleaving through both man and shield of the British infantry. His strength was astonishing. Duncan's arrow struck Isolde's chest, causing him to emit a grunt as he snapped the arrow in two, then roared and swung his heavy executioner's axe, violently repelling over a dozen foes, before charging directly toward Duncan. Brave he may be, but his wits seemed lacking. He must be in a frenzy. How could Duncan, on horseback, be caught? Calmly, he knocked another arrow, and the piercing shot flew, penetrating Isolde's armor and puncturing his lung, causing the barbarian warrior to stumble, soon struggling to keep up the pace. Repeated shots followed. Duncan advanced, seized the executioner's axe, and severed Isolde's head, raising it high as he charged before the Saxon elite axe-wielders. With this, Hussar's final elite unit crumbled entirely. Soldiers from the town surged forth to pursue the enemy. Guido, breathless, led the charge. In truth, it was best for cavalry to chase down fleeing foes, as foot soldiers would tire quickly and risk being counterattacked. Unfortunately, Duncan had few cavalry at his disposal, and Duke Dingtagger was nearly destitute, with his cavalry forces almost depleted. Among the myriad factions in Britain, only the great leader Ewes had a contingent of dragon banner cavalry. This battle yielded resounding glory. If there were any regrets, it was the absence of a proper light cavalry to pursue the fleeing enemy, allowing many Saxon elites to escape. Nearly half of the general's guard had fallen, and Duncan did not allow them to continue the pursuit. Gil had perished. This young British knight, who served as Duncan's squire, was unhorsed by a Saxon chieftain guard. When they gathered the bodies, his corpse was found trampled beyond recognition. A grand burial. Duncan glanced over before shifting his gaze to survey the battlefield. Though victorious, the cost was not insignificant. Cullen had sustained 3 wounds, yet continued to fight bravely, having slain 5 Saxon personal guards, single-handedly securing the city gate defense. By the time the British Legion rescued him, he was grievously injured, kneeling under the city gate, his armor soaked in blood. Were it not for Duncan's slaying of Hussar, he might have perished under the assault of the Saxon personal guards. Cregan, having notified Guido to join the fray, pursued Duncan alone, flanked by 3 Sarmatian cavalry guards, charging forth but was struck in the abdomen, blood flowing freely. He tore his battle cloak, performing a hasty bandage, and re-entered the fray until Duncan felled Hussar. Only he and 1 other Sarmatian cavalry were left alive. The other, severely wounded and with a severed arm, managed to stab a chieftain guard with his left hand. Guido had sustained the least severe injuries, having joined the battle later and only suffering a few superficial wounds, which would heal in a fortnight. Duncan too bore but minor injuries. It must be said that the lordly armor of Duke Dingtagger is truly remarkable. Duncan, struck by 3 arrows, remains unscathed as long as he protects his vital points. With his formidable physical prowess, clad in such heavy lordly armor, he could likely continue to vanquish foes even after sustaining over 10 arrows. The Duke of Dingtagger, gravely wounded, bears 2 particularly severe injuries, one to his posterior and another to his lower back. Severus and Guido begin to consolidate their forces and scour the battlefield. In this skirmish, Severus emerges unscathed, having previously lost 2 fingers, thus refraining from charging to the front lines. This circumstance also renders the use of transformation spells impractical, as his focus remains on Duncan, ready to render aid should an unforeseen event arise. The battlefield's healing efforts rely on him. For the Druids, herbalist skills surpass those of this era. Exeter's Britannic Legion has brought forward the captured enemies, a dark mass of surrendering heads, all disarmed and kneeling in the blood-soaked mire. Duncan dismounts, exuding an aura of menace, and approaches a Saxon warrior with a cross-axe in hand. Surrender or die. He lifts the chin of the defiant Saxon warrior, who gazes back with a mixture of defiance and fear. This man, like a specter, has slain Horsa amidst the ranks, instilling trepidation even in the hearts of the fierce Germanic warriors. He struggles with the desire to yield, yet cannot relinquish the pride of a Germanic warrior. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan's expression remains impassive as he swings the cross-axe, driving it into the man's skull. The body collapses. Duncan withdraws the axe and strides toward the second individual, a Saxon elite axeman, who glares defiantly and rasps, "I will not submit." He is cut off before he can utter a second word, as Duncan cleaves through his skull. This scene sends shivers through all present. A demon, so ruthless. Only in the rear, a hurried merchant accompanying the army laments quietly. They are all fine slaves. They could have fetched a ransom. Why are they all slain? Duncan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, approaches the third individual, a Saxon elite spear and shield bearer. "I wish to surrender. I pledge my loyalty, my lord." The Saxon elite trembles, bowing his head and kneeling. Duncan nods calmly and proceeds to the fourth man, who hesitates, his expression conflicted. Without delay, Duncan swings the cross-axe, driving it into the man's skull. This act terrifies another nearby, who, before Duncan can approach, hastily kneels, burying his head deep in the ground, declaring, "I wish to yield." The makeshift battleground falls into a profound silence. One by one, Duncan queries them. Initially, some refuse to surrender, and he offers no further words, simply dispatching them with a swift blow to the head, while his attendants remove the corpses. At first, there are a few who would rather die than yield. Then more follow suit, and eventually, even the stubborn ones kneel in haste to express their submission before Duncan reaches them. Among the hundreds of Saxon captives, he questions each one, ultimately executing over 20 on the spot. Most of those who perished were merely hesitant or obstinate, losing their chance to surrender. With a resonant clang, Duncan unsheathes his Oathkeeper sword, raising it above the head of the Saxon elite spear and shield bearer, and solemnly declares, "In the name of God and the deities, I, the Lord of Southampton, the one who shot King Kent and slew Horsa, accept your surrender. You shall not become wretched slaves. I honor your status as warriors, and you will receive the treatment of a retinue. From this day forth, you shall lead them." Disregarding the astonished expression of the Saxon elite, Duncan commands, "Take them away. Provide them with some food and water. They shall not be well fed, but neither shall they starve. Remove all weapons and armor, and keep everyone confined for further reorganization. Then they will be dispatched as a retinue to the battlefield." The concept of nationhood was not as pronounced in the medieval era. A prime example is the Hunnic mercenaries, who, while battling the Empire and the Whip of God, also assisted in dealing with the Hun's elite cavalry. The Saxon barbarians evolved from clan societies, where resources were concentrated in the hands of the upper nobility. In simple terms, possessing land, grain, housing, horses, and servants, while reveling with a horde of beauties, meant that most of the tribe's wealth belonged to you. When war came, you would be given a shield, a spear, and a tattered leather armor, and sent forth to the front lines as fodder. At that point, you could only hope I wouldn't turn my blade on you. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. Among the exiles Duncan recruits, there are Saxons, albeit of lowly birth, belonging to the dregs of barbarism, typically laboring for noble warriors, only receiving subpar equipment in times of conflict, representing the most basic Saxon spear and shield warriors. Regardless of their Saxon origins, these exiled Saxons fight with remarkable ferocity against the barbarians. If given a chance for a better life, they can wield their axes with such force that they create afterimages. Loyalty. When their existence is akin to that of a stray dog, they dare to raise their blades against anyone, be it a Saxon chieftain or even the emperor of the empire, Augustus. Thus, Duncan incorporates them into his ranks. Whether they will be useful remains to be seen, as they are newly captured and must be treated with a balance of benevolence and authority, requiring careful selection. Valkyries. Unlike previous occurrences, this time, 3 Valkyries appear simultaneously, one in a golden helm and 2 in silver helms. These 3 Valkyries busily traverse the battlefield, unnoticed by mortals, as they lift the souls of the fallen warriors, vanishing into the heavens. Undoubtedly, today's performance in Valhalla will be extraordinary. Is one person unable to manage all this? Do they call for two assistants? Duncan, observing from a divine perspective, quickly resumes his duties as the soldiers suffer grievous losses. He must offer solace and comfort, as he cannot replicate the ancient hero's camaraderie. Yet he must at least make an effort to garner the loyalty of the troops under Duke Dingtagier. Despite the epic victory, the casualties are significant. The elite forces of the Britons are too few, relying on lives to withstand the enemy's fierce assault. Without Duncan's morale-boosting presence, the Britannic Legion may have perished in disarray. As the blood-red sun sets, the three Valkyries toil until nightfall, collecting the souls of the slain warriors, while Duncan himself finds a moment to rest and eat only by midnight. There are said to be 9 Valkyries in legend. Are the others stationed elsewhere? As Duncan watches the Valkyries vanish from a divine viewpoint, the last of the golden-helmed Valkyries lingers in midair, casting a profound glance in Duncan's direction before disappearing beyond the clouds. For reasons unknown, Duncan senses a shift in the Valkyries' attitude toward him. Initially, they regarded him with indifference, but their attention has grown increasingly focused, to the point where they now seem to follow his actions and have even summoned assistance, indicating that one Valkyrie was nearing her limits. Duncan's remarkable contributions to Valhalla may have inadvertently enhanced his favor with the Valkyries. Perhaps, but he cannot be certain, especially since he has slain those who worship the Norse pantheon. The Norse pantheon is relatively loose in its structure. Their attitude towards the mundane is nuanced, placing little importance on ordinary individuals while prioritizing the valor of fallen warriors, adhering to an elite doctrine, with Valhalla being the core of this belief. The earliest invaders of the empire, the East and West Goths, the Franks, and other Germanic tribes, were all incited by the church, many of whom converted to the Christian faith. When they fell in battle, their souls were swiftly reaped, lest they later turn to the church for salvation. The Valkyries were notably diligent in their duties. Chapter 39. Unfaltering Revelry. Single-handedly battling in Valhalla. At midnight, the moon glowed crimson. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint mist arose in the dead of night, casting a sanguine hue upon the moon, as if foreboding the ominous slaughters of war. The camp was ablaze with light, while outside, a squad of Celtic warriors stood guard, supplemented by several patrols on night duty. Duncan, bare-chested, sat cross-legged upon a sheepskin mat. In the flickering candlelight, the contours of his muscular physique resembled a mythological statue from ancient Greece. Before him knelt a young slave girl clad in simple garments, her face filled with reverence and admiration, as she respectfully presented a jug of mead to him. She held the mead above her head, casting a furtive glance at Duncan's abdominal muscles. He reached out to accept it and drank heartily, a few droplets of mead cascading down his chiseled chest. At that moment, Severus, with the assistance of 2 other slave girls, tended to the wounds on Duncan's back. Severus used a small knife to scrape away the blood clots, tearing off the tattered remnants of clothing stuck to the wounds, before treating them anew with herbal ointment and finally wrapping clean bandages around Duncan's injuries. Duncan was not severely hurt. Most were merely superficial wounds. He drank nearly half a jug of mead without flinching, confident that his remarkable physical condition would see him healed in about a week. After tending to the wounds, Severus glanced at the slave girls before exchanging a look with Duncan, silently inquiring if they should remain to serve him. Dismiss them, Duncan waved his hand. He was not particularly hungry. After all, Anya had been standing the previous days, and now he felt no appetite. Severus likely retained a stereotype from their time in the refugee camp. After a fierce battle, Duncan would occasionally need to vent his frustrations, but now he required rest and harbored no such thoughts. Duke Tintagel had already been sent to Cornwall to recuperate. In the dimensional space, from a divine perspective, a new epic victory materialized on the projection screen. The Battle of Exeter, epic battle. The leader of the Jutes, Horsa, feigned defeat to lure the enemy, subsequently defeating Duke Tintagel in Dorset before advancing and besieging Exeter. In dire straits, the gravely injured Duke Tintagel resolutely called for your aid. You led 16 cavalrymen, galloping through the night to reach the battlefield at a critical moment, decisively charging forth to rout the Saxon hunters. inciting chaos among the enemy ranks and rescuing the beleaguered Exeter. Subsequently, Horsa encircled the town with 5,000 troops. The founding leaders of the invasion of Britain, Hengist and Horsa, fell one after the other by your hand, leading to the gradual decline of the Jutes' power, which could no longer dominate the Anglo-Saxons. The Kingdom of Kent had all but ceased to exist. Your renown would spread across the entirety of Britain, reaching the distant shores of Scandinavia. Legend points: 3 for the Britons, 2 for the Germanic tribes. Hengist and Horsa marked the beginning of Duncan's journey, contributing a total of 6 legend points, signifying the decline of one of the branches of the Germanic tribes, the Jutes. The dimensional space shimmered with ripples. In an instant, following the usual procedure, Duncan first reinforced his soul, yet no significant changes were apparent, only a slight increase in his mana pool. However, the meager mana of the medieval era still rendered him incapable of casting a second wind arrow. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his soul was indispensable. Duncan could tangibly feel his soul growing stronger, albeit without explosive growth. He pondered how much legend points would be required to elevate his soul further. Legend points, 26. Duncan perused the promotion enhancement page and was astonished to find Gil's name, along with several other fallen generals. Shall I promote the heroic spirit? It was estimated to consume 2 legend points, elevating the target to the next tier of heroic spirit. Should the target's legend fade, the next tier heroic spirit would also perish with time. No, Duncan promptly canceled the action. He would compensate for the fallen Gil in the mortal realm. Promoting a heroic spirit was out of the question, merely a trial. Gaining legend points was exceedingly arduous, and the prospect of the next tier heroic spirit fading with time deterred him. Among those he knew, only a select few were worthy of such an endeavor. The minimum threshold would be Severus, who had been his old comrade since the beginning. This battle yielded immense rewards for Duncan. Weapon Master. Spear. Your mastery of spear weapons has reached a sublime level. With a mere flick, your strikes are as swift as lightning, significantly enhancing your combat prowess with all spear weapons. The 4th master-level combat skill must have stemmed from the elite chieftain guard and Saxon noble riders. Truly, Duncan had become proficient in a myriad of martial arts. Duncan smiled. In today's bloody clash, he had slain nearly 100 foes, including those dispatched with his cross-axe. Lance Charge Master. As your mastery of spear weaponry has grown, you now possess extraordinary lethality when initiating a lance charge. Your remarkable skill ensuring you could easily clinch victory in a knightly tournament. This sensation seemed to elevate alongside the mastery of spear weaponry. Navigator. Special ability. Some individuals are born navigators, innately suited for maritime adventures, and possess a heightened ability to survive stormy seas. This ability enhances one's intuitive sense while sailing, making it difficult to lose one's bearings. Underwater breathing. Special ability. It is said that in Scandinavia, some individuals are naturally blessed by the ocean, possibly possessing a trace of merfolk blood. They can briefly breathe underwater, with their endurance correlating to their physical prowess, enabling them to dive into the depths of the sea. They are less prone to drowning and became the earliest pirates. 2 special abilities, neither of which were acquired from formidable enemies, but rather seized from select elite Saxon pirates. Duncan did not claim that defeating powerful foes guaranteed the acquisition of abilities. Rather, if an enemy possessed a unique ability he lacked, he was more likely to obtain it through conquest. Today, Duncan had evidently vanquished numerous elite Saxon pirates, and it remained uncertain which among them bore the trace of merfolk blood. Most likely one he had effortlessly slain in battle. Such adversaries would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge at sea, under the command of the virgin possessor Enphise. One of the finest groups of Saxon pirates from the British Isles had gathered, suffering heavy casualties in today's battle, ensuring that the Saxon pirates would experience a significant decline in strength for a long time to come. The final special ability was sourced from the Beheader. Blood of Giants. Special ability in Scandinavia. Some humans possess a trace of giant blood, often endowed with extraordinary strength, far exceeding that of ordinary men, viewed as descendants of heroes from mythic times. This ability significantly amplifies one's strength, gradually transcending the mortal limits over time, ultimately approaching the legendary might of demigods after breaking through the threshold of humanity. The greatest gain from this battle was not Horsa, who merely provided some combat skills. The true transformative ability stemmed from the beheader Isolde, whose giant blood offered immense enhancement to Duncan. It appeared that he must continue to slay unique foes. Duncan grasped a metal goblet, easily deforming it with a mere squeeze. The blood of giants had begun to take effect, yet fully realizing its potential would require time. His voracious power, fueled by the blood of the Holy Grail, has yet to reach its full potential and continues to ascend gradually. I aspire to become a dashing and elegant ranger like the Elven Prince, yet the abilities I have acquired are all akin to those of a berserker. The barbarian traits I have seized are all about extraordinary strength. In truth, Duncan has little fondness for rage. He rarely unleashes his adrenaline, as its side effects are considerable, and he believes that anger clouds his rational judgment and hinders his grasp of combat opportunities. Brutes meet their demise swiftly. He has achieved 5 enhancements in abilities, with minimal changes to his foundational combat skills, merely transforming his slashes and thrusts into a golden hue, while a couple of other combat techniques have taken on a faint golden outline, primarily pertaining to the core foundational moves of swords and spears. Duncan now wields axe-type weapons with remarkable proficiency. The combat skills appropriated from the barbarians have effectively rendered him an axe master. As per usual, he briefly glimpsed the unfolding future through the lens of causality. Not much had changed, save for a slight alteration in the final outcome. His existence has morphed into that of the King of Britannia, Duncan, a high-tier spirit. Yet, he still cannot slay the great dragon. However, with my current strength, can a mortal realm gradually unify Britannia? The King of Britannia, Duncan, not too shabby. Ultimately, he cannot compare to the Emperor of the Empire, Augustus Duncan. Duncan would not let his success on Britannia Island inflate his ego. After all, Britannia is merely a small locale, while the European continent is the true battleground. Only when he is confident in defeating the triple-star golden demon hunter George can he claim to stand at the pinnacle of mortal might. At the stroke of midnight, a weary Duncan closed his eyes to rest, and at that moment, he found himself missing Anya. It was not merely her exuberance he longed for, but rather the way she would gallop with grace. Even when he felt fatigued, she would tenderly nurture him, her fiery red lips akin to flames. The teachings of Aphrodite are indeed exquisite, befitting the worship of the goddess of love and beauty. A gentle mist enveloped the land. Time passed, and in the liminal space between slumber and wakefulness, Duncan suddenly became alert, his consciousness shifting to a dimensional perspective. 3 Valkyries appeared within Duncan's tent, the leader, adorned with a golden helm and bird-like wings, grasped Duncan's hand while the other 2, donning silver helms, steadied him on either side. In the next instant, his consciousness departed his corporeal form, soaring skyward alongside the Valkyries. In this extraordinary state of soul detachment, the dimensional projection split into 2, one depicting Duncan's physical body, the other his soul. He was whisked away by the 3 Valkyries to the heavens, where a chariot drawn by 6-legged steeds materialized, with Duncan seated within. Guided by the golden-helmed Valkyrie, the others accompanying him, they swiftly vanished from the realm of reality. What? Is this Odin's chariot? A Valkyrie at the reins? Do I now possess such grandeur? In the projection, his spirit remained in a state of disorientation, but as the mist gradually dissipated, a wondrous realm unveiled itself before him. Asgard. This was not a wholly complete realm. At least in Duncan's projection, Asgard appeared fragmented, with many lands and structures partially formed. However, he did catch sight of the Rainbow Bridge as the chariot traversed its vast expanse. Asgard was not as grand as he had envisioned. It resembled the size of an ordinary human kingdom, yet it was indeed vastly larger than the mist-shrouded Avalon. It seemed the Valkyries were embroiled in a dispute. The projection revealed a beautiful and valiant female specter whispering to the golden-helmed Valkyrie before vanishing from sight. Thus, the Valkyries began to debate whether to escort Duncan to Odin's Valhalla or to Freya's Sessrnir. In truth, there are 2 halls of the slain. However, Odin's Valhalla is the more renowned. According to Norse mythology, Odin, the god of war, commands the Valkyries to descend to the mortal battlefield, selecting half of the fallen warriors to bring here, while the other half are sent to Freya's Sessrnir. Those who do not perish in battle are destined for Hell's realm. Ultimately, Duncan was ushered into a resplendent golden palace, Valhalla, within the dimensional space. The disorientation of Duncan's soul dissipated. The golden-helmed Valkyrie led the way, flanked by the 2 silver-helmed Valkyries, as they guided Duncan into the magnificent courtyard of the Grand Palace. As his spiritual state began to sharpen, his mortal form gazed upon the Hall of the Slain, which appeared to float in the air. The rafters were adorned with spear shafts, the roof covered with shields, and the benches littered with chainmail. Great doors lined the sides of the palace, seemingly meant for the spirits to emerge for battle at any moment. A colossal wild boar, Shrnir, was being slaughtered. It is said to be killed daily and resurrected every night. The stag Eik Erner and the goat Hay N resided within the valley of Valhalla, with Hay N's milk being an unparalleled mead, as numerous indistinct attendants delivered barrels of it into the hall. "Where is this?" As Duncan's mortal form gradually awakened, he inquired. "Welcome to Valhalla, esteemed guest." The leading golden-helmed Valkyrie respectfully turned and bowed, inviting Duncan to step onto the wide stone-paved avenue. Within the magnificent hall of Valhalla, countless ephemeral figures rose, as if to gaze upon this living intruder. Inside Valhalla, at the long table formed of numerous spears and shields, Duncan surveyed his surroundings, maintaining a calm demeanor, and boldly took his seat. The golden-helmed Valkyrie poured wine for him, while the silver-helmed Valkyrie served him meat. Duncan's noble and upright form sat in chainmail, casting a carefree smile at the Valkyries, before indulging in hearty drinks and feasting on roasted meat. As if he were a gluttonous warrior, consuming the equivalent of dozens of men's portions of mead and roasted meat, leaving the attending Valkyries wide-eyed in astonishment. Hengist and Horsa, lower-tier spirits. As Duncan set down the mead with satisfaction, two ethereal figures gradually materialized, taking their seats opposite him. The two brothers paused their feasting, glaring daggers at Duncan, grasping weapons and shield from the long table. "Let's fight!" Duncan shouted to the heavens, seizing a shield and battle-axe from the Valkyrie's hands, roaring as he strode into the grand hall of Valhalla, beckoning the corporeal forms of Hengist and Horsa. A thunderous cheer erupted, under the watchful eyes of countless half-ethereal spirits. Hengist and Horsa entered the grand hall of Valhalla. Time passed, and in the resplendent expanse of Valhalla, 12 seats of the principal gods emerged, with Odin's hazy giant form coalescing at the forefront, observing Duncan as he challenged the spirits in the hall. Undoubtedly, the Norse pantheon's invitation to him was far more magnificent than the mist-laden Avalon. Duncan understood the customs of Valhalla, having savored the lavish feasts prepared for the fallen. It was time for him to engage in a battle of blood. Now that he was here, how could he not leave his mark in the Hall of the Slain? Chapter 40. Reckless Berserker. Valhalla's Glory. Duncan's rise on Britannia Island has stirred discontent within the hearts of many. Without a doubt, the most resentful are the brothers Hengist and Horsa before him. Hengist fell beneath the might of a crossbow, his prowess rendered moot, while Horsa was struck down by Duncan's Nordbow, never even having the chance for close combat. The life within the wielding is remarkably simple. One feasts heartily on meat, indulges in copious amounts of alcohol, revels in the thrill of combat, and upon meeting death, is resurrected to continue the fray the next day. There is a distinct aroma reminiscent of the green-skinned orcs. Behind DNGKN, the Valkyrie adorned with a golden helm and bird-like wings hastily offered him a suit of armor. Yet DNGKN waved his hand dismissively, calmly stating, "No need. What good is armor? When facing a master, ordinary armor proves futile. Only a medieval plate can suffice. Chainmail cannot withstand the full might of a 2-star warrior-esque strike, and it would only hinder my reaction speed." DNGK and brandished a shield and a battle-axe, casually retrieving a spear from the table leg and securing a throwing axe at his waist. HNGS and Hues exchanged glances. It was evident that Hues, who had just fallen in battle, was seething with resentment, and he leaped forth, ready to engage DNGK in a life-or-death struggle. No need for such fuss. Let us take him on together. DNGK and S. unrelenting thirst had begun to take effect. He felt an overwhelming surge of recklessness, a reckless state of mind. The YNGL was abuzz with noise, and the ethereal forms of the 12 Norse gods began to flicker into view, their expressions subtly shifting. DN squinted his solitary eye, while SRL revealed an intrigued demeanor, for DNGK's audacious tone delighted him. SRL himself was known for his brashness. These were two legendary spirits of founding monarchs, not mere valiant soldiers who perished on the battlefield. DNGK audaciously invited them to confront him simultaneously, an act that could only be perceived as a flagrant insult. Even in death, Hu-S was nearly driven to madness, brandishing his battle axe, ready to charge. But HNGS restrained him, turning to the Valkyrie with the golden helm and commanding, "Provide him with a bow." It is well known that DNGK's most formidable combat skill lies in archery. By not even taking up a bow, he clearly disregarded them. As a founding monarch, HNGS held his own pride. It felt beneath him to engage a master archer in close quarters. The Valkyrie swiftly produced a battle bow to offer DNGKN, yet he did not reach out to accept it. He had come to the YNGLNDN to demonstrate his prowess. How could he intimidate others by merely using a bow to pick off the two brothers? No need, DNGKN proclaimed with arrogant mirth, addressing the golden-helmed Valkyrie. "Once I have slain them, you shall pour me a fine drink." In the realm of reality, one may feel constrained, timidly developing their skills for fear of injury or disability, or the concern of not being able to exert themselves effectively while galloping alongside NY. Yet within the YNGLNDN, DNGKN could unleash his full might. He had never suffered significant injuries. Even when leading his general guard to slay Hu-S, it had not yet been a fight to the death. Had he unleashed his full fury, he could have single-handedly faced the entire elite chieftain guard. In his previous existence, while playing games like Total War, Three Kingdoms, only a select few heroes like LB, ZHON, and Gu New York could charge into the fray, directly confronting a unit of elite foes. The Valkyrie was taken aback. It had been centuries since the YNGLNDN had encountered such a formidable warrior. The thronging spirits of the YNGLN surged forth, awakening countless spirits of the Germanic tribes who had slumbered for millennia, all drawn to witness DNGKN challenge HNGS and Hu-S. DNGKN, bare-chested and unarmored, possessed a physique sculpted like marble, his muscles coiling like a dragon, and as he stretched, the hard lines of his back evoked images of the legendary demigods of ancient Greece. He reminded someone of Spartan. Whispers circulated in the air. Gradually, silence enveloped the surroundings. Above the YNGLNDN, DN raised a hand, and in an instant, the hall transformed, resembling the Grand Colosseum of ancient Rome. DNGKN, HNGS, and Hu-S. The cheers reverberated throughout the YNGLNDN, echoing to the farthest reaches of Scar, heralding the commencement of this sacred duel. DNGKN swiftly retreated, unfastening his throwing axe from his waist. "Roar!" Hu-S bellowed first, one hand grasping a shield, the other wielding an axe, charging towards DNGKN. HNGS, a champion from the JT tribe, flanked him from the opposite side. As the brothers closed in on DNGKN, their former grievances transforming them into ravenous beasts. DNGKN accelerated, leaping forth in an instant, his figure nearly parallel to the ground as he hurled his throwing axe, followed by a fluid roll to his feet, now brandishing a shield and a heavy spear, confronting HNGS head-on. This scene mirrored a moment from a past life as martial arts film, where a leader hurls an axe that cleaves through the leg of a rival gang leader. As DNGKN turned to face HNGS, a pained groan escaped Hu-S behind him. The throwing axe struck his right calf, embedding itself into the bone. Hu-S was clad in armor. Without it, that blow would have severed his leg. Master of weapons, axe. Though DNGKN's throwing skill had not yet reached the mastery level, his throwing axe had been further enhanced. His domain of death comprises 3 tiers. The first is the range of arrows. The second pertains to the range of the throwing axe and spear, and the third is the frenzied state when he wields a blade. The YNGLNDN had transformed into a Colosseum reminiscent of ancient Rome, thousands of ethereal spirits manifesting, gasping in astonishment. All present were battle-hardened experts, acutely aware of the caliber of such a seemingly mundane strike. This was the result of relentless training, nearly instinctual. That blow effectively incapacitated most of Hu-S's combat effectiveness. Nearby, H-Ing's pupils contracted, suddenly overwhelmed by an immense pressure. Having been slain by a crossbow, he was filled with resentment. Yet witnessing DNGKN's extraordinary combat skills instilled a fear that he too might be slain in a direct confrontation. DNGK surged forward, his spear flying from his hand in an instant. HNGS raised his shield, but the heavy spear struck it with such force that his arm went numb. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered the spear had penetrated the shield, leaving a wound at his elbow, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Was this truly a man? When they last met, was he this powerful? Bang! The cry of great fury echoed throughout the YNGL. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless spirits, he charged forth, crashing his shield into HNGS with such terrifying force that both their shields cracked. In that instant, DNGK swung his battle axe. Battle style, decapitation. In a heartbeat, HNGS lost his balance. Relying on his extraordinary combat skills, he swiftly thrust his sword toward DNGK's kidney, blood gushing forth as the sharp blade nearly pierced through. Yet, DNGK's blood gushed forth even more astonishingly. The blade penetrated his kidney without hindering DNGK's combat. He swung his axe down, severing a head that bore an expression of sheer horror. An endless fountain of blood erupting forth, staining DNGK's bare chest crimson. Roar! I am not incapable. I fear injury that might affect future battles. One blow. A decapitation. Even in the zenith of ancient Rome, during the glorious era of champion gladiators, such a breathtaking scene was seldom witnessed. The spirits of the Norse pantheon were inherently warriors. In the present moment, witnessing Duncan's ferocious battle feels akin to a resurrection, stirring a fervor so intense that even ancient beings of divine lineage rise to observe the bloody arena before them. Such power, such brutality. Duncan unsheathes a blade that has pierced the right kidney, discarding it carelessly onto the ground, while grasping the severed head of Hengus in one hand and a javelin in the other. After a moment's contemplation, he snaps the javelin in two and tosses it aside, once again lifting his heavy executioner's axe. Today marks an exhibition match, devoid of concerns for injuries or death. The laws of Valhalla dictate resurrection after demise, granting him the freedom to unleash his might and strike with unrelenting ferocity. Not far away, Hossa watches as his brother meets a swift death, decapitated by the enemy, and a flicker of fear crosses his face. Gritting his teeth, he rises, clutching his battle axe and shield, facing the advancing Duncan with a staggered stance, reminiscent of a beast in its death throes. Duncan remains unhurried. Though blood flows continuously from his wounds, it has little bearing on his combat effectiveness, at least for the duration of his raging fury. What constitutes a champion gladiator? It is the ability to incite wild enthusiasm among the audience, to evoke hoarse cries and trembling excitement, even rendering the female spectators into quivering admirers of true masculinity. To earn the title of champion gladiator, one must not only fight valiantly, but also deliver a performance that leaves an indelible impact. It is time to grant the Germanic barbarians a taste of the awe-inspiring spectacles from the pinnacle of ancient Roman arenas. The empire may no longer hold its former glory, yet none can deny that it once embodied the essence of a warrior race. The sanguinary battles of the gladiators were enough to ignite the fervent flames of a Roman city. Duncan circles the arena, hurling Hengist's head toward the Valkyries, offering it as a tribute of carnage. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the Valkyrie adorned with a golden helm trembles slightly, cradling the ghastly head of Hengus, preparing to pour wine for Duncan as a token of gratitude for his gift. Come, let's fight. Duncan, brandishing his battle axe in one hand and his sword in the other, roars skyward, slashing his own chest with the blade, blood seeping forth. This wound only serves to accentuate his ferocity and valor, resembling an ancient hero challenging the deities, transforming humanity's indomitable spirit into a raging inferno. Hossa, now engulfed in fear, realizes that his earlier defiance may have been futile. In that moment of desperation, he might have perished, leaving only Duncan with grievous injuries. Duncan accelerates, resembling a rampaging beast from antiquity, leaving a series of distinct footprints upon the arena floor. He lunges forward, striking with his axe and sword, the clash of metal ringing out, sparks flying as Hossa futilely attempts to defend himself, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by Duncan's overwhelming strength. His shield shatters, and the battle axe cleaves a gash into it. Hossa loses his balance and falls heavily, unable to rise before Duncan's foot presses firmly upon his back, rendering him immobile, as if his spine might snap under the weight. Duncan raises his executioner's axe, surveying the entire arena. This scene evokes the grandeur of ancient Rome. From the stands of Valhalla, countless awakened souls roar in fervor. Even the Valkyries cannot contain their exclamations of kill, kill, kill. Upon the throne of the Norse pantheon, Odin's expression is enigmatic, his form shifting between realities, transforming from the All-Father into the king of the wild hunt. Slowly rising like a titan, he raises his right hand, thumb pointed downward. With a resounding roar, Duncan does not hesitate to bring down his axe, blood gushing forth as Hosa's grotesque head is severed from his body. Once more, the laws of Valhalla take effect, reviving the recently executed brothers Hengus and Hosa, while Duncan's injuries heal rapidly. He receives a cup of mead from the Valkyrie adorned with a golden helm and raises his battle axe and sword toward the throngs of spirits in the stands, bellowing, "Let's fight. Today, we shall revel in battle." As ethereal warriors materialize, eager Germanic combatants flood into the arena, and in the blink of an eye, dozens join the fray, culminating in a grand, bloody melee. Duncan laughs uproariously, pulling the Valkyrie close, removing her golden helm to use as a drinking vessel, indulging in the mead until it overflows. He presents the helm back to the stunning Valkyrie, laughing boisterously, "Behold as I use their severed heads to bring you glory." The battle axe cleaves through the air, instantly dispatching an ethereal warrior while a javelin pierces another, pinning him to the ground at the center of the arena. Today, in Valhalla, Duncan is here to assert his dominance. As dawn breaks and the mist dissipates, Duncan awakens, feeling as though his bones are on the verge of disintegration. Rolling over and stretching, he realizes it was merely an illusion. His spirit is weary, yet his body is invigorated, capable of rising early for practice. The experience with the Valkyries was delightful. Rising to his feet, servants enter to assist him in dressing and grooming. After a brisk ride around the town, he gradually restores some vitality. Last night was a true test of endurance. He had never fought such a grueling battle. Amidst the chaos of Valhalla, he carved a path of blood, and he distinctly recalls Odin, the Norse god, whose visage transformed from the All-Father to the king of the wild hunt. Ultimately, Duncan remains uncertain of how many he has slain, but he faced a legendary hunter of the wild hunt, resulting in a mutually destructive confrontation. Duncan suspects that this adversary was a being from mythic times, a half-god, much like Beowulf, possessing a trace of divine blood. This opponent was the first 3-star golden unit he contended with directly, wielding power akin to the legendary giants. Even with his furious rage and relentless drinking, he could only manage a stalemate. Regardless, he did not lose. When it came to exchanging lives, he would slay even a 3-star golden legendary hero. Who fears him? Recklessness becomes his ally, and even in the presence of divine incarnations, he remains undeterred. Indeed, relentless drinking can lead to oblivion, and he struggles to recall the events that transpired afterward. Rubbing his temples, Duncan perceives that his legendary status has increased to 37, a slight elevation attributed to Valhalla in Asgard. The legend of the 6 points of the Hengs and Hosa brothers is a culmination of a lifetime of struggles and the accumulation of founding a nation. Duncan recalls that there were seats for the 12 Nordic gods, yet not all were present. The visages of most deities remained hazy, with only 3 divine manifestations distinctly clear. These were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Odin, the All-Father and the king of the wild hunt, belongs to the Aesir pantheon and is neutral. Thor, the god of thunder and war, also hails from the Aesir and is neutral. Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, associated with magic and war, belongs to the Vanir pantheon and is neutral. Last night, the clarity of these 3 deities might have been due to the greater sacrifices made in their honor. Aside from Odin and Thor, Freya took a particular interest in Duncan, even gazing at him for a moment before departing. Was there nothing bestowed upon me? The misty Avalon at least granted me the Nodin's bow. Within such a vast pantheon of Nordic gods, could they not spare even a decent piece of equipment for me? Where's my artifact? My magnificent artifact? Duncan's expression showed a hint of exasperation. He had performed so ardently the previous night. However, it is understandable. Had they truly given him something, Duncan would likely have wielded it against the Germanic tribes with fervor. Everything from the previous night felt as if he had established diplomatic relations with the Nordic pantheon. Odin had invited him to visit Valhalla, suggesting that it was a fitting abode for a warrior like him, filled with fine wines and feasts, a place to revel in battle and merriment. Wasn't it enticing? Would he like to join the Nordic pantheon? That was the plan, but unexpectedly, Duncan's bloody combat had electrified the arena, even causing Odin to exhibit the visage of the Wild Hunt King. As an archer, Duncan had not even touched a battle bow and had instead decimated countless souls in Valhalla. He had directly earned a point of legend. His combat skills had not improved. It appeared that Valhalla indeed operated under entirely different laws than the real world. Duncan checked his abilities. They were normal. After all, whether he fell or his enemies perished, both would resurrect. At most, he would gain some proficiency. As Duncan perused the projection pages of the dimensional space, he discovered numerous changes, including the opening of the Nordic Pantheon's sacred domains. Odin's Viking domain permanently boosts morale, rendering one fearless in death. Thor's domain of power enhances combat training and has additional uses. Freya's domain of war provides extra skill enhancements and allows priests to train Germanic Valkyries. There were only 3 sacred domains belonging to these deities. It seemed the Nordic pantheon was not as robust as it once was, unable to compare with the glory of the Roman and Greek pantheons at their zenith. Duncan continued to ponder while flipping through the pages. This led him to some unexpected revelations, or perhaps it was a renewed appreciation for the power of the dimensional space. Detection of the divine realm of Asgard. Detection of cross-dimensional entities of the Nordic gods. Analysis of divine laws. The dimensional space replicates the fundamental laws of divine manifestations. Causal laws evolve and unfold. Within the page detailing causal laws, Duncan saw a new mark for divine manifestations. As he concentrated, a stream of information quickly materialized. Divine manifestation, transcendent divine power, without severing the connection to the earthly vessel, it replicates its own soul, forming a temporary persona that acts as the deity's external avatar in the mortal realm, capable of executing preordained plans while retaining some cognitive patterns. Once the divine manifestation takes over the earthly vessel, the vessel can no longer enhance itself through unorthodox means. But the original being can reload into the earthly vessel at any time and review the action logs of its avatar. Current soul strength is spirit essence, capable of creating a conventional divine manifestation to take over the earthly vessel. The creation of divine manifestations depends on the strength of the soul. As the soul evolves, the action plans of the manifestations will align more closely with the original being's capabilities. What is this? Soul entrustment. Duncan's expression reflected surprise. An external avatar. Is my elevated self truly this powerful? Plan 1. Evangelism. You may designate a specific faith faction. During the external avatar's actions, it will prioritize this as its main task. The external avatar's abilities are influenced by its own capabilities and cannot exhibit extraordinary performance. Plan 2. Military training. You can designate this as the primary task of the external avatar. It will focus on training soldiers, replenishing armaments, and gathering military funds in subsequent actions. Plan 3. Agriculture. You can designate this as the primary task of the external avatar. It will focus on developing territory, enhancing production, and enriching the treasury in subsequent actions. Below this, there's a plethora of backup plans for the external avatar, which can be customized according to one's desires. However, some plans appear to be unusable. Is it due to my insufficient abilities or lack of expertise in these areas? Duncan fell into contemplation. For instance, regarding commercial plans, it indicated a need for professional collaboration, as the earthly vessel itself is not adept at commerce. This is akin to entrusting a minor persona, using his own soul to coalesce a replicated consciousness to undertake many tasks on his behalf. Duncan attempted this briefly. Soon, the earthly vessel in the projection began to act, commanding the army to assemble for drills, then initiating training for soldiers with a systematic approach, even conducting varied training sessions. The earthly vessel excelled in military training. Under the state of divine manifestation entrustment, many of his combat skills activated, providing additional enhancements. Master Archer significantly improves the training effectiveness of archers. Weapon Master Gun Axe Sword greatly enhances training efficiency when instructing corresponding troop types, imparting foundational combat techniques. Equestrian Expertise significantly boosts soldiers' efficiency in mastering equestrian skills. Incredible. This is simply exhilarating. It turns out that the greatest gain from entering the realm of the Nordic gods lies here. The dimensional space has replicated the abilities of the divine manifestations of the Nordic gods. This is even more extravagant than riding the wind spirit and moon shadow. Yet I relish it. Duncan felt as though he had received a new toy, pondering how to wield the powers of this external avatar. The operational scope is vast. The Nordic gods lack earthly vessels in the real world, and their divine manifestations likely only function in Asgard. Yet through the earthly vessel, Duncan can transport the external avatar, enabling him to accomplish an array of tasks. Even as an otherworldly demon, he is a unique entity among such beings. While Duncan was reviewing the logs, he encountered some unexpected surprises, information captured from outside the primary earthly vessel, detection of a compatible earthly vessel, causal law calculations, targeting an atypical life form. A line of text appeared. Human life form, soul compatibility 100. Humanoid life form, soul compatibility 50 to 90. Atypical life form, soul compatibility 20 to 50. Have I discovered a new earthly vessel? A perfect match with humans? Quite a few humanoid beings? Very low compatibility with atypical life forms? What peculiar entities have I captured? Shall I attempt to ensnare them? After some contemplation, Duncan decided that he currently had only one earthly vessel. If this one was unsuitable, he could simply retreat and leave it to the causal laws. The dimensional space began to undergo transformation. In an instant, that immense feather-like nebula commenced its rotation. Countless streams of light traversed the void, as if penetrating the temporal river of dimensional space, directly anchoring a seemingly inconspicuous existence. Capturing target, detecting the laws of reality. Locking onto the second human entity, the causal calculation reveals a soul compatibility of 45. The target is an anomalous life form, a dragon egg, ice dragon. Marking the reality plane, lost skies, ice age. Please bestow upon the dragon a true name. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan decided to name it Augustus. In the next instant, the projection interface within the dimensional space exhibited a transformation, splitting into two. The first human entity was training soldiers, while the second projection revealed a dark, icy cavern. Upon adjusting the screen, a progress bar appeared. Loading possession complete. Dragon egg, ice dragon, Augustus, remaining incubation time, 21 days and 6 hours. Soul compatibility, 45. Upon consciousness transfer to the second human entity, there may be significant discomfort due to the soul compatibility. Astonishing. This is truly an otherworldly demon. Duncan gazed eagerly at the dragon egg, curious about the nature of his second human entity. Hurry up and hatch. I have yet to experience being a mighty dragon. Chapter 42. Raiding the enemy's home. Training, rewarding, reorganizing. Those who can be saved must be rescued with all efforts, while those who cannot be saved must be granted a merciful end. War is this brutal. Duncan's army rested in Exeter for a day before he led the reorganized force of over 2,600 men eastward, approaching the Dorset region occupied by the Saxons. It is uncertain whether the two victories rekindled the Britons' courage to resist the Saxons or if Duncan's legend was further fermenting, but individuals began to spontaneously join his ranks, bearing weapons and gear. By the time Duncan captured Dorset, his forces had grown to over 3,000. The enemy fled the city in disarray. Cleggan rode in hastily and knelt before Duncan, saying, "My lord, the Saxons have nearly abandoned this place. The main force has retreated to Hampshire." In the Battle of Exeter, Duncan's army decapitated over 1,000 and captured 600 to 700. Due to a lack of cavalry to pursue the fleeing soldiers, approximately 3,000 escaped. The majority of the troops under Duke Dinigil were militia and auxiliary legions, and Duncan dared not order a reckless pursuit, fearing the militia would become disorganized amidst the chase. Had there been a fresh force at that time, the number of prisoners could have reached 1,000 to 2,000, and the victory could have been further amplified. The combat effectiveness of militias in this era was poor. They would scatter at the slightest provocation in open battle. Duncan reined in his horse and asked solemnly, "How many enemy troops are in Hampshire? Are there reinforcements for them?" He had slain the brothers Hengist and Horsa, severely wounding the Jutes, one of the 3 branches of the Germans, leaving them in disarray. Among the many invading barbarian tribes, the Angles and Saxons maintained considerable strength and controlled most of the land in England. It is estimated there are 2,000 to 3,000. Cleggan shook his head. However, there should be no reinforcements. It is said the Picts have invaded again, having crossed Hadrian's Wall. The chieftains of those Saxon tribes are urgently conscripting troops to fend off the advancing Picts. The indigenous barbarians of Scotland have invaded again? Duncan instantly realized the situation was highly favorable for him. The Picts are one of the branches of the Celts, the aforementioned barbaric branch, rumored to fight with extreme ferocity, instilling fear even in the arrogant Roman legions, who built Hadrian's Wall to repel their incursions. Many records describe Pictish warriors' combat style as terrifyingly savage, and they are known to enjoy severing the heads of slain enemies to display at their waists. In a Total Warfare series, the British faction includes a grotesque unit known as the British Throwing Axemen, modeled after the Picts. They indeed have a tradition of intimidating enemies by hurling heads. Although their lethality is minimal, it primarily serves to demoralize. The Saxons plunder the Britons, while the Picts plunder the Saxons. This cycle represents an iteration in the food chain. In the medieval era, the more barbaric the civilization, the fiercer the individual combat strength of its soldiers, who fought valiantly without fear of death, as life was deemed cheap. With an average lifespan of only around 30 years, the Germanic barbarians encountered the most brutal Celtic branch, presenting them with formidable resistance. Beside him, Severus spoke gravely. This is an opportunity. We can seize Hampshire in one swift motion. Should Duncan capture Hampshire and expand towards Wales, he would nearly restore Duke Dintagel's territory to its former glory. This opportunity must not be missed. Duncan decisively ordered the army to accelerate their march. With Hampshire as their target, scout cavalry dispersed. It is a fleet of Saxon pirates. Anya's eyes sparkled. The Raven Queen Tress and Anya caught up with the others this morning, accompanied by 5 1-star and 2-star elite temple guardians who had previously been in hiding in Gaul, some even having joined another group of exiles. Duncan incorporated these temple guardians into the general's guard, their combat prowess rivaling that of elite Roman cavalry. Unable to contain her excitement, Anya turned to Duncan. If we could seize their warships, we would no longer have to fear pirate incursions in the British Channel. We could even take the initiative to reopen maritime trade with the British Isles. Duncan fell into deep thought at her words. This fleet likely belonged to the virgin conqueror Enfys, as he commanded a significant number of elite Saxon pirates. The pirates would have left their ships docked near the port while engaging in land combat. If this raid were successful, a fleet would be at hand. Duncan was indeed very tempted, yet the question remained on how to execute the plan. Currently, the offensive and defensive positions had reversed, and the Britons' legions were not adept at siege warfare due to their limited elite forces. He could hardly imagine the losses the militia would suffer in an assault, nor how many would suddenly break in morale amidst the chaos. His previous battle against Horsa, where they endured numerous strong assaults, was made possible solely due to the advantages of defending a city, allowing militia and auxiliary infantry to function as regular soldiers. Severus seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke gravely. I can find a way to open the city gates. Shapeshifting? The others present immediately thought of the druid's transformation magic. With Severus's abilities, sneaking into Southampton at night should pose no problem. But how could he open the gates to welcome the others? At a critical moment, he would also need to deal with the guard station near the gates. The Raven Queen Tress pondered for a moment before stating, I can cast a spell to put some enemies into a deep slumber, as long as someone coordinates. We should be able to seize the gates. Duncan turned to Tress, shaking his head. That is still insufficient. The gates are defended by at least one elite squad. Relying solely on the 2 of you will not suffice. I must personally take action. With Duncan's current strength, he could single-handedly be considered a 100-man unit. With Severus's coordination, Tress's spellcasting, and a small number of 2-star elites, they would have a fair chance to seize the city gates directly. Once they breached the town, the subsequent battles would become significantly easier, and they could take advantage of the chaos to capture the Saxon pirate ships as well. Duncan immediately commanded, let Kvedo assemble the elite troops. Unfortunately, Cullen is severely injured and still recuperating. In such battles, the warriors of the Gaulish Pact excel, especially the first echelon's sword and shield champions, who thrive in chaotic skirmishes. Anya nodded. Then let us act swiftly. We must not allow these ships to escape. With a convoy of escort ships, I could revitalize all trade along the British coastline. She never anticipated Duncan's rise would be so swift. Now, with Duncan having seized Hampshire, he possesses territory across 3 counties and commands a force of several thousand. Combined with the Saxon pirates' warships, thereby thoroughly reconnecting the British Isles with the European continent. The future wealth of his domain will undoubtedly rely on the support of maritime trade. Anya's estate on the Italian peninsula was being sold off, and once the funds were in place, she would emerge as the most prominent merchant from Britannia to France, Spain, and even North Africa, potentially engaging in Mediterranean trade. Severus set off overnight to scout enemy movements, while Duncan urgently summoned his elite troops, meticulously selecting those combat units marked with asterisks. As night fell, the Raven Queen Tress was preparing a unique spell, rumored to require specific ritual materials for its casting. According to Duncan, this was merely a low-tier group sleep spell. The limitations imposed on supernatural powers during the late Mythic Age were too stringent, and even a divine chosen like Tress needed various ritual components to perform such basic magic. One could only wonder how, centuries ago, General Zhang Jiao could invoke thunderous assistance. In the dimensional space, Duncan was expanding his thoughts while observing his second corporeal form. He feared that before the dragon egg hatched, his earthly body might perish. Fortunately, the ice cave where the dragon egg lay concealed was dark and isolated, devoid of any adult dragons or other creatures, likely a forsaken dead egg. The cave itself measured only 3 meters in diameter, housing merely the solitary dragon egg. Encased in thick layers of ice, with the surrounding conditions still unknown, Duncan frequently visited, for the dragon had yet to fully hatch, and the embryonic dragon's form was not yet complete, rendering it temporarily inaccessible. It seemed that the dimensional space could indeed host various species. If dragons could be accommodated, then surely demons, angels, elves, and vampires could also be included. However, the specific requirements for capturing a corporeal form remained unclear. Surely it could not be merely metaphysical? For Duncan, the first anomalous corporeal form, that of a dragon, was a considerable prize, one he would not easily relinquish. Was it not merely a matter of soul compatibility? At worst, he would practice walking on the dragon's limbs, and if that failed, he could resort to the omniscient perspective of the dimensional space. After all, he could embody a dragon, which undoubtedly offered a higher starting point compared to that of human counterparts. With 19 days remaining, it was ample time to seize Hampshire and establish a stronghold on the island of Britannia. Soft footsteps echoed. Anya stealthily entered, and Duncan initially presumed she intended to indulge in a clandestine feast, instinctively merging into his corporeal form to practice breach tactics. However, as Anya settled into his embrace, she playfully whispered into his ear, "I have some news. I wonder if you might be interested." Duncan, puzzled, glanced up, kneading the dough, and inquired, "What news?" "Oh no." Her breath slightly quickened, exhaled like a fragrant orchid. "I've secretly bribed a servant close to Duke Dintigil. I've uncovered a recent secret." In Anya's eyes, Duke Dintigil was merely a stepping stone. His failure to submit to Duncan would eventually lead to his undoing, and she had already begun her strategic maneuvering. This villain was evidently suited for her machinations. After all, the heart of the most vindictive woman knows no fear of infamy. Of course, these matters would remain concealed from Duncan, who stood as a public hero of Britannia. Suddenly, one fateful day, he erupted in fury, executing several guards, and subsequently imprisoned the Duchess. A sense of foreboding. Duncan alertly lifted his gaze, as if realization dawned upon him. Had the matter been exposed? Surely, Arthur could not have met his end so abruptly. Duke Dintigil likely knew of the theft from his homeland. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly imprisoned the Duchess. Had Anya truly infiltrated so deeply into Dintigil's inner circle? How many had she managed to sway? Chapter 43. A Surprise Assault. The Might of Victory. As night descended, Anya's supernatural abilities left her invigorated and wholly refreshed. Within the camp, Duncan, bow drawn and sword in hand, found the Raven Queen Tress gently arranging his armor. Her fair fingers grazed the red mark upon his neck, and she cast him a disapproving glance, her tone laced with concern, with battle imminent. How can one indulge so recklessly? Nearby, Anya knelt, fastening Duncan's waist armor, and trembled slightly at Tress's words, genuinely intimidated by her. Duncan grasped Tress's delicate hand, offering an apologetic smile. "It was my own indulgence, unrelated to her. It is of no consequence, merely a bit of preliminary exercise." Upon hearing this, Anya's eyes, akin to blooming peach blossoms, sparkled with longing, eager to serve him further. Tress shot her a stern look. Completing Duncan's donning of the Ranger's chainmail, her expression serious. "You venture forth alone. Should circumstances turn dire, retreat immediately." Her concern was evident. Duncan reassured her with a pat on her hand. "Fear not, I am well aware." Southampton was hardly a formidable bastion. With his omniscient perspective, he could leave whenever he wished. He had already fought a battle at Valhalla. What was this? Regrettably, Anya had not been present in the audience at Valhalla. Severus had transformed into his animal form to infiltrate, while Duncan prepared for a solitary advance, intending to seize the city gate and allow his forces to enter. He would initially control the gate with a small elite force before letting the main army surge in. Everything had to proceed swiftly. Under the spell of the Raven Queen Tress, a delicate mist enveloped Southampton that night. She possessed the ability to alter the weather. It was her manipulation of the winds that had thwarted the Saxon pirates previously encountered at sea. Her magic, while not particularly lethal, proved invaluable in other aspects. It felt reminiscent of the sorcery employed by the Yellow Turban commanders in ancient games. From the omniscient perspective, Duncan's form slipped into Southampton. On a nearby rooftop chimney, a raven marked Severus the Druid perched. There were numerous enemies. Duncan glanced at the marked units on the projection page. 300-man squads were stationed near the city gate, with one directly guarding either side, while the other two alternated patrols, maintaining a vigilant defense, likely bolstered by past losses in Devonshire. He detected the magical winds. A line of characters flickered across the projection page of the dimensional space before swiftly vanishing. This indicated that the dimensional space had captured Tress, casting her spell. Before Duncan activated the mana bar, he had received no such notification. Only upon acquiring the mana bar and mastering the runic script did such spell recognition indicators appear. Moreover, an invisible current of magical wind surged within the projection page. Previously, the projection had appeared slightly blurred, but now the magical winds were vividly discernible, allowing him to identify the general location of the spellcaster. This was immensely useful, as Duncan could now locate hidden mages. His abilities had grown, enhancing his omniscient perspective. The sleep spell, Ritual Magic. Beneath Tress's feet lay an intricate ritual circle as she held an ancient emblem, her voice melodious as a siren's, though only a select few could hear it. Soon, they succumbed to drowsiness, their consciousness fading as they collapsed. In ancient Greek mythology, sirens were said to control others with their singing. Now was my turn. Duncan's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent emerging as he gestured to Severus. Mouthing the words, "Set fire." Severus, a diminished unit, had lost 2 fingers to the Order of the Hidden, significantly reducing his combat capacity. According to the plan, should the enemy detect them beforehand, Severus would seize the opportunity to ignite a fire, creating chaos among the enemy ranks and granting Duncan precious time to bring in his forces. With a clang, the sword was drawn. Duncan's form, like a wraith, silently infiltrated and swiftly severed the throat of a sleeping enemy. With a swift motion, he notched an arrow and shot down the sentinel atop the watchtower. Immediately, Duncan's figure resembled a ravenous tiger pouncing on a lamb, as the blade of the Oathkeeper glinted ominously, effortlessly slaying over a dozen foes. With the magical support prepared in advance by Raven Queen Talus, he dealt with these ordinary soldiers as if he were but slaughtering chickens. Open the city gates. Within mere minutes, the stench of blood permeated the air at the city entrance. From a divine perspective, Duncan did not need to seek out his enemies. He eliminated each marked foe one after another. Gaulish warriors, 1 star. Polytheistic temple guards, 2 stars. British elite infantry, 1 star. In the darkness, a troop comprising dozens approached swiftly, unnoticed due to Duncan's prior elimination of the watchtower. It was now the stroke of midnight, the moment when the enemy was most weary. Creak! A heavy wooden gate swung open, and Duncan's elite forces surged inside, quickly securing the entrances to 3 streets. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and those Gaulish warriors rushing in were more anxious than Duncan himself, panting and desperately pushing forward, eager to secure the city gates. Duncan was the cornerstone of their morale. Such a perilous task should not have fallen upon him, but his unmatched strength compelled others to risk their lives for his safety. They were Duncan's personal guard, the kind willing to fight fiercely in critical moments. A signal, a faint flicker of firelight glimmered. Soon, a large force began to advance rapidly towards Southampton. As Raven Queen Talus was aware that the city gates had been seized. The fire has ignited. Hurry, someone put it out. A distant cry echoed. This was Severus's signal. Should patrolling soldiers approach, he would immediately set the blaze to incite chaos, buying precious moments. Curiously, the ones shouting for help were also his doing. Success. Everything transpired with surprising ease, even beyond Duncan's expectations. Kill. The swords were unsheathed. Over a dozen Gaulish warriors wielding shields swiftly vanquished a patrol team that had detected the abnormality, leading to a greater uproar as Southampton descended into chaos. The enemy had breached the gates. The city was lost. The thunderous sound of cavalry surged as Duncan's general guard united with several light cavalry, charging through the city gates and wreaking havoc in the darkened streets, dispatching the scattered patrol soldiers. The British Legion flooded in, seizing control of the gate's watchtower. Amid the distant firelight, enemies frantically donned their armor and summoned soldiers. Before they could fully assemble, Duncan shot down the elite Saxon axeman, leading his 200 elite troops straight towards the harbor. Seize the ships. These vessels belong to me. Quito led the British Legion in an assault from the north, cutting through the streets towards the barracks, while Duncan and a portion of his elite forces headed south to the harbor, dispatching the scant garrison and capturing all the Saxon pirate ships in one fell swoop. The enemies in Southampton were left in utter disarray. Some quick-witted individuals fled through other city gates into the night, while those slower were effectively cornered. Organized troops near the barracks began to cast down their weapons and surrender. Upon hearing the commotion, they realized the enemy had already infiltrated with no time to don their armor. Surrender meant survival. It is no wonder that ancient night raids on enemy camps yielded such resounding success. Duncan's expression turned contemplative. This battle had been too smooth. He had not exerted his full strength, feeling as though the enemy had simply collapsed into chaos and surrendered en masse. The enemy's command system lay in complete disarray. In the darkness, 100 or 200 elite foes regrouped. Yet after Duncan shot down several officers, they quickly fell into disarray, beginning to flee and surrender, with many more choosing to yield, lost in the pitch black with no clear direction to escape. As dawn broke, Southampton lay firmly under Duncan's control. 600 had launched a night raid against over 2,000, slaying 200 to 300, while the rest fled, with more than 1,500 prisoners captured. Their own casualties numbered merely 8. The victory was so astounding that even Duncan found it hard to believe. The 8 lost were due to reckless charges that led to being overwhelmed by the enemy. Most of the fallen were Gaulish warriors who had impulsively engaged. A resounding triumph. This was the most seamless victory Duncan had experienced since his arrival. Armaments, provisions, warships, and an array of goods pillaged from the Saxon pirates filled over 10 chests with treasures, including gold, silver, and numerous women's adornments, silverware, and even a pure silver cross. The Saxon pirates had amassed such wealth over the years, and now Duncan benefited from their spoils. In the dungeon, Raven Queen Talus released dozens of young and beautiful British female captives from the Lord's estate of Enfys, a man who had risen through piracy, leaving his wealth to his subordinates upon his demise. While Duncan captured the city, they had been reveling in the inheritance left by Enfys, only to be caught off guard. A dozen 1- and 2-star pirate leaders fell to Duncan's arrows, and they met swift ends, inflicting no casualties upon him, turning into mere soft targets. As he himself dispatched 5 or 6, as daylight approached, Duncan surveyed the entirety of Southampton, managing the captives and mobilizing troops for takeover. He sought out Cleggan and inquired, "How many warships do we have?" Cleggan replied, his face alight with excitement. "Over 100 warships. Enough for us to seize the Isle of Wight." The enemy's fleet consisted mostly of small pirate ships capable of carrying only a few dozen men, yet their numerical advantage allowed for the formation of a naval force. Duncan decisively commanded, "Prepare the men. At dawn, we shall seize the Isle of Wight." Once Southampton was secured, the next target would be the Isle of Wight, followed by the assault on the castle of Poitiers. Capturing that stronghold would serve as a steadfast barrier against any further Saxon incursions westward. Chapter 44. The Barbarian Foreign Legion. The Isle of Wight. Currently, the Isle of Wight remains largely undeveloped, with only 200 to 300 Saxon pirates stationed there and lacking any elite forces. The only potential challenge is a small military fort established by the Empire. From a divine perspective, Duncan observed the enemy, and in just a glance, he recognized that victory was assured. The Isle of Wight was marked by only one two-star unit, the Saxon pirate chief, while the rest were essentially untrained. Even one-star combat units, numbered only 3, comprised of militia and the aged, weak, and injured pirates. With a swift shot, Duncan seized the opportunity to eliminate the two-star pirate chief atop the battlements, subsequently sending Saxon pirate captives to persuade their comrades to surrender. In less than half an hour, the Saxon pirates capitulated. They had no choice. The walls of the small military fort stood merely 3 meters high, akin to a single-story building, easily surmountable. 100 men remained to guard the captives. This fort was a military stronghold refurbished by the Roman Empire in the 3rd century, originally intended to defend against Saxon pirate incursions. This would be a hard-fought battle. Duncan gazed at the military fort ahead and resolutely commanded a siege without direct assault. He lacked siege equipment, and the odds of a successful attack were not high. Towns could be taken through the gates, but a military fort posed a significant challenge. Due to the military fortress's relatively modest size, any slight disturbance would promptly be noticed. Furthermore, the enemy was firmly entrenched behind their high walls, and Duncan's infiltration could easily lead to an ambush. The fortress was also equipped with numerous shooting towers on all sides, meaning that a direct assault would come at a steep cost, necessitating a significant loss of life. After observing for a while, Seviro suggested, why not attempt to persuade them to surrender? With around 1,000 personnel, was such persuasion feasible? Duncan pondered for a moment before responding. Let us wait until the main forces have gathered. We must instill a sense of psychological pressure upon them, making them feel outnumbered before we attempt to negotiate. Duncan meticulously surveyed the enemy forces from a divine perspective, noting 3 negative indicators: wavering morale, a streak of consecutive defeats, and the presence of formidable opponents. Some of the adversaries who locked eyes with Duncan exhibited expressions of fear and dread, likely influenced by the fleeing soldiers from prior defeats who had developed a psychological aversion to Duncan. His troops steadily arrived, including the Saxon vassal army that had been compelled to the fortress's front. These Saxon vassals were famished after a day of hunger, only receiving a hearty meal upon reaching the fortress of Cedar. Most of their equipment had been stripped away, leaving them with only shields and weapons, while the Briton Legion stood behind them, bolstered by a small detachment of elite overseers. Duncan found himself with an abundance of captives, and managing them was already quite challenging. A direct assault would likely necessitate the vassals leading the siege to deplete the enemy's strength. Had it not been for his burgeoning reputation, which had even reached the ears of the Germanic tribes, the integration of these captives would have proven troublesome. At that moment, the commander of the vassal army, whom Duncan had appointed earlier, hurried over, breathless and filled with reverence. Kneeling on one knee, he implored, "My lord, allow me to negotiate their surrender." "You?" Duncan surveyed the Saxon elite shield-bearer before him, still unaware of the man's name. Under Duncan's imposing presence, the vassal commander gritted his teeth and raised his head, stating, "Most of those guarding the fortress are Jute. They may not be willing to hold their ground. With Hengus and Hosa both deceased, the Jutes are leaderless. They will either adhere to the chiefs of the Angles or the Saxons. If the Jutes do not align themselves, their extinction is inevitable." Duncan, seated upon his steed, regarded the individual for a moment before inquiring, "What is your name?" The Saxon elite shield-bearer replied, "Galawin, my lord." Duncan nodded. "If you can persuade them to surrender, I shall confer upon you the title of knight in the name of the Lord of Southampton." Elated, Galawin immediately advanced to negotiate the surrender. Duncan remained in place for a moment. Suddenly, a volley of arrows was shot from the fortress walls, striking Galawin's shield, indicating that the attempt had failed. Yet, to Duncan's surprise, Galawin's expression bore a hint of satisfaction as he returned to Duncan's side, glancing around before stating, "My lord, it is done." "Indeed?" Duncan, having thought he had witnessed Galawin nearly struck down by arrows, questioned the sudden claim of success. Galawin explained in a hushed tone, "My kin are within the fortress. Just now, I approached the walls and communicated with them using secret signs. They will surely find an opportunity to open the gates tonight." Such confidence? Duncan regarded him skeptically, but upon utilizing his divine perspective, he indeed observed a few neutral targets among the enemy forces, all marked with a single star. The Saxon elite shield-bearers, 1 star, were conspicuously present amidst a sea of red hostile markers. Galawin urged, "My lord, trust me this once. I guarantee it with my life." Should anything unusual occur tonight, you must immediately send someone to seize the gates. Without the divine perspective, Duncan would have found it difficult to trust him, especially after the near miss with death. However, now he was willing to wait. As night fell, Gallowin appeared outwardly calm, yet inwardly he was incredibly tense, having staked his very life on this gamble. If nothing transpired that night, he might find himself facing Duncan's wrath by morning. Yet Duncan remained assured of the outcome. As night deepened, the neutral-marked units subtly congregated for a brief moment before transforming into green-marked units. Subsequently, they dispersed, with another 20 or so individuals becoming neutral units. As midnight approached, through his divine perspective, Duncan observed these neutral units secretly gathering, swiftly dispatching several Saxon shield-bearers before all transformed into green-marked units. Attack! Seize the gates! As these internal reinforcements initiated their assault, Duncan immediately commanded his troops to advance. A cavalry unit surged into the fortress, swiftly followed by the Briton Legion, who took control of the east gate. Gallag led a dozen men into the fray, slaying several enemies before joining forces with the internal allies, whose Saxon shield-bearers knelt in submission. Duncan's reputation loomed large over the Briton Isles. It was now evident that those who recognized the prevailing tides were the wise. Being of Roman descent, Duncan was privy to the tradition of recruiting barbarian mercenaries. Had he been a conventional Celtic lord, perhaps their surrender would not have been so forthcoming. It was widely acknowledged that the empire's legitimacy resided with the barbarians, whose mercenaries safeguarded the last vestiges of imperial glory. At this juncture, the enemy was in disarray. Duncan led a cavalry charge against a flustered Saxon commander, swiftly capturing a significant portion of the military fortress. It was now that he took the opportunity to appraise Gallowin and his companions. Remarkably, 5 or 6 of them were one-star units, indicating that while they were not of noble warrior lineage, their training as elite shield-bearers suggested a significant dedication, likely influenced by previous generations of veterans, thus bearing a semblance of familial heritage. Duncan reined in his horse, commending, "Well done. You have performed admirably, and as per our agreement, I shall knight you." At that moment, however, Gallowin shook his head and led his companions to kneel before Duncan, this barbarian elite even drawing a dagger to cut his own palm. Swearing an oath of blood, "My lord, please allow us to become your loyal foreign legion. In the name of Odin, we shall be your sword and shield, your most devoted followers." What is this? They wish to become my barbarian mercenaries? The distinction between Romans and Britons was clear to Gallowin. They had not been defeated by the feeble Britons, but rather by the empire's most valiant new lord. In the eyes of the proud barbarians, they respected Duncan as a person, but not for succumbing to the Briton Legion, nor did they hold the Duke of Dintigil in high regard. Should Lord Duncan command them, they believed they could easily vanquish all of Britain. History is a continuum. Since the late 3rd century, barbarian mercenaries have safeguarded the empire's territories, repeatedly overcoming formidable foes. Their reputation may be tarnished, known for pillaging and destruction, yet their loyalty was not to be underestimated, often surpassing that of later guard regiments. According to the traditions following the empire's military reforms, an Eagle Standard Legion would invariably include a significant number of barbarian mercenaries. The Jutes were one of the branches of the Germanic tribes, and why should they not seize the opportunity to become part of Lord Duncan's barbarian mercenary force? The Britons were merely their vanquished foes. Gallowin's intent was crystal clear. The notion of the Duke of Dintigil, who had nearly met his end at their hands on several occasions, was irrelevant. Barbarians revered only the mightiest warriors. Their goal was to dissociate from the ignoble identity of vassals and directly become another armed force under Duncan's command. A barbarian foreign legion, with over a century of tradition behind it, and Duncan's Roman heritage, this lord would surely comprehend the implications of their request. This man was indeed a remarkable talent. In that moment, DNKN contemplated this realization as he gazed down upon GLWN. After a brief pause of reflection, he unsheathed his blade, SHU, and placed it upon the shoulder of the latter, intoning solemnly, "In the name of the Nordic deities, I accept your fealty." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the commander of the foreign mercenaries. I grant you the authority to recruit trustworthy individuals from among the captives." As DNKN's words resonated, the identities of GLWN and his companions transformed instantaneously. They were no longer captives nor servile troops. but had ascended to become a band of barbarian mercenaries. These individuals emerged as an independent third military force, wholly uninvolved with the powers of the island of Belid-D-N and indifferent to Duke D-Ing TJR, pledging allegiance solely to D-N-K-N. In this gamble, GLWN had wagered wisely. He swiftly rose to become the commander of a legion, second only to the likes of KW-I2 and KLG-ing. The Germanic barbarians were indeed fiercely proud, holding the weak Britons in utter disdain. Yet, they were entirely willing to pledge their loyalty to a lord of the empire, a military leader of unparalleled strength. GLWN placed all his hopes upon the allegiance to D-N-K-N.